This guy right here is the one we're obsessed with. At the very moment he was born, the heavens and earth shook, dragons roared and phoenixes sang, because he possesses the ancient sacred body, one of the most powerful constitutions in the universe. The heavenly Tao itself was so threatened that it sent down 10 chains to shackle his potential, but he shattered those chains the second he was born. Instantly achieving the great accomplishment of the ancient sacred body, he caused the world to change color and thousands of saints to bow down in reverence. As if that wasn't enough, he's also the son of the clan leader of the Jun family. And the Jun family is the most powerful clan in the Immortal Realm. His talent was so extraordinary that it shocked the Jun family's ancestor, causing him to crawl right out of his coffin just to nurture his growth. He cultivated for only 1 hour and broke through 5 realms, immediately causing his teacher, who was basically his grandfather, to be so stunned he ascended on the spot. Ordinary people have to struggle through so much hardship just to reach the finish line. He, on the other hand, had to take countless steps back just to even see where the finish line was. Across all 3,000 worlds, he stands alone at the peak. I am Jun Xiaoyao. The story begins with bubbles rising through a space shrouded in darkness. A newborn baby slowly opens his eyes. His tiny hands are waving aimlessly in the space around him, and he's wondering to himself, where am I? Before him, a magnificent scene unfolds in the primordial Immortal Realm. In the place where the Jun family resides, a loud noise suddenly erupts, followed by a strange phenomenon. Brilliant light flashes from the sky, and mystical visions of dragons and phoenixes start dancing around, accompanied by ethereal rays of light. Amidst the blinding glow, a beam of golden light shines straight down onto the Jun family compound. At the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the elder Jun Xiaoyao, who holds supreme power among the Jun family elders, looks up at the sky and shouts, "Heaven bless our Jun family. Heaven bless us by granting the Jun family a Qilin child." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a voice calling out from inside the Heavenly Emperor Palace. "Elder, the madam has given birth. It's a boy." Jun Xiaoyao turned around, his eyes sparkling, unable to hide his sheer joy. "Bring him out for me to see." As the baby was cradled in his arms, the child looked around, completely bewildered, not understanding what was happening. He thought to himself, I really did transmigrate. Jun Xiaoyao couldn't stop grinning, hugging his grandson tightly as he softly whispered, good boy, my precious grandson." At that same moment, 2 figures appeared before Jun Xiaoyao and approached him. They were none other than 2 of the Jun family's elders. One of them stroked his beard, his voice deep. After 10 years of pregnancy, he is finally born. The other elder, with snow-white hair, reached out and said, "Jun Xiaoyao, let me hold the baby." Just as they got close, a phantom of a dragon suddenly appeared in front of the baby's chest. Both elders couldn't believe their eyes. They gasped in shock. This is the ancient sacred body. After checking carefully, they shook their heads sadly. It is indeed the ancient sacred body. Unfortunately, in nature, there are various affinities that allow a fetus to sense heaven and earth, helping them develop special physiques. There are 3,000 such physiques. Among those 3,000, the ancient sacred body ranks 5th. It is one of the most powerful constitutions, always fighting for the top spot. If a sacred body cultivator can reach the great accomplishment, they are destined to become an immortal emperor. But the ancient era has passed, the world has changed, and the laws of cultivation are no longer suitable for the sacred body to flourish. The heavenly Tao created 10 locks falling from the sky to bind the sacred body's growth. The white-haired elder patted Jun Xiaoyao on the shoulder, his tone filled with regret as he told him, "Jun Xiaoyao, even though this child can hardly cultivate, given the Jun family's position in the realm, it wouldn't be hard to let him live a prosperous life like a secular emperor." Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, previously filled with joy, were now heavy with worry as he looked at his grandson. Right then, the baby suddenly sensed something strange. A weird sound echoed in his head. Congratulations to the host for logging into the system. Detection shows a login at the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Do you wish to proceed? The system reminds you that newcomers can trigger a critical hit, randomly receiving a 5-star or higher rare reward. Seeing the system window pop up, the child thought for a moment and decided to accept. Immediately after, the system displayed a notification. Login successful. Obtain an 8-star rare reward. A full ancient sacred body set at great accomplishment. Once that notification appeared, a bright golden light suddenly burst from the child's eyes. Both elders standing nearby were stunned by this sight. The golden light grew stronger and stronger, wrapping around the child's body. 1 chain, then suddenly 10 chains appeared around his body. In less than a blink of an eye, the first golden chain shattered into pieces. Boom! A massive explosion sounded, and an incredibly terrifying surge of vital energy erupted from the baby's body. Right after, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th chains broke one after another. Finally, all 10 chains shattered simultaneously, unleashing the full potential of the ancient sacred body. Jun Xiaoyao was utterly shocked by the unpredictable transformation happening to his grandson. Beads of sweat rolled down his face, and he didn't know what to do, simply standing there in awe. His eyes never left the blinding golden light. The baby in his arms was still surrounded by a mysterious aura. At that same moment, the entire Heavenly Emperor Palace shook violently. Radiance shone everywhere. Up in the nine heavens, the clouds shifted and lightning flashed continuously, creating a majestic scene. Thousands of people all at once turned toward the Jun family and bowed down. This scene immediately shook the entire Huangshan Immortal Realm. Jun Xiaoyao was completely stunned, hit by one surprise after another. He could only stand there with his mouth wide open, unable to speak. The other Jun family elders were no different, their eyes glued to this miraculous event. When he finally regained his composure, Jun Xiaoyao closed his mouth, unable to hold back his excitement. He lifted his beloved grandson high into the air and shouted, "A sacred body phenomenon, 1,000 saints paying homage." He laughed loudly. "My grandson has the talent of a great emperor." Meanwhile, contrasting with Jun Xiaoyao's joy, the baby was baffled by the whole situation, thinking to himself, "What is this? Seriously?" The boy's face showed a clear expression of judgment, as if he were saying, "Why are these guys acting so dramatic?" The two elders on the side chimed in, their faces overflowing with excitement. A naturally born ancient sacred body breaking its own shackles, that is truly unheard of. Heh, the ancient ancestral dragon over there produced a dragon Gaoshan and got all cocky, but now they've been slapped in the face. The baby heard all of this. With a look of growing helplessness, he thought to himself, "They've been bragging so much about me being a prodigy. Maybe I should try to be a bit more humble from now on." Just then, Jun Xiaoyao frowned, lost in thought, before suddenly remembering, "I still haven't named my precious grandson. How does Jun Xiaoyao sound to you all?" Two elders immediately turned to look at him, their faces full of disdain as if they were cursing under their breath. "If you name him that, he won't even acknowledge you as his grandfather when he grows up. I guarantee it. What kind of name is that? It has zero charisma." They pointed at Jun Xiaoyao, saying, "Too mediocre." The silver-haired elder next to him agreed, "Exactly. Too common." Suddenly, the protagonist's birth mother appeared. She was a woman with gorgeous orange hair named Jiang Ru. Looking at her son with a gentle gaze, she said softly, "Then, how about we name him Xiao Yao?" Jiang Ru's words immediately caught the attention of the three clan elders because her status was by no means ordinary. She was the goddess of the Jiang family, one of the most renowned primordial forces in the world. She added, "Becoming an immortal is easy, but finding true freedom, Xiao Yao, is hard. I just hope my son lives a life of ease and freedom." Jun Xiaoyao looked pensive. He thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. "Then let's name him Jun Xiao Yao. Becoming an immortal is easy, but finding true freedom is hard," he exclaimed. "Wait," those were his words. The white-haired elder standing nearby replied, "Jun Xiaoyao, don't worry. Jun Muhui is the white-clad god king. It's possible he hasn't vanished, but is just trapped somewhere." Hearing the elder's words, Jun Xiaoyao looked thoughtfully at his grandson, watching the little boy laughing happily, his face full of life. He nodded and slowly replied, "Let's hope so." Meanwhile, at the Jun family's ancestral graveyard, for some unknown reason, the ancestral tomb began to shake violently. A stone coffin started emitting a deep, rumbling sound. The noise caught the attention of everyone nearby. Everyone cried out in fear. "This is bad. The ancestor's coffin can no longer be suppressed." The stone coffin emitted a dazzling light that lit up the entire sky as if it could burst open at any moment. Tension blanketed the entire Jun family, as all eyes were fixed on the stone coffin. Back to our protagonist. Xiao Yao was sleeping peacefully at the moment. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao leaned on his cane and said anxiously to the two elders, "Two elders, the fact that Xiao Yao is a great accomplishment, ancient sacred body, once this gets out, the consequences will be unimaginable." He continued, "We need to work together to conceal the unstable sacred body aura on Xiao Yao." Hearing this, the two elders nodded in agreement. The white-haired one said, "Indeed, there are many forces in the Immortal Realm eyeing our Jun family." The other elders stroked his beard in agreement. Indeed, tall trees catch the wind. Xiao Yao listened and understood everything happening around him. He gave two thumbs up with an innocent look, thinking, "Grandpa, I get it. Keep it cool and stay humble." Jun Xiaoyao turned to Jiang Ru and said, "Jiang Ru, bring the boy here." Jiang Ru happily replied, "Then I'll leave it to you, father, and the elders." Then, Jun Xiaoyao and the elders formed hand seals to cast a seal, hiding Xiao Yao's sacred body. The black-faced thunder god, the black slaying heavenly soldiers, the four-directional commanders, and the yang god's department techniques. A golden-orange light struck Xiao Yao. He was now surrounded by that golden-orange glow, looking at his own hands, unable to hide his amazement. He felt like he was floating in midair, weightless. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from somewhere. "You idiots! What on earth are you doing?" Instantly, a wall of golden spiritual energy blocked the beam of light hitting Xiao Yao. The white-haired elder was completely shocked. Then, a golden pillar of light struck down, followed by a massive explosion that split the heavenly emperor palace in two. Jun Xiaoyao looked toward the light and stuttered, unable to speak. You are." After the explosion, Xiao Yao was being held by a silver-haired immortal. It was none other than the 18th Grand Ancestor of the Jun family. Seeing the 18th Grand Ancestor, the three elders hurriedly knelt to pay their respects. "The Jun family descendants offer our greetings to the 18th Grand Ancestor." The 18th Grand Ancestor glared at the three elders with furious eyes, his voice sounding like golden thunder. "Since when do my Jun family descendants have to resort to such hiding tactics? Is it possible that we can't even protect a single child?" Xiao Yao, feeling uneasy, reached up and played with the 18th Grand Ancestor's beard, thinking to himself about his appearance. "Another grandpa? He looks okay. I'm barely keeping track of all these people." After hearing the 18th Grand Ancestor's rebuke, Jun Xiaoyao respectfully replied, "Ancestor, please don't be angry. I was just afraid someone would pose a threat to my grandson." Hearing this, the 18th Grand Ancestor's eyes turned murderous, and he said in a cold tone, "I'd like to see who dares to spread the word about me. If anyone dares to harm this child, this old man wouldn't mind starting an everlasting war that could shake the heavens and shatter the earth." The three elders below paled at the mention of an everlasting war, breaking out in a cold sweat. The two elders whispered to each other about the everlasting war, a grand world war initiated by the Taoist sects that could tear the world apart, bleeding the common people dry, and yet the ancestor was willing to do all that for one child. Jun Xiaoyao looked up and respectfully asked the ancestor, "Ancestor, are you saying you want to end your seclusion to protect this child?" The 18th Grand Ancestor answered coldly and firmly, "Why not? Seclusion is just a form of extreme cultivation practiced by high-level cultivators in the Immortal Realm. You seal yourself in a coffin, cut off from the outside world. If you succeed, you emerge, and if you fail, the coffin is sealed and buried forever." The 18th Grand Ancestor then played with Xiao Yao and laughed, "An innate great accomplishment, ancient sacred body. This is a gift from the heavens to our Jun family, a sign of great fortune. From now on, all the Jun family's resources will be prioritized for this child. Besides that," he teased Xiao Yao for a moment before turning serious again, "I will bestow upon this child the spirit rank title." Upon hearing spirit rank title, all three elders were incredibly surprised and exclaimed in unison, The spirit rank title." Hearing their conversation, Xiao Yao didn't understand anything at all, thinking, "What's a spirit rank title? There's way too much world building at the start, isn't there? Someone explain this to me." The Jun family clan can have up to 10,000 members, and only 10 people are on a special list eligible to be granted a title by the ancestor. Possessing this title means one has the qualifications to vie for the position of clan leader. And throughout history, only one person has held these 10 special existences, known as the first clan leader, that is the spirit rank title. The first generation of the legendary self-ranking is none other than the father of Jun Xiao Yao, the white-clad god king, Jun Wuhui. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao spoke to the ancestor, "Ancestor, this arrangement. I'm afraid it's not quite right. Everyone who qualifies for this self-ranking must go through countless trials. This child has achieved the self-ranking status the moment he was born. How are we supposed to convince the others?" The 18th ancestor's expression darkened as he replied, "If they don't accept it, let them come and take it from him." His eyes narrowed as he added, "That part is none of my concern. I'm just a baby, for heaven's sake. Can't you just let me lie here and leave me out of all this?" The ancestor had no idea what he was saying, still happily playing with Xiao Yao. To them, whatever he said just sounded like the adorable babbling of a newborn. There, my little treasure, don't cry." Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao muttered deep in thought, "Wuhui, your son has finally arrived." All the while, Xiao Yao was stark naked, wailing dramatically with tears streaming down his face, while laughing bitterly inside. "Could you stop swinging me around and put some clothes on me already? It's so cold." Suddenly, a system window appeared right before Xiao Yao's eyes. It flashed with a notification. "Check-in location updated. Host, please check in at the Taiyue Ancient Tablet." Xiao Yao stared at the system window, thinking to himself, "The Taiyue Ancient Tablet? Where the heck is that?" Time flew by in the blink of an eye. 3 years passed, and at the gates of the Jun family's Emperor Palace, a female disciple could be heard shouting, "Special news! Special news! The Jun family's divine child, who made the 18th ancestor come out of seclusion, is now 3 years old. Hey Lao, come find me for the latest intel on the divine child, big discounts for bulk orders. At the same time, in the Jun family garden, Jun Tien was teaching Xiao Yao. He said, Xiao Yao, I'm going to explain the fundamentals now, so listen closely. Xiao Yao lay there, resting his chin on his hands, swinging his legs as he played along. The initial stage of cultivation is the body refining realm, consisting of 5 major levels. You only need to nourish yourself with treasures to reach perfection. Next is the divine treasure realm. It also has 5 major levels, corresponding to the 5 basic organs: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. Once you perfect the 5 levels of the divine treasure, you can condense the spirit sea and manifest your true spirit. Xiao Yao looked up with an innocent face, resting his chin on his hands, and casually asked, Grandpa, so how long does it take to break through the divine treasure realm? Jun Xiaoyao stroked his beard and replied calmly, an average person needs 5 years, a prodigy needs 3. As for you, 1 or 2 years should be enough. But it feels like you could break through at any moment. Jun Xiaoyao looked at Xiao Yao with an encouraging gaze. Go on, circulate your energy and let me see. Xiao Yao listened immediately. Okay. He closed his eyes, sat down, and entered a meditative state. The surrounding spiritual energy began to stir. Jun Xiaoyao watched, feeling nothing but surprise as the spiritual energy was quickly absorbed by Xiao Yao. He thought to himself, as expected of my grandson, he entered meditation so quickly. This aptitude, tut-tut. Suddenly, his expression changed. Wait a minute. In just a short amount of time, Jun Xiao Yao had directly broken through 2 realms without the slightest hesitation. Jun Xiaoyao was so stunned he couldn't believe his eyes. No, that was when he saw Xiao Yao consecutively break through all 5 levels of body refining, with streaks of spiritual power easily absorbed into his body. Afterward, Xiao Yao let out a long sigh, and then chirped happily to Jun Xiaoyao. Grandpa, it looks like I successfully broke through the divine treasure realm. Seeing no response from his grandfather, he stared at him and shouted loudly, Grandpa. But Jun Xiaoyao now had an expression as if he had no regrets left, so happy he was on the verge of tears. Truly, the killing of our Jun family, this talent is unbelievable. Xiao Yao looked at him with a worried face. Are you okay, Grandpa? Jun Xiaoyao smiled, his eyes welling up with tears. I'm fine. I'm just very touched right now. Jun Xiaoyao joyfully continued. Xiao Yao, to celebrate your breakthrough to the divine treasure realm, Grandpa wants to give you a gift. Is there anything you want? Xiao Yao thought helplessly. Even if he asks what I want, I still don't fully understand this world yet. Suddenly, Xiao Yao remembered the system mission from 3 years ago. Oh, right. He turned to Jun Xiaoyao and asked, Grandpa, do you know what the Taiyu ancient tablet is? Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao turned around and quickly replied, the Taiyu ancient tablet. What a coincidence, no one understands the Taiyu ancient tablet better than your grandfather, he explained. It was originally a stone tablet in the Yuan Tien immortal domain. You can test your physical strength by striking it. Later, our Jun family excavated it and placed it in the arena to test the physical strength of our younger disciples. Hearing this, Xiao Yao breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, great, that's close enough. That's exactly what I need now. With that in mind, he tugged on Jun Xiaoyao's robe, putting on an imploring expression, his eyes shining like stars as he pleaded, Grandpa, can you take me to see the Taiyu ancient tablet? I've already broken through to the divine treasure realm, so I can test my physical strength, right? Jun Xiaoyao happily hoisted Jun Xiao Yao onto his shoulders and laughed out loud. All right, Grandpa will take you. Xiao Yao quickly flattered him. Grandpa is the best. At the Jun family's arena, a pair of feet walked up. A young woman stepped in front of the Taiyu ancient tablet. She looked to be about 14 or 15 years old, with golden hair, wearing white robes, and she reached out to touch the stone tablet. She possessed striking blue eyes, skin as fair as a peeled egg, and an incredibly noble, elegant temperament. She stared intently at the ancient tablet, then channeled her spiritual power with one hand, let out a breath, and took a stance. Her gaze was incredibly determined as she poured all her spiritual energy into her right hand and unleashed a heaven-suppressing golden palm toward the Taiyu ancient tablet. A loud thud followed, and spiritual energy radiated outward. After the attack, she remained cold, exhaling gently. On the Taiyu ancient tablet, the reading for the golden-haired girl's physical strength appeared, 150,000 pounds. The other disciples were stunned at the sight. That's incredible, 150,000 pounds. How old is she this year? Another disciple continued, that girl is from a branch family. She's actually quite famous. Muff, what's so surprising about that? Jun Linglong, known for her 7 orifice exquisite heart, will definitely become a saint in the future. Suddenly, a black-haired, red-eyed girl with an extremely hateful expression appeared out of nowhere and spoke with disdain. I mean, how come it's only increased by 30,000 pounds since the last test? The other disciples hearing this were indignant and spoke up in her defense. 30,000 is already very impressive, isn't it? Another disciple recognized her as Lan Qingya, a successor on the list of the 10 Jun sword commanders. Don't provoke her. Then Qingya approached Linglong, her tone mocking. Oh my, why aren't you saying anything? Speechless. Linglong remained pensive, not even bothering to look at her. She ignored her and turned to walk away, making Qingya incredibly angry. Hey, don't you dare ignore me, she shrieked, her face twisting into a nasty, cunning smirk. I heard you turn down the sword-wielding prince's invitation. Jun Linglong's eyes sharpened with danger at those words. That's true. When choosing a master, one must be cautious, obviously. The sword-wielding prince has decent strength, but he lacks true vision. If not for that, why would he send a nuisance like you to bother me? She waved her hand dismissively and turned to leave. Being ignored and humiliated by Jun Linglong left Lan Qingya absolutely furious. Her hands balled into fists, her whole body shaking so hard she couldn't even get a word out. Lunging at Jun Linglong, she roared, You arrogant brat. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the sword-wielding prince. Before Lan Qingya could even complete her attack, Jun Linglong snatched her wrist, squeezing so hard that Lan Qingya was completely paralyzed. Jun Linglong stared down at her with icy eyes and muttered, You? Forget it. Suddenly, Jun Xiao Yao appeared out of nowhere. Is this the place? Both Jun Linglong and Lan Qingya stared at him in utter shock. Jun Linglong was stunned, wondering to herself, when did that kid even show up? As Jun Xiao Yao touched the Taiyu Ancient Monument, the system chimed. Check-in at Taiyu Ancient Monument successful. A flood of notifications followed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 6-star reward, the prison-suppressing elephant technique. The technique evolves through stages, from infant elephant to dragon elephant, then to primordial elephant, and finally, the divine elephant. As the full description of the prison-suppressing elephant technique flashed through his mind, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but smile. A 6-star reward. He recalled his previous check-in, where he obtained the primordial sacred body, which seemed to be at an 8-star level. He wasn't even sure what the maximum star rating was. While Jun Xiaoyao was lost in thought, Lan Qingya, hands on her hips, barked from behind him. Hey, brat, who are you? Do you even know where you are? This isn't a place for a little punk like you. The shouting broke Jun Xiaoyao's concentration. Annoyed and visibly irritated, he spun around, thinking, how incredibly noisy. With a look of utter confidence, he replied, You're asking who I am. I'm from the Emperor's Palace, Jun Xiaoyao. Got a problem with that? Hearing Emperor's Palace, Jun Linglong's eyes widened in disbelief. The disciples below began to whisper frantically. Could this kid really be the one who caused the 18th Ancestor to emerge from seclusion? The one granted the status of God-child? Seeing the disciples stirred up, Lan Qingya grew nervous and restless. What is going on? Why is everyone so worked up? Jun Linglong, deep in thought and silent, suddenly grabbed Lan Qingya's head and forced her to the ground. This disciple of the Jun family pays respects to the God-child. Caught off guard, Lan Qingya let out a sharp cry, her face pressed into the dirt. Tears welled up in her eyes from the pain and humiliation. That damn bitch. She definitely did that on purpose. She quickly kowtowed and stammered, I pay my respects to the God-child. I was ignorant just now. Please, have mercy. The disciples below, finally realizing the gravity of the situation, had their jaws on the floor. They all scrambled to their knees to pay their respects to the God-child. Jun Xiaoyao looked over the scene, his face completely expressionless. He was speechless at the sight of them. He wore the most bored look imaginable, thinking, What is this? I didn't come here to start a confrontation just to force everyone into submission and build my reputation, did I? Shaking his head, he decided, forget it. The Taiyue Ancient Monument could measure physical strength. He smirked confidently. Well, I'm already here, might as well see what I can do. Jun Xiaoyao shifted into a fighting stance, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes to focus. He recited the mantra of the prison-suppressing elephant technique, a physical cultivation method of the elephant class, capable of 10,000 transformations. As he began, a golden phantom of a divine elephant manifested behind him. Infant elephant to dragon elephant, to primordial elephant to divine elephant. Seeing this, both Jun Linglong and Lan Qingya were frozen, their eyes and mouths wide open in pure shock. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered, and he unleashed the full power of the prison-suppressing elephant technique directly into the Taiyu Ancient Monument. The shockwave from his punch rattled the entire arena, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The monument glowed and displayed the words, 1,000,000 Jin of force. The disciples stood in deathly silence, eyes glued to the result on the monument. Jun Xiaoyao pulled his hand back, thinking, not bad. Even without tapping into my internal spirit energy, it has this much destructive power. Plus, it seems to have absorbed some good energy. Just then, he heard the disciples whispering again. I heard he's only 3 years old. He's had the best resources since birth. Of course, he's strong. Another added, he's impressive. Sure, but you can't expect too much from a 3-year-old. Back and forth they went, ultimately concluding still, he doesn't deserve the title of godchild. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at them, a faint smile playing on his lips. Oh, so they're unconvinced? Good, good. That's exactly how I like it. This is getting interesting. He immediately channeled all his spiritual energy and pressure toward the disciples. Jun Linglong and Lan Qingye were both drenched in cold sweat under the crushing weight. Lan Qingye was terrified, gritting her teeth as she thought, what is this terrifying pressure? Even the sword-wielding prince doesn't give off such a suffocating vibe. Jun Xiaoyao turned back and said, if you're still not satisfied, then I'll show you. He unleashed his full spiritual power and, with a fist backed by the prison-suppressing elephant technique, slammed it into the monument. High above, his grandfather, Jun Tien, watched, laughing heartily as he saw Jun Xiaoyao pour every ounce of his strength into that punch. The moment his fist connected with the Taiyue ancient monument, thousands of cracks spider-webbed across its surface. With a deafening series of snaps, the monument shattered into thousands of pieces in an instant, collapsing into a pile of rubble. Jun Xiaoyao stood motionless, saying nothing, while the disciples below stared, mouths agape, stunned by his sheer power. Seeing the monument destroyed into a million tiny fragments, Jun Xiaoyao tightened his fist, his expression darkening. He looked completely dismayed, thinking, damn it, I broke it. Is this stone slab some kind of treasure? How am I supposed to wrap this up now? Suddenly, from the wreckage of the monument, a golden mist rose, gathering right in front of him. Words began to manifest in the air, triggered the opening of the myriad ancient extremity realm. Jun Xiaoyao read the words aloud, and the golden mist surged straight into his body. In an instant, an overwhelming wave of excitement washed over him. Below, Jun Xiaoyao laughed and said, the so-called Eternal Extreme Realm refers to the countless eras of the past, where no one as young as you has ever possessed such strength. Breaking through the Spirit Vessel Realm means you've already touched the threshold of the Spirit Sea Realm. I truly have no idea where your limits lie, kid. He continued, and tell me, what was that move you used earlier? Where did you sneak off to learn that? With that, Jun Xiaoyao sat down, rubbed Xiaoyao's head, and praised him with immense pride. Contrasting his cheerful expression, Xiaoyao wore a guilty, dejected look as he spoke. Grandpa, the Jun family's Tai-Nak ancient tablet. It shattered. Jun Xiaoyao didn't blame him at all. Instead, he replied with an easygoing look. If it's broken, then so be it. Nothing strange about that. But Xiaoyao, fearing punishment, started picking up the shards of the Tai-Nak ancient tablet and said, how can you say that? It's a treasure of the Jun family. After all, if we piece it back together, maybe it can still be used. Seeing his grandson like this, Jun Xiaoyao laughed heartily. I never imagined you'd have a thought like that. Don't worry, our Jun family has plenty of treasures. We aren't missing a few trinkets like this. He then pulled Xiaoyao's robe, lifted him onto his shoulder, and continued, let's go. Once we're back, Grandpa will teach you about the Spirit Sea Realm techniques. As he spoke, Jun Xiaoyao strolled away casually, but suddenly a figure flashed by. Jun Linglong stood in their path, blocking them, and whispered, wait. Jun Xiaoyao's expression instantly turned sour, thinking someone was here to cause trouble. His eyes filled with killing intent as he glared at Jun Linglong and barked. What is it? Feeling this terrifying pressure, Jun Linglong's face turned ashen. She felt breathless and groaned internally. This sense of oppression is so heavy. Then, Jun Linglong knelt down, cupped her hands, and said respectfully, Disciple Jun Linglong is ready to serve the Divine Lord. Please, allow me to become the Divine Heir's servant. Xiaoyao was stunned, wondering what on earth was happening. Jun Linglong cupped her hands again and said, Disciple Jun Linglong is ready to serve the Divine Lord. Please, allow me to become the Divine Heir's servant. The disciples below were shocked to witness this. No one expected her to choose Xiaoyao as her divine heir. Lan Qingye whispered venomously, that wretch, Jun Linglong. Clearly, young master Jun Xiaoyao had to lower himself to tease her, and now she wants to trample his dignity into the dirt. Xiaoyao closed his eyes, contemplating his decision. Then, he hopped off his grandfather's shoulder, walked toward Jun Linglong, and asked, why? Jun Linglong's eyes widened, her expression confused, not grasping what he meant. Xiaoyao continued, why do you want to become my servant? He was curious. Just now, when she knelt, even though her voice was low, he could still hear the gasps of admiration from the crowd. They were whispering about how arrogant she was, saying she was born with a 7 orifice exquisite heart, that someone with such a heart is destined to become a saint. Xiao Yao looked at Jun Linglong and asked, "If your path is already set, why do you need to follow me?" Jun Linglong's gaze was unwavering as she replied, "Is the young master really unaware, or are you just testing me?" Hearing this reply, Xiao Yao was bewildered and could only utter a, "Huh." Just then, Jun Xiao laughed from behind him, saying, "She's from a branch family. As a branch family descendant, her access to resources and connections is pitifully small. If she wants to climb higher, she must establish a connection with the family head." Then, Jun Xiao added with a smug expression, "This girl has vision. She saw at a glance that my grandson is destined for great things." Ha ha. Hearing this reason, Xiao Yao couldn't help but think to himself, "It's all about family status, but I'm lucky I was reincarnated into a good position." He turned to Jun Linglong and said calmly, "I understand why you want to follow me now." He pointed at her and said, "I can agree." But he proceeded to list a series of chores for Jun Linglong. "You have to brew my tea, pour my water, wash my clothes, and play with me whenever I'm bored." Hearing Xiao Yao's list, Jun Linglong's face darkened, revealing shock beyond words. Perhaps she hadn't anticipated that a divine heir like Xiao Yao would have such peculiar requests. Xiao Yao continued in a tone that was serious yet playful. If she could do all that, he leaned in close to her face and affirmed, "I will give you all the resources you desire." Hearing this, Jun Linglong was overjoyed. She immediately bowed her head and said, "Jun Linglong is willing to follow the divine heir. Through thick and thin, I am ready to brave any danger." Xiao Yao was thrilled, smiled with satisfaction, and immediately commanded, all right, let's go. We're heading back to the Heavenly Emperor Palace." No sooner had he finished speaking than Xiao Yao jumped straight onto Jun Linglong's shoulder, pointing toward the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Jun Linglong stood there blankly, bewildered by this position. Just then, his grandfather, Jun Xiao, stood nearby, fuming with indignation. "Wait a minute, Xiao Yao. Isn't flying high supposed to be Grandpa's exclusive privilege?" Xiao Yao replied calmly, with a touch of humor. No, Grandpa, don't joke. Compared to your stiff, bulky shoulders, this big sisters are definitely more comfortable, right?" Jun Xiao, ignored by his woman-obsessed grandson, stood frozen in place, utterly devastated, turning to stone. How could this happen? Sigh. Is he really okay? Meanwhile, Xiao Yao sat on Jun Linglong's shoulder, happily giving directions. It's fine. Let's go. I'll show you the way." But in his heart, he thought, "I won't get kicked out of the Jun family tomorrow just because I stepped out with my left foot first, right?" Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, Xianxia was rushing at top speed, her mind racing with the thought of needing to inform young master Jun Xiao immediately. After sprinting through the jungle paths, she stopped in front of a massive mountain range, gasping for air from exhaustion. Before her lay the mountain where young master Jun Xiao was in seclusion, her eyes filled with fear and anxiety as she slowly stepped onto the mountain. However, only a few steps in, suddenly, a sword flew from nowhere and slammed into the ground right in front of her, accompanied by a cold voice, "Stop." Following the sound, she looked up and saw 2 men standing on a large tree branch. With sharp gazes, one of them warned, "Xianxia, you know young master Jun Xiao is in seclusion. Don't come here to disturb him." Hearing what the 2 men said, Xianxia immediately screamed, her tone frantic. But something terrible has happened. That little monster, Jun Xiao Yao, broke the eternal extreme realm, and even Jun Linglong chose to follow him. If we don't inform the young master quickly, the 2 men listened to her, simply folded their arms, and looked down with disdain. One of them smirked and said, "That can wait until the young master comes out of seclusion to decide for himself. I think you're just idle with nothing better to do. Went to provoke Jun Linglong, got slapped, and now you're running to the young master to cry about it." Hearing them mention Jun Linglong, Xianxia was furious, sparks of rage flashing in her eyes. She rolled up her sleeves and challenged, "Who do you think you're talking to? Want to go a few rounds, huh?" Just then, a loud boom erupted from inside the mountain. The 2 men turned around, looking startled and panicked. A sudden burst of energy surged as a figure shot straight into the sky from the heart of the mountain. It was a red-haired man with a sword strapped to his back, his face beaming with excitement. Seeing him, Xianxia was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling like stars as she shouted excitedly, "It's young master's sword bearer. He's finally out of seclusion." The towering stone mountain shook, dust and debris swirling at its base. Xianxia leaped toward the young master, shouting, "Young master sword bearer, you're finally out." He laughed heartily. "Isn't this little Xianxia? Did you come here just to welcome me back?" Xianxia's eyes welled up as she complained, "Young master sword bearer, those 2 wouldn't let me see you just now. Don't you think they're just awful? The young master signaled with his hand. Indeed, they are unbearable. Both of you, slap yourselves twice. The two men obeyed and immediately slapped themselves. Yes, sir. The young master put on an act of gallant concern. And who else dared to upset you? Look at that poor, miserable face. Xianxia, infatuated, pouted. Young master's sword-bearer. It's so frustrating. It's all that Jun Linglong. You still don't know, do you? Jun Linglong is hanging around some incredibly arrogant brat. I think his name is Jun Xiao Yao, and he's clearly trying to challenge your status. At that, the young master's eyes darkened, and a massive explosion rocked the foot of the mountain. The two subordinates jumped, clutching their chests as dust clouds obscured everything. The young master growled in anger. You wouldn't be screaming my name in front of Jun Xiao Yao, would you? He glanced at Xianxia, who was dazed from being struck, and callously remarked, You've really been spoiled rotten. Xianxia was left stunned, unable to believe what she'd heard. The young master ignored her, too busy deep in thought. Jun Xiaoyao, son of Uncle Wu Hui and the goddess of the Jiang clan, even the 18th ancestor holds him in high regard. Damn it, messing with him might cost me my spot in the top 10 list. I have to go apologize before things get worse. Scene change. Elsewhere, Jun Tien was staring intensely at his grandson with a dangerous look in his eyes, while Jun Xiaoyao whistled and dodged his gaze, looking pale. Jun Tien scoffed, Not bad, kid. Our little Jun Xiaoyao is still so young, yet he's already quite the flirt. Found yourself a little lady, so you don't need your grandpa anymore, huh? Jun Xiaoyao immediately scurried over, pouting and acting cutesy. How could you say that? I'll always be your precious little treasure, Grandpa. Jun Tien frowned and pushed him away. All right, enough with the sappy talk. His expression turned serious. Tell me, what technique did you use at Taiyu Peak today? Jun Xiaoyao replied, It was a bit of a miraculous encounter, called the Divine Elephant overpowering the prison. Jun Tien looked confused. A divine elephant? Never heard of it. Jun Xiaoyao explained, In short, it's a very powerful technique. They say if you reach the peak of mastery, you could transform into an ancient divine elephant and even summon the gates of hell to force demons to fight for you. Jun Tien turned pale with shock. That powerful? You won't suffer a chi deviation, will you? Jun Xiaoyao answered, I don't think so. Jun Tien crossed his arms, smiling proudly. As long as you're putting in the effort, once you turn 10, we'll throw you a grand birthday celebration. Jun Xiaoyao remained silent, showing none of the joy other children would feel. Jun Tien continued, By then, every major force in the Yuan Tien immortal domain, the ancient clans, and the supreme families will all be there. He beamed. Wait for that day. We will announce your identity to all the immortal domains. An era that belongs to you is about to begin. Jun Xiaoyao swallowed hard, feeling even more anxious. Just then, a system interface popped up. Congratulations to the host for activating this sign-in location. Please sign in at your 10th birthday celebration. Jun Xiaoyao was stunned. He furrowed his brows in worry. The 10th birthday celebration. That's 7 years from now. Isn't that gap way too long? What exactly are the rules for these sign-ins? As he pondered, Linglong suddenly appeared. Young Master, the young master sword-bearer from outside the Heavenly Emperor's palace is here to pay his respects. Jun Xiaoyao jumped, clutching his chest as he turned to scold her. Why do you pop in and out like a ghost? You scared the life out of me. Linglong looked confused. But you were the one who said I could treat this place like home. Jun Xiaoyao was speechless. You really don't stand on ceremony at all, do you? He crossed his legs. Whatever. Who did you say wants to see me? Who is the young master sword-bearer? Linglong explained that he was the young master Xianxia followed, and someone from the same clan as him, essentially a clan senior brother. Jun Xiaoyao forced a laugh. And who is Xianxia? Linglong reminded him, the girl who's incredibly loud. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes widened in recognition. Her? Oh, you mean the loud one. I get it now. They continued their conversation. So, why is this senior brother here to see me? My subordinates don't dare to speak nonsense. Fine, take me to see this senior brother. As they stepped out to meet the young master sword-bearer, Jun Xiaoyao's expression suddenly turned grave. He noticed the thorny vines tightening around someone's wrists. The young master sword-bearer stepped forward and spoke. I heard my follower didn't show proper respect and cause a conflict with brother Jun Xiaoyao. So today I brought her here to accept punishment. Behind him stood Xianxia, her clothes torn, her face vacant, tied up with thorny vines. The young master smiled. I hope you are generous enough to forgive this foolish girl, little brother. Jun Xiaoyao's blood boiled. Accept punishment? This jerk is clearly just here to assert dominance. A cup of tea was placed in front of the young master. Jun Xiaoyao said, "You came here quite suddenly. I only have this tea to offer. Please forgive my lack of hospitality." The man laughed. "Not at all. It is I who was abrupt." But inside, he was seething with rage. He actually has Jun Linglong acting as his servant to pour his tea. "You little brat." Jun Xiaoyao stared at the teacup in his hand for a moment before looking up. "Are you really just going to leave her kneeling there like that?" The sword-bearer wore a cold, mocking smile. "You joke, brother. Since she is here to accept punishment, if you forgive her, naturally, I wouldn't leave her here to lose face." Jun Xiaoyao set the cup down. "I think you've misunderstood. I, for one, never hold a grudge overnight." He spoke as if giving a reminder to the young master sword-bearer. "If someone offends me, I pay them back right on the spot." Jun Xiaoyao smirked dismissively. "So there's no need for you to satisfy your own special interests under the guise of an apology." Linglong, standing nearby, couldn't help but burst into laughter. She tried to stifle it. "How rude of me. Please, ignore me." They continued their standoff. The young master sword-bearer grew irritated, his jaw clenching until a vein popped in his forehead, yet he kept a fake, emotionless smile on his face. "It seems my dear brother isn't satisfied with my apology." As he spoke, he unleashed his energy behind him. There was no point in keeping this useless fool around anymore. The energy form of an ice sword aimed straight at Xianxia's face. The power was so intense it was radiating outward. The ground buckled, creating a trench that extended all the way to the entrance of the Celestial Emperor's palace. Luckily, Jun Linglong managed to grab Xianxia and dodged just in time, so ruthless. She lowered her head and asked Xianxia, "Is this the sword master you were always pining after?" The girl was covered in wounds and bit her lip, saying nothing. Seeing that Xianxia had been rescued, Jun Zongjian frowned in annoyance. Just then, Jun Xiao Yao spoke up. "Brother, your temper is quite fiery, isn't it? But you're so cold and heartless. And you're attacking right here in the Celestial Emperor's palace. Are you trying to provoke me?" Jun Zhangjian immediately broke into a cold sweat and forced a stiff smile. "It's just a misunderstanding. You're a noble scion of the Quan family. How would I ever dare to offend you?" Jun Xiaoyao countered. "Really? Then why did I?" At this point, he flipped the table over. "Not buying it, are you?" Jun Zhangjian raised his hands to shield himself, staring at Jun Xiaoyao in disbelief, only to see the boy raise his leg, gathering an astonishing amount of power. Jun Xiaoyao was fuming inwardly. "You come to my place, start bossing my people around, and even try to kill someone right in front of me. Who are you trying to scare? If I really were just a 3-year-old child, I might have actually been intimidated. But unfortunately," he thought, launching a kick, "you messed with the wrong person." This single strike caught Jun Zhangjian completely off guard. He was sent flying 10 feet back, terrified out of his mind. What the hell? Is this the strength of a 3-year-old? Jun Xiaoyao walked over with a powerful stride and said, "Brother, I didn't lie to you, did I? If someone offends me, I make them pay for it right then and there." Jun Xiaoyao smirked, waving his hand in a mocking gesture. "The weather is nice today. Why don't we have a little spar? It'll be a great way to bond as brothers. What do you say?" "Jun Zhangjin, surely you aren't too scared to accept my challenge, right?" Hearing this, Jun Zhangjian's blood boiled, his eyes turning bloodshot. The audacity. He tried to breathe slowly to calm himself down, reminding himself not to get baited by a 3-year-old. Jun Zhangjin replied, "Since you want to spar so badly, as your elder brother, I'll oblige." He produced a piece of Yuan Tien jade from his sleeve. "But regardless, I am older than you, so I'll only use 30% of my power." His eyes were full of determination. "If you can beat me, I'll give this Yuan Tien supreme command to you. Of course, if you lose, you better apologize for your rudeness." Jun Xiaoyao looked at the object in his hand, thinking, the Yuan Tien supreme command. Suddenly, a telepathic message echoed in his head. "That's a good treasure." He glanced at Xianxia, who was being tended to by Jun Linglong in the back, listening to her telepathic instructions. "Little scion, since he's offering it himself, don't hold back. Give him a good beating and take that medallion," she explained. "That medallion might be linked to the legendary Supreme Secret Vault." Jun Xiaoyao looked over. "Supreme Secret Vault? Tell me more." Jun Linglong explained. "The so-called Supreme refers to the immortal beings who stand at the very peak of the ancient Immortal Realm." She smiled confidently. "Just imagine how many treasures must be hidden in an all-powerful vault like that." Jun Xiaoyao understood what she meant and grinned, so that was it. He rubbed his hands together with a sinister expression, eyes wide as he addressed Jun Zhangjian. "You're so generous, brother. I really must thank you for this." Jun Zhangjian didn't understand what was happening and felt a shiver down his spine. This Quan family scion might be a greedy little brat. A moment later, he was panting. unable to believe what was happening. How is this possible? What on earth is going on? Jun Xiaoyao gripped his sword, taking a stance. I am ranked among the top 10 in the Quan family, a recognized prodigy. His face looked like it was about to crack from confusion. So why am I being suppressed by a 3-year-old? Watching Jun Xiaoyao dancing around in front of him, Jun Xiaoyao felt a surge of irritation. The way the kid was wiggling back and forth was actually nauseating. Jun Xiaoyao even taunted. Come on, Jun Xiaoyao, you can do it. Jun Xiaoyao's face was twisted in disgust, sweat pouring down, his mind screaming, disgusting. I really want to punch him. Everyone in the palace quickly gathered around to watch. Wow, it's so lively. What's going on? Young Master Jun Xiaoyao, ranked 10th on the list, is sparring with the young scion. Wait, they're actually sparring? But isn't the young scion only 3 years old? Isn't this bullying? Others laughed. You never know. Don't speak too soon. They watched the fight. Up until now, young Master Jun Xiaoyao had been consistently on the defensive. Jun Xiaoyao took a few deep breaths, telling himself not to get led around by the nose. He swung his sword, and a purple pillar of light erupted. He calculated in his head. If he is the scion appointed by the 18 heavens, he must have some extraordinary abilities. He gripped his sword tighter, telling himself it was just because he was being too careless and he needed to get serious. The Xuanvo Kingdom Lord saw this and was shocked. That's the Purple Emperor's sword technique. Everyone else was just as stunned. Is it really necessary to go that far against a 3-year-old? Young Master Jun Xiaoyao can't possibly lose, can he? Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao's face went dark, his hand not slowing down. Lose my ass. You guys don't know how freakish this little brat is. Though, on the surface, he still pretended, saying, Brother, be careful now. Jun Xiaoyao rushed forward using the Rising Sun 9 swords technique, while still acting concerned. Don't get hurt. Zhang Linglong observed the match, silently evaluating the Purple Emperor sword technique. Even for the main branch of the Quan family, this was a top-tier technique. She analyzed the sword energy weaving into a net, blocking every escape route for the opponent. This bastard is actually trying to kill him. Her expression remained nonchalant, as if it were no big deal. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao smiled, completely unfazed. He raised his hand, and suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao's sword was ripped from his grip by an invisible force. He reached out to grab it back but couldn't. Jun Xiaoyao turned pale, thinking, my sword. Jun Xiaoyao spoke up. What's the matter? I keep feeling like. As he spoke, he jumped up and swung his leg. You're weaker than I imagined. A massive explosion erupted, filled with fire and dust. When things cleared, a single tooth could be seen flying through the air. Jun Xiaoyao had been kicked in the face. The pain so intense his vision went white, his mind unable to think clearly. Wait, that's my tooth. Why is my tooth flying through the air? He fell backward, still in a daze. What happened? Jun Xiaoyao easily snatched the Yuan Tien command. He excitedly flaunted it. The Yuan Tien Supreme Command. I got it. Just then, the system notified him that a key item had been discovered and a new check-in location had been refreshed. Check-in successful. Yuan Tien Supreme Secret Vault. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the Yuan Tien Supreme Command. Beaming with joy, this was truly an unexpected delight. Jun Linglong, while bandaging Xianxia's wounds, asked, Did you see that? That's the sword master you were always going on about. She continued bandaging. His cultivation isn't exceptional, and his character is even worse. Jun Linglong looked back. She knew she wasn't exactly smart, so she shouldn't let someone like that fool her. Xianxia yanked her hand away. That's enough. With her face scratched up, Xianxia cried out, I don't need your pity. She turned and stomped off, muttering to herself, The Jun clan's sword, the Jun clan's Jun Linglong, the Jun clan's Xiao Yao. As she ran, Xianxia looked back, her face streaked with tears. I'll make you members of the Jun clan pay for this. Jun Linglong just furrowed her brow, at a total loss for words. Xiao Yao stood by, teasing her. Wow, you really have a way with words, don't you? No wonder people hate you. Jun Linglong looked blank. I was just telling the truth, wasn't I? Xiao Yao was speechless, his face turning pale. From now on, if you get beaten up out there, don't come looking for me. I don't want to get involved. Jun Linglong was even more confused, her head filled with question marks. The summer passed and all that noise, autumn arrived as the leaves fell, winter was awakened, and spring brought flowers that bloomed in a blink. The 4 seasons had cycled through. 7 years later, Jiang Luoli cheered with joy. Finally, I'm here. Before her eyes was a bustling, crowded street. She looked around, marveling at it all. So this is the Jun clan's God Island? It's so lively. Jiang Luoli's eyes sparkled with hope. If I could meet that adorable little guy, that would be perfect. Just then, in front of the Heavenly Emperor's palace, Two rare golden peacocks soared through the sky to announce the guests. The Daoji heavenly sect has arrived to present gifts in honor of the divine child. The Nine Scrolls Great Dian Holy Land is here to present gifts for the divine child. A vase of divine jade marrow and 100 pieces of top-tier divine essence. The princess of the Great Shang dynasty presents a rare treasure. A painting of mountains and rivers. Someone walking by tripped and almost lost their footing. The servant next to them quickly chimed in, "Watch your step. These are all official ceremonial robes for the divine child's 10th birthday party. Don't you dare ruin them." The other replied, "How many great clans and families came to celebrate the divine child's 10th birthday? It's such a glorious sight." The two chatted away. "It's not like you are the one getting glory here. Why are you so happy? It's an honor just to be here." One of them said proudly, "Tell me, our divine child has had incredible talent since birth. After this seclusion, do you think he's already broken through to the true spirit realm?" They arrived at a towering building behind the heavenly emperor's palace. A man bowed respectfully and said, "We respectfully welcome the divine child out of seclusion. Please, divine child, allow us to help you bathe and change into your ceremonial robes for your 10th birthday feast." Hearing no response, he opened his eyes. Divine child? Before him was an empty space, filled with cracks and fissures. There was even a message carved into the wall. "Seclusion is so boring, I'm going out to play." Jun Xiao Yao and the others saw this and panicked, shouting, "The divine child has broken out of seclusion." The wind chimed in the breeze. Xiao Yao said solemnly, 3 years. 3 years of gritting my teeth while chewing on apples. With a mask on his face and his arms full of fruit, Xiao Yao felt deeply wronged. "I haven't eaten a proper meal in 3 years. If I can't eat, what's the point of cultivation?" He shed tears as he swore. "If I ever go into seclusion again, I'll disown the Jun name." Jun Xiaoyao was 10 years old now, and the thing he hated most was fasting. Jun Linglong frowned and thought, "If we're comparing, at least you get to eat. Going 10 days or half a month without a bath is what I hate the most." Xiao Yao agreed loudly. "Exactly. Wait," he suddenly remembered. "Why are you here, big sister?" Jun Linglong replied, "I'm following the family head's orders to drag a certain divine child back to the palace." Xiao Yao just smiled and stayed silent. He whipped his head around and leaped across several rooftops. "See ya." Jun Linglong immediately gave chase. "Don't you dare run. It takes half a day just to put on those ceremonial robes. If we don't go back now, we'll be late." Xiao Yao yelled back while fleeing, rejecting the formality. "I don't want to wear that heavy, annoying outfit. I'll head back when the time comes." Suddenly, a loud scream rang out. "Help me." Xiao Yao was surprised and confused. He stopped in his tracks. Xiao Yao stood on a rooftop looking down. Jiang Luoli was grabbing someone by the shoulders, scolding them angrily. "What are you yelling for, you ugly thing?" The girl held up a gray bird as evidence. "You clearly hurt Xiao Kui's leg first. It's broken." Another person stepped in, looking flustered and trying to mediate. "Miss, let's talk about this calmly. Everyone, please, let's be reasonable." He looked distressed. "Tell me how we can compensate you so you'll be generous enough to forgive this boy." Jiang Luoli gritted her teeth in frustration. "That's not how this works. Who wants your compensation? What do you take me for? Some kind of thug looking to extort people." She still had the guy by the collar. "He broke Xiao Kui's leg, so I'm going to break his. Then we'll be even." The man panicked. "Help. Someone save me." Xiao Yao, watching the drama from the rooftop, thought to himself, "Where did this bratty little kid come from?" His expression darkened. "She dares to bully people on my Jun clan's turf. That's pretty bold." Xiao Yao guessed, she must be a cultivator, too. He pulled out a projectile, or rather, a piece of trash, a leftover apple seed. Xiao Yao looked at the loudmouthed Jiang Luoli and thought, "Let me teach you a little lesson." Suddenly, Jiang Luoli glanced up, noticing something unusual. She caught the projectile midair. Who dares to ambush this young lady? She suddenly felt a chill. Wait, this feeling. Jiang Luoli opened her hand. She recoiled in disgust, tears of horror welling up in her eyes as she shook her hand. Ugh, what kind of nasty projectile is this? It's all wet and gross. Seeing this, Xiao Yao was satisfied. That's what you get. Who told you to bully normal people? Jiang Luoli gritted her teeth and glared upward. You. When she saw Xiao Yao wearing the demon mask, her blood boiled even more. Where did this ugly monster crawl out from, daring to meddle in my business? Do you have any idea who I am? Xiao Yao didn't hold back either, shouting back, calling others an ugly monster when you're the one acting like one. You ugly monster. Jiang Luoli was furious. I'm so mad I could explode. She gathered her strength and leaped up. Jiang Luoli quickly scrambled onto the rooftop, determined to punch Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao thought, oh, she's fast. Jiang Luoli threw a punch, but Xiaoyao nimbly ducked and dodged it. She missed, and he quickly leaped to another roof. Xiaoyao secretly analyzed. That wasn't nearly enough force to actually hurt someone, which means she doesn't actually want to hurt me. She's probably just venting. Jiang Luoli stomped her foot in frustration. Don't you run away, you ugly creep. Get over here and fight me 300 rounds. Xiaoyao stuck his tongue out and made a face. You can't even catch me, and you want to fight. If you're so good, come and catch me then, the ugly monster thought. Overall, just distract her for now. I don't want to cause any more trouble. But that reckless Jun Linglong is still chasing me. Jun Linglong was standing alone on another rooftop, speechless as she watched the two of them playing tag. She looked at the jade pendant on Jiang Luoli's clothes. That person is from the Jiang family of Qingzhou. As Jun Linglong weighed the scale between her family duty and her responsibilities, she thought, the eldest miss of the Jiang family. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Oh, this is getting complicated. Should I stop them? But honestly, watching the show is way more fun than anything else. Jun Linglong thought excitedly, finding it all very amusing. Keep watching. They chased each other all the way to a running stream. Xiaoyao kept running for his life, while Jiang Luoli panted behind him. You, stand right there. Xiaoyao was secretly surprised. She can actually keep up with me. This little girl is no simple character. Jiang Luoli's face turned pale from running out of breath. If I don't teach you a lesson today, Jiang Luoli, my name isn't worth a thing. Xiaoyao crossed his arms, feeling defeated and racking his brain. He'd only meant to save someone on a whim, but he never expected to drag such a huge annoyance along with him. How was he supposed to end this? Suddenly, fireworks shot into the sky as the sunset faded away. Seeing this, Xiaoyao sighed to himself. Oh boy, the 10-year birthday banquet is about to start. He turned around and reached out a hand. Sorry, little miss. I'm in a huge hurry right now. I can't keep playing with you. Jiang Luoli was confused. Ha. Xiaoyao jumped and a glowing light appeared on his palm. He tapped her, then took off, leaving Jiang Luoli standing there, completely bewildered. Meanwhile, time shifted to the evening at the Heavenly Emperor's palace. A herald announced the gifts. The Jiang family presents an ancient saint-grade treasure, 3 immortal Chu herbs, 100 top-tier saint pills, and 1,000 supreme spirit crystals. The crowd gasped in awe at the massive gifts. After all, the Jiang family and the Jun family have been closely connected for generations. The Jiang family is practically the mother's clan of the Jun family's divine child. Look, at this very moment, a woman dressed in white walked in. The crowd whispered as they watched the newcomers. That beauty in white must be the goddess born with the innate sword blade, Jiang Shengyi. And the little girl next to her must be the Jiang family's prized pearl, Jiang Luoli, who possesses the Taoist spirit body. The little girl didn't look very happy. Someone explained that she was rumored to be betrothed to the Jun family's divine child. Seeing Jiang Luoli's grumpy face, they whispered, kids will be kids, probably just a little temper tantrum. Young people these days are all about freedom of love anyway. Shengji turned to her younger sister and whispered, getting into trouble, aren't you? Let's see if you dare run off and cause chaos next time. Jiang Luoli huffed loudly, don't let me run into that ugly monster again, or I'll give him a real beating. She remembered how Shengji had underestimated her earlier, insisting she could handle him. Shengji worriedly said, if he hadn't been a kind-hearted young hero, I'm afraid you wouldn't have made it to the divine child's 10-year banquet in one piece. Jiang Luoli groaned. Oh, so annoying. Why are you taking the outsider's side? Right then, someone else approached. Miss Jiang Luoli, Ye Xingyun greeted, extending a hand. Long time no see. How have you been? Jiang Luoli looked utterly bored. Sorry, and you are? Yi Xingyun, flustered, explained. Jiang Luoli, don't you remember me? At the Luo Yue secret realm. Jiang Luoli coldly interrupted. I remember now. Who are you again? Yi Xingyun didn't lose his smile, bowing politely as he reintroduced himself. I am Yi Xingyun of the desolate ancient Yi family. But Jiang Luoli just brushed past him. Right. Hello. Goodbye. Shengyi whispered nervously. Jiang Luoli, that was so rude. The girl looked troubled. I couldn't help it. Yi Xingyun trembled hearing them talk. Big sister, you know I have face blindness. I can never remember those generic, everyday faces. Fu Bo stood nearby, concerned. Young master, are you all right? Yi Xingyun gritted his teeth, his face turning bright red as he hugged himself. Fu Bo, I actually think getting the cold shoulder from Miss Jiang Luoli feels pretty great. Fu Bo sighed in defeat. Whatever makes you happy, sir. Inside the banquet hall, the place was packed. Jun Xiaoyao stepped onto the raised platform and raised his voice. Everyone, I think we're just about all here. He waved his hand with a satisfied expression. I am deeply grateful to all of you for traveling thousands of miles to attend my grandson's birthday banquet. The crowd buzzed. They say the Jun family's divine child could defeat the 10th ranked fighter by the age of 3. I wonder what realm he's in now. Maybe he's already reached the true spirit realm. Jun Xiao observed the room, secretly impressed. Quite a few talented youths had shown up, including the 10th ranked Jun Zhongjin, the 7th ranked Jun Shuihuang, and the 5th ranked Jun Wanji. And there was Yi Xingyun of the desolate ancient Yi family. As he looked around, thinking about trying to sit next to Miss Jiang Luoli, the Jiang family from Qingjian, Shengyi, and Jiang Luoli arrived. Someone laughed and shouted, "Where is the Jun family's divine child? Why hasn't he appeared yet?" Jun Xiaoyao replied, internally fuming, "Good question. I have no idea where that brat ran off to." He tried to buy some time, when suddenly, a loud crash came from the roof, followed by a massive pillar of light that left Jun Xiaoyao wide-eyed. Xiao Yao grinned. "Don't be so impatient, Grandpa." Everyone present was shocked. Xiao Yao added, "Doesn't the main character always show up at the very end?" Jun Xiaoyao turned pale as he looked up. There was Xiao Yao, sprawled out on the roof, legs crossed, looking completely unbothered. "Greetings, everyone. Thanks for coming to my 10-year birthday party." Seeing his unruly grandson pulling these stunts, Jun Xiaoyao was furious and cursed under his breath. "What on earth? It's such an important day. Why are you late? What is going on in that head of yours?" Xiao Yao broke into a cold sweat, realizing he messed up. "Oh, he's actually mad this time. I'm definitely going to have to make it up to him later." Jiang Luoli noticed the small stature and the outfit Xiao Yao was wearing. She seemed to realize something. Her eyes narrowed in deep thought. That hair, that outfit. Could it be that same guy from before? She instantly realized he was the jerk who had scared her earlier. There was no doubt about it. Without a second thought, Jiang Luoli pointed straight at Xiao Yao and shouted, "Hey, you." Xiao Yao started sweating bullets, his face dropping. He couldn't believe his luck that this kid was here. Crap, how did this little brat find me? I've got to find a way to bluff my way out of this. But then he noticed how cute Jiang Luoli actually was. Oh, what a pretty young lady. He quickly regained his composure, ready to use his silver tongue to smooth things over. With a sugary tone and a practiced professional smile, Xiao Yao looked down at Jiang Luoli. "Have we met somewhere before?" As he spoke, he struck his most dashing, cool guy pose. Looking at this display, Jiang Luoli was left completely speechless. She gave him a look that couldn't be more judgmental, then didn't say another word. Seeing Jiang Luoli's reaction, Tiu Jiao was so embarrassed he couldn't even get a sentence out and just managed an awkward laugh to brush it off. Jiang Luoli then walked straight up to Tiu Jiao and started inspecting him closely. She thought to herself, honestly, looking this closely, he looks like a total brat. Why does he have such a cute face? His eyes were sparkling like the stars. It seemed she was starting to take an interest in this godly child of the Quan family. Tiu Jiao saw Jiang Luoli's 180-degree attitude shift and started sweating, thinking, "Wait, is this kid a powerhouse too? It looks like I've met a formidable opponent today." Jiang Shengji had been watching them from below, shaking his head in resignation and sweating bullets. He thought, "Oh no, don't tell me this girl, Jiang Luoli's bad habit is acting up again. Whenever she sees something she thinks is cute, she turns into this." Jun Xiaoyao, who had been watching this interesting scene from the side, couldn't help but be surprised. He muttered, hey, something's happening." He didn't hesitate to give Tiu Jiao a hearty pat on the back and laughed loudly. "Kid, not bad at all. And you, wondering why you got hit." Then, Jun Xiaoyao announced loudly to both Tiu Jiao and Jiang Luoli, "Even though you two already know each other, I should still make a formal introduction. Tiu Jiao, this is Miss Jiang Luoli, the precious gem of the Kung family. And, well, she's your fiancée. Although she looks a bit petite, she's actually a year older than you." Tiu Jiao, who was acting normal, suddenly let out a confused, "Huh?" along with a goofy, blank smile. Jiang Luoli heard this and rolled her eyes, completely caught off guard. Huh? That was just her acting surprised. In reality, she was thrilled, but on the outside, she forced herself to look shy and pretended to object. Yi Xingyun, watching from below, was just as shocked. His jaw dropped, he couldn't believe it. Tiu Jiao was frozen solid, his mind spiraling. No. Why did it suddenly turn out like this? I'm already a godly child, can't I even escape an arranged marriage? He suddenly had a bold idea. That's it. I just need to make this little girl hate me. I'll tell her it was me who was teasing her earlier. Just then, Jiang Luoli suddenly pulled a shimmering golden pill from her sleeve, handed it to Tiu Jiao, and said, "Here, this is for you." Tiu Jiao looked at the glowing pill in his hand and asked curiously, "What is this?" Jiang Luoli gave him a cute look, her eyes sparkling as she replied, It's a spirit pill refined from the water of the ageless spring. Eat it quickly, and promise me, keep that face exactly as it is now and don't grow up. Otherwise, you won't be cute anymore. Tiu Zhao looked at the pill, feeling helpless, and thought, this is bad. This kid is really not right in the head. He tried to calm himself down. Quen Tiu Zhao, keep it together. Don't give up. Even though he was panicking inside, he refused to give up on his plan. He had to find a way to break this engagement. Tiu Zhao looked around and saw Jun Linglong standing in the distance. He had found his target. A wicked idea popped into his head. He pointed at Jun Linglong and signaled to her, hey, jump out here and tell them we've already promised ourselves to each other. I'll pay you whatever you want. Jun Linglong was horrified by this sudden, crazy request from Tiu Zhao. She thought, that stingy godly child is actually, but I can't get dragged into his games. Jun Linglong quickly signaled back, no way, I refuse. I still want to make it out of here alive. Tiu Zhao immediately signaled back to her, you're my servant. By rights, you should follow my orders. Jun Linglong quickly brushed it off, frantically waving her hands to reject his insane idea. Sorry, I'm quitting. Tiu Zhao tried to force a smile on his face, but inside he was boiling with rage, veins popping out on his forehead, cursing under his breath. Jun Linglong wore a mischievous grin, thinking she just wanted to watch the show. She told herself to hold back her laughter. Below the stage, the guests were clapping and cheering, showering Tiu Zhao and Jiang Luoli with praise. Congratulations. What a perfect match. A union made in heaven. Tiu Zhao kept the polite smile on his face, but inside, he was cursing them out. Damn it. Have any of you realized I'm still just a 10-year-old kid? Somebody, anyone, come and kill this vibe. Just then, Yi Xingyun suddenly slammed his hand on the table. He shouted, I don't agree to this marriage. Hearing that, Tiu Zhao was overjoyed. He felt like he had just found his life's salvation. He was so happy he almost shed a tear, turning to look at his savior. Yi Xingyun, with pure gratitude. Yi Xingyun shouted with an angry expression, I do not agree to this marriage. Fu Bo, standing next to Yi Xingyun, saw everything and quickly stepped in to stop him. Young master, you can't cause trouble here. But Yi Xingyun remained stubborn, insisting, I'm not causing trouble. Just then, Jun Xiaoyao spoke up from the high stage. How ridiculous! Since when does it concern you who the Quan family marries? Seeing the situation getting tense, Tiu Zhao quickly reached out to stop his grandfather and said, Grandpa, wait a second. He then personally walked down, heading straight toward Yi Xingyun. With a respectful look, Tiu Zhao cupped his hands together, bowed slightly, and asked, May I ask for the young master's name? Yi Xingyun wasn't shy at all and declared loudly, He is from the Diep family, the ancient Diep family. Yi Xingyun, Tiu Zhao smiled and said calmly, Young Master Diep, as you can see, since ancient times, snatching a bride requires one to show their strength. With that, he extended his hand, inviting Yi Xingyun to make his move. Yi Xingyun wasn't intimidated, responding calmly, What? Does the Quan family's godly child want to fight me, Yi Xingyun? Tiu Zhao gave a friendly smile and nodded. Why not? By now, it was already dark, and the bright moon shone down on the heavenly emperor's palace, creating a stunning scene. The crowd of onlookers below immediately started buzzing. Wait, really? The godly child of the Quan family and the young master of the Diep family are going to fight. One person looked thrilled, laughing. Ha ha, we've got a good show to watch now. Meanwhile, Jun Suhuang was just enjoying a glass of wine when Truong Kim approached her. I heard you specifically came out of seclusion early just to attend Tiu Jiao's 10-year birthday party. Jun Shuihuang kept a straight face, put her glass down, and replied, Well, being able to defeat you when he's only 10 years old, it is a bit strange. Her words were like a dagger to his ego. Quan Truong Kim gritted his teeth in anger and clicked his tongue, but he couldn't argue with her. He looked toward Jun Wanji, thinking, But compared to her, this one is even more of a mystery. Given his personality, I can't believe he actually showed up at a party like this. Outside the banquet hall, Yi Xingyun and Jun Xiaoyao prepared to face off to decide who would claim the oil. Fu Bo, who was accompanying Xingyun, could only look at them and sigh helplessly, saying, Young masters, is it really necessary to fight right here? Xingyun quickly gathered spiritual energy into 2 fingers on his right hand, saying in a firm tone, Don't worry, Fu Bo, I know my limits. I won't hurt Jun Xiaoyao. With that, he dashed straight toward Jun Xiaoyao and shouted, Young master of the Jun family, please advise me. He unleashed his ultimate move, the star-shattering finger, attacking Jun Xiaoyao directly. When Jun Xiaoyao saw the attack, his eyes widened in surprise. The guests at the banquet began whispering excitedly, The Yi family's star spirit king physique truly lives up to its reputation. They murmured, I wonder how the Jun family's young master will handle this. However, Jun Xiaoyao's shocked expression wasn't because the attack was strong, but because it was actually quite weak. With a casual flick of his hand, he batted away Yi Xingyun's right hand, instantly nullifying his star-shattering finger. But immediately after, Yi Xingyun's eyes burned with determination. He channeled his energy to perform the star-shattering finger once more, this time with his left hand, aiming straight at Jun Xiaoyao's face. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao quickly dodged the move. He was surprised to see that Xingyun could attack so flexibly with both hands. Xingyun unleashed a rapid barrage of attacks at Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao dodged them with ease, moving with great skill. He sidestepped left, then right, then stepped back. With a playful expression, as if he were teasing Xingyun, he thought, "Is this what they call a barrage of attacks?" After a flurry of blows, Xingyun's spiritual energy began to run dry, forcing him to stop and catch his breath. Although Jun Xiaoyao had dodged all of Xingyun's attacks, he hadn't fully steadied himself yet after the continuous movement. Xingyun panted, unable to believe it, thinking, "He dodged it? You've got to be kidding me, he actually dodged it." By now, Jun Xiaoyao had regained his balance, standing calmly as if nothing had happened. Looking at Jun Xiaoyao's relaxed expression, Xingyun thought bitterly. To outsiders, it looks like he's struggling to fend off my attacks, but in reality, I can't even lay a finger on him. Lost in his thoughts, Xingyun glanced over at Jiang Luoli. Jiang Luoli's eyes were wide and her mouth hung open. Staring in amazement at Jun Xiaoyao's masterful dodges, her heart growing more enamored as she couldn't take her eyes off him. Seeing the look of infatuation on Jiang Luoli's face as she watched Jun Xiaoyao, Xingyun gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, "I absolutely cannot lose face in front of Miss Jiang Luoli." He immediately activated his skill, and mysterious runes began to appear on his forehead. A powerful blue spiritual energy surged around him. The star spirit true body was ready to unleash its final move. A massive attack shot straight toward Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao felt a sense of dread, thinking, "Wait, this doesn't feel right. Does it?" Xingyun smugly thought as he unleashed the star-swallowing black hole palm. "Let's see you dodge this one." Jun Xiaoyao saw the attack closing in, his expression shifting from confidence to regret as he muttered, "I overdid it." From the palm of Ye Xingyun, the star-swallowing black hole palm emitted a shimmering light like starlight, with powerful spiritual energy condensing into a brilliant vortex, as if he were wielding the entire starry sky around him. This was a move only the star spirit King Physique could perform. Trapped by the swirling blue vortex of spiritual energy, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't escape. He felt a terrifying pressure bearing down on him, thinking, "If this keeps up, I'll be torn to pieces by his move." In that desperate moment, within the blue vortex of energy, a golden light flashed, followed by Jun Xiaoyao's shout, "Prison-suppressing elephant." Instantly, a phantom image of a massive elephant appeared, shattering Xingyun's swirling energy. The giant divine elephant stood firm, clashing against the brilliant, star-like energy of Xingyun. Seeing the golden spiritual energy erupting from Jun Xiaoyao, the saintess exclaimed in utter shock, "That golden aura, it's the primordial sacred physique." The guests below, who had been gossiping and watching the drama, immediately burst into an uproar. It really is the primordial sacred physique. Could it be the one that caused the 10,000 saints bowing phenomenon 10 years ago? Another asked skeptically, "But isn't it rumored that the primordial sacred physique has become a crippled body?" Just then, a wise-looking man stroked his beard and analyzed, "I'm afraid the Jun family must have spent a fortune to help this child break through several shackles, but even so, the path of the primordial sacred physique is not a long one." On the arena, Xingyun and Jun Xiao Yao continued to trade blows, neither yielding. Both had eyes filled with determination, giving their all to claim victory. However, not long after, the elephant phantom that Jun Xiaoyao had summoned began to fade, shattered by Xingyun's star-swallowing black hole palm. Xingyun's powerful attack struck Jun Xiaoyao directly, sending him flying into the air in excruciating pain. By now, Xingyun had also lost control due to overusing the power of the Star Spirit King Physique. He couldn't stop the final attack, and even though he sensed something, he no longer had the clarity of mind to pull back. Jun Xiaoyao was knocked high into the air before crashing to the ground in pain. Xingyun struggled to regain his senses. Jun Xiaoyao stood below the stage, his face turning pale with worry, his mouth agape in panic as he watched Xingyun unable to stop and Jun Xiaoyao being sent crashing down. A dull thud echoed as Jun Xiaoyao hit the ground, his body devoid of any fighting strength. This scene left the guests staring, wide-eyed in astonishment, unable to understand why. Jun Xiaoyao's prison-suppressing elephant had suddenly lost its effectiveness. Seeing him like this, Jun Linglong's face was drenched in sweat, deeply worried for his safety. Jun Xiaoyao's mouth was bleeding, and his face was severely injured. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao so badly hurt, Fu Bo was furious and shouted at Xing Yun, "Young master, how could you be so heavy-handed with a child?" Yi Xingyun panicked and immediately explained, "It's not what you think, Fu Bo. I didn't." At that moment, a memory flashed in Xingyun's mind, a crucial moment during their exchange of blows. In the split second before he was attacked, Jun Xiaoyao had winked at him with a faint smile. At the time, Xingyun hadn't understood the meaning behind that wink, but now he realized that Jun Xiaoyao had intentionally withdrawn the energy from his prison-suppressing elephant, causing the star-swallowing black hole palm to strike him directly. Moreover, Jun Xiaoyao had acted perfectly, crying out in immense pain as if he were truly critically wounded. Looking from afar, Xingyun finally realized the truth, muttering to himself, "That little brat. He did it on purpose." Xiao Yao tightly gripped Fu Bo's robe. He lay nestled in Fu Bo's arms, looking frail but still managing a smile, his voice breaking as he spoke. "Please, don't blame young Master Yi. It was my idea to have this duel, after all." Xiao Yao then put on a selfless expression, smiled gently at him, and said, "Young Master Yi's cultivation is peerless, truly unmatched. I have lost." Everyone knew that the desolate ancient sacred body was a useless physique. Xiao Yao's talent wasn't sharp, and he didn't want to ruin Miss Jiang's future. He put on a sensible face and said that perhaps it would be better to call off this engagement. Jun Xiaoyao's words struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving his grandfather, Jun Tien, stunned. He knew his grandson all too well and was so frustrated he felt like turning to stone, falling into deep thought while silently fuming. "Just you wait, you little brat." On the surface, Jiang Luoli wore a fake smile, but inside, an uncontrollable wave of anger surged. She thought to herself, "Is this guy just looking down on me?" But she didn't let her true feelings show. Jiang Luoli quickly hurried over to Xiao Yao, hugged his arm, and said affectionately, "Xiao Yao, please rest assured. Even if you are some desolate ancient sacred body, Jiang Luoli will never leave your side." Hearing Jiang Luoli's words and seeing her press so close, Xiao Yao turned pale. He recoiled in shock, as if facing something terrifying, and shouted, "You're clearly older than me, yet you call me big brother. Don't come near me." This scene caused a stir among the people in the grand hall. At the same time, Jun Wanji, one of the elders of the Jun family, saw the result of the duel between Tin Van and Xiao Yao. He was so furious that he crushed his wine cup until it cracked, then slammed it onto the table, growling. Preposterous, not surprising for someone born with a silver spoon in their mouth. That's right, just another one born with a silver spoon. Sitting opposite Jun Wanji was Jun Zhongjian, another member of the Jun family, who nodded in agreement while pouring wine, then said with a somber face, "We don't know how long we have to struggle to achieve something, while he just has it from birth." Right then, a white-haired man with a cold appearance and sharp teeth spoke up. "What the hell is this? Is this what they call the desolate ancient sacred body?" His voice was full of rage and contempt. The appearance of the figure on the roof of the Heavenly Emperor Palace immediately grabbed the attention of the entire crowd below. Everyone looked up and saw a group led by a white-haired man of the demon clan, standing with his arms crossed, sneering. The white-haired man spoke loudly with sarcasm. "He can't even beat a tiny firefly, yet he deserves the title of the human race's sacred body." Hearing this, Xiao Yao looked up, his expression devoid of emotion, though he was annoyed inside. Jun Xiaotian, watching from afar, sensed the aura radiating from the white-haired man and thought, "The primordial dragon clan." Above, the white-haired dragon clansman coldly called out the name Lan Qingya. A person near him immediately turned pale and broke into a cold sweat upon being addressed. She was just about to speak when the white-haired dragon clansman, not waiting, kicked Lan Qingya straight down. He said coldly, "You're playing with me, aren't you? I specifically rushed over here because I heard you say the desolate ancient sacred body had broken through its shackles." Xiao Yao stared at the dragon clansman without saying a word, but in his mind, he was recalling the events that had occurred a few months ago at the Ancestral Dragon Nest. On that day, at the Ancestral Dragon Nest, a grand banquet was held. The atmosphere was incredibly lively, with hundreds of demon clan members clinking glasses in a toast. Cheers erupted everywhere, celebrating the success of a major event. The Dragon Prince of the Dragon Clan had successfully fused with his first drop of dragon essence. The crowd of demons endlessly praised and congratulated the Dragon Prince for successfully fusing the dragon essence. That was dragon essence. If it were an ordinary person, their body would have exploded long ago. Only a prodigy like the Dragon Prince could refine it. A white-haired youth in gorgeous yellow robes, with 2 white dragon horns growing from his head and a strange mark between his brows, sat comfortably amidst the feast. He listened to the praises of the guests, wore an arrogant smile, and said with a smug expression, "What's a single drop of dragon essence worth? Older brother, I already fused with 3 of them. This white-haired youth was the dragon prince of the ancestral dragon nest, Long Haitian. Immediately after Haoshin's humble remark, his arrogant nature broke through. He shouted, "Sooner or later, I will be just like my big brother." That statement caused the guests below to roar in unison, shouting, wishing the dragon prince divine success soon. Some guests who didn't understand the dragon clan well seemed curious and a bit confused. Among them, a red-skinned guy glanced over and asked, Hey, what is dragon essence?" Another sneered, "You don't even know that." The chicken clan member, seeing the other guy was ignorant, acted wise and explained, "Dragon essence is the vital energy left behind after the dragon clan supremes passed away. It contains various divine abilities and secret imprints. It's a one-of-a-kind treasure in this world." Hearing this, the red-skinned guy's eyes lit up. "That's awesome. Can we use it too?" The chicken clan member sneered, "Use it? You'd explode and die from just a single drop." Just then, a woman's voice full of mockery rang out from the back. "You're just fusing 1 drop of dragon essence, and you're already here acting so high and mighty, holding a grand feast." That woman was none other than Xianxia. She wore a cloak that covered her entire body to hide her human identity. Xianxia raised her glass, her eyes thoughtful, then continued, "And yet, you don't even know that the neighboring Jun family has a son of God who received the 10,000 saints' bow. How laughable." One of Haoshin's loyal subordinates heard this, stood up, and barked, "Who is speaking such nonsense?" Right after that, Xianxia was suddenly exposed as a human by a blonde-haired demoness and thrown out of the main hall, landing face first on the ground. The blonde demoness jeered, "I should have known who had such a big mouth. A lowly human dares to run around here?" The ancestral dragon nest showed its tyranny. At this moment, she said to Long Haoshin, "Dragon Prince, why not cook this one up so we can have her as a snack with our wine?" Long Haoshin placed his hand on his thigh, thought for a moment, and then his gaze became extremely serious. "No, wait. What did you just say about the Jun family?" Xianxia felt fear in her heart, thinking, the ancestral dragon nest and the Jun family have a grudge. "I've come to the right place." Determined, she nodded and said, "Does the dragon prince not know yet? The Jun family's son of God was born with a desolate ancient sacred body and is currently sending out invitations, inviting many powerful families from the 4 corners of the desolate heaven immortal domain to attend his 10th birthday banquet." Long Haoshin focused his gaze, listening intently to every word Xianxia had just said. Hearing the 4 words, desolate ancient sacred body, his 2 subordinates and the crowd below immediately burst into laughter, mocking him. The ancient sacred body was a treasure thousands of years ago, but now it's just a useless husk. And yet, you're using that to invite powerful families from all corners of the realm? However, Long Haoshin remained calm and collected despite the mockery. He signaled for silence and ordered Xianxia to continue. "Keep talking. How could a useless husk like that be valued by the Jun family?" Kneeling below, Xianxia glanced up at Long Haoshin, secretly hopeful, and spoke with unwavering determination. "The ancient sacred body is called a chicken rib trash body because of the heavenly Tao's shackles. But what if you were to break those shackles?" Long Haoshin barked back in anger. "What kind of joke is this? That's what you call an ancient sacred body? It can't even swat a tiny firefly, and you dare call it a human race sacred body. Are you trying to play me for a fool?" Furious, he retorted, "I only came here because I heard you say the ancient sacred body broke its shackles." Xianxia took a hard kick to the stomach. She clutched it in pain, gritting her teeth as she thought, "You wretched little dragon brat." Just as she was about to collapse, a woman's arm wrapped around her from behind. "Caught you?" It was Jun Linglong, supporting Xianxia without saying a word. Luckily, they both landed safely. Hey, little brother, you're on Jun family grounds. To openly attack a disciple of the Jun family like this, isn't that going a bit too far?" Hearing Xiao Zhao's words, Long Haoshin smirked craftily, pointing down at Xianxia, and said smugly, "Jun family disciple. What are you talking about? This girl is my servant. I'll treat her however I damn well please." Xianxia looked devastated, her eyes vacant and filled with fear. She bit her lip, forced a smile, and muttered, "That's right. I am a servant to Lord Long." Jun Linglong glanced at her in surprise. Just then, the sound of a wine glass shattering came from inside the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes widened and his jaw dropped upon hearing her words. He was so shocked he dropped his glass, cursing under his breath. That wretch actually dared to bring people from the ancestral dragon nest to cause a scene at the Jun family banquet. Isn't this a slap in the face to the Jun family? Zhang Jian gritted his teeth in anger, panic setting in. If this gets investigated, I won't even be able to protect my status on the list. Xiao Zhao stood outside, quite calm, and countered, "A servant, huh? That's strange. Instead of being a young mistress, You chose to be a servant to a little dragon man. Xiao Jiao gave a mocking look, pointed at Haoshin, and said, I get it now. You're the legendary fetish Khan, aren't you? Feigning as if he had figured everything out. Zhang Linglong and Qingya, standing behind him, didn't understand a word of it. Since Xiao Jiao was using metaphors and slang from another era, he truly lived up to his reputation as an honors student before reincarnating here. Having said that, Xiao Jiao turned to Jun Linglong and ordered, Jun Linglong, take her outside. Yes, but inside, he felt bored, annoyed that Haoshin hadn't reacted to his words, making him feel a bit embarrassed. However, Xiao Jiao was incredibly smooth. With just a few sentences, he had shifted the situation, turning a Jun family disciple into a traitor and making the dragon prince of the ancestral dragon nest look like a garbage collector for the Jun family. Truly, one's words could shift the heavens. Xiao Jiao picked at his ear with his pinky finger and said dismissively, My old man told me that the relationship between our Jun family and the dragon clan has never been good, especially since my father, Zhang Wuhui, defeated the dragon clan's supreme. After skinning them and pulling out their tendons, the dragon clan has treated our Jun family like sworn enemies. Xiao Jiao flicked the huge piece of earwax he just dug out and calmly continued, Little brother, if you really want to pay back that debt, you should be coming for me directly. Only knowing how to bully women, using such disgusting tactics against the Jun family, how low. It seems you lack prestige. You're more like a waste of space. Haoshin, a 10-year-old boy, had been hit with words as sharp as blades. They sounded nonsensical but were incredibly convincing. Unable to come up with a rebuttal, he could only grit his teeth, his face turning green with rage. Xiao Jiao continued to use his silver tongue, saying nonchalantly, No wonder you've been looked down upon for all these years. Just then, Long Haoshin's two capable subordinates couldn't hold back their anger anymore. They flew down from the roof, attacking Xiao Jiao and shouting, Insolent brat, how dare you insult Lord Long? Xiao Jiao wasn't scared, he remained calm, his eyes sharp as knives, his golden pupils filled with confidence. I said, he remarked, the insolent ones are you, aren't they? As soon as he finished, the massive man serving Long Haoshin took a powerful punch to the face before he could even react. Meanwhile, the blonde female subordinate was struck in the chest by an ice shard, causing her to cough up blood. Both of them were sent flying back to where they started, tumbling like dead leaves. In front of Xiao Jiao and Jun Zhangjian, Jun Suang appeared, forming an imposing formation, ready to protect him. Standing in the middle, Xiao Jiao exuded the power of a Jun family scion without needing to lift a finger. He raised his voice. This is the Jun family territory. He added sternly, I won't allow lowly palm loaches like you to run wild here. Haoshin's two subordinates couldn't contain their fury. They flew down from the roof of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, charging at Xiao Jiao. They screamed, Insolent! How dare you insult Lord Long? Zhang Jian stomped his foot with a serious expression, leaping forward while thinking, I was the one who brought Lan Qingya to the Jun family. I have to find a way to fix this. Otherwise, I'll be the one getting punished. As he neared Xiao Jiao, his eyes were full of killing intent. With that thought, Zhang Jian unleashed the rising Sun Nine swords, myriad swords unified. His strike was aimed straight at Haoshin's male subordinate. Meanwhile, the female subordinate met a similar fate. Pure ice shards were created behind her by Jun Xiaoyao, who walked forward gracefully with a brilliant icy blue aura. Cold energy radiated around her as she casually waved her hand, unleashing Ice Heaven's Snow Lotus. After a shout, the lotus petals from Jun Xiaoyang's move struck Haoshin's subordinate at lightning speed, shattering her defenses into small pieces that fell like rain. The arrogance of Haoshin and his underlings was crushed in an instant. Both of Haoshin's subordinates were hit by the attacks from Jun Zhangjian and Jun Shuhong and were sent flying backward. Jun Shuhong looked on with eyes full of indifference and contempt. The lotus petals from Jun Shuiwang's Ice Heaven Snow Lotus technique surged forward at the speed of light, slamming into the body of Long Haoshin's subordinate, shattering it into tiny fragments that fell like rain. The arrogance of Long Haoshin and his lackey was crushed in an instant. Two of Long Haoshin's subordinates were caught by the double-pronged attack from the army sword and Jun Xiaowang, instantly sent flying backward. Jun Shuang wore a look of indifference and utter disdain. He spoke coldly. In our Jun clan, can any stray dog or cat just come here and start trouble? All the guests around gasped in shock, whispering in disbelief at what they were seeing. They are the 10th and 7th ranked members of the Jun clan. The two servants following the ancestral dragon's son are also from the primordial royal clan, yet they couldn't even withstand a single blow from someone ranked on the list. With power like that, how can they not be in the top 5? Who knows what kind of monsters are ranked 5 and above in the Jun clan? This is the background of the desolate ancient family for you. By now, the female subordinate of Long Haoshin, having been hit by the Frozen Heaven Snow Lotus technique from Jun Shuihuang, was lying unconscious. Her face was frozen solid by the frigid energy, and the other subordinate was in no better shape. After being slashed deeply across his chest by the most powerful move of the Purple Emperor's sword art, the Rising Sun, 9 swords, 10,000 swords converge, his whole body was covered in blood. Long Haoshan glared at his 2 subordinates, drenched in blood, his anger surging. After all, they were prodigies of the primordial royal clan, and now they were about to die right in front of him. He had originally come here with the intention of trampling Xiao Yao under his feet, but the reality was the exact opposite. Xiao Yao was perfectly fine, while Long Haoshan's own close subordinates were lying there gasping for their last breaths. His rage reached its breaking point. He roared, "Don't you get cocky. I'd had enough of your arrogance." Long Haoshan raised his right palm, and a silver surge of spirit energy quickly condensed into a white dragon claw, radiating such terrifying pressure that it felt as if it could shake the very heavens and earth. Jun Xiaoyao realized the attack was aimed straight at him, but he couldn't react in time and was struck in the chest by the dragon claw. He gritted his teeth in pain, thinking to himself, "The force is immense. It's the Dragon Clan's ultimate technique, the dragon-slaying hand." With eyes burning with resentment, Long Haoshan bellowed, "Go to hell." With that scream, he poured even more power into his strike. Jun Xiaoyao was instantly sent flying, and his sword shattered into pieces. Seeing Jun Xiaoyao under attack, Jun Xiaoyao quickly unleashed her wild bone-crushing technique, fiercely gathering energy before her to create hundreds of sharp ice shards to attack Long Haoshan. But Long Haoshan only glanced at her with cold eyes and said dismissively, "A nuisance." In an instant, he employed his mystical movement technique, appearing right in front of Jun Xiaoyao in the blink of an eye. She was stunned. She never expected Long Haoshan to close the distance that quickly. Long Haoshan, the dragon son of the ancestral dragon nest, had poured all his strength into this move, a strike so powerful that even Jun Xiaoyao couldn't dodge it. In that split second, a figure flashed by with incredible speed, shielding Jun Xiaoyao. The silver glow of Long Haoshan's dragon claw slammed straight into Xiao Yao's chest, erupting like a bomb. Dust and debris swirled into the air, and the ground trembled. Long Haoshan was stunned to realize that the one who had taken his dragon claw blow head-on was none other than Xiao Yao. Even with Marquis-level armor for protection, such a technique would usually cause grave injury, yet Xiao Yao not only remained unharmed but casually grabbed Long Haoshan's dragon claw with his bare hand. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao turned pale, her face drained of color as she stammered, "Lord, divine son." She was terrified, for if Xiao Yao were to be hurt because of her, she could never atone for such a sin, even if she died 10,000 times. Theoretically speaking, being hit by Long Haoshan's attack, even if one weren't smashed to pieces, should at least cause one to cough up blood and fly backward. But Xiao Yao didn't budge. His face remained expressionless, his eyes deep, cold, and dark as an ancient well. His calmness shocked Long Haoshan to the core. Not a single movement, not a trace of pain. Xiao Yao squeezed hard, crushing Long Haoshan's dragon claws so tightly that the 2 golden rings on his wrists shattered into pieces. Long Haoshan's face went pale, sweat began to pour down his face, and he gritted his teeth to endure the agony. Yeah, but before he could react, he was hit with a backhand slap that felt like a mountain crashing into his face. Xiao Yao struck with such force that Long Haoshan was sent flying. Although he managed to maintain his balance, blood was already trickling from the corner of his mouth. After a few seconds of disbelief, Long Haoshan burst out laughing. "This is it. This is the desolate ancient saint body breaking through its shackles." Xiao Yao's gaze darkened, his expression grew serious, and he spoke with firm determination. "Brother, sister, step back. This guy is looking for me." Hearing this, both Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Xiaoyao anxiously protested, not wanting to let Xiao Yao face him alone. However, from behind, Jun Xiao calmly shouted, "It's fine. If he tells you to step back, then step back and make some room. Today is this kid's 18th birthday, after all." As he spoke, he chuckled, seemingly looking forward to the drama. Let the boy put on his show for the clans of the 4 directions. Xiao Yao stood facing Long Haoshan, his arms crossed in a relaxed manner, as if waiting for his opponent to make the first move. Meanwhile, Long Haoshan smiled smugly, his eyes flashing with confidence. A moment later, they both lunged at each other, their speed so great that they only left behind 2 streaks of light, 1 blue and 1 gold at their previous spots. In midair, they collided repeatedly, creating countless explosions and shockwaves that spread in every direction. Xiao Yao seemed quite excited by this battle, wearing a faint smile, his eyes focused on every movement. Long Haoshan laughed heartily, satisfied that the battle was unfolding exactly as he had hoped. They attacked each other relentlessly, evenly matched, neither yielding an inch. Every clash of their martial intent was accompanied by a roar of satisfaction. Yi Xingyun watched the fight from below, mouth agape and sweating profusely, thinking to himself, "They're too fast. I can't even keep track of their movements. No wonder I couldn't touch him before." Fu Ba stood next to Yi Xingyun and said sternly, "Young master, don't blink. Watch closely. This is a battle at the peak of the era. These aren't just prodigies like you, these are monsters. And right before your eyes, you are witnessing exactly that." Long Haoshen's eyes flashed with thrill, and a satisfied smile tugged at his lips. He quickly swung his right hand to unleash the Dragon Fist, an ultimate technique carrying world-shaking tremors, causing blue energy to light up the sky. With countless martial arts, divine skills, and secret techniques at his fingertips, Xiao Yao didn't show any weakness and met the attack with his own Dragon Fist. The two techniques clashed, igniting the sky. Boom! An explosion echoed through the air as the two powerful energies collided like two meteors slamming into each other, creating a firestorm that distorted space and caused the entire sky to shake violently. The power from the battle rippled outward in all directions. Under the protective barrier, Jiang Luoli and the others were still feeling the terrifying aftershocks of the battle. The pressure was so intense they couldn't even open their eyes and had to shield their faces. A moment later, Jiang Luoli felt the tremors start to subside, and she was finally able to open her eyes, but right in front of her, a blue spiritual barrier appeared. It shielded the entire backyard of the Heavenly Emperor's palace, where Jun Xiaoyao and Long Haoshen were clashing. A figure stood before them, arm outstretched, pointing toward the battlefield. It was Jun Tien. Jun Xiaoyao's grandfather was the one casting this defensive wall. The surrounding void seemed imprisoned, transformed into a giant cage that completely cut off all vibrations from the outside. He said softly, "You two little brats, you've got quite some strength." Inside the blue barrier, the violent spiritual energy from the fight was contained, churning within the enclosed space. Moments later, as the smoke cleared, the two figures of Jun Xiaoyao and Long Haoshen became visible. Jun Xiaoyao smiled indifferently, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Seems like you're in a good mood, brother. Didn't you come here to seek revenge?" Hearing this, Long Haoshen didn't waver, his gaze calm as he replied, "Why should I care about our ancestors' grudges? It's not often I get to fight an ancestral holy body that has broken through the shackles of heaven, is it?" As he finished speaking, Long Haoshen reached up with his right hand and tore off his cloak. He continued, "How could that not get someone excited?" and tossed it aside. His aura exploded as he channeled the drop of dragon essence he had just absorbed. From his dantian, a brilliant golden light erupted, causing Long Haoshen's presence to soar. His expression was menacing, his eyes sharp as blades enough to shake anyone to their core. He roared, "Primordial holy body, take this move of mine." Long Haoshen's aura surged as if he had broken free from his chains. Above his head, blue spiritual energy flared up, thick and powerful, enveloping the entire space. Long Haoshen unleashed the true dragon imprisonment art. Spiritual energy gathered frantically, transforming into the phantom of a colossal dragon, which coiled around Long Haoshen before soaring into the sky. The dragon phantom had dense, shimmering scales, razor-sharp horns, and massive talons aimed directly at Jun Xiaoyao. Everywhere the dragon's claws passed, the air rippled, demonstrating terrifying power. Jun Xiaoyao looked up at the true dragon phantom, his face calm but filled with seriousness. Jun Xiaoyao spoke softly with confidence. Facing such a formidable opponent, his hands moved quickly to form seals, much like characters in Naruto, and pointing his fingers forward, he declared confidently, "If you want to fight, I'll show you what you've been waiting for, as a sign of respect. Primordial holy body." Jun Xianxian's eyes widened, completely stunned by the move Jun Xiaoyao was preparing to unleash. Jun Xiaoyao chanted the secret mantra, every word ringing out clearly as he invoked the supreme technique of the Jun clan, and suddenly, a legendary sword appeared. This was the Tai Xuan Sutra, the ultimate inherited technique of the Jun family. The spiritual energy converged, forming 10,000 divine blades. In just a few breaths, the sky was filled with countless floating legendary swords, ready to strike all at once at any moment. Jun Xiaoyao radiated pure, intense spiritual energy, surrounded by thousands of swords shimmering with light. The guests from other prominent families watching from below gasped in shock, whispering in amazement. This is the military purgatory decimation of the Jun family. They said that once this technique is mastered, the spiritual energy can condense into thousands of divine weapons that can split the heavens and rend the earth. Jun Xiaoyao, eyes filled with determination, locked onto Long Haoshen and gave the order to strike. Long Haoshen, still extremely confident in his true dragon imprisonment art, looked at Jun Xiaoyao and smiled. "Come on then. Let's see thousands of divine swords go up against the true dragon phantom." Even against the intense resistance, the divine swords pierced through the white dragon phantom one by one. After a heartbeat, Tiny cracks appeared on the body of the white dragon phantom. The cracking sounds signaled the impending collapse of the illusion, and finally, the majestic form of the true dragon could no longer hold out, shattering into countless small fragments. Long Haoshin could only stand there helplessly, dripping with sweat, thinking to himself, "Is this the power of the primordial holy body?" Seeing the true dragon phantom completely vanish, Jun Xiaoyao pressed his advantage, pouring in more spiritual energy and unleashing the full power of his technique toward Long Haoshin. Jun Xiaoyao yelled, "Dragon-slaying blade," and brought the power crashing down. Though Long Haoshin tried his best to defend, he ultimately had to take the full force of the attack. After the strike, although Long Haoshin was still standing, his body and clothes were shredded, covered in wounds. He couldn't hold on anymore and dropped to his knees, his eyes unfocused, devoid of strength. He bowed his head, thinking to himself, "Will there finally come a day when I, too, can reach such a realm?" On the battlefield, the dust slowly cleared, revealing thousands of slash marks everywhere. The pressure from the true dragon phantom and the strength of the divine swords had left the ground scarred, with trails of destruction stretching out in a horrifying path. Jun Xiaoyao stood there, completely unscathed, not even a speck of dust on him. He turned toward his grandfather, Jun Xian. He raised his right fist high in the air, a proud, triumphant look on his face. Behind him, Long Haoshin was collapsed on the ground, motionless. The guests from the various clans standing behind Jun Xian couldn't stop showering him with praise. He truly is the divine son of the Jun family. A natural-born talent. Congratulations to the Jun family on producing another prodigy. Jun Xian, initially very pleased and proud when witnessing Jun Xiaoyao's perfected technique, combined with the constant praise from the guests, smiled smugly at his grandson's achievement. However, before that smile could even fade, his expression shifted to shock and worry. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead as Jun Xian realized something was wrong. Long Haoshin was playing dirty, he was launching a sneak attack. Jun Xiaoyao was still laughing nonchalantly, but when he turned around, he was completely caught off guard. But it was too late, the attack was already coming down. In Long Haoshin's mind, a mysterious voice echoed, "Dragon child, get up. You cannot lose, you absolutely cannot lose." The voice urged him to fight. Driven by those dark whispers, Long Haoshin's eyes became sharper than ever. Filled with killing intent, he suddenly sprang to his feet and lunged at Jun Xiaoyao again. While Jun Xiaoyao was still caught up in his own arrogance, thinking that Long Haoshin had been completely defeated and had no will left to fight, Long Haoshin swung his dragon claw directly at his back, but this attack didn't cause any damage to Jun Xiaoyao's body. No blood flowed, and not even a hint of pain appeared on his face. Jun Xiaoyao just coldly glanced backward as if the blow hadn't affected him in the slightest. No matter how powerful Long Haoshin's dragon claw was, it couldn't pierce the invisible defense of Jun Xiaoyao's desolate ancient sacred body. Not only did Long Haoshin's attack fail to cause any harm, but his claws, symbols of the Dragon Clan's power, began to crack and shatter one by one. Jun Xiaoyao turned around, his eyes filled with slight irritation as he glared at Long Haoshin and mocked him. "What are you doing?" Before Long Haoshin could react, Jun Xiaoyao quickly delivered a powerful kick straight to his face. This strike should have been enough to take down any opponent. Jun Xiaoyao gasped in surprise, for Long Haoshin actually managed to withstand it, though the veins on his face bulged and he gritted his teeth so hard he began to drool. Beneath Long Haoshin's dantian, where the dragon origin he had absorbed resided, a silver light suddenly erupted, radiating a brilliant platinum-white aura. Long Haoshin let out a powerful dragon roar, and immediately, blue spiritual energy merged with the white energy, surging around his body. This created a massive shockwave that pushed Jun Xiaoyao back several steps. Jun Xiaoyao gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and instantly entered a combat stance, determined not to give Long Haoshin any more chances. The guests below, witnessing this breakthrough in power, began to whisper in a frenzy. "Oh, that little dragon boy is actually stimulating his dragon origin to break through to the divine bridge realm. This will only ruin his foundation. It's not worth it for him. Why go to such lengths?" Long Haoshin, ignoring the whispers of the crowd, frantically absorbed spiritual energy after his breakthrough. His imposing aura flared like a true dragon, finally breaking free from its shackles and thrashing wildly. Dragon scales appeared all over Long Haoshin's body, sharp as blades, making him look like a fearsome dragon incarnate. He exhaled a cold breath, his eyes burning with murderous intent as he looked toward Jun Xiaoyao. In an instant, Long Haoshin vanished from his original position, leaving behind an afterimage, and roared as he lunged at Jun Xiaoyao with terrifying speed. Jun Xiaoyao quickly sensed the incoming danger. Gritting his teeth in preparation for defense, he realized something wasn't right with Long Haoshin. Though Long Haoshin attacked with lightning speed, Jun Xiaoyao reacted just in time, leaping away to dodge by a hair's breadth. While in the air, Jun Xiaoyao sensed something strange and glanced down. He was stunned to see Long Haoxian's body wrapped in countless threads of spiritual energy, as if he were a puppet being controlled by someone. Quickly analyzing the situation, Jun Xiaoyao realized someone was manipulating him. His eyes followed the threads of spiritual energy and looked up at the sky. Piercing through the hazy clouds, he spotted the person controlling Long Haoxian hiding above. Without hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao immediately unleashed his ultimate technique, the idol-suppressing prison skill, combined with the soldier-punishing decision, creating a powerful divine weapon. Spear of the Underworld God. He shouted with great majesty, "You coward, hiding in the shadows. Come out!" With that, he poured all his strength into hurling the Spear of the Underworld God into the sky, aiming directly at the mysterious figure controlling Long Haoxian. However, an unexpected event occurred as the spear flew up. Cracks suddenly appeared on its surface, accompanied by suspicious cracking sounds. In just a few moments, the powerful divine weapon shattered into tiny fragments and fell to the ground. Jun Xiaoyao was utterly shocked to see the spear crumble right before his eyes. He widened his eyes, gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his face, staring at the falling debris. He couldn't believe his eyes and muttered, "What?" At that moment, Long Haoxian, as if driven by an invisible force, lunged forward and grabbed Jun Xiaoyao in a tight embrace. He struggled to break free from Long Haoxian's iron grip but couldn't escape. He scolded, "You idiot. Wake up. If you become a controlled puppet, how can you still call yourself a descendant of the ancestral dragon?" Jun Xiaoyao roared in anger, pushing Long Haoxian's head away, but it seemed Long Haoxian had completely lost his sanity. His eyes were blank, void of any consciousness, while the veins on his face bulged because the dragon origin fluid in his body was being overstimulated. Jun Xiaoyao panted, continuing to struggle with Long Haoxian, and shouted, "Wake up already." Without hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao slammed his head into Long Haoxian's forehead with all his might. The powerful collision sent Long Haoxian stumbling backward, his face twisted in pain. Right then, a series of system data windows suddenly appeared before Jun Xiaoyao, leaving him stunned. A notification popped up. Check-in point for the 10-year birthday banquet activated. Host, do you wish to initiate? Jun Xiaoyao saw the system window, his eyes lighting up with surprise as he thought to himself, "I almost forgot about this system. I thought it had gone dead. Well, better late than never." Without a moment's hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao quickly accepted the system's prompt, grabbing the chance to check in. "Of course, I accept." Then, he decided to activate the Supreme Bone. The Supreme Bone ranked 30th among the 3,000 physiques. The possessor can transcend their level to use supreme great divine abilities and unlock the ultimate supreme divine ability, Heavenly Tribulation Light. As the system's voice faded, a terrifying aura of earth-shaking power suddenly burst from Jun Xiaoyao's chest. A massive amount of energy gathered in his chest like a scorching sun burning within. A glistening bone intertwined with countless complex inscriptions appeared from Jun Xiaoyao's body. This was the Supreme Bone, ranked third among the 3,000 physiques, only slightly inferior to the desolate ancient sacred body. Yet, it was one of the rarest and most terrifying physiques. The light from the Supreme Bone flared, creating an eye-catching mystical glow that illuminated almost the entire Heavenly Emperor Palace. The guests below stared in stunned silence, unable to believe their eyes. Some even felt their very souls trembling at the sight. Damn, is that a Supreme Bone? An innate supreme being? This kid from the Jun family is truly a monster. It's terrifying. Jun Tien, Jun Xiaoyao's grandfather, couldn't stop his jaw from dropping, unable to believe what he was seeing. He wondered to himself, since when did this kid possess a Supreme Bone? As Jun Xiaoyao absorbed the power from the Supreme Bone, he placed a hand on his chest and whispered, "The Supreme Bone is undying." He then tilted his head back to look at the sky, where a mysterious figure was hiding behind the clouds. Slowly, the silhouette of a massive dragon began to emerge. It turned out to be a black dragon from the Supreme Dragon Clan. Jun Xiaoyao stared straight at it, thinking to himself, "The Supreme Dragon Clan, so that's what this is. The ancestral dragon nest wants to kill me, but they're too obsessed with appearances to do it themselves, so they hide in the shadows like cowards. My father, the saint, famously tore apart a supreme dragon. Thinking of that just makes my blood boil. Today, I, Jun Xiaoyao, will carry on his legacy." He pointed straight at the black dragon and shouted, "Right now, I'm going to wipe you out, you spineless snake." Xiaoyao channeled the golden spiritual energy from his spirit sea, surging the power directly toward his chest, where his Supreme Bone was glowing brightly. He unleashed the Supreme Heaven Tribulation Light. In an instant, a scorching, divine radiance erupted. A small, dazzling sun manifested in the sky, illuminating the void. This was the #1 divine technique hidden within the Supreme Bone. The tribulation light descended like the wrath of heaven, carrying a divine judgment meant to bury the world. The strike slammed into the black dragon, crushing it with an irresistible force. The dragon roared in agony. This light, it's burning through my scales. It thrashed and clawed, furious and desperate. How can this brat? How can he force me into this state? The guests below were stunned, their jaws hitting the floor. That's the U-Dragon Supreme from the Ancestral Dragon Nest. No wonder the young dragon dared to challenge the Jun family. They had a Supreme backing them. But wait, that's impossible. This shouldn't be happening so easily. Someone gasped in disbelief. Are you kidding me? A true spirit realm cultivator forcing his Supreme to reveal their true form. My God, this hasn't happened in tens of thousands of years. Xiao Yao clenched his fist, facing the U-Dragon Supreme. Far from being afraid, he looked on with cold, arrogant disdain. He smirked and mocked. Hey, you spineless coward. Finally decided to show your face? The U-Dragon glanced down, his eyes narrowing. Little brat of the Jun family, your courage is commendable. But let's end this here. Xiao Yao let out a cold, sharp laugh. End this here? You come to the Jun family to challenge us, use these underhanded tactics to target me, and now you want to just brush it off with a few soft words. Do you really think I'll just let you go? His eyes blazed with fury as he raised his left hand. Do you think you're worthy of that? The U-Dragon gritted his teeth in rage. What exactly do you want? Xiao Yao replied with a steely gaze, his killing intent palpable as he began another attack. Was I not clear enough? Today, I follow in my father's footsteps. I'm killing that dragon of yours. Even though the U-Dragon had reached the quasi-supreme realm, he couldn't hold back his fury anymore. He glared down at Xiao Yao and let out a thundering roar. His voice shook the very heavens, and his terrifying pressure blanketed the entire space, making the world tremble. All the juniors below were forced to their knees by the sheer weight of his aura. Even Wang Jie and Zhang Jian were not exceptions. They were pinned to the ground. Yet Jun Xiaoyao remained standing firm, as unshakable as Mount Tai. Unaffected by the oppressive force, he kept his resolute gaze locked on the U-Dragon. The U-Dragon felt a prickle of fear. A tiny brat in the true spirit realm. How is he resisting my pressure? The thought left him rattled and deeply confused. Just then, a figure stepped out from the Emperor's palace, none other than Wang Jie, his eyes burning with lethal intent. His right hand began to spark with lightning strikes, ready to strike. But before he could move, a hand tapped his shoulder. It was Jun Xiaoyao. He stepped in to hold Wang Jie back. Wang Jie looked at him, completely bewildered. Jun Xiaoyao didn't say a word, simply shaking his head, signaling that this wasn't the right time to act. Then, a cold snort echoed from the deepest depths of the Jun family compound, silencing everything around it. Since when does a pathetic little Supreme dare to act so insolently toward my Jun family? Wang Jie looked up in shock. The sheer weight of those words alone made the U-Dragon feel a deep sense of dread. Panic began to cloud his mind. No sooner had the voice finished than a blinding, golden sword light tore through the void from the depths of the estate. The sword aura was so brilliant it seemed to mirror the heavens themselves. It was so terrifying that space itself ripped open, creating a pitch-black fissure in the chaotic void. As the sword aura swept through, the U-Dragon could only scream in agony. His massive dragon arm was severed, and dragon blood sprayed like a torrential rain, crashing into the Emperor's palace and causing a massive explosion that shattered the earth. Everyone watching was stunned, their minds reeling. My God. A single strike took off the U-Dragon Supreme's arm? That kind of power. It's as if he wants to destroy the very heavens and earth. Through the dust and smoke, Xiao Yao noticed something unexpected. He looked at Heishan, who was being held by the throat, his face twisted in pain. The 18th Ancestor said calmly, "You could have taken this little brat and left safely, but you chose to raise your hand against the Jun family." The one who had attacked was none other than the 18th Ancestor of the Jun family. Jun Wanjie, Jun Zhanjian, and Jun Shuahuang were all trembling, cold sweat pouring down their faces at the sight of the 18th Ancestor. The U-Dragon had completely lost his composure. Seeing Haoxing's life hanging by a thread, he bellowed in anguish, "Jun 18th, stop. You dare kill him." The 18th Ancestor replied with a chilling gaze and icy tone. "Not just him, you, too." Xiao Yao, horrified, turned back, trying to stop the 18th Ancestor. Wait, but before he could finish, the 18th Ancestor crushed Haoxing's neck without hesitation, his voice cold. "Since you've come, then stay here forever." The U-Dragon's voice was filled with a fear he had never known before. He lunged toward the 18th Ancestor, desperate to save Haoxing. "You madman! Are you trying to ignite an eternal war between the Jun family and the Ancestral Dragon Nest?" The 18th Ancestor flicked his finger, his voice echoing with absolute dominance. "Quiet." High above, two sword beams swept across the sky, shaking the universe. "So what if it's an eternal war? My Jun family has stood tall in the Immortal Realm for countless ages. Who do we have to fear? High in the heavens, those two sword beams swept across, causing the world to tremble. A massive black dragon corpse fell from the distance, like a fallen deity. The world went silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. The move that was just used was the Six Paths Immortal Sword technique. One sword slays the dragon. At just 10 years old, Xiao Yao attended a banquet and shocked hundreds of thousands of factions. At this very moment, these powers witnessed with their own eyes that the dragon nest had a quasi-supreme, someone who could have stood against the invincible, mighty supremes of the human race. Yet they were wiped out by the Jun family's 18th ancestor in just 3 sword strikes. The 18th ancestor suddenly called out Jun Tien's name, making him jump. The 18th ancestor ordered, "Roast this black dragon and serve it to the guests." Jun Xiaoyao struggled to keep a calm expression as he obeyed. Well, the guests everywhere looked at each other, sheer shock written all over their faces. Flesh. The flesh of a dragon nest supreme. If we eat this, we'll offend the dragon nest. If we don't, we'll be disrespecting the Jun family. What do we do? Just then, under the bright moonlight, the 18th ancestor stood atop the Heaven Emperor Palace, holding the long Haoshan sword, and declared sonorously, "Surely you all know that our Jun family has a ranking list for our peerless prodigies, but above those 10, there is one more spot." The two who are also on the list, Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Xiaoyao, along with everyone else, suddenly realized something. They looked up, their expressions filled with disbelief and shock. The 18th ancestor continued, "The one who struck down the dragon nest's heir here and stood against the long quasi-supreme is our Jun family's divine son, Jun Xiaoyao, the newest name on our family's ranking." Wang Ji's expression grew even heavier, unable to hide his anxiety. From high above, the voice echoed, leaving everyone silent as if a tidal wave had just passed through. Lightning flickered in Wang Ji's eyes, revealing that his inner state was far from calm. Deep down, Wang Ji felt unconvinced, unwilling to accept this. The guests, after a moment of silence following the 18th ancestor's announcement, began to whisper noisily about this number 0 position on the list. Everyone knew deep down that since the Jun family was born into greatness, that 0 spot belonged to none other than Jun Xiaoyao's father, the white-clad divine king, Jun Wuhui. So that's it. After all, he possessed the supreme bone and even broke through the chains of the desolate ancient sacred body. To be in the true spirit realm and force a quasi-supreme to reveal their true form, how many in this world could do that? Someone else added, "The last great emperor of the desolate ancient immortal realm came from the Jun family, right? I'm afraid the Jun family is going to produce another great emperor." Xiao Yao heard the announcement about the 0 spot and wore a look of deep, inscrutable contemplation. The 18th ancestor suddenly noticed Xiao Yao's expression and wondered if the boy cared deeply about this. Thinking this, the 18th ancestor tossed Long Haoshan's corpse directly downward. Xiao Yao was startled and jumped back, looking at the corpse of Long Haoshan, which the 18th ancestor had thrown right in front of him. The 18th ancestor said with an icy, cold gaze, "This kid still has unrefined dragon essence in his body. Take it out, refine and absorb it yourself. It will be of great benefit to you." Xiao Yao listened, his eyes casting a look of slight pity down at Long Haoshan's corpse. He couldn't help but think about what Long Haoshan had been through. The 18th ancestor finished his instructions, turned to leave, and added, "Come see me after the banquet ends." Xiao Yao stood before Long Haoshan's body, remaining silent and somber. Perhaps he felt the pain in his heart, as he witnessed the death of someone who had the potential to be a part of history. Even if that person had been a formidable enemy, they used Dao fire to refine it and began roasting the black dragon's meat. The crowd below was still whispering about whether or not they should eat the dragon meat. Jiang Shenji held a plate of roasted dragon meat and brought it over to ask Jiang Luoli. "Jiang Luoli, do you want to try some dragon meat?" Jiang Luoli grimaced, clearly disgusted. "No, it smells fishy." Even though she was the pearl of the Jiang family, she wasn't in a position to casually eat dragon meat, let alone that of a quasi-supreme. She wasn't afraid of the dragon nest's revenge because the Jiang family protected her, but she still flatly refused. Behind them, Fubo brought a plate of dragon meat to give to Ye Xingyun and said, "Young master, eat up. That quasi-supreme dragon meat will be very beneficial for you." Yi Xingyun also made a face just like Jiang Luoli, wincing as he looked at the plate in his hand, feeling quite bewildered by this strange situation. In a corner of the Heaven Emperor Palace, Jun Xiaoyao and Wang Ji were talking. Wang Ji was still hung up on the matter of Xiao Yao. "Elder, I have a question." Wang Ji spoke up. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at him, as if he had already anticipated the question, and said, "You want to ask if Xiao Yao had to compete for his ranking, right?" Jun Xiaoyao watched Wang Ji for a moment before continuing. "No, His position was designated by the 18th ancestor the moment he was born. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji clenched his fists, his expression clearly showing his resentment. As a prodigy of the Jun family, he had endured so many hardships. He had faced grueling tests to fight for his spot on the list, yet Xiao Yao was designated from birth without needing to compete at all. This made Wang Ji feel it was unfair. Jun Xiaoyao nonchalantly ate some roasted dragon meat as he explained, "I know this might seem unfair to you all, so you are free to challenge him for his position at any time. The 18th ancestor won't interfere in that." Wang Ji listened intently to every word Jun Xiaoyao said. After pondering with his head down for a long time, he finally cupped his hands in respect and said, "I have been rude, elder. I still have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave." Having said that, he left, leaving behind an atmosphere full of contemplation. Jun Xiaoyao watched Wang Ji's receding figure and thought to himself, "Humph, this kid might be impulsive, but he's no fool. If he fought Xiao Yao right now, the Jun family would lose face." He mused for a moment, then suddenly remembered something, and turned to ask his attendant nearby, "That's right. Where is Xiao Yao?" The attendant approached and reported, "Elder, the Divine Son has gone to refine the dragon essence. Judging by the situation, the Divine Son might break through his realm directly and create a divine bridge within his body." Jun Xiaoyao pondered while taking a big bite of meat. From the true spirit realm to the divine bridge realm, that is a massive leap. He thought for a second, then suddenly shouted, "No, we must find him at once." Meanwhile, Xiao Yao was sitting on a floor of the Heaven Emperor Palace with Jun Linglong, deep in thought. Jun Linglong stood behind him, feeling a bit surprised, and asked softly, "Is that Long Haoxian's remains?" Xiao Yao held out a wooden box and then replied coldly, "Burned. Take this and bury it for me." Xiao Yao didn't look back, only smiling faintly. "In your opinion, I should be happy. A new talent has indeed emerged to defeat his opponent, resisting power that exceeds his own realm by 7 levels, and bringing glory to the clan. I should be joyful." He paused for a moment, sighed, and continued, "But in this world, human life is truly cheap." Xiao Yao held Long Haoxian's dragon essence in his hand, his eyes filled with contemplation. Jun Linglong looked at him and asked, "In a world of endless conflict, where the big fish eat the small and the strong are worshipped, if he dared to barge into the Jun family and cause trouble, he surely prepared himself to lose his life. Why does the divine child care?" Jun Xiaoyao replied, his expression deep and unreadable. "Big fish eat small fish. How are people any different from beasts?" As he thought about this, she smiled unconsciously and said, "Indeed, your way of thinking is truly unlike anyone else in this world." Her words left Jun Linglong in a momentary silence. "If you are unhappy with the rules of this world, then you can only become the supreme of supremes, the one and only great emperor of this entire realm. Only then will you have the power to change the rules." Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao glanced at her, his mood seemingly lighter as he smiled. "You are absolutely right." Jun Xiaoyao looked up at the sky where the moonlight shone brilliantly. His demeanor was undeniably cool and dashing. Deep down, he wondered, whether it was reincarnation or the system, he had obtained all of this for a reason. Jun Xiaoyao reached his hand out under the bright moonlight, his tone calm yet filled with majesty. "Throughout the 3,000 worlds, I am the great emperor of the Xiaoyao path." His gaze was filled with absolute resolve, each word seeming to carve itself into the surrounding space, like a vow to rewrite the laws of this world. At that same moment, a golden intent flickered in Jun Xiaoyao's hand, creating an invisible wave that touched everything around him. Jun Linglong, possessor of the 7 orifices' exquisite heart, was stunned by this surge of intent. The space around her suddenly froze. Individual dust motes and falling leaves hung suspended in mid-air, as if time itself had slowed to a crawl. Within Jun Linglong's inner vision, 2 figures suddenly appeared, slowly becoming clearer. A man dressed in white with an air of ease, standing with majesty before her, while behind him, her own self watched everything in astonishment. Although she couldn't clearly see the white-clad man's face, his overwhelming aura was like a god standing between heaven and earth. His appearance left Jun Linglong trembling, unable to believe what she was seeing. Just as her mind was in chaos, deafening roars suddenly erupted from behind, causing Jun Linglong to startle and turn around. Before her eyes were tens of thousands of people kneeling and chanting in unison, "Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Xiaoyao." The chanting echoed to the horizon, like an endless sea of people bowing in tribute. "Heavenly Emperor! Heavenly Emperor! Jun Xiaoyao." Suddenly, Jun Linglong's right eye flashed with a brilliant blue light, accompanied by a sharp, unusual pain. She quickly covered her eye, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead, thinking to herself, "Is that the future revealed by my 7 orifices' exquisite heart, or is it the true divine child?" Jun Xiaoyao, standing nearby, noticed Jun Linglong's strange behavior and asked with concern, "What is it? Why does your complexion look so poor all of a sudden?" Fearing that revealing the future would bring karmic backlash, Jun Linglong just shook her head, forcing a calm expression. "No, I'm fine." Jun Xiaoyao leaped down from above, his hand gripping the dragon origin he had just obtained. With a firm gaze, he spoke in a low voice. "Once I absorb this dragon origin, I should be able to break through to the next realm. Every time the ancient sacred body breaks through, it triggers a lightning tribulation. You should leave to avoid being affected. And remember to prepare new clothes for me." With a serious expression, Jun Linglong closed her eyes and bowed respectfully. "Understood." She quickly retreated from the area where the tribulation was about to erupt. Jun Xiaoyao didn't hesitate. He leaped from the floors of the Heavenly Emperor Palace to get far away from the crowded area. He landed lightly and safely. The quiet night sky suddenly turned gloomy. The moonlight was obscured by thick, black clouds, signaling that the lightning strikes were about to descend. With a cold, decisive look, Jun Xiaoyao said, "Begin." Immediately, the sky began to change violently. The tribulation clouds gathered, with black clouds accumulating at breakneck speed. Thunder and lightning roared, signaling the descent of the tribulation. Thunder rumbled across the space as if to crush everything in its path. But at this moment, Jun Xiaoyao's aura continued to rise, leaving all the guests at the Heavenly Imperial Palace unable to believe their eyes. They stared with wide-open mouths, dumbfounded by his shocking breakthrough. Jun Tien, standing in the distance, looked up at the churning black clouds in the sky, his brows furrowed in worry as he muttered, "That's a tribulation cloud. Someone is undergoing tribulation. This is bad. It's already started." No sooner had he finished speaking than the lightning transformed into rays of glowing spiritual power, striking down repeatedly from the sky. The terrifying pressure of the lightning seemed as if it would crush everything. The lightning struck directly at Jun Xiaoyao. As one bolt descended, Jun Xiaoyao raised a hand, and the hell furnace appeared instantly. He threw it toward the incoming lightning, where it grew to 100 times its original size, shielding him directly from above. The lightning struck madly, but everything was absorbed into the furnace. The intense pressure of the lightning caused Jun Xiaoyao's body to tremble, as if a terrible gravitational force were crushing him directly. The ground beneath Jun Xiaoyao's feet cracked, emitting crunching sounds. Jun Xiaoyao concentrated all his strength, forming a seal with his left hand. His body drenched in cold sweat. He had to resist the lightning, a brutal challenge that only those with iron will and peerless strength could overcome. The lightning didn't just strike the furnace, it affected his body directly. Fresh blood began to trickle from the corner of his mouth, but Jun Xiaoyao remained firm, showing no fear. The Divine Elephant Suppression Hell Art had a total of 4 transformations, divided into the most powerful attack that could pierce through all things. The God's Spear, the strongest defensive move capable of blocking anything. The God's Guard, supreme movement techniques as fast as the wind. The Dark Devil Wings, and the Hell Furnace, which could refine everything in the world. He poured all his spiritual energy into the Hell Furnace, not just to survive the tribulation, but out of a greater ambition. He wanted to refine the power of the lightning into his own body. Inside Jun Xiaoyao's body, golden blood chi surged. His eyes flared with light as he shouted, 100,000 lightning strikes shall forge my undying sacred body." Instead of fearing the lightning tribulation, Jun Xiaoyao used it as a tool to temper and enhance his own strength. He used the lightning to forge his ancient sacred body. The strikes continued to hammer down in waves, as if wanting to crush him. Many powerful clans witnessed this scene and were left speechless. One person asked in shock, "Golden spiritual energy, is the Jun family's divine child undergoing tribulation for the ancient sacred body?" At that very moment, a dazzling golden light appeared between Jun Xiaoyao's brows, radiating a powerful aura. No matter how powerful the final lightning strikes were, they could no longer harm Jun Xiaoyao. He placed his right hand on his chest, where his supreme bone was hidden, feeling his own transformation, then looked up at the sky with a cold yet resolute gaze. He proudly raised his right hand and shouted to the heavenly Tao, "Time to fade away, don't you think?" Instantly, endless golden blood energy surged within Xiao Yao's body. A massive phantom of an elephant appeared behind him, radiating boundless pressure, as if intending to suppress the heavens themselves. The elephant phantom raised its trunk to the sky, inhaling the swirling tribulation lightning into its body, leaving the witnesses below wide-eyed and stunned, their mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. Xiao Yao's aura was terrifyingly formidable. With one powerful palm strike, Xiao Yao's primordial god elephant phantom drove the lightning back, turning it toward the heavenly palace and shattering the pitch-black tribulation clouds covering the sky. The world finally returned to peace and clarity. The guests below, once they had collected their which heavenly prodigy survives a tribulation without trembling in fear, terrified of falling. Even some of the top-tier powers couldn't help but admit it. This power struggle was likely about to become the personal arena of the Jun family's divine child. Even the hearts of many began to waver and crack when faced with Xiao Yao's sheer strength. As for him, once the lightning faded, he remained expressionless. His cultivation hadn't just broken through. It had taken a massive step forward on the path to becoming a powerhouse who unites the Dan and the spiritual sea, building a divine palace in the mind and tempering the physical body into a true spirit. Xiao Yao secretly calculated that completing these three realms would allow him to build a divine bridge within his body, connecting the Dan spiritual sea and the mental divine palace. He was still a bit short of completing the bridge. He also discovered that most of the power from the heavenly tribulation and the dragon origin had been absorbed by the supreme bone. It seemed the supreme tribulation light wasn't a complete divine ability for him yet, so he thought to himself, it seems I'll need to find some heavenly treasures to further nurture this bone. Just then, Jun Linglong appeared below and respectfully called out to the divine child, holding a new set of clothes prepared for Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao paused his thoughts, looked at Jun Linglong, and replied, "You arrived just in time." As he put on his clothes, he instructed, "Once the banquet ends, I must leave the Heavenly Emperor Palace to travel and train. Help me find some places worth visiting." Jun Linglong nodded and replied, "Understood." Xiao Yao's gaze deepened as he thought, now it's time to go see the Ancestor. At the same time, in the distant Han prefecture, a fierce dragon roar echoed from the ancestral dragon nest. The sound was so powerful it shook the entire mountain range, causing the earth to tremble and the stars to quiver. Every living being in Han prefecture seemed to feel a world-ending pressure descend, forcing them to clutch their heads and kneel on the ground. Many demon clans turned pale, trembling as they whispered, what on earth could have happened to make the supreme sovereign of the ancestral dragon nest this angry? Their confusion was understandable, as the events at the Jun family banquet hadn't reached the ancestral dragon nest yet, so they didn't know the cause of this fury. That brat Jun Shiba, he actually dared to kill our sect's dragon heir, and even use his sword to slay the nether dragon. Does he think our ancestral dragon nest is some stray dog to be toyed with? A cold voice continued, Jun Shiba is the notorious madman of the Jun family. I want to find him and take revenge. It was difficult. Another divine sense transmitted coldly. If he dared to kill our dragon heir, why can't we kill this Jun family? That brat with the primordial sacred body, the one they cherish so much, should be entering the world soon, right? Should we inform Aotien about this? Another powerhouse in the ancestral dragon nest replied, no need. Aotien is in seclusion, refining the fifth dragon origin. Once he refines all seven, combined with the imperial dragon blood, he will be enough to dominate the entire youth era of the Immortal Realm. By then, even the Jun family's divine child can be killed at will. The supreme sovereign of the ancestral dragon nest narrowed his eyes, his voice grinding. Fine. The Jun family must pay blood for blood. At the same time, in the vast void of the sky, a bird pulled a carriage across the sky under the shimmering, mystical moonlight. Inside the carriage, a youth dressed in blue had just woken up. It was Yi Xingyun. Fu Bo, who was sitting across from him, asked, Young master, how are you feeling? Yi Xingyun was a bit dazed at first, but after a long moment, he finally remembered everything that happened at the Jun family banquet. A sense of humiliation flooded his heart. As a proud genius from the primordial Yi family, he had never suffered a loss, let alone lost face in front of the goddess he so desired. Xingyun lowered his head with a sad smile. The Jun family's divine child possesses two transcendent constitutions, the primordial sacred body and the supreme bone. His cultivation is far beyond mine, and yet he isn't arrogant. He even treated me with courtesy and great respect. Xingyun cast a distant gaze toward the moon, his voice somber, I truly am a loser. Hearing this, Fu Bo couldn't help but worry, thinking to himself, has his Dao heart collapsed? However, Xingyun continued, but I don't intend to give up. Xingyun placed his hand over his chest, his eyes resolute. I may not be qualified to be a hurdle on his path to becoming an emperor, but there are things I must fight for myself. Hearing this, Fu Bo smiled with relief and satisfaction. It's good that you think that way. The white bird flew on, carrying them home. At the Jun family's ancestral lands, where thousands of years of legacy had been built, Xiao Yao walked to the deepest part of the ancestral land to see the 18th ancestor. He bowed respectfully before the 18th ancestor. The ancestor sat meditating in the void, wearing gray robes with snow-white hair. Around him, the scene of the sun and moon cycled, the galaxy inverted, making anyone standing before him feel as though they were facing the supreme heavenly Tao. Xiao Yao walked closer and asked with a look of confidence, You wanted to see me? Seeing Xiao Yao had arrived, the 18th ancestor, someone who rarely showed emotion, couldn't hide his joy this time. He glanced at Xiao Yao with satisfaction and praised him. Very good. Such a heroic aura. You truly have the bearing of a heavenly emperor. Before the 18th ancestor, even the renowned clan elders couldn't help but feel anxious, cautious, and even a bit constrained. But Xiaoyao was different. He remained calm and at ease, unwavering, which only made the 18th ancestor even more pleased. After praising Jun Xiaoyao, the 18th ancestor chuckled and said, Jun Xiaoyao, let me ask you one thing. If you were to become the heavenly emperor one day, what would you do? Jun Xiaoyao didn't even need to think. He replied calmly, if I were the heavenly emperor, I would suppress the era and annihilate all enemies in the world. But then, with a relaxed smile, Jun Xiaoyao confidently added, though, that would be incredibly boring. Since the ancient times, any heavenly emperor could have achieved that. Hearing this, the 18th ancestor fell into deep thought, remaining silent while quietly listening on. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand and continued, I am a great emperor, and I will forge a world that resonates through both the past and the future. He mused to himself, envisioning a new era that defied everyone's imagination. Thinking of this, Jun Xiaoyao let out a soft, secret smile, picturing a different future in his mind, a place with phones, the internet, an era where steel machines roamed the earth and where humanity could reach for the stars. As the 18th ancestor listened to Jun Xiaoyao's words, a flicker of affection softened his gaze, and he chuckled, calling it interesting. Suddenly, faster than a bolt of lightning, the 18th ancestor appeared right behind Jun Xiaoyao, making the surrounding air feel heavy and stifled. In a steady voice, the old man asked, Jun Xiaoyao, do you wish to learn the Six Immortals' sword art? Hearing him mention the Six Immortals' sword art, Jun Xiaoyao's heart skipped a beat, and sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. Jun Xiaoyao shot a look of shock at the 18th ancestor and asked, is that the same sword art that killed the Yulong Supreme with a single strike? The 18th ancestor let out a booming laugh, his tone full of majesty. Haha, the sword is the king of 100 weapons, and the precious blades of the desolate heaven Immortal Realm are countless. Among the absolute peaks of this world are the 5 great divine arts. The Six Immortals' sword art of our Jun family is one of those 5. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao fell into a deep, contemplative state, unable to help but whisper, the 5 great divine arts. He became lost in his thoughts. The 18th ancestor continued, his voice firm and resolute. Unfortunately, the Six Immortals' divine art is as tyrannical in its power as it is difficult to master. That lost knowledge was never intended for ordinary mortals, which is why they could spend lifetimes without even scratching the surface. He looked at Jun Xiaoyao with eyes full of determination and expectation, then added, now that you are about to head out into the world, this is the trump card I wish to bestow upon you. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao felt the immense responsibility weighing down on his shoulders. He bowed respectfully with his hands cupped, his voice filled with ironclad resolve. Thank you, Ancestor. Afterward, the 18th ancestor waved his hand, imparting the Six Immortals' sword art to Jun Xiaoyao. The Six Immortals' sword art consists of only 3 forms. The first form, Immortal Origin, is the sword of magical power, targeting the physical shell. The second form, Extermination, is the law of the soul, targeting the spirit and the divine soul palace. The final form is Six Immortals, the sword of unified spirit and flesh. It is the very technique I used to kill the Yulong Supreme. The 18th ancestor turned around, speaking softly. Once you master the first form, you may officially set out to wander the world. From here on out, your own problems must be solved by your own hands. You cannot expect an old man to be behind you to hold you up every single time. Jun Xiaoyao bowed, his expression confident as he replied in a steady tone, I understand. 3 months later, in the treasury of the Heavenly Emperor Palace, 2 attendants were chatting. One asked, have the gifts from the Divine Son's 20th birthday banquet been tallied and moved into storage yet? The other replied quickly, indeed. It's no wonder she has the 7 apertures exquisite heart. If we had to do it ourselves, we wouldn't have finished in half a year. He sneered, adding mockingly, Miss Jun Linglong is less of a maid to the Divine Son and more of a head housekeeper, isn't she? At that moment, Jun Linglong, whom they had just been talking about, stood in the palace treasury, holding a green jade slip. She read it intently, her expression thoughtful and silent. The content of the jade slip read like a plea. Jun Linglong, my friend, my father is bedridden with a severe illness, so I could not attend the Divine Son's 20th birthday banquet. The Jun family is the supreme ancient clan. I beg of you, grant us an immortal herb to save our kingdom's king and the billions of lives in our nation. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom will forever be in your debt. Jun Linglong was surprised as she finished reading, thinking to herself that this letter wasn't written to the Divine Son, but to her personally. Just then, the earth and sky trembled, startling Jun Linglong as she turned and rushed to the door. Looking toward the distant pillar of light, she gasped, That's the direction of the Jun family's ancestral grounds. The audio was generated by VBI.VN, leaving only a massive expanse of chaotic sword energy behind. The sword aura was so terrifying that the entire Jun family was shaken. Jun Linglong broke out in a sweat, her eyes wide with shock and disbelief. The Divine Sun's sword light continued to sweep across the heavens, parting the clouds and creating a surge of energy from all directions. The aura shocked many of the clan elders and important figures of the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao, one of the family's powerhouses and Jun Xiaoyao's grandfather, gaped at the pillar of light, gasping in astonishment. The Six Immortals sword art, it's the 18th Ancestor. Just then, a clan elder in a brown robe stepped out, narrowed his eyes at the sword energy, and mused, no. Even though this sword light is incredibly fierce, it doesn't have the depth of the 18th Ancestor. It's Jun Xiaoyao. The three of them stood there, their faces darkening as a flicker of jealousy appeared in their eyes. One of them gritted his teeth and hissed, it's only been 3 months, and that kid has already learned the Six Immortals sword art. What kind of monster is he? At that same moment, deep within the Jun ancestral grounds, the 18th Ancestor looked at Jun Xiaoyao, momentarily stunned into silence, not knowing quite what to say. After a moment, he burst into a proud laugh. Kid, the sword light in the sky has already dissipated, leaving the sky clear once more. Jun Xiaoyao appeared amidst the swirling white smoke. He was still in a practice stance, looking quite composed, and asked the 18th Ancestor with a hint of confidence, Ancestor, does my immortal origin form meet the standard? Hearing this, the 18th Ancestor covered his face and laughed heartily. Back in my day, it took me a full year to grasp the immortal origin form. You kid, you really are something. Jun Xiaoyao looked at him thoughtfully, beads of sweat on his brow, not saying a word. It wasn't that he was trying to be arrogant, but throughout his life, he had never taken more than 3 days to master any martial technique. Taking 3 months to learn the first form of the Six Immortals sword art felt like he had already wasted far too much time. The 18th Ancestor laughed and patted Jun Xiaoyao's back kindly. Let's go. It's time to head out and build an era that belongs to you. A few days later, at the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the sky was clear and blue. With white clouds and warm sunlight, the weather was quite pleasant. Jun Xiaoyao stretched comfortably after his period of rest and recovery following his 3-month seclusion to master the first layer of the Six Immortals sword art. His face beamed, thinking to himself that he could finally leave home and set off on his journey. I wonder if Jun Linglong found a good place for me to go. Right, I need to go say goodbye to grandfather. Suddenly, from behind him, Yuan Tien's warm voice appeared out of nowhere. Are you looking for me? Jun Xiaoyao was slightly startled. Jun Xiaoyao looked back with a slightly darkened expression and said, Grandfather, why are you as stealthy as Jun Linglong? Jun Jiantien frowned at Jun Xiaoyao and sighed. Cut the talk. You caused such a massive commotion in the ancestral grounds. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Having mastered the Lu Xian sword art, Jun Xiaoyao's face was beaming with arrogance. He rubbed his nose and said, it was decent enough, just the first move, right? Hearing this, Jun Jiantien couldn't help but shudder at this little monster, then let out a soft laugh. You really are a little monster. I've watched you grow up, and yet I never realized you were hiding a supreme bone. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao was startled. Fearing his grandfather would discover the secret of his system, he quickly tried to cover it up with a random excuse. I'm not hiding anything from you, grandfather. I only just discovered it myself. I guess your eldest grandson has just become stronger in the face of adversity. Jun Jiantien knew his grandson's personality all too well, but he didn't push for more details. He turned around and said, forget it. I didn't come here to listen to your nonsense. Jun Xiaoyao, you have 2 supreme constitutions within you. Your cultivation will require twice the effort, especially the ancient sacred body. Since the day you were born, the phenomenon of 10,000 saints bowing down appeared. However, the ancient sacred body has 6 major manifestations, and you have yet to awaken 5 of them. You need to comprehend these yourself, but I happen to know a place that can help you awaken the second manifestation. Jun Jiantian's words left Jun Xiaoyao stunned, lost in thought. He was absolutely right, because the ancient sacred body is not something that can be easily cultivated. Compared to the supreme bone, awakening these manifestations is much harder. Even with his immense talent, he still needed a long process of rigorous training. After a moment of thought, Jun Xiaoyao used his ultimate childhood trump card. He put on a cute, adorable face. With shimmering eyes, he looked at his grandfather and pleaded softly, Grandfather, just tell me. Jun Jiantien pondered for a moment, feeling like he had experienced something very familiar. He thought to himself, why does this feel so familiar? Then he lightly pushed Jun Xiaoyao's head away and said, all right, stop being so clingy. Suddenly, Jun Jiantian's expression turned serious. Have you ever heard of the Pan Wu divine dynasty? Jun Xiaoyao, hearing the name Pan, Wu Divine Dynasty, was slightly surprised. He thought for a moment and replied, the Pan Wu Divine Dynasty, isn't that a peak immortal divine power? Jun Xiaoyao, in his free time, had read records about the Yuan Tien immortal domain and knew many of the great powers, so the name wasn't entirely foreign to him. Jun Xiaoyao nodded and explained, that's right. The founder of the Pan Wu Divine Dynasty was the Pan Wu Great Emperor. But that's not what's important. Our Jun family also once had the Qi Tian Great Emperor. What matters is that it's said the Pan Wu Great Emperor possessed the ancient sacred body. Rumor has it that deep within the palace of the Pan Wu Divine Dynasty lies the Pan Wu Mausoleum, which might be connected to the Pan Wu Great Emperor. Jun Xiaoyao brought his hand to his chin, pondering for a moment before saying, but the Pan Wu Divine Dynasty wouldn't easily let outsiders enter their secret realm, would they? Jun Tien closed his eyes and nodded in agreement. True, that is the case, but it's not absolute. I'm just telling you the path. He laughed proudly. If it really doesn't work out, then for the sake of your future, breaking in is not entirely out of the question. Hearing this doting remark, Jun Xiaoyao smiled and thought to himself, the domineering spirit of the Jun family truly stems from the same source. Jun Xiaoyao then said, I'll keep this in mind. I will find an opportunity to see the Pan Wu Mausoleum. Just as he finished speaking, the familiar mechanical sound of the system rang in Jun Xiaoyao's head. Congratulations to the host. The sign and location has been refreshed. On the way back, Jun Xiaoyao walked while thinking. 2 sign and locations have been activated. The Origin, Heavenly Supreme, Secret Treasury, and the Pan Wu Mausoleum. I can't get to either of them in the short term. Suddenly, something caught Jun Xiaoyao's attention. Glancing over, he noticed Linglong sitting in a courtyard by the road with a beautiful, picturesque backdrop. Feeling slightly surprised and a bit happy, Jun Xiaoyao walked over and said with a smile, oh, surely you weren't waiting for me, were you? Linglong smiled softly and replied, I am your servant, so it is only right that I wait here respectfully. Hearing her say that, Jun Xiaoyao suddenly shivered, hugging himself and laughing. Don't do that, sister. You're giving me goosebumps. If there's something you want to say, just say it. Linglong's eyes turned sad and thoughtful, and she didn't speak for a moment. Then, she respectfully offered a letter wrapped in a lotus pattern card, her voice filled with sincerity. Linglong clearly had a request to make. Jun Xiaoyao glanced down and said, didn't I say I don't like people suddenly kneeling? Forget it, let me see. He took the letter, opened it, and muttered, Ancient Vermilion Bird. Life-extending medicine. Linglong remained kneeling at his feet, praying earnestly, her eyes filled with hope. After reading it, Jun Xiaoyao pondered for a long time, his expression suddenly darkening. He said slowly, I certainly don't lack such things. Giving you one wouldn't be a problem. Suddenly, the system in Jun Xiaoyao's head displayed a notification. Congratulations to the host. The sign and location has been refreshed. Refreshing. Please sign in at the Imperial Palace of the Ancient Vermilion Bird Nation. The scene shifted to the 3,000 Dao provinces, Fire Province, Ancient Vermilion Bird Nation. Deep within the imperial city, the king was ailing. On the royal bed, the king held everything in his power, yet he could not hold on to his own health. By his bedside was the imperial princess, Bai Yuer, of the Ancient Vermilion Bird Nation. The king's face was pale, coughing heavily from exhaustion, but he still tried to speak to his daughter. Yuer, even the elixir of life can no longer save me. Stop making things so hard on yourself. Yuer's face fell as she bowed her head, her chest heaving with words she couldn't say. Then, her face suddenly lit up, as if she had just found a glimmer of hope. Grasping her father's remaining strength with both hands, she said softly but with great determination, Father, rest assured. I have found a clue. I will definitely cure you. At that moment, someone came to request an audience with the royalty. A courtmaid entered and whispered, Your Majesty, the prince of the ancient Azure Dragon Nation is waiting in the hall. The king knew exactly who that was. He shouted, his hands gripping his chest as he was racked with pain. That scoundrel. Drive him out. Yuer held the king's hand tightly and said, Father, please don't get angry. Her expression hardened as she spoke to her father before leaving to face the mysterious person. I will go deal with him. In the main hall, a figure with green hair stood alone. The surrounding scenery was magnificent yet mournful, no doubt due to the king's illness. Yuer entered from behind him and respectfully bowed with her hands clasped. Long time no see. My welcome wasn't exactly warm, but I hope your highness can forgive me. He didn't even bother to turn around, simply replying, Bai Yuer, between us, why must we be like this? Sang's face lit up as if he'd seen a goddess, and he said in an incredibly sweet tone, It's been a few days, and you look much more haggard. So, he's the first prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, Xiao Chen. Bai Yuer finally looked up to meet his gaze and said, I appreciate your concern. Your Highness. Xiao Chen suddenly changed the subject. Don't worry. On the day of our grand wedding, the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom will bring a divine herb as a betrothal gift. At that moment, Bai Yuer's face looked much brighter than it had just a few minutes ago. She thanked him, but something felt very off. Bai Yuer's demeanor looked like she was merely resigning herself to the current situation. In her mind, she thought, if you people were truly as generous as you claim, then once he left, her maid couldn't hold it in anymore and started a long rant. It's despicable. His Majesty was clearly poisoned while exploring the secret realm with the Azure Dragon Lord. Yet they're using that as an excuse to demand a marriage alliance. Does Xiao Chen really have the nerve to put on a show of affection in front of the Emperor? Seeing this, Bai Yuer reminded her, Chu, keep your voice down. There are eyes and ears everywhere, and besides, the world outside is so vast, truly worthy of being a princess of a kingdom. Bai Yuer seemed to see right through the world. Perhaps that was why she had to endure everything alone earlier. Chu pouted after being scolded. I'm just feeling indignant for you, Your Highness. Bai Yuer was now truly heartbroken about what was to come in the future. She held her face, sweating profusely, worried for the fate of her country. If she really had to marry into the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom would be completely on the defensive. The legacy passed down by her ancestors would sooner or later be swallowed up by the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. Bai Yuer could foresee every consequence of this marriage. Yet, she felt completely helpless, unable to find any way to resolve the situation. She helplessly asked herself, is there really no other way? Suddenly, an urgent notification cut through the tense atmosphere. A soldier ran in and shouted, Your Highness, urgent report. He was panting heavily, sweating so much he couldn't even finish his sentence. The Quan family. The Quan family sent a letter. Bai Yuer was stunned. It wasn't hard to realize that what she had been waiting for all this time was finally that letter. The soldier handed over a green scroll, and Bai Yuer's face beamed. She ordered, bring it here, quickly. Yes. Reading the contents of the letter, she was overjoyed and couldn't help but exclaim, This is wonderful. It's so good. Jun Linglong sent a letter. The king is saved. The scene shifted to the Quan family. At the Heavenly Emperor's palace, Jun Xiaoyao was picking back and forth, hesitating for quite a while. No, not this one either. I should probably pick the one from before, but before he could finish, behind him, Grandma Hua and Lady Jun Linglong were approaching. Seeing those strange actions, Grandma Hua asked curiously, My lady, what is the young master doing? In front of Jun Xiaoyao was a line of ridiculous-looking animals. Jun Linglong replied to her, He must be deciding which mount to ride to the Fire Province. Both of their faces froze. Grandma Hua reprimanded him. With the status of a divine son, how can you choose from these lowly exotic beasts to create a 9-dragon carriage? Jun Linglong added, He doesn't want to be too flashy, just in case he attracts trouble. Jun Linglong then recalled a moment earlier when the two stood on the steps, apparently talking about Bai Yuer. Jun Xiaoyao had told Jun Linglong that she said she was willing to sacrifice herself for her country. Does that mean the sovereign and the kingdom will submit to me and become my vassals? Jun Linglong confirmed it was exactly that. Jun Linglong explained it, radiating a profound wisdom regarding the nature behind the Quan family. Actually, every descendant of the Quan family acts as the power backing them up. Even if the 10th person uses a sword, there is always a sword sect ready to obey their command. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. In recent years, despite their weakening strength a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. The Imperial Princess Bai Yuer is the Vermilion Bird Fire Goddess. She was a child prodigy favored by the heavens. Jun Linglong said. The image of the gentle Bai Yuer now appeared even more powerful and majestic. Jun Xiaoyao smiled contentedly while asking Jun Linglong, You're not just asking for your little sister, are you? As if her inner thoughts had been read, Jun Linglong's face froze. She quickly turned away, acting like a shy young girl, and said, How could Jun Linglong dare? Jun Linglong is completely devoted to the young master. How could I stand by and watch the young master be deceived by the outsider's divine medicine? Jun Xiaoyao stood there, stunned by Jun Linglong's unexpected reaction. He laughed. All right, stop acting. I was just joking. Jun Xiaoyao's face turned serious. He was probably pondering something. He said to Jun Linglong, However, I truly don't want all the kingdoms to be under his control. Whether the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom deserves the divine medicine or not, I must see it with my own eyes. Returning to the present, Jun Linglong couldn't help but praise Jun Xiaoyao's behavior. The young master's methods were truly unconventional. Her face looked proud, as expected of the future she had foreseen. Suddenly, a loud shout, Jun Linglong. Jun Xiaoyao was hugging a fluffy white camel and excitedly calling out, Jun Linglong, let's ride this to the Fire Province. It can act as a divine beast. The camel spat a wad of saliva as if it were disgusted. Jun Linglong's face darkened. I refuse. At the Quan residence, just as Jun Xiaoyao was preparing to depart for the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom as planned, Jun Linglong suddenly asked, "Right, young master, there is one more thing you need to do before we leave. Do you have time?" Jun Xiaoyao, who had been very eager, excited about his divine beast and ready to set off, was interrupted. "What is it?" Jun Linglong's gaze sharpened when she answered. "It's Xianxia." Even Jun Xiaoyao couldn't joke around like before. He said, "I have her locked in the dungeon for now. The clan elders specifically ordered that you would handle this matter." He thought that would be the end of it, but Jun Xiaoyao asked Jun Linglong back, "Is that the noisy young lady? How do you think I should deal with her?" Jun Linglong was a bit surprised, but she didn't hesitate to answer. She seemed to know everything inside and out. "Colluding with outsiders, harming the Quan family according to the clan rules. We should use the prescribed punishments." Jun Xiaoyao repeated the phrase as a trailing question. Jun Linglong didn't wait long and continued. "It's the regulation regarding the limbs of the sinner, then leaving them out in the sun, until they wither away." Jun Xiaoyao's face darkened. He thought, this round of torture is just a game for the people here. Then suddenly he waved his hand toward Jun Linglong and ordered, "Jun Linglong, bring me pen and paper." She was a bit surprised to be called by her full name like that. Usually, when he called her name, it meant something unusual was happening. Still, she followed the order. He smoothed his hair, tilted his face toward the sky, puffed out his chest, and declared, "With me in the Quan family, why wouldn't the saw a great emperor appear?" These are the words of the future emperor. In the future, every school-aged child must be taught these lessons to memorize by heart. Jun Linglong scribbled down every word the divine son uttered, her expression serious and focused. For those like Xianxia, who commit such foolish acts, Jun Xiaoyao quotes the first rule. Not teaching before killing is cruelty itself. Even Jun Linglong's eyes widened at such ruthlessness. The scene shifts to the Jun family dungeon. Behind the cold iron bars, in the shadows, appeared the silhouette of a young woman. Her hair was disheveled, and she looked as frail and gaunt as a drowned corpse. Yet, she was still alive. Her face was deathly pale, and her listless eyes reflected a striking contrast. A vibrant, blonde young woman stood there, her gaze sharp enough to shatter those chains. "You're finally here," Xianxia whispered with a faint, hollow smile. She wheezed, pleading, "I only have one request. Just give me a quick end." Jun Linglong, standing before her, felt a tinge of hesitation, but she spoke firmly. "I am only here to deliver the divine son's judgment." Jun Linglong's voice echoed outside the cell. "Xianxia, you colluded with outsiders to harm the Jun family. The divine son sentences you to kneel outside the heavenly emperor palace for 1 year to reflect. During this year, no matter what happens, you are not permitted to leave." Behind the bars, hearing that sounded worse than death, Jun Linglong continued coldly. "After 1 year, all debts will be settled, and you will be expelled from the Jun family. The Jun family will no longer trouble you." Xianxia's eyes bulged in disbelief. Across the bars, Jun Linglong's voice rang out clearly. "If you still harbor hatred for the divine son, then challenge him yourself. He never refuses a challenge from anyone. If you still refuse to repent and continue colluding with outsiders to harm the Jun family, then he will eradicate every faction you are connected to." Jun Linglong kept speaking. She knew deep down that Xianxia would surely challenge him. When that time came, the divine son would have the perfect opportunity to face her directly, kill her with his own hands, and move on to more exciting matters. In the middle of nowhere, a barren wasteland, a man and a woman were talking, their expressions incredibly serious. The young man, with hair as red as fire and a handsome face, stared intently at the ground while speaking to the beautiful white-haired woman before him. "The divine son, he doesn't hold a grudge against me, does he?" Seeing his anxiety, she offered a word of comfort. "The divine son didn't care that you offended him back then. Why are you still so worried?" His face darkened, lost in deep thought. At a magnificent castle, 2 elders stood on the balcony talking. Jun Xiaoyao let out a heavy, sorrowful sigh. The man with black hair said, "That kid, in the end, he's still too soft-hearted." Rather than calling it soft-hearted, it's more that in a world where everyone bows to tyranny, he insists on following the path of the king's way, where the people submit out of true reverence. Hearing this, Yuan Tien asked in return, "The king's way is surely much harder than tyranny. In this world, how many can truly make 10,000 people submit willingly?" The scene shifts to the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom's imperial palace. Jun Linglong and Yu were overjoyed to be reunited. Yu couldn't help but throw herself into Jun Linglong's arms, grabbing her hands and saying, "I knew it. In the end, I could only rely on you, sister." Men are simply not to be trusted. Jun Linglong smiled faintly and replied, "Don't hold me in such high regard. The killing immortal herb exists, but it's not in my hands." Jun Linglong asked, "What do you mean?" Yu Er's joyful expression suddenly faded. She was deeply worried about her father's fate. Jun Linglong explained, "My master said he wants to see for himself if this kingdom is worth him bestowing the immortal herb. That's why he didn't bring it here." "My goodness, you actually managed to make Yuan Tien willing to do your bidding. What kind of monster are you?" Yu couldn't contain her emotions and blurted out a few words. Jun Linglong, when asked, just stuttered, appearing unwilling to answer. "You'll know when you meet him." Inside the imperial city, at a local tavern, someone was pouring tea, with dishes spread across the table. Jun Xiaoyao picked up his cup, praising and mocking at the same time. Good tea." Although he appeared indifferent to the events unfolding before him, in his heart, he thought, it would be better if that noisy brat wasn't here. Opposite him, his men were provoking the tavern staff. "Are you deaf? I asked for your best wine. What is this swill you've brought us?" The white-haired elder grabbed the waiter by the collar, lifting him up with an arrogant look. "Do you have any idea who we are?" The Azure Dragon Kingdom's ruler looked at the man in pain with a cruel gaze, his voice harsh. "You bastard. Because of you, the mood of my brothers has been ruined. How do you plan to compensate us?" The man was struggling, foaming at the mouth, and crying out in pain. Just then, a hand reached out to stop the ruler. The Vermilion Bird ruler grabbed his hand but remained silent. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon ruler turned and barked. "What? Does the Vermilion Bird envoy also want to ruin our fun?" The Vermilion Bird envoy, with an unpleasant expression, said, "No. I just feel that the Azure Dragon envoy needn't be angry with this kid. If the food at this tavern isn't to your liking, we can just find another place." Hearing this, the Azure Dragon ruler finally let go of the tavern owner and grumbled, "You rotten brat, I'll spare you this once for the Vermilion Bird envoy's sake. How can you even open a tavern with food this bad? Just close it down." He walked away, shouting back. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao was sitting in a corner, devouring his food like a pig. What a waste. These people don't know how to appreciate good food. After the Azure Dragon ruler left, the Vermilion Bird envoy knelt before the tavern owner and asked, "Are you all right?" He replied, I'm fine." The Vermilion Bird envoy then shoved some gold coins into his hand as payment for the meal. "Take this. Just endure it for a little longer. This too shall pass." Hearing this, the tavern owner teared up and bowed in gratitude. "Yes, we will endure." Jun Xiaoyao sat there, observing everything with a cold expression. After a while, his next dish arrived. "Guest, your extra portion of grilled lamb chops has arrived." Taking the chance, Jun Xiaoyao asked, "Young man, who were those people just now? They are acting so arrogantly in the imperial capital. Doesn't your ruler control them?" The tavern owner sighed and said, "Guest, you must not know, right? Our ruler went to find a secret realm with the Azure Dragon ruler a few years ago. As it turns out, they were wounded by the ancient nine-slaying snake demon. Ever since then, he has been bedridden with a grave illness. Only the immortal Qilin pill can cure it. As it happens, the Lord of the Azure Dragon Kingdom possesses such an immortal pill. He promised to gift it to our kingdom, but only on the condition that our princess enters a political marriage with them. Those men from before are the subordinates of the first prince of the Azure Dragon Kingdom." Hearing this, he quietly thought to himself that this sounded like a scheme to drain their strength. Then he asked, "The immortal Qilin pill is a divine medicine, priceless and hard to come by for cultivators. Even the righteous sects or the major immortal powers don't have them in stock, so is the Lord of the Azure Dragon Kingdom really willing to part with it?" The shopkeeper continued, "Who knows? Those people from the Azure Dragon Kingdom have been acting like tyrants since they arrived in the imperial capital. But just thinking about how Her Highness the Princess still maintains her dignity, we just try to endure it." Xiao Yao continued eating and asked, "You seem to really respect the princess." Without hesitation, the young man replied, "Of course, for the princess possesses the Vermilion Bird Divine Fire." Hearing this, Xiao Yao began to feel suspicious. The Vermilion Bird Divine Fire, a talent seen once in 300 kinds of physiques. The young man then asked Xiao Yao, "You're a foreigner visiting the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, right?" "We are the descendants of the Vermilion Bird Divine Bird. The Vermilion Bird is born in fire and dies in the flickering embers. As long as the divine fire is not extinguished, the Vermilion Bird never truly dies. That is why Her Highness the Princess is the ultimate symbol of faith for us, the people of the Vermilion Bird." Hearing this, Xiao Yao seemed to suddenly understand everything, so that was it. At the princess's palace in the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, Xiao Yao was walking leisurely. When he arrived, 2 guards were stationed outside the gate. Seeing Xiao Yao, they shouted immediately, "Stop! Who are you? Why are you appearing in the princess's palace? But at that moment, his expression showed no fear. On the contrary, he smiled smugly. He glided past the two of them like a gust of wind. Seeing him so carefree, they gritted their teeth in anger and shouted to alert others, "Guards, there's an assassin." Immediately, swarms of people rushed over. They surrounded Xiao Yao, who was the intruder. "Speak up." Xiao Yao didn't panic. He calmly replied, "Jun Xiao Yao of the Jun family from the Imperial Province." Upon hearing that, they turned pale. The Jun family? One of them drew his sword to intimidate him. "Even if you are an honored guest of the Jun family, you cannot enter the princess's palace as you please." Looking at him, he just smiled faintly. "Got some backbone, don't you?" Just then, Yuan arrived and shouted, "You bunch of idiots, stop immediately." "Your Highness," she looked at Xiao Yao in front of her, and her face turned ghostly pale. It's over. She had felt his aura and rushed over immediately, but it seemed she hadn't arrived in time. Yuan remembered what Linglong had told her before. "Yuan, I have to tell you this first. My young master may be young, but his temperament is strange. You must be very careful. Sometimes even I can't understand what he's thinking, so don't harbor any unrealistic expectations." Yuan had felt apprehensive back then, and Linglong explained, "He won't value you just because you're my friend, and don't expect me to plead for you. If I were to open my mouth, it would only make him more repulsed by you. If you want to get the immortal medicine from him, you can only do it yourself." These words made Yuan even more anxious. Back in the present, Yuer's face darkened, and she thought with dread, "This is trouble." She looked at the crowd surrounding Xiao Yao with weapons drawn and felt conflicted. How could she turn this situation around? Finally, Yuan clasped her hands in front of her and spoke with a sincere, apologetic tone. "Yuan didn't know a distinguished guest had arrived and failed to welcome you from afar. My subordinates offending you is due to my poor management. I hope the young master will forgive us." Xiao Yao observed her coolly, silently assessing her. So this is the good friend of my little Linglong?" He smiled lightly. "You've taken that responsibility upon yourself, haven't you?" Xiao Yao spoke up. "You must be the princess of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. You surely know why I'm here. But you didn't inform your subordinates, which makes it seem like you're not very welcoming." He rubbed his chin and began to reason. Then Xiao Yao, acting it out himself, turned to leave and waved goodbye casually. It was Jun Xiao Yao who was intrusive. "I shall take my leave." At that moment, Yuan suddenly knelt down, disregarding her status. She bowed her head and shouted, "Young master, please stop. I have offended you. Please feel free to punish me." Yuan bowed so hard her forehead was scraped. She said sincerely, "I only ask that you give me a chance." Only then did Xiao Yao turn back, but he didn't show any friendliness. Xiao Yao used a burst of power from his hand. "Rise." He used it to lift the kneeling Yuan up into the air. A princess of a kingdom standing before her people. Yet kneeling before a foreigner, what kind of spectacle was this? She was startled at suddenly being lifted by force a telekinetic feat. Xiao Yao finally spoke. "Fine, I'll give you a chance." He snapped his fingers, and immediately Linglong appeared beside her, swiftly and nimbly setting up a table and chairs, bringing a teapot and cups for Xiao Yao. He sat down, crossed his legs with a haughty expression. Xiao Yao commanded, "Within the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, how will you convince me to stay?" Yuan frowned anxiously, sweating, and quickly made an offer with complete sincerity. The Fire Province spans 3,000 miles, with rich resources and vast territory, considered the sovereign land of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. If the young master is willing to provide an immortal pill to save the life of our lord, then the millions of subjects across the 3,000 territories, including my royal family, will belong to you. We will follow you. And even in death, we will not falter. But Jun Xiaoyao didn't care for that. He curled his lip in disdain. "Sigh. You seem to have misunderstood something. The land in the Imperial Province owned by the main branch of my Jun family is 100 times larger than the Fire Province. Not to mention the Dao Province surrounding the Imperial Province is also in the hands of the Jun family. Why would I need your tiny Fire Province?" He analyzed it seriously for her to understand. Yuan knew this wouldn't be easy. She clenched her fists in unease, and finally, she made a determination. "Yuan is willing to follow you, to be your servant for life. If only you would take pity and grant me the pill." Her subordinates reacted fiercely immediately. "Your Highness, you can't." Only Xiao Yao smiled. He pointed to Linglong, who was standing emotionlessly behind him. "See her. This is Jun Linglong. She has walked the path of the world for 23 years, pouring tea, doing laundry, folding blankets, killing, setting fires, making money. There is nothing she cannot do. She is my personal maid. Do you think you can replace her?" Yuan covered her mouth with her hand and sighed. That is naturally impossible." Jun Xiaoyao said loudly and sternly, "That's not right, young lady. Don't think for a second that selling yourself out is a valid way to get what you want. He reached out with a suggestive gesture. I'll point you in the right direction. After all, I'm not some kind of demon. The people of this nation truly respect their princess, but I'm not sure if you're actually worthy of that respect. Jun Xiaoyao said, eyeing Bai Yuer with a look of doubt. He gestured toward her. As the saying goes, take the people as the foundation for a peaceful nation. If your vermilion bird royal family are nothing but spineless fools who can't even protect their own subjects, Jun Xiaoyao's expression turned graver. Then why on earth should I waste something as precious as the immortality pill on you people? With that, Jun Xiaoyao stood up and walked away, leaving a bewildered Bai Yuer behind. I'm leaving this place in 3 days. If you still haven't found a way to change my mind by then it just proves that the Vermilion Bird King and the medicine in my hands were never meant to be. Bai Yuer stared at his retreating back, frowning in deep thought, silent. Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong were walking slowly, neither speaking a word. Jun Xiaoyao was sweating bullets, sneaking glances at Jun Linglong walking beside him. Jun Linglong's face was dark, clearly showing her annoyance. Jun Xiaoyao tilted his head, asking cautiously, "Are you blaming me for giving your good friend a hard time?" Jun Linglong replied coldly, "I wouldn't dare. It's just," she said seriously, "I don't go around killing or setting fires, and I certainly don't plot against people's lives." Jun Linglong's threatening glare made Jun Xiaoyao stutter in fear. I'm sorry. That day, Bai Yuer went to her father. She took her father's hand. "Father, there's something I want to do, but I don't know if it's right or wrong. Doing it might bring ruin upon our Vermilion Bird ancient kingdom." Bai Yuer sat by the bedside and poured her heart out to her father. The Vermilion Bird King, looking gaunt, spoke up. "If that is truly what you want to do, then do it. I believe in you. As long as the fire soul remains, the Vermilion Bird shall never fall." Those words struck Bai Yuer like a bolt of enlightenment. Golden sunlight bathed the world. It was late afternoon. Jun Xiaoyao was strumming the zither leisurely. Jun Linglong asked, "So, the young master even knows how to play the zither?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled gently. "Nope." A breeze blew, his hair swaying with it. "You know, I can play a few simple tunes, but I'm no master." Just then, a system screen appeared announcing Vermilion Bird Imperial Palace login successful. "Congratulations, host, you have received a 4-star reward. Phoenix singing on Qishan Mountain." Jun Xiaoyao bowed his head and continued strumming. "It's fine, knowing how is enough. If you have time, come teach me." Jun Linglong asked, confused, "Why are you suddenly so interested in playing?" Jun Xiaoyao gestured excitedly, "Because using a cheat code to breeze through this boring game is too easy. So, I'm not just learning the zither, I'm also learning to dance. If I get the chance, I want to be a carpenter or a blacksmith, too." The more he talked, the more enthusiastic he became, already thinking about how to build a computer and develop video games. Jun Linglong was speechless, thinking to herself, "He's talking weird nonsense again." Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao turned serious. "So, what will your good friend do to make me change my mind?" Jun Linglong answered blankly, "I have no idea, but you have to remember, Bai Yuer is. Her personality is even more flamboyant than what she shows on the surface." Just then, someone appeared who was, indeed, very flamboyant. It was an old woman with snow-white hair. Jun Linglong greeted her. "Granny Hua. Is something the matter?" Granny Hua looked quite displeased. "Young miss, that friend of yours just brought a formal letter of breakup to find the first prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom." Jun Xiaoyao's jaw dropped in excitement, and he laughed out loud. "Ha, what kind of broken engagement is this? Let's go. Let's go watch the show." At the residence of the first prince of the Azure Dragon Kingdom, Xiao Chen spoke up. "Bai Yuer, what is the meaning of this?" His face was dark, brow furrowed as he growled. "This isn't funny at all." Bai Yuer faced him calmly. "It means exactly what is written. As of today, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is dissolving our engagement with the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. His Highness knows the Vermilion Bird Kingdom has been busy with state affairs lately, so I hope for a swift response." Her expression was stern, devoid of any playfulness. "On another day, I will come to the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom in person to atone for this." But Xiao Chen wasn't listening. He was only getting angrier. "Are you mocking me?" Bai Yuer raised her voice. "You are the one mocking me, and mocking the entire Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom." She interrogated him sharply. "You said you would use the immortality pill as a betrothal gift, and the wedding would be held in 3 years. Can my father even wait that long? Your underlings harass my subjects in the capital every single day. Can you even control them?" Finally, Bai Yuer gripped the paper in her hand tightly. "Do you want to test my limits?" She slammed the paper straight into Xiao Chen's face. "I'm telling you right now, this is my limit." He was so furious, his veins popped. Quite the backbone, Jun Xiaoyao thought. Things are different when you've got support. Xiao Chen gripped the paper. I heard that a while back, a man in white snuck into your private quarters, and yet he walked right out the front gate. He looked at her with utter contempt. Is he your little lover? You've just become a plaything for another man, using your body to trade for an immortality pill. A self-degrading harlot, you have no right to step foot into my Azure Dragon Kingdom. The atmosphere froze, no one spoke. Jun Xiaoyao, still in his invisible state, was eating skewers and watching the drama, thinking, speechless. This guy's imagination is something else. He grinned as if watching a fun show. So, how will she answer? Bai Yuer seemed deeply offended. She furrowed her brows. I originally just thought you were a bit fake, but now I realize the truth comes from the heart. You are truly pathetic. Xiao Chen was displeased at this. What did you say? Bai Yuer replied bluntly. You can only rely on speculation and insults to try and save your own pathetic sense of self-worth. As a man, you are truly pathetic and sad, aren't you? Xiao Chen was provoked to the point of wanting to resort to physical violence. He waved his hand, yelling, "Shut up." Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen reached out to strike Bai Yuer. You bitch. Instantly, his power hit her. It sent her flying backward before she could even react. Bai Yuer slammed hard into the wall behind her. Xiao Chen was suddenly panicked. He thought to himself, crap, I couldn't control my temper. On the sidelines, Jun Xiaoyao was still calmly eating candy and watching the play. Bai Yuer had crashed into the wall without any defense or resistance. She sat motionless, her body covered in wounds, a long streak of blood staining the wall behind her. Xiao Chen stood frozen, staring at the scene before him. He used so much force that cracks appeared on the wall. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly. Damn it. Not only did he not defend himself, he didn't even dodge. What is this wretch trying to do? Meanwhile, Yuer stood there, completely unfazed by the collision. Xiao Yao, snacking on a meat skewer, watched the scene and couldn't help but exclaim, Whoa, that hit probably shattered his internal organs. Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. Huh? What's this? A raging fire was erupting before his eyes. It turned out that Yuer had quickly entered a combat stance. Surrounded by roaring flames, her injuries seemed to be healing before their eyes. It was as if she hadn't just been hit at all. Yuer wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. I took that blow from you. Our diplomatic ties end here. You are no longer welcome in this place, so please leave. Your Highness, the First Prince. Furious and losing his patience, Xiao Chen shouted. Bai Yuer, Xiao Chen could no longer hold back. He swung his hand, unleashing a streak of light that struck Yuer with a lethal blow. Yuer calmly channeled her fire power, preparing to counter. Ugh! A loud blast suddenly erupted, and everything was swallowed by a cloud of dust. Xiao Chen froze, gritting his teeth in frustration. Yuer's eyes went wide with shock. It turned out that Xiao Yao had appeared, grabbing Xiao Chen's arm to keep him from moving. I like your answer, he laughed. You've convinced me. Yuer was overjoyed to hear this. Thank you, young master. Xiao Chen asked bitterly, Who the hell are you? Xiao Yao teased. Just a passerby. Surprise? Xiao Chen's face darkened as he threw a punch, looking for a physical confrontation. You two are nothing but a pair of scumbags. Xiao Chen unleashed a powerful dragon-breaking fist at Xiao Yao's face. He quickly raised his arms in a cross-guard to block the strike. Xiao Yao kept a blank expression, channeled a burst of power into his hands, and said to Xiao Chen, My apologies, but right now, I find the Dragon Clan a bit annoying. He quickly executed the dragon-killing strike, and a massive beam of light slammed directly into Xiao Chen. Hit by such overwhelming force, he couldn't even resist, left only to gasp and scream. Xiao Chen was sent flying, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Watching from the sidelines, Yuer was terrified and deeply shaken. She thought to herself, all it took was one blow. She leaned in close to Jun Linglong and whispered, Jun Linglong, if I may ask, what is the young master's current cultivation realm? Xiao Chen was a well-known figure among the four great ancient kingdoms, yet he was defeated so easily. Everyone was already accustomed to the mysterious nature of this Jun Linglong person. Jun Linglong replied, The young master is currently at the late stage of the God Bridge realm. Yuer then recalled the cultivation levels, Body Refining Realm, God Core Realm, Spirit Sea Realm, God Palace Realm, True Spirit Realm, and finally, the God Bridge Realm. She was stunned. Hadn't he just skipped over 2 entire major realms? Yuer hurriedly asked, How old is the young master? Jun Linglong replied, 10. Seeing Yuer's confused expression, Jun Linglong kindly explained, The young master is only 10 years old, even though he looks a bit older. Yuer's jaw dropped, her mind blown. Oh my god, that's incredible. By now, Xiao Chen was struggling to prop himself up on the ground, clutching his chest in pain and cursing. Damn it. He tore off his cloak and roared, "Don't look down on me." He crossed his arms over his chest, and lightning instantly surged, surrounding his body. Xiao Chen opened his hands, cycling through the techniques, God Palace, Fourth Heaven, Fifth Heaven, and Sixth Heaven to break through his cultivation limit, absorbing blue spiritual energy. Xiao Yao saw this and showed no surprise, only contempt. "Yo-ho, trying to replenish your dragon energy? If you can pull it off, that is." Xiao Chen was so angry the veins on his forehead popped. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with furious blue energy. "You little brat." Xiao Chen used his spiritual energy to create a green dragon heavenly throne seal technique. He screamed, "Kneel before me." Xiao Yao sneered in disdain. "You think you're worthy?" He channeled golden spiritual energy into his palm and unleashed the true dragon imprisonment art. Instantly, a massive golden dragon phantom appeared with an aura that shook the heavens, quickly shattering Xiao Chen's seal. The dragon let out a fierce roar, diving straight toward him. The power of the golden dragon was terrifying. Xiao Chen stood frozen, unsure of what to do. He stared in shock at the sheer size and strength of the true dragon imprisonment art, eyes wide, helplessly waiting for his doom. Finally, a golden bolt of lightning struck the spot where he stood, creating a massive explosion that shook the earth. Xiao Chen lay motionless in the deep crater created by the blast. He regained consciousness slowly, his mind still hazy. What happened? Why am I lying on the ground? Xiao Chen remembered the image of the golden dragon roaring in fury just a moment before. He gritted his teeth as the reality hit him. That's right. I lost to that brat. Xiao Chen struggled to sit up, looking up at Xiao Yao standing at the edge of the crater. He saw Xiao Yao's emotionless face and eyes that looked at him as if he were an insect. That little brat. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth in rage at that look. He lunged again, hands glowing with blue spiritual energy, screaming in frustration. "Damn you. Don't you dare pity me." Xiao Yao frowned, his gaze turning cold and decisive. He flicked 2 fingers downward, and immediately, countless weapons manifested from his golden spiritual energy appeared, flying straight towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Yao twisted his hand, guiding the weapons to strike. His eyes grew sharp, filled with the determination to finish off this scumbag. Suddenly, Yu shouted, "Young master, please, have mercy." Xiao Yao was annoyed at being interrupted and glanced her way. Xiao Chen's face was filthy, his body battered from the beating. Hearing her, he was touched. "Yu But to his surprise, Yu shyly continued, "If he dies inside our Vermilion Bird Palace, it might cause trouble. Could you throw him outside before you finish him off?" Xiao Chen lost all hope. He was so angry he could see stars, shouting, "By Yu you treacherous wench." Xiao Yao smiled in satisfaction at her request. Fine. He once again channeled his spiritual energy into his hand. Xiao Chen was instantly lifted into the air, panicking, struggling to move his body, thinking to himself, "Is this telekinesis?" Xiao Yao clenched his fist, controlling Xiao Chen with his energy, and with a sharp pull backward, a blue dragon spirit was ripped straight out of Xiao Chen's body. He shrunk the dragon down to rest in his palm, sneering with contempt. "Ha, is this the dragon key we're so proud of?" Xiao Chen screamed loudly. "Give it back to me." Xiao Yao, now irritated, clenched his fist to control the energy surrounding him and scolded him. "It's noisy." Xiao Chen was immediately crushed by a surge of spiritual power. He curled up, his eyes rolling back in pain. Jun Xiaoyao lowered his hand and coolly introduced himself. "From the Jun family of the Huangzhou region, I am Jun Xiaoyao." He glanced at Xiao Chen, marking the name in his mind. "Whenever you want to come for revenge, I'll be waiting." With a flick of his wrist, he sent the guy flying. "Now, get lost." Xiao Chen went soaring through the air like a shooting star, crashing hard right into the tables of some merchants outside the city walls. The crowd was bewildered, whispering amongst themselves. What happened? Who is that? He got beaten that badly? Isn't that the first prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom? Ha, serves him right. Must have been the princess who did it. The princess they were talking about, was also quite shaken, keeping her mouth shut in fear. Jun Xiaoyao glanced at her and said, "Don't be afraid. I didn't kill him, just crippled his meridians. That kid still has a bit of destiny left in him. Now that his attendants are helping him up, and he's completely shattered, he'll be back on his feet sooner or later." It turned out the destiny Jun Xiaoyao mentioned was a circular jade-green pendant. Jun Xiaoyao looked at the dragon charm in his hand. Right, he tossed it to Yu. She caught the dormant dragon charm, stammering, This is. Jun Xiaoyao explained, "The Azure Dragon represents wood, and you represent fire. Since wood feeds fire, this dragon aura will help you break through to the true spirit realm." Yu was deeply moved. "Thank you so much, young master." But Jun Xiaoyao gestured for her to stop, smiling quietly. "Don't thank me yet. Take me to see your father." Hearing this, Yuer's spirits lifted instantly. She seemed to come back to life, eagerly leading the way. "Right this way, young master." The physician was checking the pulse of the vermilion bird king. Red, vein-like patterns were spreading across his arm. The physician frowned, sighing with worry. He reported that the condition had worsened. "Unless we find the Keelan immortal herb soon." The vermilion bird king seemed to have accepted his fate. He ordered, "Let the Grand Minister prepare the decree to pass the throne to Yuer." The Grand Minister was anxious. "Your Majesty." Just then, Yuer rushed in. "Father," she called out urgently. "Father, your illness can be cured." The Grand Minister was stunned. "Your Highness?" The vermilion bird king was helped up by the physician, coughing into his hand. Cough, cough. "Yuer." Suddenly, he noticed someone else, and he asked, "Yuer, the young master behind you is." Yuer introduced him. "This is young master Jun Xiaoyao of the Jun family." The vermilion bird king frantically searched his memory. Young master Jun Xiaoyao, the person who fought the Nether Dragon Supreme not long ago? He hadn't expected him to come in person. He panicked, trying to leave his bed, calling out to his daughter, "Yuer, help me up. How can I be so rude to such an honored guest?" Jun Xiaoyao stopped him. "Your Majesty, there's no need for that." He projected spiritual energy from his palm, brushing off the tiresome formalities. Several medicinal herbs appeared as Jun Xiaoyao smiled and explained, "Since your princess passed my test, I will keep my promise and gift you an immortal herb." The vermilion bird king thought fearfully. Every single Keelan immortal herb causes an uproar in the heavenly immortal domain. He can just pull out 4 of them so easily. Is this the true foundation of an ancient immortal family? Naturally, the Jun family had a condition. Of course, if you accept this pill, you should keep your end of the bargain. From now on, the vermilion bird ancient kingdom will submit to me, Jun Xiaoyao, and become my vassal state. The vermilion bird king was stunned. He glanced in a certain direction and called to Yuer. She nodded, clearly understanding. And so, the vermilion bird king knelt on one knee. He bowed his head with cupped hands before Jun Xiaoyao. The vermilion bird ancient kingdom pledges its loyalty to young master Jun Xiaoyao. The others quickly knelt as well, shouting in unison, "We will go through fire and water for you, through life and death." Jun Xiaoyao smiled. "Very well." Meanwhile, in a different place, Xiao Chen had managed to stand up, his clothes shredded and tattered. Xiao Chen clutched his injured arm, dragging his feet with every step. People nearby saw his pathetic state and mocked him. "Isn't that the first prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom? Why does he look like a stray dog?" Scornful comments filled the air. "I heard he got a breakup letter from the Vermilion Bird Princess and got beaten like this. Honestly, who told him to be so arrogant?" Xiao Chen walked until he reached a desolate spot, where only lonely winds blew, his face covered in mud. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, punching a tree with all his might to vent, cursing, "Damn it." As he kept punching the tree, he muttered, "Jun Xiaoyao, Jun Xiaoyao." He poured his rage into every blow until the tree was uprooted. Damn it all. Xiao Chen stood still, watching the tree collapse, the ground cracking beneath it. He panted heavily, looking up with his eyes squeezed shut, wondering, "What am I doing?" Like an idiot. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Is the successor of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom really as spineless as you?" Xiao Chen's eyes snapped open as he whipped his head around, searching. "Who's there?" Suddenly, the circular jade pendant began to glow, casting light all around him. From the pendant, a swirling pillar of energy rose, and a figure with blue hair appeared. Xiao Chen's eyes widened in shock. It was the Azure Dragon Venerable, with 2 blue horns on his head and a stern expression. The Azure Dragon Venerable spoke, "Humph, has my successor forgotten his elder?" Xiao Chen was caught off guard, stammering, You are?" Seeing the statue on the pedestal flicker and then stand still, Xiao Chen's face went pale. He wondered, "The founding ancestor of my Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, the Azure Dragon Venerable." Xiao Chen clasped his hands, bowing deeply to the Azure Dragon Venerable, saying respectfully, "Your unfilial descendant, Xiao Chen, greets the ancestor." The Azure Dragon Venerable, surrounded by the radiant light of a true master, looked at Xiao Chen and commanded, "I awakened centuries ago. I sensed that you were the child of destiny for the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, and I have already poured quite a bit of dragon aura into your body." As he spoke, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully, adding, "To think, it was all for nothing." The resentment in Xiao Chen's heart suddenly erupted, and he shouted back at the Azure Dragon Venerable, frustrated and angry, "Ancestor, you are a quasi-supreme nearly at the supreme realm. Why didn't you just kill Jun Xiaoyao right then and there?" The ancestor was shocked by Xiao Chen's attitude and reaction, his brows furrowing in fury. He scolded him for being foolish. Not to mention that at present, my strength isn't even 1% of what it used to be, but even if it were, do you have any idea who that Jun Xiaoyao is? He didn't stop there. Xiao Chen continued to hold his ground, shouting indignantly, "Isn't he just a disciple of the Huangzhou army?" Hearing this, the Azure Dragon Sovereign sighed warily and replied calmly, "Since you were young, you've had extraordinary talent, yet you've been trapped in this tiny, insignificant place." The Sovereign sighed helplessly. Unlike Xiao Chen's restless appearance, he remained strangely serene. He said softly, "Your news isn't even as quick as mine, an entity existing only as a spirit within this ring." These events reminded him of the divine power of Jun Xiaoyao. The Sovereign then began to warn him in great detail. "Listen well, that Jun Xiaoyao is a divine child of the Jun family, ranking at the very peak. Not long ago, a Jun family ancestor killed the Yulong Supreme, who was on the same level as me. Although Jun Xiaoyao looks innocent on the surface, inside, he possesses vast and terrifying power." The Sovereign continued to warn him. "The Jun family produces madmen in every generation. If you dare to move against him, the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom will be razed to the ground by the Jun family in less than half a day." Hearing the Sovereign speak of Xiao Yao, Xiao Chen's eyes welled up with tears. He gritted his teeth, refusing to accept the reality, and roared in frustration. "Does this mean I'll never be able to take revenge in this life?" Seeing the deep experience in the Sovereign's eyes, he listened to Xiao Chen's resentment and anger, looking at him with affection. "Don't be discouraged. You are a child of national destiny. I certainly won't let you end up in such a miserable state." A strange emotion passed through Xiao Chen, and he settled down to listen to the Sovereign. "Even though your meridians were shattered, there is a silver lining. I will pass on the supreme cultivation technique, the Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art, to you." The Sovereign projected a massive surge of power toward Xiao Chen, his voice firm and decisive. "Azure Heaven Dragon transformation, you must break in order to build." His words sounded like they were hammered into Xiao Chen's mind. He had to remember this. Today's humiliation would be returned to that Jun Xiao Yao 100-fold. Time flew by. A few months later, on a beautiful, sunny morning, Xiao Yao was sitting in his meditation hall, cultivating his inner strength. He listened intently to the rhythm of his heart, feeling the energy enveloping his entire body. In no time, Xiao Yao had reached a level of power that most people struggled their whole lives to achieve. Zhang Linglong and Yu watched his diligent training from the side. Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "It's only been a few short days, and he has already reached the great completion of the Divine Bridge realm. The young master's cultivation speed is truly astonishing." Zhang Linglong heard this and replied, "This speed is actually considered slow for the young master." Zhang Linglong didn't say it out loud, but she thought to herself, "I'm afraid he's spending too much time practicing the 6 immortal sword art." Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes flickered, and he opened them to see Jun Linglong and Yu. Looking at the two girls, he asked, "What brings you two here?" Jun Linglong didn't answer immediately. Instead, she rummaged through her sleeve, produced an item, and said gently, "This is a message sent by the Jun family, from young master Jun Zhangjian." Xiao Yao thought thoughtfully. Young master Jun Zhangjian? Who is that? Then he remembered the sword wielder. "Oh, the guy with the thick eyebrows?" Xiao Yao asked Jun Linglong. "Why did cousin Jun Zhangjian reach out?" "Read it." Receiving the order, she replied clearly. Jun Linglong quickly presented a golden token to Xiao Yao. She spoke clearly. "Divine Child, the Southern Origin Dao Prefecture is showing abnormal signs, and the aura of a Supreme is spreading. If nothing goes wrong, the hidden treasury of the Origin Heaven Supreme is appearing. A special notification, sent by Jun Zhangjian." Hearing the message from the golden token, Xiao Yao felt a bit bewildered and muttered to himself, "Jun Zhangjian. He's actually being quite polite to me, isn't he?" Hearing this, Jun Linglong explained, "It seems to be because of Lan Qingya. He feels you helped him out, so he wants to repay you." Xiao Yao smiled lightly and replied calmly, "Humph. If it's a good intention for my cousin, then I'll accept it. Everyone, prepare the carriage. I want to take the 9-dragon Imperial Chariot to the Southern Origin Dao Prefecture." Receiving the order, everyone replied, "Yes, sir." Suddenly remembering something, Xiao Yao turned to Yu. "How is the situation with your kingdom's sovereign?" Yu pondered and respectfully replied, "Reporting to the young master, after my father took the immortal herb, his body is no longer in any danger." Speaking of this, Yu thought of the image of the Chu kingdom's sovereign as he regained his strength. She added, "He is currently using the medicinal effects of the immortal herb to enter seclusion and try to break through to the saint realm." This made Xiao Yao thoughtful. That sickly sovereign is actually a quasi-saint. You really can't judge a book by its cover. After pondering what Yu had said, he replied, "It seems you won't be able to accompany me this time. Handle the state affairs well. There will be many opportunities in the future." Xiaoyao became serious, pointing directly at Jun Linglong and instructing her carefully. Remember this, never be arrogant, but be firm. If there is an emergency, send a message immediately. Jun Linglong. Xiaoyao's eyes became more serious and determined. His words were soft but carried great weight. I, Jun Xiaoyao, will absolutely not allow myself to be humiliated by others. Yu bowed her head and responded clearly, understood. In a distant desert, there was no sign of life. There stood towering cliffs. The vast nature here made humans feel smaller than ever. This was the 3,000 Dao Prefecture's Kun Prefecture, a discarded place. A barren land, infested with fierce beasts and roving bandits, the air here held no safety. Above, massive dragons distorted the sky. They made the landscape even more terrifying. The dragons circled endlessly in the sky. A brave young man stood on a fragile cliff, looking up at them with determination. This was Xiao Chen. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen turned, stepped back to gain momentum, and poured all his strength into his fist, launching it at the arrogant dragon in the sky. Though the dragon was powerful, it had to submit to Xiao Chen's cyclone-like punch. After finishing the job, he landed lightly, blood splattered everywhere. Xiao Chen stopped and looked at the corpse with a gaze of contempt. The Azure Dragon Sovereign, who had been watching Xiao Chen's actions the entire time, walked over to him. The Sovereign said, "Not bad. You managed to practice the Azure Heaven, Dragon Transformation art to the 4th level in just a few short months, and your cultivation has reached the middle stage of the Divine Bridge realm." The Sovereign smiled and offered his praise. "You truly are worthy of being the child of national fortune of our Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom." Xiao Chen, feeling a bit flustered, hesitated before saying, "I must thank you for your guidance, Ancestor." Their conversation was interrupted by a commotion up ahead. Someone was fleeing on a camel, while a group of aggressive bandits chased after them, brandishing sharp, gleaming blades. They shouted, "Stop right there. Where do you think you're going, beauty?" The leader, a grotesque brute, let out a perverse, arrogant laugh. "Within the borders of Kun Province, no one has ever escaped from us, the demonic wolf gang." This disturbance caught the attention of Xiao Chen. As he stood high upon the cliff, observing the scene, the Azure Dragon Sovereign spoke up, noting that the demonic wolf gang was quite notorious around Kun Province. With a look of weary disdain, the Sovereign glanced at the chaos and remarked that, based on their aura, the gang leader had already reached the Unity Realm. Hearing this, Xiao Chen spoke up, hesitating for a moment before adding, "A peak spirit bridge realm, where the soul and flesh merge into one, true unity." Xiao Chen looked on with cold contempt. He muttered, "And yet, with such cultivation, he chooses to rot away in this wasteland, wallowing in this filth." Meanwhile, the woman on the camel had fled to a desolate spot, cursing under her breath. "Damn it," she thought, glancing back to see the bandits still in pursuit. She lamented that if it weren't for her inability to use her cultivation, she wouldn't be cornered by these scumbags. The aggressive leader refused to give up. He swung his blade into the air and roared, "Beauty, you better just be obedient and come home with me." Suddenly, a figure streaked toward him like lightning. It was Xiao Chen, who had darted over, leaving even the woman on the camel stunned. As Xiao Chen landed safely, his deep, brooding eyes met hers. He stood up with force, turning to face the group of punks with a look of fearless defiance. "You bunch of thugs, get lost." The perverse leader was caught off guard by such arrogance. He snapped, "Where did this brat come from? How dare you interfere with the demonic wolf gang?" Xiao Chen, wasting no time on them, roared with indignation, "Get lost." The leader gritted his teeth, muttering in fury, "You little brat, you," but before he could finish, a powerful punch from Xiao Chen landed right on his face. The force was so immense it completely shattered his features. One hit was all it took to send him flying off his horse, leaving his subordinates gaping in disbelief. One of them, still oblivious to fear, pointed at Xiao Chen and yelled, "Damn you! How dare you attack our leader?" The bandit and his cohorts charged on their horses, swinging their sharp blades towards Xiao Chen, who stood there unflinching, waiting for them. They screamed, "Die, you fool!" Even as they rushed toward him, Xiao Chen didn't budge, looking at them with utter disdain. As they closed in, Xiao Chen unleashed his full strength. In mere moments, one after another, they were sent crashing to the ground, covered in blood. After finishing them off, Xiao Chen looked around and finally noticed the woman on the camel. With a gentle gaze, he asked, "Are you all right?" She wore a hat with a veil, but it couldn't hide her stunning beauty. She asked him softly, "Who are you?" Looking back at the moment before Xiao Chen rescued her, the Azure Dragon Sovereign had been eyeing the woman on the camel with a profound gaze while the bandits chased her, warning Xiao Chen, "Kid, I suspect this woman has quite a background." He observed her carefully before continuing. "She carries a magical artifact that can conceal her aura from me. She's likely the pampered daughter of some immortal sect. Upon hearing what the Azure Dragon Sovereign said, Xiao Chen paid even closer attention to her. The Sovereign added, build a good relationship with her. It could be of great help to the Jun family's divine child in the future. Understanding the Sovereign's intent, Xiao Chen quickly took his advice to heart. He clasped his hands and said, I am Xiao Chen of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, VB. VN, the leading text-to-speech solution in Vietnam. If you wish to travel through Khun Province, you might want to head toward the mountains in the southeast. There are solitary beasts there, which are easier to deal with than the bandits roaming these plains. The woman on the camel didn't answer right away, taking in his suggestion. She pondered, thinking that Xiao Chen was the name of the first prince of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. Nonetheless, she politely thanked him. I, Wu Mingyue, am grateful for your rescue, young master. And so, the two set off together, facing the challenges of such an unsafe land. High in the sky, strange dragon-like creatures drifted by, their cries sounding truly terrifying. Xiao Chen turned back to see the woman and her camel still following closely behind him, which put him at ease. They reached a large cliff and leaped down, with the woman quickly following suit. Before them stood a beast, baring its fangs as if to devour them whole. Xiao Chen lunged, landing a brutal punch directly into the creature's chest, taking it down instantly. As night fell, they found a safe place to take shelter. Both of them were famished, so they roasted some meat to satisfy their hunger. Xiao Chen and Mingyue sat close together, and Xiao Chen spoke up to break the awkward silence. Mingyue, this is for you. Mingyue accepted it and replied, thank you. As she took the skewer, she removed the hat she had been wearing. Now, Xiao Chen could clearly see the exquisite beauty Mingyue had been hiding beneath her veil all along. Mingyue smiled and said, it's a good thing you were there to help on this journey. Seeing that beautiful face right before him, Xiao Chen's movements paused for a heartbeat, and his face flushed red. Seeing Xiao Chen's naive, adorable expression, Mingyue giggled and asked, what are you staring at? Startled, Xiao Chen snapped back to reality. Feeling flustered by Mingyue's reaction, Xiao Chen thought to himself, that wretch Bai Jie abandoned me. I never expected to meet someone even better. Could this really be destiny? He hung his head in embarrassment, ignoring the expectant gaze of Wu Mingyue. I'm just thinking of my late fiancé, he muttered. Hearing this, Wu Mingyue asked curiously, is it really that painful to let go? When Xiao Chen didn't answer, she felt awkward and continued. Wu Mingyue didn't know the full story, and the atmosphere between them became more awkward than ever as they both fell silent. Xiao Chen sat there stunned, unable to get a word out, while Mingyu felt like she'd just been hit with a massive shock. She snapped out of it and shouted, are you serious? Such an absurd thing actually happened? Who is this noble heir who's having an affair with your fiancé? Tell me. I'll go help you get justice. Unlike Mingyue's overreaction, Xiao Chen stayed calm. He looked down with deep, thoughtful eyes and said, Mingyue, there's no need to be angry. My revenge is something I must settle myself. How could I rely on someone else? Mingyu jumped up, shouting right in his face, cut the talk. Your business is my business. I don't care what kind of background your enemy has. I'm not afraid of anything. Mingyue stared straight into Xiao Chen's eyes, dead serious. If he dares to keep throwing his weight around, I, Wu Mingyue, will make sure he learns what regret tastes like. This reaction caught Xiao Chen completely off guard. He flashed a bright smile to break the tension and said, you're getting too worked up. Let's get something to eat first. Despite the compassionate look he was showing Mingyu, Xiao Chen was secretly smirking inside, triumphant that the eldest princess of the Panwu dynasty had come to help him. Jun Xiaoyao, let's see how long you can stay so arrogant. Just then, while Jun Xiaoyao was in his courtyard, he felt like someone was talking about him. He sneezed so hard it actually startled him. Seeing this, Linglong looked over with a worried expression and asked, are you all right? He quickly replied, I'm fine. Someone behind my back must be plotting against me. Linglong looked at Jun Xiaoyao with calm eyes and said, by the way, we're both currently traveling. As they soared through the sky on their magical flying cloud, Linglong reminded Jun Xiaoyao, we've arrived at Nantian City. Nanyuan Dao Prefecture, Daoji Heaven Sect, Nantian City. At the city gates, Zhang Jian and Sui Huang were waiting for his arrival with their attendants, both of them looking incredibly serious. Jun Xiaoyao stepped firmly onto the ground and walked toward them. He smiled and said, quite a lively crowd. Zhang Jian cupped his hands, and both he and Shu Huang bowed respectfully to greet Jun Xiaoyao. Descendants of the Jun family pay respects to the divine child. Watching Zhang Jian bow, Jun Xiaoyao observed him carefully, his eyebrows arching slightly. So, it's Jun Zongjian. Jun Xiaoyao spoke up. Cousin, there's no need for such formalities. We're all part of the Jun family. Why go through all this trouble? Zhang Jian, who had just greeted him, had an eager look in his eyes. He seemed to idolize him to the point of melting, saying, "The divine child is truly magnanimous, not holding on to past grudges." Jun Xiaoyao reached out, hesitating slightly, cousin Zhang Jian. While chatting, Jun Xiaoyao noticed the elderly master standing next to them. Not knowing who he was, he gestured toward him and asked, "May I ask who this senior is?" The old man quickly introduced himself. Despite his age, his mind was sharp as he said, "I am the old Taoist of the Daoji Heaven sect. The Jun family divine child coming here is a true honor for our Daoji Heaven sect." Hearing the name, Jun Xiaoyao recalled what he had heard about him. He thought to himself, "The old Taoist of the Daoji Heaven sect, rumor has it he's even above the sect master." He bowed respectfully to the senior. "I apologize for troubling you to come and welcome me personally." Jun Xiaoyao didn't dare take the credit. The old Taoist smiled kindly and said, "Haha, divine child, no need for such formalities." He pointed toward the path for Jun Xiaoyao. "This old man has already prepared your accommodations. Divine child, please, this way." Inside the palace, hearing that Jun Xiaoyao had arrived, the men began to gossip in whispers. Hey, did you see the Jun family's divine child? Is he really the one who killed a Yulong Supreme at 10 years old? He looks so handsome." One man blushed as he exclaimed, "If I weren't a man, I'd want to marry him, too." The guy next to him provoked, "Who cares if you're not a woman? Go for it." The women in the palace weren't falling behind either, all of them blushing shyly as they praised him. Just now, young Master Xiaoyao glanced at me. The woman next to her shouted angrily, "Nonsense, he was clearly looking at me." Another one hid behind her fan, shyly adding, "Looks like a lot of ladies won't be getting any sleep tonight." Suddenly, the sound of women singing and teasing each other echoed in the air. "Oh, what is this thing called love that makes people willing to live and die for one another?" Petals fall, and tears of longing bloom red as spring returns to the pavilion. Wherever Jun Xiaoyao went, the gossip followed, to the point where the four of them didn't know what to do, feeling quite awkward. Jun Xiaoyao, at 10 years old, ignored it, but the two beside him couldn't hear or dared not speak. Jun Xiaoyao turned to Zhang Jian and asked, "Cousin, who else from our Jun family came this time?" Zhang Jian replied, "Aside from you, me, and cousin Jun Shuehuan, brother Wanji is also here. He holds the Origin Heaven Supreme token." Jun Xiaoyao asked him with surprise, "Brother Wanji?" Seeing Jun Xiaoyao's surprise at the number of people, Zhang Jian turned to explain it to him. "He's ranked 5th in the Jun family. He was at your 10-year-old banquet too." The image of Wanji appeared in Zhang Jian's mind, and he said seriously, "Brother Wanji possesses the Lightning Tribulation battle body. It seems he has some hidden resentment regarding your ranking. Divine child, you should be careful." Listening to Zhang Jian explain everything with such sincerity, Jun Xiaoyao didn't respond directly, but he thought, it's not hard to understand how he feels. After all, when I'm this talented, being jealous is only natural. Jun Xiaoyao walked forward confidently, leaving a remark behind, "Don't worry. We're all brothers from the same clan. As long as he doesn't stab me in the back, I'll remain generous." Hearing this, Zhang Jian followed behind, secretly admiring him. Before long, they reached the Daoji Heaven Sect's guest house. Inside, Wanji was deep in cultivation, trying to gather immense power. His training stopped when a subordinate came to report. He opened his cold, gloomy eyes and asked coldly, "What is it?" Respectfully reporting, "My lord, he has arrived." The person following Wanji was the 5th ranked of the Black Cloud clan, Hei Tu. Wanji remained calm, relaxed, and composed, before smiling with contempt. So he finally showed up. I knew he had taken the Origin Heaven Supreme token from that son of Jun Jiangjian. I just didn't expect Zhang Jian to go and suck up to him so actively. Contrary to Wanji's calm, the Black Cloud clan member gritted his teeth, his eyes fierce as he said, "Those idiots at the Daoji Heaven sect must be blind. A kid who still smells of mother's milk, how could he ever compare to you, my lord?" Seeing the reaction of the Black Cloud clan member, Wanji reminded him that no one is born standing at the top. He changed his expression immediately, speaking with intense determination, "I will prove everything to the Jun family." In Hanju, at the Ancestral Dragon Nest, a figure stepped forward gently. Surrounded by towering waterfalls, the figure stood on a cliff edge overlooking a bottomless abyss. The atmosphere around them was enough to make anyone shiver. Tik Chai Thenengal watched the ferocious dragon-like creature distorting the sky, while Long Bichi, with eyes void of fear, stared at the Tai Gu Man Zi, who stood with his back turned, radiating a heroic, imposing aura. When the Tai Gu Man Zi stopped and locked eyes with the sharp gaze of Long Bichi, she spoke respectfully. "Greetings, Ancestor." The Tai Gu Man Zi spoke bluntly to her. "Long Bichi, that arrogant Yuan Supreme once rampaged, stealing several priceless ancient dragon bones from our ancestral dragon nest. The Taigu Manzi then issued an order to Long Bichi. Now that the secret realm is opening, you go and seize those dragon bones back. Accepting the order, Long Bichi carefully pledged her obedience to the ancestor. Yes, I will definitely bring the ancient dragon bones back. Suddenly remembering something, the Taigu Manzi added, oh, and be careful of the Jun family's divine child. With the secret realm opening this time, who knows if he'll try to compete for them too. Long Bichi looked up with innocent eyes, asking, is the Jun family's divine child really that strong? She is the descendant of the Kanglong ancient emperor, the dragon maiden, Long Bichi. The Taigu Manzi leaned in, eye to eye with her, yet she showed no fear at all. Seeing this, the Taigu Manzi said, that guy who could easily defeat Long Haoshin, you say you can't quite get a read on him. Long Bichi looked directly into the Taigu Manzi's eyes with confidence. While Long Haoshin could only merge with one dragon core, I have refined two. I am far stronger than him. The Taigu Manzi gradually gave in to the girl's persistent attitude, sighing with annoyance. Regardless, it's better to be careful. Thus, Long Bichi cupped her hands in a bow and accepted the command. As you wish, I shall take my leave. As the small figure faded from his sight, the Taigu Manzi muttered hesitatingly. The Taigu Manzi turned back, lost in deep thought. My Kanglong, ancient emperor lineage, supposedly had a direct female descendant sealed within a divine source, but now, all traces of her are lost, and the complete Qing Tian transformation dragon art has vanished along with her. If I could reach that direct descendant and wake her from her seal, then what would that Jun family divine child even be? At that moment, Xiao Chen recalled the wary look he had given earlier and asked him, ancient dragon bones? The azure dragon Sofrine glanced at the youngster beside him and replied, exactly. The hidden treasure of Yuan Tien Supreme has appeared in the southern origin Dao province. Years ago, Yuan Tien Supreme took those ancient dragon bones from the ancestral dragon nest. His eyes fixed steadily on Jun Xiaoyao, burning with high expectations and anticipation. He spoke each word with stern emphasis. You must get them. Leaving already? Xiao Chen didn't look at her, turning his back as he replied, yeah, the secret treasury of Yuan Tien Supreme has surfaced. I have to go seize my destiny. Wu Mingyue smiled brightly, the sunlight hitting her soft features, making her voice sound even more delicate. She said, then go, but be careful. Xiao Chen didn't answer. He jumped powerfully off the cliff. Xiao Chen quickly soared onto a massive eagle waiting there. He turned his head to look back at Wu Mingyue and shouted loudly. Wu Mingyue looked up at him in surprise. Xiao Chen yelled out every word with absolute certainty. One day, I will come to the martial god dynasty to marry you. Wu Mingyu listened, stunned into silence, just standing there, looking at him. Xiao Chen kept shouting for her to hear. I, Xiao Chen, keep my promises. Before leaving, Xiao Chen's eyes still lingered on her soft silhouette. His voice echoed across the vast sky, I will never break my word. All this time, Wu Mingyue hadn't said a word. As she watched Xiao Chen drift away, she clutched her hat, blushing as she thought to herself, what is this boy rambling about? Wu Mingyue's eyes were full of complex thoughts as she mused. He knows we could never be. Jun Xiaoyao yawned repeatedly, feeling incredibly bored. Having waited for ages on the lounge chair, he complained to them, this is so dull. It's been days. Why hasn't the Yuan Tien Supreme secret treasury opened yet? Jun Shuhuang sat on the chair beside him, trying to reassure Jun Xiaoyao, divine child, don't be anxious. It will open in a few more days. This time, it's being led by the Southern Pulse sect, with the elders of various clans united. Jun Zhangjian added, they plan to turn this Yuan Tien Supreme Treasury into a training ground for the younger generation, so it needs some time. Jun Xiaoyao sat there, sipping tea, listening to them discuss, thinking, is there really nothing else to do? Jun Linglong, standing beside Jun Xiaoyao, noticed his expression and felt a secret sense of worry. So, she spoke up. Doesn't the young master want to learn the zither? Since Lady Jun Shuang's here, why not ask her for some guidance? Hearing Jun Linglong's words, Jun Xiaoyao immediately shifted his surprised gaze toward Jun Shuiwang and asked, you're good at the zither? Jun Shuwang, caught off guard by Jun Xiaoyao's intense gaze, replied flusteredly, compared to the talented ladies of the immortal Jade Zither sect, I'm not worth mentioning, it's only decent at best. Jun Xiaoyao looked at her with expectant eyes, sparkling with interest. It's fine, surely it's better than me. Please teach me, sister. Jun Xiaoyao's sudden forwardness left Jun Shuiwang very embarrassed. He continued, oh, I see. If the divine child doesn't mind, I shall show my meager skills. Very well. Jun Zhangjian watched Jun Xiaoyao's strange attitude, secretly surprised. She stammered. So the divine child has this kind of personality? Beside them, Jun Xiaoyao pushed Jun Xiao Yao away, saying cautiously, he's so proper when he needs to be. Suddenly, Jun Linglong noticed something. Her eyes scanned the tea on the table, and she realized, wow, miss, you really asked the right person. The man nearby grinned, smoothly pitching his product. The specialty of our southern origin Dao province is this clear heart spirit tea. It's refreshing and sweet on the palate, with a lingering aftertaste. It just so happens I have a box of 10,000-year-old premium tea. The price is. Before he could even finish, Jun Linglong interrupted. No need to say anything else. I'll take it. She quickly pulled money from her pouch. Suddenly, a calloused hand quickly grabbed the tea box. He said, sorry. I'll be taking this 10,000-year-old clear heart spirit tea. The Black Cloud clansman fixed a dark, provocative stare at Jun Linglong. Jun Linglong saw this but didn't rush to speak. Jun Linglong asked the shopkeeper instead, Shopkeeper, is there anywhere else I can buy this 10,000-year-old spirit tea? Hearing this, the Black Cloud clansman was startled. The shopkeeper stammered, this. The Black Cloud clansman refused to lose. He shouted, I want all the tea on this street. This action by the man made Jun Linglong stare at him, completely stunned. Contrary to what the Black Cloud clansman expected, Jun Linglong cupped her hands in admiration and said, you like tea that much. Are you truly a disciple of the legendary Guangji Eastern Prefecture? My apologies for the disrespect. The Black Cloud clan member felt provoked and muttered irritably. Wait, how is this woman completely unbothered by that? Linglong seemed to see right through his petty schemes. She ignored him, thinking, such a pathetic, cliché provocation. It almost makes me nostalgic for that old acquaintance of mine. Suddenly, a fierce voice boomed out. How dare you provoke a lady of the Jun family like that? A sword flashed. And Jun Xiaoyao appeared right in front of the Black Cloud clan member. He growled, are you tired of living? The Black Cloud clan member froze in shock. Once he realized what was happening, he lost his nerve and scrambled away. Jun Xiaoyao watched him go and remarked, he's a follower of Jun Wanji. He came here specifically to target you. Linglong replied from behind, I figured as much. The Black Cloud clan member was still reeling as he fled. Trembling, he muttered, Jun Xiaoyao. Then he let out a twisted laugh, thinking to himself, I heard you got a beating from Jun Xiaoyao because of that woman. Now you want to go back and lick their boots? Jun Xiaoyao sighed, then began walking toward him. Step by step, the Black Cloud clan member felt the pressure and panicked. Suddenly, his hair was whipped back by a gust of wind. Without hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao pressed his sharp blade against the man's throat. Jun Xiaoyao gritted his teeth and demanded, you knew who I was and still dared to provoke me. Who told you to do this? With Jun Wanji's blade pressed against his neck, the man trembled, thinking desperately, he's too fast. Exactly what rank is he in the Jun family? I'm no match for him at all. But this guy doesn't seem to know what fear is. The man turned his head back, his voice still mocking. Since you know who my master is, do you really dare to be so arrogant? A calm voice replied, Jun Xiaoyao. Every word felt like a stab to Jun Xiaoyao's heart, forcing him to freeze. High above, Wanji had been watching the entire scene. He spoke down. For someone ranked 10th in the Jun family, you've really fallen low, haven't you? Waving your tail like an obedient dog, fawning over Jun Xiaoyao, it's pathetic. Why don't you do yourself a favor and hand over your rank while you still can? Furious, Jun Xiaoyao looked up and shouted, Jun Wanji, what exactly do you want? Wanji stood there, calm and imposing. What do I want? He summoned a massive surge of power, his voice roaring like a tiger. I'm just giving a lesson to a wayward clansman who has lost his way. As soon as he finished speaking, Wanji unleashed a bolt of lightning from above, aiming straight at Jun Xiaoyao standing below. A blinding light flashed. Jun Xiaoyao frowned and gritted his teeth, bracing for impact before swinging his sword horizontally to slash through the lightning, neutralizing the immediate threat. Still, the residual electricity coursed through his body, leaving his sword hand-numb. Wanji watched, thinking, he blocked lightning with a sword. Fair enough. If he didn't even have that much skill, how could he hold a rank in the Jun family? Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao wiped sweat from his brow and cursed under his breath. Damn it, that was ruthless. If that lightning strike had hit Jun Linglong, she would have lost half her life right there. He looked up and yelled, Jun Wanji, are you trying to make us a laughingstock by turning on your own kin at a time like this? Wanji's face darkened, his eyes flashing with menace. Turning on kin? This is just an elder brother teaching his younger brother a lesson. Wanji added, go back and tell Jun Xiaoyao to learn a little humility from now on. He too, who had jumped up to the ledge at some point, pointed and smiled at the maid. You see, my master is the true pillar of the new Jun generation. Wang Ji hurriedly cut him off. Quiet, Hey Tu. It's time to go. The boy obeyed. Yes, master. The two of them left, leaving Jun Xiaoyao behind, cursing in frustration. Infuriating. Ling Long stepped up and asked, Are you all right? Looking at the girl in front of him, still holding the tea, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but feel speechless. He thought to himself, when I was getting beaten, she was out buying tea for the young master. I knew it, but it still feels a bit cold. Jun Xiaoyao slowly sheathed his sword. He rubbed his numb arm, his face firm as he replied, I'm fine. Just a bit of numbness, that's all. Ling Long asked, Should we tell the young master? Thinking of how Xiao Yao would react, he was the type to seek revenge immediately and kill anyone who crossed him. Jun Xiaoyao grew worried. He answered Ling Long, Forget it. I've seen the young master's temper before. The treasure vault is about to open. It's better not to start internal strife. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao say this, she stared at him, finding his words hard to believe. As they walked away, Ling Long remarked, You've really changed a lot. That caught Jun Xiaoyao off guard. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed from the treasure vault, and the two looked up, confused by what was happening. Jun Xiaoyao pointed and turned to ask Ling Long, What was that sound? Ling Long replied, It sounds like the young master is playing the zither. Inside, Xiao Yao was playing enthusiastically, while Jun Xiaoyao sat there, enduring it with a less than happy expression. As the two returned, Ling Long stood at the door and said, Look, I knew it. Xiao Yao looked at her affectionately and asked, Oh, you're back? Where did you go? You didn't tell me. His expression suddenly turned stern, as if he had noticed something. Jun Xiaoyao quickly replied, We went to get some tea for you, young master. It's a specialty from the Nan Yuan Dao Prefecture. Xiao Yao stepped out, grabbed Jun Xiaoyao's hand firmly, and turned to him. Elder brother, Xiao Yao fixed a sharp gaze on him and asked, Who did you fight? Jun Xiaoyao hadn't expected this at all. His eyes widened in surprise. Ah, Xiao Yao scanned his brother's body, thinking to himself, There's lightning energy pooling in his meridians. He doesn't even seem to realize it. If I don't treat it, it's going to cause permanent internal damage. He then warned, Brother, bite down on your teeth. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao felt a wave of worry, as if he sensed something unpleasant was about to happen. Xiao Yao suddenly drove a punch into his chest, making him wince in pain. Then, each meridian seemed to glow. Golden light poured in, forcing the lightning out. Jun Xiaoyao felt the pain as veins bulged on his face, realizing, This is the lightning that Jun Wanji hid in my meridians. Damn it! From the outside, the whole room flashed with a blinding golden light. A moment later, Xiao Yao pulled his hand back, and Jun Xiaoyao knelt on the ground. Ling Long stood there, still holding the tea box. He touched his chest, feeling nothing, the pain was gone. The young master used his spiritual energy to clear my meridians. Xiao Yao asked, Brother, I'll ask you one last time. Think carefully before you answer. Who caused these injuries? In another estate, two servants were talking. He Tu asked, My master's strength is the greatest under heaven. Why not just go and suppress that Jun Xiaoyao directly? Wanji replied, He possesses two types of constitutions, the desolate ancient sacred body and the supreme bone. He cannot be underestimated, not to mention the secret treasure is about to open. If I clash with Jun Xiaoyao now, it'll ruin my state of mind, and by then, I'll probably just get chewed out by the clan elders. He Tu was furious on his master's behalf. Those old geezers have eyes but can't see. If Jun Xiaoyao had half a brain, he'd wait until after the treasure business is over before coming for you. No sooner had he finished speaking than a sound came from outside. Realizing something was wrong, Wanji let out a sharp grunt. In a flash, they both leaped out of the room. A massive golden hand came crashing down, leveling the entire mansion in the blink of an eye. Xiao Yao pulled his hand back as the golden glow faded. He hovered in midair, looking down, and said with an air of dominance, I don't like to let grudges sit overnight. If someone crosses me, I strike back immediately. Wanji looked at the rubble, frowning as he cursed the madman. Jun Xiaoyao, who had half expected this, thought to himself, This is exactly why I didn't want to say anything. Wanji glared at him, asking, Jun Xiaoyao, what is the meaning of this? Xiao Yao retorted, I should be asking you what the meaning of this is. The secret treasure is opening here, and you actually laid hands on your own kin. Who gave you the nerve to do that? Wanji stammered, It was just a little punishment, nothing serious. You're a dignified divine child of the Jun clan. Is your temperament really that small? Xiao Yao gave a chilling, sharp smile. You're right. As soon as he spoke, a beam of light streaked past Wanji's shoulder. Realizing something was wrong, Wanji turned his head, panicked. Behind him, a familiar hand had already clamped onto He Tu's face. Xiao Yao shoved him aside, and as he prepared to strike, a massive explosion erupted with a pillar of light shooting into the sky. Xiaoyao said coolly, "Just a little punishment, nothing life-threatening." Wanji watched in utter shock, thinking, "He's relying on his status as a fellow clan brother. I shouldn't be surprised." At this point, Wanji could no longer contain his rage as lightning crackled around him. He screamed, "Jun Xiao Yao," and immediately unleashed his 8 desolations thunder palm straight at Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao sighed, wrapping his hand in golden light. "Humph. Screaming at me like that. Are you losing your mind? What kind of pathetic trash is this?" He blocked the strike with one hand, the sheer force sending Wanji flying backward. His arm, which had thrown the blow, was mangled and shattered, and Xiaoyao sent him spiraling high into the sky with even more power. He too, heartbroken at the sight, shrieked, "My lord!" He then channeled his dark mist and lunged at Xiaoyao. "Damn you! Go to hell!" Xiaoyao didn't even flinch, his face perfectly calm, while He-Tu groaned in agony. A golden light erupted from Xiaoyao, blasting He-Tu back. A technique known as the hellish refining furnace opened up, instantly trapping his opponent. He-Tu gasped in confusion. What is this?" Before he could even process it, his entire body felt like it was being pulled into the furnace, leaving him to struggle and scream in despair. Far off, Wanji saw his subordinate in danger and shouted, "Stop." He clenched his fists, lightning surged again, and his eyes glowed. Wanji clasped his hands together, chanting, "I cultivate the supreme law and possess the thunder tribulation battle body." The sky turned pitch black as dark clouds swirled into a massive vortex. Lightning rained down as Wanji roared, "I act on behalf of the heavens, controlling all paths of lightning." Thunder boomed, and a bright point of light appeared on his forehead, the forbidden thunder seal. In an instant, a colossal bolt of lightning, the desolate thunder god, struck down. Xiaoyao stood his ground, scoffing, acting on behalf of the heavens. You aren't worthy." As he finished, thousands of golden swords appeared, accompanied by a soaring dragon. With a sword in one hand and a dragon in the other, he channeled his techniques, the sword decree and the true dragon prison heaven art. Xiaoyao pointed at Wanji. "The strong bullying the weak, that's a death sentence. Reflect on that in the afterlife." The dragon and sword followed his hand, colliding head-on with the lightning. Wanji watched the pressure of the true dragon in disbelief. To him, it looked as if a real dragon was bearing down on him. A deafening explosion shook the heavens as smoke and fire billowed out. Amidst the falling debris, Wanji's body, his clothes now rags, plummeted toward the earth. In Xiaoyao's hand, the hellish refining furnace lid slowly closed, with He-Tu's muffled wails echoing from inside. "No, save me." Outside, Wanji hit the ground with a heavy thud, lying motionless. With the furnace sealed, the frantic screams finally died down. Xiaoyao flew toward Wanji and slowly descended. He stood over him with an imposing aura. The gap in their strength was simply too vast. Wanji struggled to his feet, looking up at Xiaoyao. He looked disheveled, then hung his head in defeat. He slammed his fist into the ground, teeth gritting, his other hand trembling as he hissed, "Damn it all." Before he could recover, Xiaoyao stepped forward and delivered a kick, sending Wanji flying into a crater behind him, kicking up a cloud of dust. Xiaoyao remained perfectly calm. He was simply doing this to restore his own people's dignity. Behind him, Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Xiaoyao watched, speechless. Wanji knelt, muttering, "Damn it. If I had 10 more years, how could I?" Xiaoyao heard this and sighed with a strange sense of pity. "Why do you always think that just 10 years of hard work is enough to surpass me?" He rubbed his chin and continued, "Even when I was 10, you couldn't beat me. You don't realize Jun Xiaoyao is only 10 years old. You think you could have beaten me when you were 20? Wanji could only lie there, utterly powerless." Nearby, people began whispering. What happened? Why was there such a massive commotion? My god, the house is completely destroyed. Someone frowned. It looks like an internal clash in the Jun clan. The fighting seemed brutal. Jun Xiaoyao grew anxious, thinking, this is bad. People are gathering. If this keeps up, the Jun clan will become a laughingstock. He transmitted his voice to Xiaoyao, "Divine child, please, end this quickly." Xiaoyao walked forward and whispered, "Understood." He reached out and grabbed Wanji by the hair, lifting his head to face him. "Brother, did I offend you?" Wanji's face twisted. Xiaoyao pressed on. "For the sake of your pathetic pride, was it worth making yourself look this stupid?" Xiaoyao let go, adding a final lesson. "We are kin, brothers, not enemies. We should be working together to advance, not slaughtering one another." Wanji, still dissatisfied, coughed and spluttered. "The Jun clan has never," but Xiaoyao cut him off instantly. "You are just a pawn of your bloodline. I've never been treated kindly by the Jun family, so I've always been jealous of you. I just felt like I was some good for nothing. While you were surrounded by endless resources, I just didn't measure up to you at all." The two brothers stood there, one tense, one defeated. Xiao Yao continued, "So that's your excuse for acting like a bully and turning on your own kin? With a small mind like that, do you really think you're worthy of acting in the name of justice?" Xiao Yao looked down calmly, laying out his terms for Jun Wanji. "I'll give you two choices right now. Surrender to me and become my servant." His gaze was firm and unyielding. The second option he laid out was death. Hearing that, Wanji stammered in panic. You want to kill me?" Xiao Yao retorted, "Why wouldn't I? Even if I did kill you, do you think the Jun family would punish me for it?" He locked his chilling gaze onto Wanji and added, "After all, you have no power or standing. You're just a piece of trash who tried to plot against your own blood." Jun Wanji, feeling a mix of defiance and fear, struggled to stand, saying, "You." But Xiao Yao didn't give him a chance. He commanded, "Kneel." A burst of crushing pressure forced Wanji to his knees instantly. He looked down at him and continued, "I'll give you 3 seconds to decide. Starting the countdown now. 3. In Wanji's mind, his thoughts were racing. Am I really going to die? Is this really where it ends? He was trembling with fear, haunted by doubt. Would this kid really kill me? Xiao Yao didn't stop. His expression showed he wasn't joking at all. He counted again. 2. Just then, a familiar face of a young woman flashed through Wanji's mind. Damn it. She looked at him, smiling kindly. "Brother." Jun Wanji squeezed his eyes shut. The line between death and total submission was razor thin. He cursed under his breath. "Damn it, I only have 3 seconds. Quickly." Xiao Yao reached one. At that moment, Wanji bowed his head all the way to the ground. In front of Xiao Yao and all the witnesses, he chose to submit. "I, Jun Wanji, am willing to serve you, young master." Xiao Yao felt a wave of calm relief. If I'd known it would come to this, I would have done it from the start. A golden mark appeared on his palm, and he immediately slammed it onto Wanji's head. Wanji realized it was a slave seal. A slave seal, a mark carved directly into the spirit and soul, ensuring that the victim could never again defy their master. The seal sank slowly from the crown of his head into his body, accompanied by golden light tracing along his meridians. Of course, this kind of seal only works when both sides are willing. Jun Wanji reached up and rubbed his forehead gently. Xiao Yao spoke, "Your choice really surprised me. I thought you were the type who'd rather die than bow." He had been thinking about sparing him just out of respect for his pride. Wanji replied, "I have a younger sister. She was exiled to the lower realm when she was little. I swore I'd bring her back to the immortal domain one day, so I can't die yet." Hearing that, Xiao Yao hesitated for a moment. The barrier between the 9 heavens and 10 earths wasn't exactly easy to break through. Then he pointed a finger to lecture Wanji. "If you're shouldering such a heavy burden, why come here to pick a fight with me? You ended up like this, over some petty, impulsive grudge. Is this really how you honor your sister?" Wanji looked bitter, clenching his jaw, sitting there in resigned silence. "If you have time for this, why aren't you out there training? While you're busy trying to cause trouble for me, your sister might be suffering out there." Hearing words that cut straight to the heart, Wanji's eyes welled up with tears. He stammered, "Because." Jun Xiaoyao looked on in surprise. Is he crying? The whole city was buzzing about the recent fight. "Hey, did you hear? It was a dispute within the Jun family, right? The young master of the Jun family is ruthless, forcing his own clan brother into slavery. I heard Jun Wanji was the one who challenged him first in this era of contention. If he wasn't ruthless, how could he possibly blaze a trail to the Emperor realm? If I were the Jun family's divine son, I'd kill anyone who dared to provoke me. Honestly, you're not even fit to carry his shoes, let alone be compared to the divine son." Jun Linglong looked slightly displeased, her temper flaring as she uttered 4 heavy words. "The divine son." Xiao Yao shrugged, responding casually, "What's wrong? It's not like I wanted to make a scene. Wasn't I just trying to stand up for brother Jun Jiangjian?" Having the responsibility pushed onto him, Jun Jiangjian realized, my bad. Jun Linglong softened her tone. "I'm not blaming you. But whether it's Lan Qingya or Jun Wanji, it feels like every time you handle these things, you go a bit too easy on them." Hearing that, Jun Jiangjian breathed a sigh of relief. She's actually lecturing the divine son. Jun Linglong is something else. He smiled and asked, "So, you wanted me to kill Jun Wanji?" Jun Linglong replied bluntly, "I'll be honest, the way you handled Lan Qingya and Jun Wanji is definitely sending the wrong message to everyone else. To others, the Jun family's divine son is a merciful person. They think that even if they provoke you, it's no big deal, at least you won't kill them. If they're lucky, they might even get your protection and resources. I'm afraid more and more people will intentionally come to provoke you." He looked at her with a tender smile. "I don't just take anyone in." But it was clear she still wasn't satisfied with his methods. Xiao Yao smiled and continued, Forget it, Jun Linglong. Let me tell you a story. Jun Linglong didn't understand, standing there with a blank expression. Long ago, there was a young boy with no parents, adopted by a blind fortune teller. Life was lonely and hard. The boy's face was dirty, and the old blind man would wipe it clean for him. The old man sat him down and asked, Jun Xiao Yao, which god did you offend this time? The boy replied, Forget it, don't ask. 2 idiots were drowning in the river, so I pulled them up. In the end, these 2 animals insisted I was the one who pushed them in. I got beaten for it. It makes me so mad. The old man asked, Is that so? Do you feel wronged? Jun Xiao Yao's reaction was intense, shouting, How could I not feel wronged? Those 2 animals only dared to say that because they thought I was easy to bully. The old man began to analyze the problem with gentle questions. Do you think that if you just had a noble status, those 2 children wouldn't have lied? No, I think they still would have lied and probably even tried to scam some money out of me, too. Then, next time you run into something like this, will you still save them? Probably still will, I guess. I don't care if those animals live or die. If they got stabbed to death when I wasn't looking, I'd applaud. It's just that if it happens right in front of me, I can't help but be concerned. It just gives me peace of mind. The old man smiled, patting his hand. That's good enough. Just follow your heart. People often call this being carefree Xiao Yao. He stood up, ruffled the boy's hair, and laughed. One day, you'll be blessed by the heavens for that. Standing at the top of the world, the boy wondered, Are you trying to comfort me? Hearing the story, Jun Linglong asked hesitantly, Don't tell me. The boy in that story is you, but you just smile without giving an answer. Who would know? Jun Linglong. People like Lan Qingye and Wan Ji, even if I slaughtered them all, the fools challenging me wouldn't decrease. This is the era of great contention. Prodigies are rising. Kings are claiming dominance. Who would fear or submit to me just because I killed a few people for her? I spared their lives not because I'm kind or merciful, but because doing so brings me pleasure, immense pleasure. My name is Jun Xiao Yao. If I had to worry about what others think for every little thing, how could I still be Jun Xiao Yao free and unrestrained? Jun Zhangjian stood by, watching this demeanor with a shifting expression, thinking, Oh my, the divine son is so handsome. Linglong replied, I understand. Everything will be as you wish. On the top floor of the mansion, the conversation between the 3 came to an end. Regardless of the rumors outside, at a tall tower not far from the Jun family mansion, a hand appeared and rested lightly on the tower railing. Ji Xuan stood there looking toward the Jun family, his eyes gazing into the distance as he uttered 3 words, Jun Xiao Yao. As for Wan Jie and Jun Shuihuang, the 2 cousins were currently healing their wounds. The 3 imperial families are the most prestigious ancient clans in the Yuan Tien Emperor domain. The Jun family ranks in the top 10, with talent emerging generation after generation. The Jiang family has the innate Dao fetus, the origin spirit Dao body, and countless top-tier geniuses. The Ye family has the sword demon reincarnated, Yi Guchen. No one in his generation can surpass him. In Namthian City, on a high tower in the center of the city, murmurs broke out inside. Has everyone heard about the news regarding the Jun family's divine son? TCK Tisk, I can only say it's worthy of the 3 imperial families' path. The man in yellow, quite the gossip, mentioned the 3 imperial families, then turned toward Ji Xuan and asked, Brother Ji, didn't your Ji family once stand among the 3 imperial families as well? The little saint of the Shangling Academy, Ji Xuan, lifted his glass and smiled, answering, That's all ancient history. Who doesn't know my Ji family declined long ago? The young man in blue replied, Brother Ji, no need to be modest. You hold the title of Little Saint, and you are the holy son of Shangling Academy. I think you're no less capable than the Jun family. Hearing this, Ji Xuan couldn't help but smile with delight. He asked further, Right, I remember Brother Ji even defeated the Jun family once. He replied immediately, That was just a narrow victory based on cultivation level. What does that count for? The whole long table looked at Ji Xuan with admiration. Brother Ji is still the same as always, a handsome gentleman, worthy of the title Little Saint. On the surface, he just smiled in response, saying, You all flatter me too much. But inwardly, he was thinking deeply. A bunch of idiots wanting me to clash with the Jun family, do they take me for a fool? Besides, I'm called the Little Saint. It has nothing to do with virtue. Thinking that, he set his wine glass down. Jun Xiao Yao, if I can avoid him, I will. He isn't my target this time. The secret of the origin heaven supreme and that thing, once I get it, I'll be able to stand at the peak of the younger generation. Why care about some 3 imperial families right now? At the Tai Hoang forest, a terrifying purple lightning bolt struck down from the sky, accompanied by a pillar of light appearing in the middle of the forest, reaching up to the blue sky. The spirit beasts were attracted by it and appeared all around, observing with some anxiety and surprise. a four-eyed spirit beast with seemingly high cultivation, was also deeply stunned when witnessing what was before it. The veins on its face bulged. Humans were also drawn to the strange phenomenon. These people seemed to be at the elder level, with not-so-low cultivation. The old Taoist from the Daoji Heaven sect stroked his beard and wondered. The secret treasure of the Origin Heaven Supreme seems a bit off. A Ji family elder immediately asked, "This black energy feels a bit like the dark matter from the foreign realms." The Jun family elder replied, "It's somewhat similar, but it's far from comparable to true dark matter." Behind them, another elder laughed loudly. "If you Jun family members are scared, you can just be cowards and hide." The Jun family elder heard the provocation and cast a warning glance. "What? Does your green-skinned loach want to follow in the footsteps of that black loach?" He was a Thanlong elder, who, hearing this, retorted, "Huh, what did you say?" "The overall situation is important." An old man from the Jiang family stepped in to mediate. "All right, now is not the time for the two of you to argue. The question now is, should this training continue?" The Ji family elder replied, "Of course, it must continue. If they retreat just because they encounter a little difficulty, then when the Emperor's Road opens later, these prodigies don't need to participate anymore." Other elders agreed. That's right, the prodigies of the clans were all heading toward the Pillar of Death energy in the middle of the forest. On this side, Jun Xiaoyao was no exception. Observing from the top floor with his people, he looked out and spoke up. "Finally, it's starting." From somewhere in the city, a golden light shaped like an arrow shot straight into the sky, and with that, a large mirror appeared, shining downwards. Jun Xiaoyao smiled. "It's the ancient holy artifact of our Jun family, the heaven-watching mirror. This mirror can reflect the world. The elders will use this mirror to observe our performance in the secret treasure grounds." Mid-air, the figures of several elders appeared, along with their instructions. "Everyone, this time the Origin Heaven Supreme's secret treasure grounds are opening. The immortal tradition has sealed the world. Cultivators of the older generation are not allowed to enter. This time, the secret treasure ground is extremely dangerous. Those with weak strength should know when to quit, so they can at least keep their lives." Now that the secret treasure ground is open, Jun Xiaoyao of the Jun family cannot be missing. He ordered them to depart. The four people behind him, including Ling Long, Jun Shuahuang, Jun Zhangjian, and Wang Ji, all replied in unison. The five of them flew out simultaneously. Jun Xiaoyao smiled excitedly. Let this Yuan Tien domain witness the strength of the Jun family's younger generation. As the order was given, many figures from outside headed toward the forest. Not only the big families, but many young people were present, shouting at each other to rush in and be the first to enter the secret treasure ground. But behind them, a massive wave of pressure was closing in. They turned back to look, and could only stare in shock. A flying magic treasure of immense size and great speed appeared. The aura it emitted as it passed made the surrounding space chaotic, causing many people to lose their balance and be knocked away. They could only gasp. "What's going on?" "It's the Jiang family's spirit boat." Those below were somewhat annoyed. If this keeps up, they'll get there first. These hateful big families and their magic treasures. A few people below, seeing this, were somewhat happy and blurted out, "Good. That's it. Knock them down." Jun Xiaoyao seized the opportunity, flying quickly above them. A woman appeared, along with a powerful strike hitting directly on the giant python's neck. Jun Xiaoyao landed and looked up with a smile, recognizing an acquaintance. Seeing the girl standing above, he said, "Isn't this little one?" "This beautiful girl is from the Jiang family's Than Chao." Jiang Shengji saw him and asked, "Are you Jun Xiaoyao?" The Jun family's five-person team gathered. He smiled and asked her, "Need any help?" Afterward, he turned back to Jun Linglong and said, Jun Linglong, clear the path." She nodded instantly to accept the order. Understood. Jun Linglong jumped down from the airship immediately. In the blink of an eye, she fought her way through, effortlessly tossing aside anyone blocking her path. Standing on the ship to observe, Jun Zhangjian was full of admiration. She was truly worthy of being called Jun Linglong, so elegant. Shengji stood there, unsure what to say given the situation, silently keeping an eye on the girl before him. At this moment, there was the 10th-ranked Jun Zhangjian, the 7th-ranked Jun Sui Huang, and the 5th-ranked Jun Wanjie. Shengji smiled slightly, thinking to himself, 3 of the top 10 ranking youths attending the banquet are following behind him. It seems this nephew of mine has already built up significant momentum. At that moment, a loud sound echoed, making everyone freeze. Surprisingly, Jun Linglong had taken a hit, knocked backward. She clutched her arm and looked up at the massive shadow in front of her. A demonic beast with huge, sharp claws had landed, and it let out a roar to show its dominance, looking incredibly ferocious. Shengyi exclaimed, "This is bad. It's a ghost-faced man-bear. This thing has incredibly thick skin and flesh. It's equivalent to a late-stage Divine Bridge Realm cultivator. Plus, something's off about this one. It looks like it's in a berserk state. Xiao Yao remained calm. A late-stage Divine Bridge Realm beast? This is getting interesting. Then, he called down to Jun Linglong. Hey, little Ling, need a hand? I can come save you whenever you want. She felt a bit annoyed and replied, Thank you for your concern, young master, but that won't be necessary. As soon as she finished speaking, moving with the same speed as before, Jun Linglong lunged straight at the ghost-faced man-bear. The beast roared, baring its razor-sharp teeth, and swung its claws down an incredibly powerful strike that blasted the ground apart. But with her agile movements, Jun Linglong had appeared behind its back before it even knew what happened. She immediately pulled back her fist, prepared to strike, and unleashed all her strength in a massive blow. She slammed the man-bear face first into the ground, and then Jun Linglong landed gracefully. Where the beast had collapsed, dust billowed, and trees were knocked over. The surrounding martial artists froze in shock. Some cried out. A single blow took down the ghost-faced man-bear. Who is this girl? Isn't she just a maid for the Jun family's young master? Just a maid, and she's this strong? Is this the true strength of the #1 family among the Imperial Three? On the other side, Ji Xuan wasn't falling behind either, clearing his own path and taking down a high-level beast with one move. The cultivators watching from outside were impressed. The little saint of the Ji family is not to be underestimated. I heard his left arm was replaced with the arm bone of a little saint. I can faintly see an invincible aura about him. Someone noticed something and pointed, shouting, Wait! Everyone, look over there. A person wearing a cloak and a mysterious conical hat appeared, leading everyone to ask, Who is that? That person also clenched their fist, preparing to counterattack a demonic beast. While they were wondering if anyone recognized them, that person took down a giant bird with a single punch. Almost no one had any information about this person. They could only guess it was a dark horse among the rogue cultivators. Young geniuses were appearing one after another. Now that the Origin Heavenly Venerate's secret realm has opened, there's no telling who will end up with the treasures inside. Xiao Yao smiled, realizing some acquaintances had arrived. Hearing him say that, Jun Xiaoyao turned to ask, Does the young master have acquaintances coming here too? He frowned, adding in a displeased tone, That guy in the yellow robes over there and I have a bit of history. That brat's name is Ji Xuan. Because he fused with an arm bone of a Saint King, he's called the Little Saint. He once fought me. Back then, that brat relied on a higher cultivation base to beat me by half a move. After that, he went everywhere bragging that he had defeated a member of the Jun family. Xianxia said bitterly. The most infuriating thing is that he always puts on this fake, humble act. It's truly disgusting. Hearing this, Xiao Yao decided to stir the pot. Then, when we enter the Supreme Secret Realm, won't you be able to reclaim your spotlight, brother? Zhang Jian's expression turned serious and determined, naturally. Below, the mysterious person in the conical hat looked up at the airship where Xiao Yao was standing. He lifted his hat slightly and said, Jun Xiao Yao, I will make you pay a heavy price. In the forest behind him, a figure appeared in the distance, a young girl wearing a veil, riding a massive deer. She glanced lightly toward the gathering crowd. A moment later, the airship moved closer to the zone of deathly energy. Someone announced, We've arrived. Shengji told everyone. The Origin Heavenly Venerate's secret realm must be in the fissure below. In front of the airship now was a terrifyingly powerful fissure. Jun Xiaoyao clicked his tongue. TSK, this black mist is extremely uncomfortable. Shui Wang warned. The secret realm must have undergone some sort of anomaly. The mist is suppressing our internal energy. Be careful and circulate your power to resist it. However, Xiao Yao was quite calm and asked, Really? Why don't I feel anything? Shengji smiled. The ancient sacred body is the ultimate expression of strength and yang. It is immune to evil. Naturally, you have a better resistance to this corruption than the rest of us. Xiao Yao replied, Is that so? Then, the airship slowly moved forward, changing direction to head down into the fissure. With his keen senses, Xiao Yao warned everyone, Be careful, there's a demonic beast approaching. Jun Xiaoyao immediately drew his sword to defend himself. A massive demonic beast's foot appeared, radiating deathly energy, with iron chains wrapped around its arms. It seemed to have just escaped its confinement, and it charged crazily toward the airship. The guards on the ship anxiously unleashed their skills, shouting, It's a primordial variant, the pressure demon ape of the Unity Realm. Protect the young lady. As they finished speaking, the demon ape swung its giant claw at them. Outside, the 5 elders of the great families were watching through the heaven-gazing mirror, discussing. The divine bridge is fully formed, body and soul integrated, completely unified. To encounter this primordial Unity Realm variant, the Ji family elder stroked his beard with a hint of sarcasm. I'm afraid your Jun family's young master is in for some trouble. However, the Jun family elder wasn't worried. He still smiled and replied, "That remains to be seen. You had best not underestimate the disciples of the Jun family." Over there, Zhang Jian and Sui Huang were flying up to intercept the demon ape. They unleashed their ultimate moves at the same time. Zhang Jian used the Rising Sun 9 swords, while Sui Huang unleashed her Ice Thunder chain, both aiming straight at the demon ape. Unexpectedly, it let out a painful shriek, but the demon ape quickly pulled its hand into a fist, preparing to counter. It launched a move that knocked both of them back. Shuang was sent flying, but fortunately, Zhang Jian was behind her to catch her. Both cried out in unison, "Young master." Xiaoyao stepped forward, saying, "This beast seems determined to stop us from approaching the secret realm." He flew up, extending his hand to create a familiar ring of golden light, looking at the beast as he spoke. "Then, let's send it right back to wherever it came from." A rain of swords immediately appeared, then gathered into one form. The War Decimation art was an incredibly powerful strike aimed directly at the demon ape. It hadn't even had time to react before the sword strike was right in its face. A massive explosion erupted right before Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Xiaoyao. She was covered in beads of sweat, looking ahead as she asked, "Is it over?" From above, Jun Xiaoyao replied, "Not yet. You two, back off." As the smoke and dust cleared, the Mavien's arms slowly emerged. It stood firm after that incredibly powerful attack, its body completely unscathed. Suddenly, a sharp horn sprouted right in the middle of the Mavien's forehead. Then, a deadly red beam of energy shot straight toward the flying ship. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand, channeling the idol-suppressing force to block it. Simultaneously, the Divine Guardian appeared, and the red energy began to dissipate. As the Divine Guardian stood steady, the Mavien couldn't help but feel a flicker of fear before looking up. Jun Xiaoyao appeared there, wings sprouted from his back at some point. He raised his hand toward the sky, declaring to the beast, "It's over." A golden light, bright as the sun, descended from above, and with a single strike of the Human King's seal, he crushed the Mavien. Rogue cultivators nearby heard the commotion and rushed over to investigate. Looking down from above at the scene, they couldn't help but gasp. My God. They were stunned by the sight of the flattened Mavien carcass, a violent, peak-level Kuai Nat beast. He killed it just like that. This is the divine son of the Huangzhou Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao, truly living up to his reputation as a top-tier prodigy. Behind him, Long Bichi appeared and asked, "Are you Jun Xiaoyao?" He turned back to look at her, and seeing the pair of horns on her head, he guessed she belonged to the dragon tribe. She continued, "Did you defeat this guy?" He didn't answer right away, instead asking, "And who are you?" The young girl stepped forward, introducing herself, Ancestral Dragon Nest, Thung Long Tribe, Long Bichi. Hearing her name, Jun Xiaoyao froze for a moment. He asked a question that left Long Bichi looking quite confused. "How much did your parents hate you to give you a name like that?" Before she could answer, a figure landed in front of the two. A voice came from within the dust. "What's wrong?" As the dust settled, Long Bichi revealed sharp teeth and golden fur. The creature continued speaking to Long Bichi. "Look at this brat to defeat a primordial ancient beast in its berserk state at the Kuai Nat level. Not bad. Young human, your strength is impressive. You have the qualifications to follow me." Hearing that, the two stood there, stunned and confused. At the same time, a pair of black wings appeared, and a voice rang down from above. "You stupid cat, what makes a human qualified to be a follower?" Fan Thi and Tuok stared down with murderous intent, adding, "They are only fit to be meat and blood." Jun Xiaoyao turned to ask Long Bichi, "Are all of your primordial beast tribes this stupid?" She crossed her arms and replied bluntly, "Honestly, most of them are idiots, just like you humans." Fan Thi and Tuok was livid that anyone would dare call it stupid. Without another word, it dove from the sky, launching sharp feathers directly at Jun Xiaoyao. He coldly unfurled the wings behind him. Long Bichi looked up, astonished. What? With his powerful wings, he deflected every single feather aimed at him. Jun Xiaoyao's entire body was shielded by those sturdy wings. The ground was riddled with Fan Thi and Tuok's feathers, but not a single one had touched Jun Xiaoyao. It was shocked, eyes widening as it shouted, "What?" Even the nine-headed lion was mocked. "Can you handle it, you chicken? This brat isn't even using his hands." Fan Thi and Tuok roared angrily, "Shut your muzzle, you stupid cat." From the flying ship, a familiar voice called down as a warning, "Jun Xiaoyao, don't be reckless." Xianxia added, "The nine-headed lion is a descendant of the nine-spirit primal saint. The Fan Thi and Tuok tribe loves feeding on human flesh. Both are primordial races that have swept across the realms. It is too dangerous for you to fight them alone." He smiled and replied, "You're too tense, Ji-na." Then he looked forward, his voice full of defiance. "What's so impressive about two animals, Thon Thien Tuok surged with murderous intent, glaring at him with lethal eyes. Human, you are too arrogant and reckless. Taste another one of my attacks. As soon as the words left its beak, skull-shaped energy dots appeared in the sky. But just then, Long Bichi stood with her arms crossed, watching, while Jun Xiaoyao had disappeared from beside her. Just as it was wondering where he had gone, Jun Xiaoyao appeared behind it with golden lightning in his hand. By the time it realized and turned its head, it was already too late. Jun Xiaoyao slashed across its body, his eyes flashing with disgust as he sighed, "You smell so bad. How many people have you eaten?" The head of the Thon Thien Tuok fell, unable to even close its eyes as it looked at the young man. It let out a single groan. Its body collapsed, and its head rolled onto the ground with a thud, eventually landing right in front of the nine-headed lion. Witnessing its companion killed in a single strike, the lion stood there, not yet processing what had happened. Fear was evident on its face, beads of sweat forming, and even the 8 smaller heads on its neck looked pale with terror. Having killed the Thon Thien Tuok, Jun Xiaoyao slowly landed on the ground. He looked at the lion before him and said, "Hey, big lion, I see your strength is a bit better than that roasted chicken. You have the qualifications to become my mount, the Divine Sun's mount." Jun Xiaoyao smiled as he offered a chance. "Kneel down obediently, and I will spare your life." Witnessing everything that had just transpired, combined with the presence of the human man, left the nine-headed lion frozen. Its paws trembled slightly, and it thought anxiously, "Am I afraid?" In its eyes, Jun Xiaoyao was emitting a powerful aura that crushed its pride. In its mind, it questioned how it, a descendant of the primal saint, could be afraid of a human boy. He added, "You are different from that chicken. Although you are majestic, I don't feel a bloodthirsty aura from you." Jun Xiaoyao was in need of people, so he continued, "You are not the type that relies on eating people to cultivate, so I can give you a chance. Become the Divine Sun's mount and remain loyal to me." Hearing those words, the lion's eyes filled with indignation, thinking, what an absolute insult. Then, it took a deep breath, drew all the spiritual energy around it into its chest, and roared directly at Jun Xiaoyao. That blast carried significant force, scattering rocks and earth everywhere. Jun Xiaoyao just smiled, thinking, is this the authentic lion's roar? Truly powerful. The cultivators watching behind him who lacked high cultivation were immediately blown away. Gu Xuan stood there, struggling to hold his ground. This is madness. He thought this was definitely not a battle at the Divine Bridge realm. Below, the nine-headed lion lunged forward, using its claws to launch a follow-up attack, screaming, "If you want to fight, then fight." The nine-headed lion will never be a slave. Jun Xiaoyao raised his hand to block, the collision creating a deafening sound. He smiled, enjoying the clash. Sure enough, very strong. The nine-headed lion didn't stop, continuing its onslaught. It kept attacking, striking, and roaring again and again. Jun Xiaoyao dodged with a graceful lean. Long Bichi stood by, watching the fight with crossed arms and a smile. "You've stepped on a landmine." The ancestors of the nine-headed lion clan were once enlightened by a great emperor and became the emperor's mount. That's why they view the word mount as a stain on their very bloodline. Look at its eyes, they're burning with pure fury. Jun Xiaoyao remained calm. The Eastern Extreme Azure Flower Great Emperor possessed wisdom that spanned the heavens and reached the depths of the underworld. Though he took the form of a beast, he was a creature of honor. That alone makes him worthy of respect. Hearing this, the nine-headed lion was momentarily shaken, but it quickly forced itself to regain composure. "No, I can't let my guard down." It gathered energy around its body, unleashing a powerful divine technique. Jun Xiaoyao didn't hold back either. A bright light erupted from his chest as he locked eyes with his opponent. "So, you want to do this for real?" "Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted." His supreme heaven tribulation light clashed violently against the nine-headed lion's fearless lion seal. The force was earth-shattering. A massive ring of light pulsed between them. The explosion was so intense that their figures vanished into the smoke. As the sound faded, Jun Xiaoyao was seen sliding back several paces. He skidded for a long distance before finally coming to a stop. Through the dust, the massive form of the nine-headed lion emerged. Its giant claws slammed into the ground as it transformed into its true, gargantuan form. The nine-headed lion's true manifestation was terrifyingly powerful, with 8 smaller heads circling its main one. Jun Xiaoyao unleashed the soldier punishment art, and the nine-headed lion's eyes widened in realization. Around those 8 small heads, countless sword auras appeared, aimed directly at its face. Jun Xiaoyao said softly, "Slash." All 8 heads were struck at once, blood spilling as the beast let out a cry of agony. The nine-headed lion collapsed to the ground. Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward slowly. Seeing him get closer, the beast felt a mix of anxiety and fear. Jun Xiaoyao smiled at it. "Let me ask you again. Are you willing to be my mount? For a moment, fear left it speechless. With its massive body, it stammered, looking up at him. Jun Xiaoyao was a bit confused until the nine-headed lion knelt down and asked, "What about food?" Jun Xiaoyao held up his 5 fingers, promising a diet of 5 dishes and 1 soup, with meat at every meal. Hearing that, the beast rolled around in delight. He should have said that sooner. Why wait until now to come and get me? Above them, Shengji couldn't help but laugh aloud. So, that's how he solved it. Looking at the fierce beast that had suddenly become as obedient as a child, rolling on the ground, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled. "So this is what you're really like." The beast retorted, "Hey, this is called being a master of the situation, Zhuang Tunji." Behind them, Bichi thought she had misheard him. "Really?" Jun Xiaoyao then turned to her, startling Long Bichi. He asked, "Now, do you want to fight me too?" Hearing this, she hurriedly backed away. "What? Why would I want to fight you? I'm not a lunatic." He pressed on. "Aren't you going to avenge Long Haoshan?" Hearing that familiar name, Long Bichi lifted a lock of her hair and said, "Just look at the hair color. He and I aren't even from the same bloodline." She tossed her hair with a smile. Jun Xiaoyao continued, "Besides, he was the one who acted like a psycho, charging into someone else's home to provoke them, wasn't he? He has an older brother who's a monster of a genius with a massive reputation. If you want to fight, go find him. I'm just a Dragon Clan girl passing through." Jun Xiaoyao wondered, "Then why did you come right up to me? What do you actually want?" Long Bichi spread her arms. "I just heard that the Jun family produced a monster-level genius, and I wanted to see what you looked like. Turns out, you're just like the rest." Jun Xiaoyao was skeptical. Given the blood feud between the ancestral dragon nest and the Jun family, it's hard to believe anything you say. Long Bichi replied calmly, "When the ancestral dragon nest and the Jun family became enemies, we weren't even born yet," she sighed. "Turns out the Jun family's divine son isn't all that impressive anyway." She turned to walk away, waving her hand. "I'm leaving now. Sorry to bother you." Jun Xiaoyao stopped her, his tone turning serious. "Hold it." A killing intent radiated from his body as he suppressed her. "I never said you could leave." A deadly aura engulfed Jun Xiaoyao. He demanded she clarify what she meant. Long Bichi smiled, glancing back with a challenging look. "Scary, aren't you?" She turned around. "Didn't I make myself clear enough? Jun family, divine son, you, them, and the whole crowd chasing the scent of the treasure." Outside, the sound of weapons clashing filled the air as rogue cultivators fought over the hidden ruins. "You're all just a bunch of idiots, no different from hyenas gathering here to slaughter each other." These words made Jun Xiaoyao pause to think. Long Bichi smiled. "Honestly, I'm quite disappointed." "Is that so?" Jun Xiaoyao replied, clearly annoyed, his sharp gaze fixed on her. "Are you trying to provoke me?" Long Bichi didn't back down, challenging him. "Just telling the truth. Seems like that makes you uncomfortable, want to kill me now." Jun Xiaoyao gave a cold laugh. "So, in your eyes, I'm just a madman who kills everyone he meets." In the distance, shouts drew their attention. "It's opening." The doors were slowly shifting. The crowd buzzed with excitement. The doors to the supreme hidden ruins were finally opening. The doors swung wider as mysterious black mist poured out. Jun Xiaoyao turned toward the entrance. "Doesn't look like now is the time to be fighting." He tapped his chin, thinking. The system hadn't reacted yet. He'd have to get deeper into the ruins to check in. Zhang Zhangjian approached with Wang Ji and Jun Shu Huang. He spoke up. "Young master, we should move out." Jun Xiaoyao nodded. "Clan brother, clan sister, Linglong, let's go." Shengji warned her companions. "The ruins are unstable. Ordinary disciples of the Jiang family, wait here for orders." Jun Xiaoyao walked past Bichi quietly, heading toward the ruins. He moved gracefully, ignoring her as she stood rooted to the spot. Long Bichi shot a glance at the Jun clan man but said nothing more. The Jun disciples followed behind him. Zhang Jiangjian didn't forget to spit in the direction of the Dragon Clan girl. At the same time, Kei Xuan, who had been watching from above, jumped down. He dashed toward the entrance, his mind set solely on the Yuan Tien supreme hidden ruins. The mysterious young man in the straw hat did much the same. The crowd of rogue cultivators surged forward, shouting, "The Yuan Tien supreme hidden ruins belong to me." Chaos erupted as they fought, pushing and cursing each other. "Anyone who stands in my way dies. Get lost and die. The treasure is mine." Long Bichi flew high above, observing the mess below. What a bunch of fools. Is it really worth risking your lives like this? Why be like this? She summoned a blade along with a crackle of blue lightning. Long Bichi smiled coldly. "Guess I'll lend them a hand." A flash of light streaked across the sky, leaving everyone bewildered. What was that? The light struck the ground, blocking the path for the rogue cultivators. Clouds of dust made them cough, leaving them completely confused about what had just happened. With the sword resting on her shoulder, Long Bitchy glanced at the crowd before her and smiled. We're at full capacity today, so if you'd all be so kind as to head back. The mountain above the secret realm entrance began to crack, eventually shattering and collapsing. Massive boulders sealed the opening, completely walling off the hidden realm. The crowd erupted in curses. Damn it, that crazy woman sealed the entrance. This is suicide. Get out of the way. Seeing this, a Jun clan elder couldn't help but sigh and speak up. Since when did our ancestral dragon nest produce such an interesting little girl? Hearing this, the Azure Dragon elder looked a bit displeased. He added, even though we warned these youngsters that this secret realm is extremely dangerous, these brats, blinded by their own greed, have no idea what our warnings even mean. Inside the secret realm corridor, glowing spots illuminated the path above, while the ground was filled with black mist. Those who had entered were anxious, whispering, is this what the inside of the secret realm is really like? Many struggled to breathe, gasping. The toxic fog in here is so thick. It's suffocating. As soon as he finished, his body mutated. His skin turned gray. His teeth grew into fangs, and sharp claws sprouted from his hands. The person next to him panicked. Hey, what's wrong with you? Everyone watched as he slowly lost his humanity, wondering what on earth was happening. Many others were in the same boat, having inhaled the toxic dust and mutated. They lost their minds, attacking and tearing into anyone nearby. Caught off guard by their own companions, they could only cry out, "What are you doing?" The panicked crowd shouted to each other, "What's the situation? Have these people all gone mad?" One of them realized the truth and cursed, "Idiots! They've been possessed by evil energy, their minds are gone. There's no other way, we have to kill them." Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared behind the mutated mob. At the end of the corridor, a beam of golden light swept over them, blasting the mutants away, leaving the survivors in utter shock. The young man who unleashed the attack was none other than Jun Xiaoyao. He sighed in frustration. "You don't have the skills, yet you dare to rush in here?" He looked at them and mused, do these people think they're out on a spring outing? Everyone recognized him as Jun Xiaoyao. One person trembled, whispering, "Be careful, don't provoke him." Seeing this, Xiaoyao looked surprised and puzzled. The crowd froze, wary of him. In their eyes, he was nothing less than a god of slaughter who would kill anyone in his path. Xiaoyao recalled Long Bichi's words, "Divine child of the Jun clan, you and they are fundamentally no different." He sighed to himself. So that's it. That's what she meant. As long as I show any aggression, in their eyes, I'm just a lunatic who kills on sight, just like those monsters. So, Jun Xiaoyao decided to change things up. He waved his hand, "Get lost." The people in front of him immediately scrambled to both sides, clearing a path for him and the Jun clan members. The five of them walked past the crowd in silence. Xiaoyao thought to himself, being the villain feels pretty good, actually. With a look of genuine enjoyment, he walked through the seemingly bottomless secret realm corridor. A while later, they emerged into a vast chamber deep within the realm. Jun Xiaojian and the others exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow, there's such a massive place inside this secret realm." Looking at the piles of corpses and the bloodstains everywhere, it seemed a massacre had already taken place. A faint blue smoke drifted from the door ahead. Xiaoyao observed the scene, spotting tracks leading in that direction. He deduced, two powerful auras are heading in different directions. It must be Xiao Chen and that little Saint Ji Xuan. He turned back with a smile and called out to his cousin, Jun Xiaojian, then pointed at the door. "Didn't you want to find that little saint and reclaim your honor?" He went that way. Hearing this, Jun Xiaojian's expression darkened, and he vowed, "Young master, I will return once the deed is done." With those words, he bolted off like lightning. Fighting Ji Xuan alone, he's likely to suffer. Troublesome. Why don't you follow him secretly? If you encounter any trouble, don't fight back, just send me a voice transmission. She accepted the order. Understood. As Jun Xiaohuang left, Xiaoyao continued to give instructions. "Wan Jie, brother, I have a favor to ask of you, too." Upon hearing the word favor, Wan Jie hesitated for a moment before saying, "Young master, why be so polite? I'm already your servant, just give me your orders directly." Xiaoyao turned to look at him after all. He had just suppressed this man to the brink of death. He said, "You and Jun Linglong head over there and chase after that other one." Jun Linglong recognized the little brat he was talking about and asked, "Oh, don't tell me it's..." Xiaoyao smiled. "Yes, that same little brat. We might as well bring back some gifts for your sisters." The two accepted the command, saying in unison, "Understood, we're off." Jiang Shengji looked at him with some hesitation, wondering, "Wait, why are there only two of us left?" Looking at Xiaoyao's extraordinary aura, she wondered, "Even though he's my nephew, we've basically never interacted. What kind of things would a young man like him be interested in?" Jiang Shengyi felt a bit shy, but honestly, looking at him on the road, he doesn't seem like a 10-year-old child at all. Xiaoyao turned back and said to her, "Little ant, let's stroll around this palace and see if we can find any fortuitous encounters." She nodded with a soft and followed him along with the nine-headed lion, while Xiaoyao walked ahead, clearly enjoying himself. In the Yuan Tien immortal domain, why do living beings cultivate? For fame, for profit, to become a peerless great emperor, or simply to avoid being trampled and humiliated by others? For their own goals, every cultivator must exhaust all their strength, sometimes even descending into madness. However, there are a few exceptions, like Long Bichi of the Dragon Clan, who moves alone, searching for treasure with a flame in her hand. She noticed something as someone ahead exclaimed, "I'm rich." Xiao Chen stood there, laughing joyfully. This is the legendary ancestral dragon bone of the Supreme. Standing before the massive dragon bone, he shouted excitedly, "Xiao Chen, I'm about to be rich." Long Bichi felt displeased watching this. "I can't stand it. Why is he so obsessed with the bones of someone else's ancestors? Is he some kind of pervert?" She remembered that the world has never been fair. Some are born favored by the heavens, with status far above the common person. Back then, Long Bichi was punching a peer from her own clan. The blow sent him flying, vomiting blood. She was born with high status and talent far exceeding that of ordinary people. Witnessing that, the elders of the clan would praise her wholeheartedly, "Well done. Worthy of being the dragon maiden of the Kanglong line." But most people would lose their way, thinking they were the one and only protagonist. But this child was an exception. That was Bichi. Behind her stood a massive, towering stone mountain, so high the summit was hidden from view. Long Bichi always stood tall, rarely looking up to anyone, but looking back at her history was a different story. Above her stood the shadow of Hao Thien. She was a genius, but even above geniuses exist monsters, and those monsters were her own kin. Back to the present, Long Bichi looked down, wondering, why are you so obsessed with someone else's ancestral bones? Are you some kind of pervert? Hearing the voice from above, Tooth then jumped and turned around. Long Bichi didn't bother hiding her intentions. She gracefully leaped down and landed right in front of him. Then she turned to the dragon skeleton before them and spoke, "My mission is to bring the remains of our ancestors back home and to give Tooth a warning. Whatever schemes you have, just leave. Fighting us won't benefit anyone." Tooth then felt a surge of anxiety, thinking to himself, "Damn it, how did someone from the dragon nest get here so fast?" He replied, "Isn't that a bit overbearing, miss? Do you really think so little of me?" Taken aback, Long Bichi looked confused, overbearing. "I've been polite enough, haven't I? Why would you say I don't respect you? Forget it. It's impossible to reason with a fool bent on death." She immediately drew her sword, a terrifying wave of dragon aura suppressing the area, as a challenging tone rang out. "If you won't back down, then let's do this the old-fashioned way fight." Sensing the intense killing intent, Tufan felt a flicker of worry, then in a flash, he sprang forward, vanishing from his spot and lunging toward Long Bichi with a powerful punch. She hastily blocked it with her sword. She smiled, clearly enjoying the thrill. It was terrifying. Tufan felt a pinch of worry. Her reflexes were incredibly fast. The difference between clan disciples and wild, stray cultivators was truly vast. Her strike sent Tufan flying back several yards, leaving a long skid mark on the ground, proving that the little dragon girl's strength was overwhelming. Stunned by the recoil, he caught his breath for a second. Suddenly, a phantom dragon image appeared behind him, whispering, "This girl's cultivation is higher than yours. End this quickly. One strike to win. If she lures more people here, it'll be trouble." Hearing this, he grunted in acknowledgement and prepared to strike. Long Bichi sensed something unusual, the feeling was. While she was momentarily distracted, Tufan vanished from her sight again. Before she knew it, he had closed the gap and unleashed the soaring dragon heaven-breaking fist. However, Long Bichi reacted quickly, catching his hand and neutralizing the surprise attack. Realizing something, she asked, "That's definitely the blue heaven dragon transforming art of my soaring dragon clan. Where did you learn this technique?" Tufan didn't answer, instead launching his next palm strike. His azure dragon tears the heaven move met the shadow of Long Bichi's counter-strike right before his face. She delivered an upward kick, sending him reeling backward. Long Bichi regained her balance, while Tufan crashed onto the ground. Without stopping, she launched another kick. But he was quick, using the momentum to retreat into the distance, narrowly dodging the lethal blow. Tufan landed far away, keeping a safe distance. He clutched his chest, muttering to himself, "Damn it, I can't even handle a woman, let alone Jun Xiaoyao." Suddenly, his eyes went wide. Several blasts of palm energy came from behind Long Bichi. She turned slightly, noticing the attack, and jumped away to dodge. However, the sneak attack still left a graze on her face, and blood began to trickle down. Long Bichi retreated toward the dragon skeleton. The air was filled with clashing energies that scorched the ground. Along with that, The sound of deer hooves approached. It was the girl with the veiled hat riding a deer in the forest outside, carrying a thin silk ribbon in her hand. Tiu then recognized her and exclaimed, "Wu Mingyue, why are you here?" Hearing this, the girl looked slightly guilty, hiding a sheepish smile behind her thin veil. "Oh, that." She stepped down and replied, "I heard the Yuan Tien Supreme Secret Realm had opened, so I came to see what the fuss was about. I didn't expect to find you here too." Long Bichi quietly observed the newcomer. Late stage of the Spirit Owl Realm, no suppression of cultivation. Unity Realm. Wu Mingyue turned toward the Dragon Clan girl and called out, "Hey, you." Then she issued a warning, "Leave. The things here aren't for you to touch." Hearing this, Long Bichi retorted with some irritation, "You mean the remains of my ancestors? I can't touch them, but I should let you people waste them?" The pride of the Dragon Clan had been offended. She roared, "You've got some nerve." Hearing Long Bichi, Wu Mingyue faltered, unable to react immediately. She thought to herself that the girl had a point, and she had no comeback. It felt a bit shameless. T then spoke up from the side, "Wu Mingyue, don't listen to her nonsense." He took off his outer cloak and continued, "If these dragon bones are already inside the Yuan Tien Supreme Secret Realm, then they belong to the Secret Realm. Finding treasures here is a matter of finders keepers. What does this have to do with your dragon nest?" Hearing him say that, Wu Mingyue felt a bit swayed, thinking, "He's not wrong. Everyone fights for treasures in these secret realms." Te then leaped in front of Long Bichi and said, "I might not need these 4 phantom ancient dragon bones of the dragon nest, but the supreme dragon bone is related to my future cultivation, so I must have it." He then turned to the girl on the deer, "Wu Mingyue, you don't need to intervene." Tu Fen struck a heroic pose, exuding a godly aura as he said, "A real man should rely on his own strength to seize his destiny." Seeing this, Wu Mingyue looked at him with a hint of admiration. Not letting the two of them praise each other, Long Bichi slapped him right in the face, shattering the atmosphere. She kicked him until he fell backward, saying, "You talk way too much nonsense." Then, casting a deadly gaze at him, she added, "You better hope you can rely on your own strength." Tiuthan stood up, regaining his composure, and rubbed his face in annoyance. You attacked suddenly. Where's your martial honor?" Long Bichi ignored him and lunged. "Ridiculous. You've already got your greedy hands on my ancestors' bones, and you expect me to talk about martial honor with you." Wu Mingyue was worried, calling Tu Than's name from afar, and then she launched the silk ribbons in her hands, shouting, "Stop." This time, Long Bichi was prepared. She unleashed a sword technique, neutralizing and slicing through the ribbons aimed at her. They were actually a string of small, sharp sword blades connected together. Wu Mingyue's eyes widened, recognizing them as the red swords. Long Bichi glanced at her and deduced, "Using a white veil to hide your face and block spiritual sense. You must be trying to hide your identity, right? Who you are doesn't interest me, but if you want to wade into these muddy waters, then you're my enemy." Tu then charged in, shouting, "Shut up. Who do you think you are, daring to talk to Wu Mingyue like that?" The dragon girl smiled, sheathing her sword as she faced him. "Is this your martial honor?" Tu Fan didn't forget to warn, "Wu Mingyue, don't be fooled by her sweet talk." He ducked, evaded the blow, and channeled energy into his hands, determined to fight for the treasure in the secret realm. Only the strong survive. That's always been the way of things. With that, he readied a powerful palm strike. Xiao Chen let out a roar, unleashing his Azure Dragon technique, the very law of the Immortal Realm. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Dragon Kin woman's hand was right in front of him. She grabbed his face, shoved him back, and slammed him down. She pinned his head to the ground, hoisted him up slightly, then glared at him. "Who do you think you are to claim the true inheritance of the Azure Heaven Dragon transformation art?" Xiao Chen stared at her hands in terror. That look again. It reminded him of Jun Xiao Yao. The memory sparked a desperate, rebellious rage inside him. "You don't get to look down on me." With a violent shove, he broke free from Bai Chi's grip. As he stumbled back, the ornament on his head fell off. Bai Chi looked surprised, thinking to herself, he actually managed to control the dragon transformation. She straightened up, her demeanor shifting, and asked, "Who did you say was the true successor?" Wu Mingyue stepped forward, urging, "Xiao Chen, calm down. If you fight her to the death here and both end up crippled, how are we supposed to deal with the others fighting over the treasure in this ruin?" Wu Mingyue turned toward Long Bai Chi while secretly sending a telepathic message to Xiao Chen. "I have a magical artifact that can bind her for a short time. Take the chance to grab the dragon bone and get out of here." Xiao Chen scowled and clicked his tongue. Suddenly, thin golden threads manifested in front of the girl. The threads swirled around the dragon kin woman, leaving her disoriented. These were the heaven-binding ropes. They coiled tightly around Long Bai Chi, rendering her unable to move. She frowned, confused. What kind of artifact is this? Once bound, she couldn't channel her spiritual energy. Wu Mingwei shouted, "Xiao Chen, now!" And he leaped toward her. One was busy holding her down, while the other seemed puzzled, two locked eyes. But instead of taking the dragon bone, Xiao Chen lunged forward and delivered a direct strike straight through Long Bai Chi's heart. "Wu Mingwei," he hissed. "If I let her go, the ancestral dragon nest will hunt me to the ends of the earth. I can't leave loose ends." Blood sprayed from the dragon kin girl's mouth. Xiao Chen cold-bloodedly brushed off his actions. This was the law of the Immortal Realm. As blood trickled down the corner of Long Bai Chi's mouth, it was clear she wasn't going to make it. Her legs buckled, and she struggled to stand as a pool of blood formed beneath her. Xiao Chen pulled his hand back, causing more blood to erupt from the wound near her heart. Wu Mingyue stood there, stammering, "Xiao Chen, you shouldn't have done that." He stood his ground, justifying himself. "Wu Mingyue, I had no choice. I hope you can understand." She stood stunned, a thought flashing through her mind. Everyone has grudges when they fight for their lives. But to strike someone already bound by an artifact? Watching the scene, Wu Mingyue couldn't help but wonder, why is he so ruthless? The heaven-binding ropes began to loosen. Long Bai Chi sensed the user's resolve wavering and, without warning, launched a desperate counterattack towards Xiao Chen. A single punch sent him flying backward. His arm trembled from the sheer force of the blow. He was baffled. What kind of monster is she? Her heart is pierced, and she's still fighting. No choice then. He closed in, staring her down. "I'll just have to cut your head off." In that moment of near death, Long Bai Chi smiled faintly, remembering the past. That day, Long Haoshan had stood before her and said, "I say you're right. The Azure Dragon clan clearly has great talent, but you spend your days slacking off. What exactly is going on in that head of yours?" She realized this was the same brat who had lost to her in the clan trials. She had sat up and replied, "You're trying pretty hard for a cultivator, but you still can't beat me, can you?" Long Haoshan had flushed with anger and snapped. "Why do you have to be so annoying? You want to fight? Let me tell you something one day. You're going to lose because of that mouth of yours." Bai Chi had remained utterly calm. "That's exactly why you can't beat me." She had asked him then, "I really don't understand why you go around looking for fights like your life depends on it every single day." He had smiled and replied, "Why? Because I'm going to stand at the peak of this era and become the great emperor. What other reason could there be?" Contrary to the boy's burning passion, she had just looked at him with indifference, thinking to herself, "This little brat can't even beat me, and he's dreaming of becoming the great emperor." Looking back, how many people in the Nine Heavens Immortal Realm over the last 1,000 years had pointlessly thrown their lives away for that goal? Ending her train of thought, she hadn't hesitated to answer Long Haoshan. "I have no interest in any of that." He had immediately asked, "Then why do you even cultivate?" Long Bai Chi had clenched her fist and smiled. "Obviously, it's to travel the world." Long Haoshan had looked shocked. She began listing the things that fascinated her. "Do you know how vast the 9 heavens and 10 lands really are? The crystal desert, the sea of thunder, the 5 divine mountains, I want to see them all." Long Haoshan watched the girl intently as she spoke. Hearing her, he asked, "If you don't have the cultivation to back it up, won't you just get killed?" The aura radiating from her was so captivating it made him blush. Long Haoshan had asked, "If you have a goal, why slack off on your cultivation? If you meet someone who wants your life one day, let's see what you'll do then." The little girl had just closed her eyes and smiled. "If fate arrives, I'll just accept it." Back in the present, Xiao Chen's face turned ugly. Bai Chi's mind was filled with a single, determined thought. "But before I die, I'm definitely going to tear a piece of flesh and blood off this guy." She revealed her true form, using her sharp fangs to attack and pin him to the ground. The surprise attack left Xiao Chen severely wounded and coughing up blood. He pulled back, cursing the little dragon brat, and unleashed his Azure Dragon subduing technique directly at her. Both were blown back by the impact, and the dragon and the man crashed into the ground. Xiao Chen sat up, hacking and coughing. On the other side, despite being covered in blood, Long Bai Chi forced a smile. "Accept your fate, you foul brat," she spat at him. "You're nothing but a crawling insect. Even if you steal all the techniques of the ancestral dragon nest, you will never turn into a true dragon." "Shut your filthy mouth," Xiao Chen roared, lunging forward. Bai Chi smiled to herself. "Stupid," charging in again. Suddenly, her head and body began to glow. "Then you can go with me." Wu Mingwei, standing to the side, quickly realized something was wrong and shouted a warning. "No, she's trying to self-destruct her dragon origin. Xiao Chen, get back." Suddenly, a bolt of purple lightning struck down, shielding the space between them. Wu Mingyu was stunned. The blinding light forced Xiao Chen to shield his eyes. Out of the brilliance, a familiar figure emerged, the Jun family's very own, Jun Wanjie. Wu Mingyue was stunned by the sight. A blinding light forced Xiao Chen to shield his eyes, and from within it, a familiar figure emerged. It was the Jun family, Jun Wanji. Jun Linglong stood at a distance, smiling as she sighed. What a shame. It's about to be a showdown. Why start something now? She stepped forward, shielding Bai Qi as she spoke. I don't like what I'm seeing. Go report back to your deity. Wan Jie, surrounded by his crackling lightning, stood between Xiao Chen and Long Bai Qi. Wu Mingyue nervously realized that the Jun family disciple, Jun Linglong, had also jumped down and addressed the Dragon Clan girl. Why go to such lengths, even if you destroy your dragon origin? With that eldest miss protecting him, you're not guaranteed to hurt that little brat. Bai Qi retorted. But at least I can destroy these dragon bones. She asked further. Are you both disciples of the Jun family? The scarred man replied, Huangzhou Jun family. Jun Wanji. Long Bai Qi seemed to recognize his name and asked, Jun Wanji, fifth on the list? He replied, that's right. Only then did the dragon girl retract her true form. She then asked, does the Jun family have an interest in my ancestors' bones, too? Wanji replied, we're here looking for the little brat standing opposite you. Wu Mingyue frowned, wondering to herself, the Jun family is looking for Xiao Chen. What on earth is going on here? Long Bai Qi suspiciously added, these dragon bones contain the innate Taoist arts of my Azure dragon lineage. They also hold the ancestral dragon bloodline. I doubt the Jun family's deity would be willing to let them go. Are you two just pretending not to care? Wanji answered bluntly. Who said we don't care? The supreme dragon bone is a treasure not easily obtained. Of course I'm tempted, but our Jun family has always been upright. We don't stoop to fishing in troubled waters. You can take the dragon bones yourself. Sooner or later, our Jun family will storm your ancestral dragon nest to settle the score. When that happens, all your ancestral nests will belong to us. Why use such low-handed tactics to target a little girl? It's truly disgraceful. Hearing this, he felt humiliated and gnashed his teeth in anger, but could do nothing. Bai Qi smiled. Fair enough. That is the Jun family way. Fine, take these dragon bones. I can't take them anyway. She looked at Xiao Chen, who was standing there, and made a request. Give that little brat a solid slap across the face. Wanji stomped his feet to gain momentum and lunged. He immediately slapped Xiao Chen before he could even react. Simultaneously, he said to Long Bai Qi, there, consider him slapped into a daze. He probably thinks he's been defeated now. A humiliating slap that sent him to the ground. Moreover, it wasn't Jun Xiaoyao, but the lesser Jun Wanji. Wu Mingyue cried out in panic. Xiao Chen. Jun family disciples, what do you think you're doing? Wanji asked back, what are we doing? Then he turned to ask Jun Linglong, what is it we want to do? She stood there blankly and asked, don't you know? Then Jun Linglong began to elaborate. That little brat previously wanted to devour the spiritual remains of the vermilion bird ancient kingdom. Princess Bai Yuer is my friend, so the young master stepped in to help the kingdom. Who would have thought this brat would slander the young master and Bai Yuer, claiming they had an affair? The young master was furious and gave him a beating, and now we're just following through. Wanji followed up on that momentum to think he'd make up such a rumor. He's truly a scoundrel. Wu Mingyue thought to herself, this isn't like the version I heard. Xiao Chen clutched his cheek and retorted, that's utter nonsense. Clearly, it was Bai Yuer who betrayed me. He stood up and shouted back defiantly, your Jun family interfered to steal my dragon energy, not to mention dragging my reputation through the mud. Now you want to target me too. He raised his dragon claw and screamed, just try it if you dare. Then he unleashed the Azure Dragon heaven-shattering claw aimed at Wanji. Wanji immediately used his lightning to block the strike, then smiled calmly, fine, I'll try. A burst of incredibly powerful lightning energy erupted from his body, covering the entire cave. He used the 8th Thunder Prohibition followed by the heaven-shattering thunder to strike Xiao Chen directly. Hit by the lightning, his whole body went numb as he screamed in pain. Wu Mingyue hadn't even reacted yet. She stood there, thinking Xiao Chen had been blinded by anger and couldn't possibly handle a top-tier expert from the Jun family. If she didn't help him, he might die here. With that thought, she channeled energy into her hands and lunged forward to help, not caring about anything else. She threw a palm strike straight at Wanji. He recognized this as the primordial scattered hand of the Panwu divine dynasty. Wanji smiled, feeling amused. He launched the 8 Desolations Thunder Palm to counter Wu Mingyue's strike. She took the chance to rush over to help Xiao Chen up, thinking she could quickly get him out of there, but it didn't seem possible. Jun Linglong had flown in front of them at some point and said, I already told you, we're here looking for the kid you're carrying. She then hit them both with a single palm strike. The sudden, powerful blow caused Wu Mingyue's veil to slowly fall away. Jun Xiaoyao held a piece of chalk. As the chalk screeched against the board, he said clearly, the lecture from teacher Xiaoyao begins now. Students, please take your seats. The two girls below stood there, dumbfounded. Before they could grasp what was happening, Jun Xiaoyao hurried to continue. Today's lesson is extremely important for the female cultivators here. Students, do you know if there is a specific type of disease that targets female cultivators in this world? While Zhang Linglong remained silent and stunned, Bai Yuer asked, "What kind of disease is that?" As if he had been waiting for that question, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes darkened. It is, quite precisely, romance brain. No matter how profound your cultivation is, or how noble your status, once you develop romance brain, your life is effectively over. Bai Yuer felt a shiver of fear, sweating as she asked, "Is it really that scary?" Jun Xiaoyao didn't hesitate to answer immediately. "Of course it's scary." He adjusted his glasses and explained, sounding as if he were reading a long scroll. 10 parts of what you hear is probably 7 parts exaggeration. If you have romance brain, your world shrinks down to only one person. No matter how terrible he is, you'll make excuses for him, and then hand over all your own resources to him. You think if you treat him well, he'll treat you well in return. But you don't realize you're just a stepping stone for him to climb higher. That's right. This is the most terrifying terminal illness in the Immortal Realm. Jun Linglong had remained passive the whole time, while Bai Yuer acted like a true student, raising her hand to ask a question immediately. "Teacher, if romance brain is that terrifying, is there any way to cure it?" Hearing this, he answered while feeling smug about all the logic he had just made up. "You, silly child. I already said it's a terminal illness. How could it be cured? Remember, if you encounter someone with romance brain, if they aren't bothering you, stay far away, respect them, and wish them well. If they mess with you, then just fight back. You have to be a bit more ruthless." Reflecting on his words, Jun Linglong recalled the past while contemplating. It was a bit strange. Instead of trying to dodge, she braced herself to take the hit head-on. And in that split second of the attack, she shoved Xiao Chen to safety, taking the blow herself just to protect him. Still unsure, she tried again. Jun Linglong gathered her strength, a golden aura enveloping her body, seemingly focusing on the power of her next strike. Her opponent was exhausted now, but she still tried to counterattack. The two clashed, with Xiao Chen caught right in the middle. However, Jun Linglong's martial arts seemed superior. She clenched her fist, shifting her strength to redirect the incoming attack. Wu Minggui was caught off guard, her eyes showing clear shock, before she crossed her arms into an X shape to block Jun Linglong's strike, only to be sent flying back. Seeing her opponent get hit like that, Jun Linglong sneered. "You can't even tell the difference between a feint and a real attack. Love really does make you stupid." Meanwhile, Xiao Chen had come to. He scrambled to his feet. Jun Linglong continued, "To think someone actually likes a brat like him. Is there something wrong with your eyes?" Hearing this, Wu Minggui could only scream, "What did you say?" Immediately after, Xiao Chen also roared, "Wu Mingyou, get out of the way." He unleashed the Azure Dragon Demon Suppressor, the energy forming into the shape of a dragon, flying straight ahead. His face was covered in dirt, yet his spirit was intense. He yelled, "Go to hell." Jun Linglong, however, looked clearly concerned, muttering, "I can't block that." But before she could even process what was happening, the dragon-shaped energy was suddenly frozen solid. At the same time, lightning poured down, and Xiao Chen stood there, stunned, frozen in place. He could only shout, "What?" At that moment, a new face intervened in the three-way fight. "You like playing dirty, don't you?" He stomped his foot on the ground, channeling energy into it, and shot forward. In the blink of an eye, his hand was right in front of Xiao Chen. Before Xiao Chen could even react, he was grabbed by the head and hauled into the air by the newcomer. That wasn't all. Xiao Chen was slammed straight into the ground, crushing the earth beneath him. Watching him being treated like that, Wu Minggui could only cry out weakly. Jun Linglong looked at Wu Minggui and said, "I saw you use the primordial palm just now. You must be a noble daughter of the Panwu divine dynasty. No wonder that brat has been sucking up to you." Hearing this, Wu Minggui couldn't hold back her emotions and retorted indignantly, "Shut up. Don't you dare keep insulting Xiao Chen. He treats me well, not because of my status. Don't use your filthy mind to stain the bond we share." Hearing that cheesy line, Jun Linglong was left speechless. Huh? Her face darkened with confusion as she added, "No way. Is there actually someone in this world who's lovesick?" The image of Jun Xiaoyao quietly appeared in her mind, a smug look on his face. "Teacher, would I ever lie to a young girl like you?" Unimpressed, Jun Linglong continued to grill Wu Minggui. "You say Xiao Chen is good to you, not because of your status. Then do you even know who he offended?" Wu Minggui gritted her teeth bitterly, seemingly guessing Jun Linglong's intentions. She asked, "Could it be that the enemy Xiao Chen made is the young master from the Jun family you mentioned?" Hearing this, Jun Linglong got exactly the response she was looking for. She replied, "That's right. Do you know who our young master is?" He is Jun Xiaoyao, the divine son of the Jun family. Suddenly, the playful Jun Xiaoyao of her daily life transformed into a massive force, bearing down with pressure that was beyond Wu Mingyue's imagination. Wu Mingyue couldn't help but be terrified when she heard that name. Jun Linglong quickly added, just based on his status as a prince of a tiny azure dragon ancient kingdom, even if he worked his whole life, he could never even touch the shadow of young master Xiao Yao. At the same time, Wu Mingyue was the polar opposite. Sweat poured down her face, showing her sheer terror. Not believing it, Jun Linglong continued to rub salt into her wounds. The Panwu Divine Dynasty and Immortal Dynasty, what a good bargain, right? If you got dumped by that cheapskate Bai Yuer, but found someone better, you got a great deal. I bet he thinks so too. If you can't help him deal with the young master, or even stay by his side, maybe one day he'll call you a promiscuous woman and go around bad-mouthing you everywhere. Hearing Jun Linglong insult her, Xiao Chen shouted from afar, "Shut your mouth." Even though he had been knocked down, Xiao Chen struggled to stand up. Behind him, a figure began to glow. He whispered, "Ancestor, please, I beg you to kill these bastards from the Jun family." The Ancestor didn't say a word, just stared off into the distance. It turned out someone had been watching the whole time. He thought to himself, these family elders are still using the heaven-observing mirror to watch this place. Sighing helplessly, he spoke to Xiao Chen. "If you weren't so stubborn, insisting on killing the dragon girl of the ancestral dragon nest, I could have gotten you out of here." Hearing those words, Xiao Chen was stunned. What does that mean? Before he could even clarify things, he was grabbed by the hair and hoisted into the air. Zhang Wanji looked at him with nothing but contempt. Looking at this guy is just annoying. Can I kill him? Wu Mingyue's voice called out from afar. Stop, you can't kill him. He turned around, his eyes flashing with terrifying purple lightning as he glanced at Wu Mingyue. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Wu Mingyue directly. Jun Wanji warned her to watch her tone. Little girl, the young master might be merciful, but I, Jun Wanji, am not one to cherish the fair and pity the frail. Does the Panwu Divine Dynasty really want to be enemies with the Jun family? She clenched her fists, telling herself, even if my father is the head of the 3 imperial families, I doubt he would dare to make an enemy of them. What should I do? Over there, Jun Linglong watched her every move, seemingly understanding what was going on in her head, and said, if the young master's desolate ancient sacred body wants to awaken its second divine phenomenon, it seems he needs to take a trip to Panwu Ridge. An idea flashed through her mind, and Jun Linglong suddenly acted as if she wanted to protect Wu Mingyu. She said, young master Jun Wanji, don't be angry. This is just a personal grudge of the young master's, and essentially, it has nothing to do with the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Jun Wanji replied coldly, I'm not angry. Jun Linglong continued, but we have to kill Xiao Chen, no matter what, even if he poked the hornet's nest. She turned to Wu Mingyue and demanded, do you really want to protect him that badly? Wu Mingyue felt deeply aggrieved, but could only respond weakly. What do you want us to do so that you'll let Xiao Chen go? Replying to her, Jun Linglong said, that depends on whether the noble lady of the Panwu Divine Dynasty is willing to lay down for his sake. Suddenly, Xiao Chen shouted, Wu Mingyue, run. Don't listen to them. Jun Wanji, standing right there, found the scene eyesore. He ordered lightning from his palm to strike Xiao Chen directly, then let out a barrage of insults. Xiao Chen was scorched black by the lightning and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this cruelty, Wu Mingyue thought to herself, if this keeps up, neither of us is getting out of here. She steeled herself to confront the two of them, asking directly, just say it, what exactly do you want from me? Hearing this, Jun Linglong's attitude shifted instantly. The two of you are truly more devoted than gold. It's genuinely touching. With that, she handed the flowing shadow pearl to Jun Wanji and said, young master Wanji, please help settle this matter. Her demeanor changed once again. She said sternly, rest assured, we don't want to take anything from you. Just cooperate a little, and everything will be fine. Wu Mingyue looked anxious, then collapsed onto Jun Linglong's lap. Jun Linglong took a breath, raised her hand, and took the opportunity to spank her. Caught off guard, Wu Mingyue burst into tears. Wait, what are you doing? Stop it. Stop hitting me. Jun Wanji turned his face away, feeling embarrassed for the two women before him, thinking, I haven't offended her before, have I? At that moment, Jun Wanji had developed a sense of fear toward the external version of Jun Linglong. The elders watched and remarked that the young ones sure knew how to have fun. As dawn broke, Xiao Chen woke up covered in bandages. He sat up, but his mind was a blank slate regarding what happened while he was unconscious. Where is this? I remember being confronted by someone named Jun Wanji. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. It was Wu Mingyue approaching him. She called out his name, Xiao Chen, you're finally awake. He sat up and softly called out to Wu Mingyu. She then recounted everything that had happened. Only then did Xiao Chen realize the gravity of the situation. So that's what happened. You were the one who got me out. Although things seemed fine on the surface, he still harbored unspoken concerns. He couldn't even stand up to Zhen Wanji, let alone Jun Xiaoyao. If it hadn't been for the people of the ancestral dragon nest intervening, they would have taken the dragon bone. Directly regret would have been useless now. Suddenly, he remembered something. Right, Wu Mingyue, those disciples from the Jun family. They didn't give you any trouble, did they? Wu Mingyue hesitated, recalling the sound of Jun Linglong's laughing threats. My dear eldest princess, you wouldn't want this desperate-looking scene to be played on a loop at the gates of the Panwu Divine Dynasty market, would you? Jun Linglong looked absolutely wicked as she threatened Wu Mingyue. Trembling in fear, Wu Mingyue could only mutter, "You devil," before snapping back to reality. Wu Mingyue seemed to have chosen her words carefully. She coughed and said, "Not really. I revealed my identity as the eldest princess of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. They were wary, so they let us go." Xiao Chen felt relieved. That's good. Suddenly, Wu Mingyue's face turned somber. Xiao Chen, I won't be able to stay by your side anymore. Xiao Chen's sadness was evident, but he just asked gently, "Are your guardians coming for you?" Seeing Xiao Chen was understanding, Wu Mingyue confessed, "They are already here. If not, we wouldn't be here right now. We'd be in the hands of the ancestral dragon nest elders. Before long, the Panwu Divine Dynasty will announce to the world that they are choosing a husband for the eldest princess. Don't worry." Suddenly, a spark of motivation reignited in Xiao Chen's chest. He said, "I will defeat all my rivals and marry you properly. We promised." The scene shifted to a dark room. Da Kuai said to Jun Xiaoyao, who was busy tinkering with a jar, "I'm just saying, Tang Tang is a divine child of the Jun family. Is it really appropriate to be digging for scrap metal after entering a secret realm?" Jun Xiaoyao just replied, "Da Kuai, you don't understand. This is all money. Only a fool turns down money. What kind of character is this guy? I eat a 5-course meal every day." Just then, the beautiful lady remarked that children always like collecting such things. However, she wasn't much better, sitting there braiding Da Kuai's hair. He saw this and said, "Big sister, you're not much better. This is already the 7th hairstyle you've done on me." Just then, a group of people walked into the room and called out, "Young master." He turned around and replied, "You're back?" His expression turned sharp, completely different from a few seconds ago. It turned out Jun Linglong and Jun Wanji had returned, bringing a girl who was tied up. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao pouted and said, "You brought this annoying person back." He continued to ask the group, "What happened? Why bring this unlucky person here?" The young girl explained the whole story while holding a bag of treasures. Jun Xiaoyao said, "4 supreme dragon bones, 1 ancestral supreme dragon bone, these are truly impressive treasures. So this is a universe bag. I've heard it can hold vast spatial artifacts from Mount Sumeru." But he seemed to have one lingering doubt. Jun Xiaoyao wondered, was this opportunity meant for Xiao Chen? Was he actually some kind of divine protagonist who gets his engagement broken type? His character doesn't even compare to Xiao's. No integrity, but he has all the luck. He's nothing but a disaster. I suppose I'm doing the world a favor by removing him. Da Kuai noticed Long Bichi, and with tears and snot running down his face, asked, "Long Bichi, what happened to you?" Wanji also called out, "Young master, I know you don't like her, but I didn't want to leave her there to die." Jun Wanji clasped his hands together, bowed low, and pleaded, "Young master, if you want to punish someone, punish me, Jun Wanji. I am ready to accept it." Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao's intuition told him something was up. He put on a repulsive, vile expression and said, "Brother Wanji, could this girl perhaps be like your own sister?" Wanji broke into a cold sweat, shuddering and asking himself, "What is going on? I suddenly feel like he's disgusting. I want to beat him up." It turned out Jun Wanji had undergone the chaotic baptism. He was in a state of mental confusion. Suddenly, he returned to normal, clasped his hands behind his back, and said, "I didn't kill Bai Ren, but Bai Ren died because of me. I already owed a debt of gratitude to the ancestral dragon nest." Jun Xiaoyao looked down at Long Bichi and spoke softly. But then again, he picked up the golden thread and asked, "What is this golden rope?" Jun Linglong didn't seem to know for sure either. She replied while Jun Xiaoyao was secretly slipping the rope into his pocket, "It seems to be an artifact that can temporarily seal one's cultivation." Jun Xiaoyao had used this item to ambush her. "Good stuff. It's mine now." He continued to observe Long Bichi. "If you look closely, this little brat's heart is shattered, yet she's still alive. The vitality of the dragon race is truly absurd." Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao summoned something from his hand. "Good thing I happen to keep a dragon heart." Jun Linglong wondered to herself, "Whose heart is this? Jun Xiaoyao recalled the past. Jun Linglong was still puzzled, but who was this Byron person anyway? Long Bichi wakes up, wandering through the forest, wondering to herself, where am I? Everything around her is pitch black. Suddenly, she sees a bright light ahead. There's light up ahead, she says, full of hope. The scene that follows is completely unexpected. Her eyes widen in utter shock. Before her lies a vast field of pure white flowers stretching to the horizon. She can't help but gasp. Standing alone in the middle of this endless sea of flowers, the sun casts her long shadow across the ground. Suddenly, she hears a sound. She isn't sure if it's what she thinks it is. Long Beachy gasps again. In the distance, she hears the tolling of a bell, and a vast ocean fills her vision. Looking closer, she realizes it's the Naihe Bridge, connecting the sea of flowers to other realms. Scattered throughout the flowers are stone tablets with glowing inscriptions. Amidst this scene, Long Beachy continues to talk to herself. Naihe Bridge. Oh, Naihe Bridge. Do those who haven't let go of their grudges cross you? At the Stone of Three Lives, there are no regrets. At the Terrace of Oblivion, one meets Meng Po. As she clutches a falling petal, she seems to realize something. So that's how it is. I'm dead, and this must be the famous Yellow Springs path. She glances around, lost in her endless stream of thought. Well, nothing I can do about being dead. Time for reincarnation. Then again, the scenery here is beautiful. It would be great if I had a recording stone. What am I thinking? But hey, seeing the scenery of the afterlife before reincarnating isn't so bad. I just hope drinking Meng Po's soup won't turn me into an idiot. Suddenly, a shockwave jolts her awake. Her eyes snap open, and in an instant, a flash of white lunges toward her with a kick. Thanks to her quick reflexes, she manages to block the strike, but she's still confused. Wait, why am I still getting attacked after dying and heading for reincarnation? The figure screams in anger. Who gave you permission to step onto this bridge? You don't deserve to be here. You naughty little brat, you didn't expect this, did you? She fires back, Long Haoshan. Why is it always you? You unlucky little brat. She pauses for a moment, thinking, then says, wait, if I'm meeting you, that means I'm definitely dead. Long Haoshan reaches out and flicks her forehead hard, without holding back. She clutches her head in pain, rolling around. You unlucky brat, what was that for? Long Haoshan doesn't answer from across the bridge. Instead, he asks her, I'm the one who should be asking you. Can you still not see the difference between us? Bitch falls to the ground, a look of confusion on her face. Looking up from below, one person is on the bridge, the other is beneath it. She hears Long Haoshan say, you shouldn't be here. Go back. Not understanding why she isn't allowed on the bridge, she asks, what do you mean? Long Haoshan explains softly. It means the things I wanted to do can no longer be done, but someone like you can still go back. Don't forget what you wanted to do. Suddenly, a white mist erupts from Long Haoshan's body, enveloping her. Still not understanding, she reaches out, stretching toward him. Wait, what are you talking about? The mist slowly clouds her vision. Stop, come back. Suddenly, she is transported to another scene. She wakes up to a shock she can't even describe. Suddenly, she hears someone calling her it's the Elder. He takes her hand and says, Long Beachy, you're finally awake. Seeing him, she replies, Elder, it's good to be alive. It's so good to be alive. He helps her up in front of the two people standing opposite them, saying without hesitation, this time, the Dragon Clan owes your family a debt. We will certainly repay it another day. But the Quan family elder retorts coolly, who wants favors from a bunch of loaches like you? The Dragon Clan elder frowns. What did you say? He sighs, looking at them, and says, regardless, a debt is a debt. Our Dragon Clan isn't the type to repay kindness with evil. Long Beachy, hearing this, asks, the Quan family saved me? It was them? She remains silent for a moment, then bows her hands together toward Jun Linglong. Thank you. Jun Linglong looks annoyed and replies, I didn't save you. I was only ordered to bring you out. Besides, even though your heart has been replaced, it will be very difficult for you to cultivate as you once did, since that isn't your original heart. It means I'm pretty much a cripple to the clan now. The image of Long Haoshan returns to her mind with his warning. Don't forget what you wanted to do. She whispers to herself, that's fine, too. For me, perhaps this is the best outcome. Night falls, and the cave is illuminated by torches. A man stands before a magical circle and says, found it, this is the place. He touches it. The circle begins to glow. It seems he has unlocked a magical barrier, and he disappears inside. Jun Xiaoyao arrives just in time. He observes the scene and thinks to himself, the primordial supreme command and this array are resonating. The jade pendant in his hand starts to glow. Jun Xiaoyao wonders how this kid, Gu Xuan, knows about this. The scene shifts to the Holy Spirit Library, where Gu Xuan is burying himself in ancient books. He thinks about the immense power of the primordial supreme, rumored to have once stormed the ancestral dragon nest and torn apart the supreme of the myriad Phoenix Mountains. Almost no one dared to provoke him, yet he still eventually faded from the stage of history. Before he died, he took a trip to the other realm and brought back something very rare. If I can get that treasure, I can forge a young, invincible supreme. With that thought, he walks toward the magic array on the wall in the middle of the room. Holding the jade pendant, he thinks, this relic is the key to obtaining that artifact. But these pillars look like they can be opened, like upright coffins. His hands seem to sense a mysterious power emanating from the pillars. Suddenly, his eyes become thoughtful. He glances back behind him as only a dark, seemingly endless corridor. Gu Xuan senses someone's presence. He says, "My friend, you've been following me all this way. Do you plan on revealing yourself now?" From the darkness, someone emerges. As the footsteps draw closer, Jun Xiaoyao smiles smugly and says, "Good kid, when did you discover me?" Gu Xuan responds, his gaze somewhat blank. "So it was you. I didn't want to cause any conflict with the Quan family, but isn't following someone to kill them and steal their loot a bit beneath you?" Jun Xiaoyao, agitated, draws his sword and shouts, "Damn it, who wants to steal your loot? Listen, I'm just here to settle the score, so quit acting like some honorable gentleman with me." Gu Xuan, looking unfazed, just replied coldly, "Are you serious right now?" The moment Jian heard that, he stopped wasting his breath and lunged. Seeing that, Gu Xuan sighed, helpless, but still braced himself for a counterattack while thinking, what a complete lunatic. Gu Xuan moved with much more agility. With one strike, he slammed into Jian, sending him flying backward. Seeing his opponent in such a pathetic state, Gu Xuan said with disdain, "Do you have absolutely no idea what you're dealing with?" The corridor was now shrouded in a gloomy, black fog. Gu Xuan gestured toward it as he explained, "Inside this supreme secret realm, especially this part, the concentration of this fog is far beyond what's outside. You need to expend at least 3 layers of your cultivation just to resist the corrosion. See, but I have the arm bone of a Sink King to help me block it. In a place like this, you stand no chance against me. I don't want to mess with your family, so just go. I won't kill you." Still, refusing to admit defeat, Jian gathered his strength and shot toward him, shouting, "Who the hell is going to just give up?" Gu Xuan was truly getting annoyed. "You are really a pain in the neck," he muttered, finally getting serious. The royal fist, a devastating blow, radiating a brilliant gold and white light, came crashing down from above. Just as it was about to hit Jian's face, he swung his sword, forcing the attack off course. It slammed into a pillar instead. Rubble exploded and flew everywhere. Jian said arrogantly, "A move at that level isn't enough to beat me." Pushed to his limit, Gu Xuan stood there, speechless. "You idiot." From the cracks in the pillar, which were spreading rapidly, a bony, claw-like hand reached out, and a mysterious creature slowly emerged. Both of them froze, staring at the creature. Who was this? An ominous aura filled the air. Jian stared at it, gritting his teeth. He gathered his strength, deciding to strike first to be safe. He powered up and unleashed a slash behind him, resulting in a massive, blinding explosion. As the smoke cleared, his sword was still lodged deep in the creature's shoulder armor it hadn't even cut through. Suddenly, the monster's eyes glowed, and its sharp claws swung back, striking Jian and sending him flying. The force of the blow severely wounded him, throwing him straight into a nearby pillar. Looking at his pathetic state, Gu Xuan was speechless. He thought to himself, "These monsters don't seem to actively attack intruders unless provoked." Gu Xuan offered a bit of encouragement. "Hang in there, brother." His tone was cold and indifferent, though. "If you survive this, I'll agree to duel you for real." Suddenly, the sky darkened with clouds. A zombie-like hand reached out from the gloom, and right behind it, hundreds of thousands of zombies stood up in unison. Jian sat there, panting and exhausted. What on earth are these things? He wondered. Did the demonic corpses reanimate after being infected by the fog of the foreign realm? He immediately gripped his sword tightly, leaped up, and went for a demonic corpse behind him. With a clean strike, he lopped the head off the corpse. He tried to calm his frazzled nerves. Good. That's good. Suddenly, 2 massive corpses emerged and lunged at him. He panicked. Wait, since when did these things start carrying weapons? Before he could defend himself, one of the corpses suddenly sensed something was wrong. An icy chill began to freeze the bodies of the zombies solid. He watched in amazement as they froze over. This blast of cold energy. Jun Xiaoyao had arrived. She slashed through the demonic corpses with her sword and exhaled. Then, she gracefully glided past hundreds of them, freezing them in their tracks. She created a massive mountain of ice that stood tall and imposing. She came to a halt right there. Jun Xiaoyao turned to Jian and asked, "Are you all right, Jian?" He looked at her, completely stunned. "Sister Jun Xiaoyao, why are you here?" She explained the whole situation. "The young master knew you were impulsive and short-tempered, so he specifically told me to follow you. I already used a jade slip to send him a message. He's on his way. Xiao Yao was leading the others, moving quickly toward them. Jun Xiaoyao looked back at Jian and said, "Before he gets here, we have to figure out how to deal with these things." Just then, a foot stomped hard onto the ground. The group noticed a symbol on the wall and gasped. They had arrived. Xiao Yao looked at the stone in his hand. It was reacting to the area. He exclaimed, just as Sister Jun Xiaoyao said, "The Origin Heaven Supreme Command is reacting." He turned to the saintess and asked, "Does the piece in your hand have this mark?" She gave a small nod. He immediately placed his hand on the seal and instructed the group, "Let's pick up the pace. Brother Jian and Sister Jun Xiaoyao might be in trouble." In a flash, everyone vanished from that spot, leaving only Wang Jie behind. He stared at the empty space, dumbfounded. "Hey, what about me? I don't have one of those things." Suddenly, a stream of bright light appeared. The saintess opened her eyes and gasped, staring at the sight before her. "So, this is the heart of the Origin Heaven Supreme's tomb," she thought. Suddenly, she realized something. Right in front of the three of them stood a massive, imposing tombstone. Mountains of the south and north, snow and stars, 10,000 miles of moonlight. 800 men lie here, 26 years guarding the frontier. To repel the invaders, they died in a foreign land. My heart is heavy, I bury them here. May their descendants honor them. Written in the 18th year of the Origin Heaven era. This is the tomb where the Origin Heaven Supreme laid his loyal soldiers to rest. Xiao Yao looked at the headstone, thinking, which means, back to the battlefield. Jian was knocked back as a zombie slammed a fist into his face. A massive explosion of light erupted, sending him flying high into the air, but there were still countless more corpses below. Jian leaned exhaustedly against Jun Xiaoyao and asked, "How many are there, anyway?" "There are just too many, aren't there?" Hearing this, she chuckled. With this kind of encirclement, it's not just a minor cultivator at the Spirit Bridge realm. Even for us at the Unity realm, or even a top-tier Dao convergence expert, you'd likely end up broken and buried in the sand. He looked at her, shocked. "Can't we just use the Great Displacement Talisman to teleport out?" She explained. The Great Displacement Talisman lost its effectiveness once we entered the deep layers of the tomb. He gripped his sword tightly and offered her a grim smile. "Let's just hold on a little longer." Then she added, her voice full of certainty, "The young master will come." He wielded his sword, charging headlong at the demonic corpses ahead with a fierce shout. Suddenly, Xiao Yao stepped forward, his voice cold and commanding. "Stop." A brilliant light erupted, leaving the demonic corpses dazed and confused. A hand reached out to steady Jun Xiaoyao, leaving him stunned. Moments later, the two of them spotted Xiao Yao and exclaimed in surprise, "Young master?" Jun Xiaoyao asked, then quickly commanded, "Brothers, sisters, fall back for now." Xiao Yao immediately pulled 3 chess pieces from his robe and slammed them onto the ground. Instantly, a massive barrier manifested, surrounding all 3 of them. Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Xiaoyao watched in awe, realizing what it was. It was the 3 talents spirit sealing array, capable of masking their presence while replenishing drained spiritual energy. Just then, a pair of feet stepped lightly onto the scene. A holy healer appeared, prompting the 2 to ask, "Saintly healer?" She looked at them with a gentle smile and said, "Come here, let me tend to your wounds." She conjured a green orb of light and quickly began healing Jun Xiaoyao first. As his strength returned, he immediately asked the healer about their situation. He looked over at Xiao Yao, who was strolling casually among the demonic corpses. "What is he doing?" Beside him, Xiao Yao continued to calmly survey the surroundings. Seeing his confusion, the healer explained, "He's observing them." Jun Xiaoyao was surprised. She continued, "Didn't you see the stone tablet at the entrance?" Jun Xiaoyao was stunned. He replied that he had seen the tablet, but because he was so focused on chasing after that brat, Gu Xuan, he hadn't read the fine print. Looking at the demonic corpses before them, she recounted their history. These fallen warriors were once comrades of the supreme Yuan Tien, heroes who gave their lives to block the invaders. Xiao Yao was observing to see if their souls were still imprisoned within their decaying bodies. He let out a long sigh and looked upward. Stepping into the center of the array, he spoke to Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Xiaoyao. "Listen, their souls are trapped by the miasma within these rotting husks. For hundreds of years, they haven't been able to rest. Even now, their spirits are fighting against the evil energy, refusing to hurt anyone on their own. If not for that, Brother Jun Xiaoyao, you likely would have died by their blades already." Xiao Yao then turned to Jun Xiaoyao. "Brother Jun Xiaoyao, lend me your sword for a moment." Without hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao handed it over. "Here you go, young master." Xiao Yao gently lifted the blade. Suddenly, he sliced his own hand, letting a long trail of blood drip onto the steel. Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Xiaoyao stood frozen in disbelief. Behind them, the young master of the myriad eons spoke up. Don't be so jumpy. Watch closely, see what kind of person it is that we're following. His blood dripped onto the ground. Almost instantly, flames roared to life where the blood touched the earth. Jun Xiaoyao watched, mesmerized, thinking, the young master's blood. It's incinerating the evil aura. Xiao Yao channeled his blood into a massive sea of fire and declared, ancient sacred physique, pure yang, pure strength, all evil shall be repelled. He raised the sword toward the demonic corpses. Come, I will be your opponent. The demonic corpses, seemingly fearless, raised their rusted blades and surged toward him. In a split second, they leaped at him, weapons swinging. Xiao Yao's gaze remained unshaken. He stared down the horde and shouted, burn away and be purified. He swung the blazing sword, chanting a mantra that illuminated the entire underground realm. This was the technique of the ancient sacred physique, the blood-refining flame. It worked, and the demonic corpses were instantly consumed by fire. Xiao Yao stood calmly, watching as one by one, they turned to ash. One corpse struggled to hold on, refusing to fall, but it couldn't withstand the power for long. It soon disintegrated into nothingness. Within moments, only their swords remained scattered on the ground. Not a single demonic corpse remained in the area. Xiao Yao scanned his surroundings, searching for any sign of a lingering foe. Suddenly, he looked up, and hundreds of spirits appeared, looking down at him. Zhang Jiangjian and Jun Xiaoyao were stunned. My God, the sky. It's filled with their souls, like stars in the night sky. These are the divine spirits of cultivators from 100 years ago. Xiao Yao seemed touched by their presence. Heroic warriors, he said softly. You have the eternal respect of your descendants. The spirits stirred, noticing him, and Xiao Yao bowed his head in reverence. Seeing this, Jun Xiaojian and Jun Xiaoyao followed suit. The soldier spirits turned to look at one another. They slowly drifted toward the group. Xiao Yao watched in surprise as one soldier, representing the rest, presented a golden sword to him. Xiao Yao was taken aback. This is the inheritance left behind by Supreme Yuan Tien for those fated to receive it, he realized. The soldier nodded in silent agreement. Xiao Yao reached out and took the sword. System prompt. Inheritance complete. Supreme Yuan Tien thanks you for liberating his comrades. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a reward. Heavenly Yuan Sword Arts, one of the 5 great divine arts. Equal in power to the Quan family's 6 immortal sword arts. At its core, it uses the sword to manifest the Tao. Forged from divine links in the void and the power of the soul, the imprint is burned directly into the divine sea of the spirit. This is the legacy left for the descendants by Supreme Yuan Tien. A moment later, the brilliant light vanished before everyone's eyes. The myriad spirits faded, passing the flame of hope to the next generation. The Ko family elder watched this and shouted at the Quan family elder. Quan elder, what on earth is going on? Ever since the kids entered the depths of the secret realm, the all-seeing mirror hasn't shown a thing. The Quan family elder replied, I fear the filthy miasma of the exotic realms has blocked the mirror's vision. The Ko family elder grew anxious. This is bad. We haven't explored the inner depths. We don't know what dangers lie inside, but this is their fate. We cannot easily interfere. On the rooftop, the 3 talismans began to tremble and golden chains manifested in the air. Gu Xuan sprinted forward, his feet blurring with speed. He looked ahead, thinking to himself, I found it. Before Gu Xuan stood a dilapidated temple, bound by iron chains and covered in sealing talismans. This is it, he thought. The greatest fortune of the Supreme Yuan Tien's hidden treasury. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and something sharp whistled toward Gu Xuan's throat. Jun Xiaojian stood there, aiming his sword threateningly at the boy's neck. He laughed coldly as he recounted, Didn't someone say earlier, with such arrogance, as long as I'm alive, I'll fight you. This time, don't even think about running away. Gu Xuan didn't flinch. He just let out a sigh, then turned back with a look of pure contempt. I already told you, you're no match for me in this secret realm. Why do you keep fighting like this? Just then, Jun Xiaoyao stepped forward and said, Brother Ji, don't worry. He smiled and walked toward the 2 of them. I'll use a little trick. Your clansman, sword-wielding saint, isn't affected by the mist of this strange realm anymore. I wonder if you'll keep your promise, Brother Ji, and have another round with my clansman. Ji Xuan looked anxious and uneasy when he heard that. Jun Xiaoyao, if I refuse, will your lackeys from the Jun family swarm me? The 2 began to circle each other. You're joking, Brother Ji. I know you're proud of that Saint King's arm bone, but even a Saint King is still just a saint. If you know who I am, you should know that I also possess a supreme bone. Xiao Yao laughed, testing him. If I really wanted to take you down, do you think you'd even be standing here? Hearing this, Ji Xuan fell silent. He clenched his fists, telling himself, calm down. A conflict with the Jun family here won't do me any good. He forced a stiff smile. Looks like I have no choice but to fight. He opened his eyes, glaring ahead, and prepared to strike. He spun around quickly, knocking the sword-wielding saint's blade aside, catching him off guard. He stared him down and said, "Brother, sword wielder, please, enlighten me." The man, eager for battle, raised his sword. "About time. You're moving like a snail. What kind of man are you?" A fierce battle broke out. Ji Xuan looked at the sword wielder, let out a breath, and unleashed a powerful strike. The sword wielder staggered, appearing to lose strength, but a second later, he regained his stance and launched a counterattack with his sword. Luckily, Ji Xuan dodged it. He looked at the crater the sword had left in the ground, thinking, as expected from the Jun family, that sword energy is intense. Seeing the sword wielder charging at him with his destructive blade, he realized he couldn't afford to drag this out any longer. One move to decide the winner. Ji Xuan assumed his stance. All things are impermanent. The law of birth and death, end the cycle, and find peace and extinction. He finished his chant with a death-dealing fist, launching a massive vortex of energy at his opponent. The sword wielder, gasping for air, fought birth and death cycles. The three laws merged into one strike. In this duel of life and death, if I can't break this, I'll be torn to shreds. Let the outcome be decided now. He braced himself against the vortex and swung his blade down, triggering a massive explosion. The sword wielder used his blade to block the strike, gently pushing the energy aside. As the dust settled, he scanned for his opponent. A second later, he lunged straight at Ji Xuan. Ji Xuan was caught off guard, and before he could react, the sword came crashing down, causing a deafening roar to echo throughout the area. Paper talismans flew across the hall, and the chains began to shake. Suddenly, one snapped. The sword wielder collapsed, coughing on the floor. He groaned in pain as he tried to sit up. Jun Xiaoyao walked toward him, staring down with a calm, piercing gaze. Coldly, he asked, "Still want to fight?" The sword wielder looked back with frustration and sighed. "I lost." Again, Xiaoyao leaped between them. The sword wielder looked up in surprise. "Young master, you..." "Wait," he stammered. "Clansman, let's talk about this later." Xiaoyao turned to Ji Xuan and asked, "Brother Ji, may I ask a question? What exactly is inside that tower behind you? Are those chains breaking because the seal isn't holding?" Hearing this, Ji Xuan turned pale, spinning around to look at the broken chain. "Those are 81 chains set by a supreme being. How could a mere Heaven Bridge realm shockwave destroy a supreme seal?" Suddenly, black smoke surged from beneath his feet, clinging to him. He gritted his teeth, terrified. "What is this?" Lightning struck the hall, and the rest of the chains shattered. The entire tower began to crumble. Xiaoyao carried the sword wielder out, cursing his own ignorance. "This isn't a supreme secret realm, it's the tomb of the Yuan Tien Supreme." He shouted a warning to everyone. "Fall back." He glanced behind him. "If I'm not mistaken, the big boss is coming." Yuan Tien stood tall. Saintess Yi and Wang Ji were shocked. That terrifying man in black. "It's Yuan Tien Supreme." Yuan Tien glanced at Xiaoyao's group, releasing a murderous aura that crushed down upon them. Xiaoyao laughed. "That aura, this pressure is no joke. It feels like being crushed by something massive." He imagined a black dragon, thinking, "They're both supreme level, so why is the gap so large?" Turns out the others were just weaklings. This guy is a quasi-supreme, the U-Dragon Supreme of the Heavenly Kingdom. Yuan Tien reached out a hand, and Ji Xuan gasped for air, clutching his throat. He looked at the Supreme in terror. He was being targeted. The talisman. "He's only breaking the seal because of the talisman I'm carrying." Yuan Tien clenched his fist, and Ji Xuan panicked. "This is bad. If he keeps this up, I'm dead." Suddenly, a burst of golden light knocked the Supreme backward. Ji Xuan stared at Xiaoyao, thinking, "Why would Jun Xiaoyao save me?" Yuan Tien looked surprised, then lunged forward with a massive fist. Before Xiaoyao could even react, the fist was right in front of him, less than a centimeter away. He took the full force of the blow and went flying backward. When Jun Xiaoyao was a child, he loved cake, but he couldn't afford the expensive kind. So, he worked for half a year to finally buy the cake of his dreams. The taste, it wasn't just sweet, it was overwhelming. When he had nothing to do, he could eat cake every single day. But eventually, the sweetness became sickening, the kind that makes you want to throw up. Cultivation is the same way. Back in reality, the battle continued. Suddenly, a massive explosion rocked the area. Seeing him in danger, Jun Xiaoyao shouted, "Young master, Jun Wangji, stop her now. This is a battle of supremes. We can't do anything to help. Don't just run in there and make things worse." Jiang Shengji interrupted, clearly anxious as she called out to Jun Xiaoyao. Right after that, she noticed something. A streak of golden light appeared on the scene. He slowly emerged from the chaos of the battle. Even though his clothes were practically shredded, he stood there staring down Yuan Tien, who taunted him with a gesture to attack. A second later, he lunged forward and landed a heavy punch. Cultivation was easier for him than drinking water. This wasn't his arrogance, it felt like a compensation for the tragedy of his previous life. Heaven had given him even more hacks. Yuan Tien immediately regained his composure and dealt him a crushing blow. He felt the sharp pain instantly, and blood spewed from his mouth. But he didn't back down. He dared to land another blow on this guy. He looked at him and thought, hacks are just the fastest way to ruin the game. Watching Yuan Tien stand there like a titan, Jun Xiaoyao mused to himself. The power in that punch wasn't right. There was no divine essence, no magical power. His current strength is probably not even a fraction of his peak. That means he's suppressing me using nothing but his rotting physical body. This is what a true supreme is. If that's the case, then I'll fight him using only the power of my own physical body. He could defeat everyone his age effortlessly without even needing to cultivate. Naturally, he could take down his elders just as easily. After the initial rush, all that remained was boredom. Moreover, these hacks in this life felt like a mockery of his own hard work in his previous life. Look at this. No matter how hard you try, you're nothing compared to the rebirth hacks that the system gave you. Denying all the achievements of this new life made him feel truly disgusted. For a moment, he felt a sense of loathing for the system's hacks and considered just living a degenerate life. After all, it was a life handed to him on a silver platter. Wouldn't it be nice to just be a rich heir and enjoy himself? That was until he realized everyone in this world had gone insane. The strong could trample the weak at will, only to be abused by someone even stronger. This world had no sense of karma. The powerful could do whatever they wanted without consequences. As long as they were strong enough, even murder and arson would be praised by the masses. It was like wild beasts wearing human skin. From a young age, he realized that and thought with surprise, is that really how it is? Heaven gave me these hacks, not so I could be assimilated by these beasts, but to rebuild a new order, to reshape a proper civilization. I will turn this world into my own ideal image, so that every child can have a slice of cake. He took this as his own mission and began to strive. In other words, he found a reason to keep living. The battle continued. Their fists collided, and both he and Yuan Tien were sent flying backward by the shockwave. Yuan Tien supreme, whether it was the stone tablet at the entrance, the spirits of the ancestors filling the sky, or the 81 chains binding him, was the first person Jun Xiao Yao had truly respected since his rebirth. He is a hero. A hero shouldn't end up like this. I must set him free. Every teenager's original dream was probably to be a hero who eliminates evil, not a cold-blooded killing machine. A loud crash echoed as Yuan Tien pinned Jun Xiao Yao to the ground. He gritted his teeth, glaring with fury. In that moment, Yuan Tien's eyes held only the desire to kill him. They were still locked in combat. Massive boulders were sent flying. Yuan Tien hurled one at him, but he dodged. Ji Xuan watched with concern, thinking, this is bad. Jun Xiaoyao seems to be trapped in some kind of obsession. He can't even see the people around him anymore. Jun Xiaoyao muttered to himself, a hero deserves a dignified ending. Filled with rage, he charged at Yuan Tien, and the latter lunged back at him. They collided head-on, but he managed to land a solid punch on Yuan Tien's nose. The enemy stumbled back in pain. Instantly, Yuan Tien recovered and commanded a massive boulder to fly toward him. He stood there, eyes locked on the giant rock hurtling his way. Jun Xiaoyao leaped up and dodged the massive stone. Xianxia, who was just watching the drama unfold, was startled as the rock flew toward her. Thankfully, Jun Wanji lunged forward to shield her, shattering the boulder into dust before it could even touch a hair on her head. Jun Wanji thought to himself, this is madness. It feels like my internal organs have been crushed. And that was just an idle strike from a supreme. Behind him, she called out, Jun Wanji. Nearby, a beautiful flower bloomed and voices murmured. Even though this nether spirit flower is a priceless treasure, it's not worth risking our lives for it, someone asked. Everyone, why don't we just split it equally? A guy next to him crossed his arms and barked angrily. Easier said than done. Only 2 flowers have bloomed. How are we supposed to split them among so many people? Another person turned to his companion. But, do you guys feel that? He continued, the ground is shaking. Indeed, the area was starting to shift, like an earthquake. A second later, the surrounding stone walls shattered. Everyone stood there, eyes wide, looking completely stunned. The rocks broke into pieces and rained down on the crowd. Panicking, the people screamed and scrambled to run for their lives. Run. What's happening? They muttered prayers while running, used the great teleportation talisman. The secret realm is collapsing. The two were still attacking each other. Ji Xuan observed from the side while Jiang Shengyi tried to heal Jun Wanji. Seeing the battle starting to turn against him, Ji Xuan thought, no, if this keeps up, Forget the treasures, we're all going to be buried here. He gritted his teeth, made a difficult decision, and sighed as he walked away. Suddenly, a surge of dark power erupted from his hand. Perhaps the descendants of my G-clan were destined to be stepping stones for others, he thought, focusing the power into a stone in his hand. The group around Xianxia watched in shock. That's Reincarnation Dao Gold. Reincarnation Dao Gold is a heavenly metal containing the power of life, death, and reincarnation. It's the ultimate material for forging Emperor-grade weapons. What is this kid from the Ji family trying to do? The battle between the two rages on. Jun Xiao Yao raises his fist toward Yuan Tien. Instantly, a surge of light and dark power collide head-on. Their eyes lock in a fierce stare-down. Suddenly, Ji Xuan appears between them, shocking them both. Ji Xuan grits his teeth, holding his ground, but even with the power of the Samsara Dao Gold, he simply can't hold back this supreme-level monster. Jun Xiaoyao is surprised to see him. Ji Xuan shouts a warning at him. Jun Xiaoyao, snap out of it. Look back at your clan. Jolted, he turns to look behind him. The place is in ruins, and the myriad Tribulation clan members are looking at him, completely exhausted. Ji Xuan continues. You're the only one here who can stand against Yuan Tien the Supreme. If you keep acting like this, everyone is going to die. Yuan Tien grits his teeth and lands a heavy blow, sending Jun Xiaoyao coughing up blood. He's knocked hard to the ground. As he lies there in a sorry state, Yuan Tien wears a triumphant grin. Suddenly, Yuan Tien seems to realize something. Jun Xiaoyao unleashes the military punishment decision against him. I misunderstood something. This isn't a fair fight. The one fighting me isn't the real Yuan Tien the Supreme, it's just a shell controlled by the foreign realm's obsession. Suddenly, the rays of light turn into chains, startling him. Jun Xiaoyao follows up with the Yuan Emperor Dao's sword, intending to bind him tight. Yuan Tien looks stunned. He reaches forward, then raises his hands to the sky, as if preparing a technique of his own. A second later, he mirrors Jun Xiaoyao, executing the exact same version of the Yuan Emperor Dao's sword. Jun Xiaoyao is caught off guard but rushes forward to attack. Yuan Tien doesn't let up and charges at him as well. The battle continues, locked in a stalemate. Meanwhile, the commoners struggle with the rocks, complaining, "Damn it, if I catch that little dragon clan brat, he's a dead man." The green-haired youth nearby speaks up, "Give it a rest. That guy sliced a mountain in half. You think you can take his sword? You won't know until you try," the man retorts angrily. The crowd feels like the space is shifting, causing confusion. Is the entrance shaking? Suddenly, a golden light erupts, leaving everyone panicked. Just as the people are suffering heavy losses, a joyous cry breaks out. Finally, we finally escaped. Two of the locals ask in surprise, "Wait, what? How did everyone get out?" Another shouts in terror, "It's collapsing. The place is falling apart. The Yuan Tien Supreme's secret vault is crumbling." The Ji family elder, shocked, yells, "What? The vault is collapsing? What happened in there?" The Jun family elder immediately orders, "Go find out." Suddenly, four figures appear, warning, "Wait, back off." Immediately after, a golden light appears. Jun Xiaoyao and Yuan Tien are still in the heat of battle. Jun Xiaoyao lunges with his sword, but the enemy pulls out a blade of his own to parry. Instantly, hundreds of golden swords fly at him. On the other side, hundreds of his own swords strike back. They are perfectly matched if one is a 9, the other is a 9.5. The Ji family elder exclaims in surprise, "Wait, Jun family, isn't that your clan's divine child?" He continues, shocking the holy sect members. The descendants of the Jiang and Ji families are still down there. The Jun family elder thinks for a moment and says, "But the Jiang kid is fighting the demonized Yuan Tien the Supreme." Seeing this, the elders nervously prepare for battle. This is bad. How can Xianxia stage brats handle a Supreme? We have to intervene. A thunderbolt strikes, followed by a massive golden light that leaves everyone stunned. The elders stare, clueless about what is happening, asking each other, "What just happened?" The zither music is coming from the heavens. The Jun family elder says anxiously, "It's the guardian of Jun Xiaoyao. That great one is warning us not to interfere." Hearing this, the Ji family elder gets angry and scolds. "What's the meaning of this? Your Jun family is just going to let a kid fight a demonized Supreme," he explains. "If that's the intention of the Great One, we don't need to step in. Let's trust Jun Xiaoyao." At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao charges with his sword, a smug smile on his face. In an instant, hundreds of clones appear figures from the heavens. The elders scream in astonishment. What a kid. He's using the sacred body vision. 10,000 saints worship, summoning them right before our eyes. Yuan Tien turns pale with fear. Jun Xiaoyao gracefully glides past him with his sword, catching him off guard. After the strike, Yuan Tien freezes. His body begins to crack, He turns to ask, "Young man, who are you?" He calmly replies, "A junior, Jun Xiaoyao from the Jun family of Huangzhou." He memorizes the name Jun Xiaoyao as he slowly fades away, leaving the young man alone. "You look a lot like an old friend of mine." He had roots in the dark foreign realm, lonely and arrogant through the ages. Back in reality, Jun Xiaoyao calmly watches him vanish. The place is a mess. Suddenly, a mysterious box floats up. The badge on Ji Xuan's chest starts glowing, surprising everyone. A token falls out. Yuan Tien grabs the box and catches the token. He holds the box and speaks to Jun Xiaoyao. "You carry my inheritance, which means you have freed my brother." He hands the box and the token to him, telling him to take them. "This is a destiny you deserve. This box contains only half, the rest is in the lower realm. That jade talisman is a token between me and my beloved. If you have a kind heart, please look after her family for me. It's finally over. I should also." Suddenly, his eyes widen in surprise. Qing Yi slowly walks toward him, a gentle smile on her face as if welcoming him. He is deeply moved and asks, "Are you here to take me home?" As he reaches out his hands toward her, reality shifts. His arm disintegrates. The person standing in front of him isn't Qing Yi, it's Jun Xiaoyao. He slowly faded away right before his eyes. He recalled the young woman who had guided him all those years ago. "Senior, I wish you a safe journey." The scene shifts a few days later in Nam Thien City. The gossip-hungry crowd immediately began chattering away. "Hey, have you seen it yet?" That day, the young master of the Quan family suppressed the Supreme's demonic corpse with a single sword strike. How majestic was that, right? In my opinion, this is the era of the Quan family's divine child. I heard he even kept the 9-headed lion as a pet. Do you think he's looking for more pets? I feel like I could. With that cowardly look of yours, do you think he'd even glance at you? Hearing this, a man crushed his wine cup so hard it shattered into pieces. Tu then thought of him with eyes full of hatred, seething with anger. Jun Xiaoyao. Everywhere I go, it's all Jun Xiaoyao. I will definitely make that trash from the Quan family pay. Seeing him radiating such murderous intent, the people around were stunned. What is wrong with this guy? Heaven only knows. The scene then shifts to a different forest. A voice rang out, "Old Ancestor, we've lost the dragon bone. What should we do now?" A Hung family elder sighed and said, "The Quan family is truly not to be trifled with." He thought to himself that continuing to tangle with the Quan family would likely lead to inner demons. At that moment, the young man turned around, speaking with frustration. "Old Ancestor, I need to find a way to become stronger. Only then can I become the champion of the Banvo Divine Dynasty and marry Wu Ming Yue. We must rely on the Banvo Divine Dynasty to make a comeback. Otherwise, we're destined to be trampled underfoot for the rest of our lives." Hearing this, the elder pondered for a moment before speaking. "Actually, there is a way." He bowed his head as he continued, but the young man immediately pressed him. "Old Ancestor, please tell me. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will not give up." Walking as he spoke, the elder said, "Do you know where my Than Thine Hoa Long technique came from?" The young man shook his head. "Please, enlighten me, old Ancestor." The elder recounted that this technique was discovered by accident when he stumbled into an ancient nest. It is highly likely that an ancient freak from the ancestral dragon nest was sealed within that very nest. The young man pondered this. The ancestral dragon nest, an ancient freak. Who do you think is the true successor of the Than Thien Hoa Long technique? Suddenly, the young man realized something. Could it be related to the Thuong Long vein? The elder nodded. "Correct," he continued. "That person likely possesses the bloodline of the supreme Thuong Long clan. With the blood of a supreme, your Than Thien Hoa Long technique can naturally reach full mastery. Of course, you must be careful. If that ancient freak were to awaken, the entire Immortal Realm would be shaken to its core." The scene shifts to a vast location. The saintess stood on high, looking down, her hands gripping the railing tightly. She felt frustrated, wondering why she couldn't achieve anything. "This time, I happened to accompany Jun Xiaoyao. It looks fun, but what if I were alone? Never mind the Nguyen Thien Supreme or the little saint of the Ko family, the dragon girl of the ancestral dragon nest, or even that 9-headed lion. Could I even defeat them?" Just then, footsteps approached. The Kung family elder comforted her. "Don't worry about it. Those are genuine supremes. Not everyone has the ability to go toe-to-toe with supremes like that monster from the Quan family. Even if I were to step in, I likely wouldn't be able to retreat unscathed. Don't let this give you inner demons." She was touched by his words, "Elder." He then remembered something important and spoke to her slowly. "Right. Regarding the marriage between the Quan family's boy and Jiang Luoli, I think you should keep an eye on it and try to cooperate. You've seen it yourself, that boy is a 1-in-a-million genius. Being on good terms with him will only benefit our Kung family, not harm it." At this point, the saintess found it difficult to speak. "How should I put this? Someone immediately spoke up for her. No way. I hate that guy, and it's obvious he doesn't like me either. This was none other than her peer, Jiang Luoli, who hadn't appeared in a while. She looked at the saintess, confused, and continued. Are you saying the two of us making each other sick will really bring our families closer? The chances of us ending up as bitter enemies are pretty high, don't you think? Before departing for the Yuan Tien Supreme's secret realm, Kuang Jiang Shengyi tried to smile and comfort herself. I will try to cooperate. The scene shifts to the vast Kothi Lin Kok. Gu Xuan sat under an ancient tree, deep in cultivation. As leaves fell around him, a figure suddenly leapt onto them. Jiang Shengyi looked at him and spoke. Isn't this Gu Xuan? She asked him in surprise, what happened to your hand? Seeing her, he was instantly startled. Lady Jiang Shengji, why are you? She gracefully jumped down toward him, making him jump. She took his hand to examine it. It's broken. And these are the bones of a Saint King. She coldly asked him who had done this. He smiled and explained that he had simply been forced to endure a single strike from a Supreme. She was astonished. What happened? Tell me the details. A moment later, once she understood, she remarked, so that's how it is. Jun Xiaoyao actually managed to defeat a supreme powerhouse while only at the Than Q cultivation realm. Hearing this, he looked down. His radiance is truly too blinding. It makes one feel ashamed by comparison. She nodded slightly and replied, I understand. She looked him straight in the eye and said, when I have the chance, I will go and meet this divine child of the Quan family myself. She was none other than the saintess of the human immortal sect, Kojiang Shengyi. The scene then shifts to the Emperor Heaven Palace in Hoangchao. Jun Xiaoyao was being incredibly arrogant, thinking to himself, before I was reborn into this world, my luck value was always great. Therefore, this time, I will definitely be able to open a top-tier treasure. Now came the thrilling moment to open the chest. He placed his hand on the box, and it slowly opened before his eyes. The scene shifts once more to the Quan family's training grounds. The gossiping crowd was amazed. Oh my god. Just then, Jun Xiangjian stood there, listening to the murmurs around him. The 10th-ranked Jun Xiangjian, the 5th-ranked Jun Wanjie, the 7th-ranked Jun Shui Wang. So 3 high-ranking members are appearing on the training grounds at once? What's going on? Not only that, see that golden-haired girl. That's Quan Jun Linglong, the confidant by the divine child's side. I heard her cultivation has also reached the Than Q realm. Could it be that she's about to trigger a battle for the ranking positions? This is going to be something to see. Jun Xiaoyao stepped between them. I doubt it. After all, I'm the one who called them here. Seeing him, the crowd immediately erupted in shouts. He was a loyal subject. Jun Zhangjian was overjoyed to see him and ran over. Young master, he called out excitedly to the others. Well, you all got here pretty early. Wanji asked. Young master, what did you call us here for? Jun Shuihuang also spoke up. Is there a mission? Jun Linglong seemed to sense that something was wrong. He smiled and explained. Don't be so tense, it's good news. He tossed a bag to each of them. Take these. They opened the bags and asked in surprise, are these ancient dragon bones? Jun Zhangjian was so moved he nearly cried. Young master, you're actually giving us such precious treasures. He waved his hand to stop them. We'll talk about that later. Then he instructed them. Each of you has a set of dragon bones. How long will you need to refine them? Wanji fell silent for a moment before saying, 3 months at the least, maybe a few years at most. He gestured to everyone. 1 year. I'm giving you 1 year to refine the dragon bones and break through to the Gui realm. After that, come back here. Anyone who can't take 1 punch from me will get a beating. Wanji was speechless, though he seemed quite excited. Jun Zhangjian hid behind Jun Shuihuang, trembling. That's terrifying. The group immediately took off. Jun Linglong was speechless at the scene and whispered in his ear, Young master, you opened the Yang tomb. Did you manage to get something good? He asked in surprise. Why do you say that, Jun Linglong? She winked at him. If you hadn't found something even better, would you really be willing to give these dragon bones away to others? He chuckled as she walked away. As expected, my little Jun Linglong understands me. She giggled. Of course, I've known you were stingy since we were kids. He went on. The treasure I open is a secret for now, but you'll all find out what it is soon enough. Oh, by the way, Jun Linglong, let me ask you something. Does the Jun family treasury have any immortal essence? Immortal essence was a rare item from the immortals. She asked in surprise, as far as I know. Even the Jun family doesn't have much of a reserve. He laughed. So, you're saying there is some, right? She was left speechless, thinking. Looks like they're running out. The scene shifts to the Ancestral Dragon Nest secret realm, where an elder is performing hand signs. He realizes something is wrong, and he keeps tapping his palm, shouting, Is anyone there? A servant girl immediately appeared. Elder, what are your instructions? he recounted. I have been calculating for months, and I've caught a glimpse of the future. Quickly, spread this prophecy to all the dragon clans. At a massive waterfall, a few words appeared. Double dragons emerge. The ancestral dragon shall flourish. Bai Yuer looked at the flames in her palm and spoke. Double dragons emerge. The ancestral dragon shall flourish. She stared at the fire in her hand and sighed. What an arrogant claim. Everyone knows that. This ancestral dragon nest had just lost a dragon lady at the secret vault of the Origin Heaven Supreme. She was the princess of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, Bai Yuer. She began to snuff out the surrounding flames. The fires were spreading further and further. Suddenly, Bai Yuer used her fire power to strike forward. A deep hole was blasted into the mountain right in front of her. Bai Yuer seemed satisfied with the display, and the maid behind her cheered. Your Highness, your cultivation has reached the Guiyi realm. She said calmly, just the early stage, nothing more. She immediately thought of Xiao Yao. It's all thanks to the dragon energy young master Xiao Yao gave me. Using wood to generate fire, that's why the breakthrough was so fast. Why did you come looking for me? The maid suddenly remembered something. Your Highness, word from the front lines, the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom has officially declared war on the White Tiger and Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdoms. Bai Yuer stroked her chin and thought, something's not right. The four symbols, ancient kingdoms, have maintained a balance for hundreds of years. There's no way it would be broken so easily. Could there be someone else behind this? The maid continued, Your Highness is wise. The Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom's army does indeed have many mysterious experts of unknown origin. She concentrated, thinking hard. My father is still in seclusion, so it's not convenient to make big moves, but our interests are closely tied. If the Azure Dragon Kingdom devours the other two, the Vermilion Bird Kingdom will surely face disaster. I can't hesitate. She turned to order the maid, pass on my decree. Summon the generals to the palace. We must join forces with the White Tiger and Black Tortoise Kingdoms to resist the Azure Dragon Kingdom. The maid nodded, yes, and gradually retreated. Bai Yuer stood there, lost in thought. She pulled out a strange jade, deciding to test it herself. The scene shifts to the Heavenly Emperor Palace. Jun Linglong was busy cultivating, while Xiao Yao sighed, bored. How troublesome, having to go into seclusion again. If only I could have some mushroom and bone broth, stir-fried beef with celery, pickled vegetables, 5-spice braised pork ribs, duck blood soup, spicy chicken, sweet rabbit skin, duck tongues, and spicy stir-fry when I come out. She was astonished. What bones? What beef? Xiao Yao looked at her with an expectant gaze. She sighed, I'll do my best. A while later, Jun Linglong thought to herself, this is like a battlefield. She dashed forward. First, process the bones, then cut the meat into pieces. It's impossible to get it all off. The vegetables are simple. Just chop them up. The fish is annoying. Have to remove all the bones. She grabbed the squid tightly, but unfortunately, it squirted ink onto her face, making her furious. What? Why is this fish spitting ink? She threw everything into a pot to cook at once. Fire is the key. She had to handle the chicken and rabbit all together. Elsewhere, she held the intestines, pinched her nose, and said in frustration, why would anyone eat this kind of stuff? Her eyes darted around happily. Good, everything is perfect, as expected of me. Now I just need to. Wait, Bai Yuer is sending a distress signal. Help me, Jun Linglong. Xiao Yao, the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom has gone crazy. They're waging war everywhere. Hearing this, she froze in her tracks. Right after that, she collapsed to the ground, spilling all the food she had prepared. Jun Linglong lay there, lost in despair. But moments later, she softly replied to you, I understand. Nearby, Wanji was overjoyed when she saw the mountain of food, cheering with excitement. This is too extravagant. The food that would have gone to waste is now being enjoyed by the pets. At this moment, the White Tiger Palace had turned into a blood-soaked scene. A massive explosion rocked the area. Chiri let out a weary sigh. They're here. Suddenly, slow footsteps approached. The saintly realm master sauntered in, accompanied by his guards. He flashed a smug grin and spoke up. Long time no see, my two good friends. He was none other than the sovereign of the Azure Dragon Kingdom, a saintly realm master. The white-haired man looks furious. That's the sovereign of the White Tiger Kingdom, a saint realm powerhouse, and the man beside him is just as enraged. That's the sovereign of the Black Tortoise Kingdom, also in the saint realm. Looking at the masked men behind him, the Azure Dragon sovereign wonders. Just who are these people in black anyway? The Azure Dragon and White Tiger sovereigns are seething. Is it because of you that we lost so many high-level cultivators? The man just laughs. Why must you two old friends be so stubborn and resist? The White Tiger sovereign stares him down, barking. Old dragon, what exactly are you trying to do? He just chuckles. I'm merely carrying out orders for the young master. The two are stunned. Young master? The man continues smugly. That's right. The young master's orders, as long as you're willing to submit your entire nation and hand over the compass fragments you hold, you might just be spared. The two are furious. You bastard. Suddenly, Shiri speaks up. Shut your mouth. Remaining calm, he activates his combat mode. The son of the vermilion bird is born of fire and dies in embers. He is Chiri, the great general of the vermilion bird ancient kingdom, a void god realm expert. He lunges toward them, shouting, I will never be a slave to you lapdogs. Immediately, someone looks at him with a calm smile. A fist swings hard toward him, taking him by surprise. Just like that, the masked man lands a direct hit on his chest. He coughs up blood in agony. The two sovereigns cry out in terror, General Chiri. The masked man laughs, then with one strike, he tears General Chiri to pieces right in front of everyone. The two sovereigns are stunned, frozen in fear. His remains lie right there. The Azure Dragon sovereign laughs. Well, your old brother met the same fate, dead in the embers. Just then, Bai Yuer slams her hand on the table. The Azure Dragon ancient kingdom is going too far. Her maid is shocked to see her slam the table. Your Highness, your hand. She sighs, trying to stay calm. Getting angry here won't help. The priority is figuring out who is backing the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom. A hand reaches out to support Bai Yuer's. She turns to see who it is. It's just a small wound. No need to worry about it. Bai Yuer and Linglong look at each other in surprise. Bai Yuer asks, bewildered, Linglong, why are you here? Linglong looks at her, confused. Why the shock? Didn't you call me here? Bai Yuer hugs her tightly, shouting, thank goodness. She adds anxiously, but, did you come alone? Linglong replies, I did come on my own. Then, she turns to look at the person behind her. Looking at the great sword in front of her, she asks, is this the 10th disciple of the Jun family, the sword bearer? I suppose he counts as a follower of young master Xiao Yao. Sword bearer nods in surprise. Hearing this, Bai Yuer is overjoyed. Is that so? Is young master Xiao Yao willing to help our kingdom? Sword bearer stands with his hands on his hips. The young master is in seclusion and doesn't know about this yet, but since your vermilion bird ancient kingdom has submitted to him, how can we let others bully you? Tell me, what's the situation now? The scene shifts to the Azure Dragon Palace. A subordinate offers two fans, fawning, young master. I have obtained what you requested. Yang Pan frowns, reaching out to take the items. As the two fragments are joined together, the light dissipates. He holds the two pieces with a smug smile. Very good. Sovereign, you didn't disappoint me. Next, only the Vermilion Bird Kingdom's piece remains. Deep within a palace of the Azure Dragon Kingdom, the sovereign speaks up. Young master, there is a matter I'm not sure if I should mention. The man replies coldly. The sovereign explains that the Vermilion Bird Kingdom might not be as easy to deal with as the White Tiger and Black Tortoise nations. Yang Pan is surprised. Did someone interfere with the battle? The sovereign continues. Not exactly. It's just that the imperial princess of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom seems to have some connection to the divine son of the Jun family. The divine son of the Jun family, Jun Xiaoyao, the one who achieved such great success in the Origin Heaven's Supreme Secret Realm a few days ago. That's the one. Yang Pan happily embraces a beauty, laughing. The divine son of the Jun family, top of the imperial. 3 families. Even if he and that little princess are close friends, do you think I'd be afraid of him? The sovereign bows, fawning along. Of course, of course. Young master, you are a great figure destined to stand at the peak of the Immortal Realm. Looking down upon all living things, Yang Pan looks pleased with his servant. Good, you know your place. He immediately orders. Gather the armies of the 3 nations and attack the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Yang Pan's expression becomes strangely twisted. Bring me the final piece of the compass. The sovereign bows happily. Understood. Suddenly, Yang Pan reaches out. Wait, there's one more thing. Since you mentioned the princess of the Vermilion Bird Kingdom, I hear she is a rare, absolute beauty. Bring her along with the compass, the divine son's close friend. I wouldn't mind having a taste of her myself. The scene shifts to the evening. The place is utterly desolate. Blood-stained swords are stuck in the ground everywhere. This is none other than the final gateway, the Southern Vermilion Pass. A red boot steps forward. That red hair looks very familiar. It's Bai Yuer. She steps in front of Linglong. Linglong looks at her, surprised. Is the princess heading to the battlefield herself? Bai Yuer explains calmly. Father hasn't come out of seclusion yet. Besides me, who else can carry this burden? This is the final line of defense for the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Once the battle begins, you must leave. As soon as she finishes speaking, Bai Yuer turns to go. They won't stop just because you're from the Jun family. It's more likely they'll kill you to silence you and frame someone else. Unless the divine son comes here himself. This is an unsolvable dead end. Linglong looks at her and speaks slowly. If you want to throw your life away, come back to the Jun family with me. Wait for the divine son to come out of seclusion and take revenge. From what I know of him, he will never stand by and watch this happen. Shortly after, she stood there, stunned by the scene before her. Bai Yuer offered a gentle, serene smile. Gazing toward the beautiful sky of this land, she slowly began to confide in her. I am a princess. When the city falls, the nation is broken. Anyone can flee, but I cannot. The children of the vermilion bird burn bright as raging flames, and they die the same way, blending into the wind, dissolving into the crimson earth. I have ordered our people to gather the elderly, the women, and the weak who cannot fight within the imperial city. If you have the power, please protect them. But if it's truly impossible, then help me set the fire. Compared to dying by the blade, they would likely prefer to return to the sacred flames. At this, Jun Linglong seemed lost in thought, afraid that if she stayed, she wouldn't be able to hold back her tears, so she immediately turned away. I understand. Bai Yuer walked slowly forward, gently brushing past Jun Linglong as she went. She didn't look back once, only waving a farewell from behind. My friend, Jun Linglong, I'm sorry to burden you. Jun Linglong bit her lip hard, forcing herself not to weep. Jun Linglong thought to herself with a heavy heart, I need to find my own strength. Time jumped forward a few days. On the walls of Nam Min Pass, black banners were suddenly raised. Seeing this, Bai Yuer was startled, and her group immediately pulled their horses to a halt in front of her. She looked on, dazed and anxious, realizing the black armored cavalry. Just then, Jun Xiaoyao turned to her and said, Your Highness, that's the black armored cavalry of the Xuan Wu ancient kingdom. Aren't we allies? She gritted her teeth, anger rising. The ruler of Xuan Wu is likely in grave danger. Suddenly, a commander rode forward and shouted out, Soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, listen. I am Great General Huyan Ingyi of the Xuan Wu Ancient Kingdom. I offer you one chance. Lay down your weapons and surrender, and you may avoid a pointless slaughter. Upon hearing this, she spoke up. General Huyan Ji, we were once allies. You know exactly what kind of people the Vermilion Bird folk are. The children of the Vermilion Bird live in raging flames and die in fire. The sacred flame never dies, the Vermilion Bird never falls. The soldiers, moved by her words, regained their resolve and roared back in unison. Live in raging flames, die in fire. The sacred flame never dies, the Vermilion Bird never falls. Live in raging flames, die in fire. The sacred flame never dies, the Vermilion Bird never falls. He was left speechless by the scene. But at that moment, a voice echoed in his head. General Huyan Ingyi, what are you waiting for? Is the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom really more important than the life of the Xuan Wu ruler? Right then, he gritted his teeth in frustration. Huyan Ingyi raised his sword, ordering his troops. Black armored cavalry, attack. Bai Yuer, refusing to be outdone, raised her hand high. Children of the Vermilion Bird, follow my command. Instantly, both sides shouted in unison, kill. A massive battle was about to erupt. Inside a vast palace of the Jun family's Heavenly Emperor Palace, a brilliant flash of light erupted, and a figure appeared. The place was instantly devastated, dust filling the air. The sheer force of the arrival nearly caused the grand hall to collapse. Jun Xiaoyao appeared and let out a long sigh, then glanced around. Finally, out of seclusion. Jun Xiaoyao was someone who hated being cooped up the most. Having wrecked the grand hall, he happily ran to the kitchen and shouted, I want mushroom and bone broth, shredded beef with celery, pickled vegetables, 5-spice braised pork ribs, duck blood soup, spicy chicken, sweet rabbit skin, and stir-fried duck tongues. Just then, a foot stepped into the room. A familiar face appeared before him. Sanctus Yi and Wan Ji approached and greeted him. Greetings to the divine child of the Jun family for emerging from seclusion. He was surprised to see them both and immediately asked, Just the two of you? Where is everyone else? The two looked at each other and slowly began their story. This is a long one. 2 months ago, after hearing the news, he instantly flew into a rage. The Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. They've got some nerve. Wan Jie, seeing him so furious, thought to herself, the pressure he's exerting is intense. He must have broken through to the late stage of the Gui realm. He stood there, focusing all his energy into an object on his chest. Suddenly, a tiger tally appeared in his hand. He handed it to them, leaving them astonished. The Jun family's tiger tally. He stood there, instructing his clan's brother and sister, each of you will take half the tally and mobilize 10,000 troops from each of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards. Head to the 4 symbols, Ancient Kingdom. I want to see exactly who is bold enough to touch someone of my, Jun Xiao Yao's, people. The clouds slowly parted, and golden sunlight shone down. Jun Xiaoyao stared at the tiger tally in her hand, the wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards. Even as a descendant of the Jun family, this is my first time touching the family's personal troops. What about you? Wang Ji immediately replied, same here. Among the younger generation, I'm afraid only he, as the divine child, has the authority to directly command the family's army. The Wind Guard, the Imperial Guard, the Fire Cavalry, the Mountain God Guard. It's said that even the weakest soldier among them has a cultivation at the Nirvana realm, and experts at the heaven-reaching and sacred fire realms are as common as water, yet the divine child so easily handed the command of these experts to us. Jun Xiaoyao turned to him and asked, regarding this divine child, what do you think? Wang Ji shook her head and replied, I don't know. He is very strange. I mean, his way of thinking, his logic, it's not like the people from the Nine Heavens immortal domain. How should she put it? He lacks that natural, born with it arrogance typical of people from the immortal domain. Compared to other cultivators, he feels more like a mortal from the lower realms. But why are you asking this? You've always kept a low profile and played things cool, so why ask such a sensitive question? Jun Xiaoyao replied thoughtfully, it's nothing. It's just that, I temporarily. The scene shifted to a large hall. Yuan Tien was sitting there feeding fish, deep in his cultivation, when Jun Xiaoyao suddenly poked his head in. He crept up quietly, and in one swift motion, placed a headband on the old man's head, not just any headband, but one with a bow. He was highly amused by the sight. The old man couldn't hold back his frustration. Whack. He gave him a solid hit on the head. Rubbing the bump, the old man asked, I hear your movement of the wind, forest, fire, and mountain guards wasn't bad. You're building quite a reputation for yourself. So, what do you want from me? Jun Xiaoyao acted spoiled, saying, Can't I just come to visit my own grandfather without wanting something? The old man knocked him on the head again, chiding, I know you better than that. If there's no business, you never show up. The old man thought to himself, but he's full of vitality. Even I can't see through this kid's true depth anymore, and I have no idea what he's planning to do with all that immortal source he drained from the Jun family. Last time he sat here, he was so small. Jun Xiaoyao smiled brightly and got straight to the point. Grandpa, there's actually something I wanted to ask you about. His grandfather didn't hesitate and replied, I knew it. Tell me, what's on your mind? Right then, he pulled something out of his pocket that made his grandfather jump. He revealed a piece of jade and asked, Grandpa, do you know what this is? Seeing it, his grandfather exclaimed in surprise, This thing is extremely dangerous. Where did you get it? He told him the truth. It was inside the wooden box that the Origin Heaven Supreme gave me. His grandfather was stunned. The Origin Heaven Supreme? Could it be that he brought it back from the alien realm? Does the main body of that thing exist in the alien realm? Suddenly, his grandfather called out to him, leaving him dazed. Jun Xiaoyao, have you ever heard of the fall of the Immortal Realm? The 7 great immortal realms are beyond imagination. There's a legend of 7 eerie anomalies that only circulate within the Immortal Realm, the ghost ship that doesn't sail back from the Yellow Springs, the headless golden guest holding a sharp blade, and the bronze immortal palace that has buried countless supreme powerhouses. Jun Xiaoyao recounted the tale of the sword. Since ancient times, countless brilliant cultivators have tried to uncover the secrets of the bronze immortal palace, but for every 10 who went in, barely one came out alive. The fragment in your hand radiates a terrifying aura. I fear it comes from that very bronze immortal palace. Jun Xiaoyao, your talent is extraordinary. Even without taking such risks, you're destined to become a sage and a founder. Promise me, don't let curiosity lead you into danger. Hearing this, he found it hard to respond. He looked at his grandfather and sighed, Grandpa, do you still not understand me? No one is more cultivation obsessed than I am. How could I? Before he could finish, the system notifications started popping up one after another. Congratulations to the host for discovering a new sign and location, the Bronze Immortal Palace. Surprised, shocked, moved. At this point, he was speechless and glared at the system. Jun Xiaoyao fumed, thinking to himself that this trash system wasn't even doing its job. The system chuckled, dodging his punch. Meanwhile, on a battlefield somewhere, bodies of soldiers lay scattered everywhere. Some died in this formation, some in that one. People slumped in every conceivable position. A fierce battle was raging. The general held his ground with all his might, gritting his teeth, staring forward with fury. The soldiers of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom seemed as numerous as ants. He felt helpless, thinking, is the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom really about to be annihilated? Suddenly, footsteps approached. Yu-Er had finished clearing out the swarms of soldiers. She looked exhausted, but she forced herself to stand back up. Moments later, huge flames erupted across the area. They suffered heavy casualties from her fire. Some were burned to ash, others scorched to a crisp. The general lunged forward in a rage, trampling over the bodies of enemy soldiers. Her fire continued to claim more and more lives. The Azure Dragon ruler saw this and was shocked. The vermilion bird divined fire, immortal and indestructible. That's why I hate these stubborn little birds. However, he immediately realized the key to dealing with you air. He just needed to control the source of the divine fire. The scene shifted to the imperial city of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. A figure darted forward excitedly, thinking, "Found it. Only the buildings near here have a barrier set up in the entire imperial city. Isn't this like there's no silver buried here? I have to go inside and see what's going on." He gently placed his hand on the barrier. At that moment, Yang Ji sensed something unusual and immediately reported to Yang Pan, "Young Master, someone has broken in." Yang Pan chuckled dismissively, "Just a mosquito, go handle it." The subordinate acknowledged the order and vanished. Meanwhile, the sword wielder dashed forward quickly, when suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized something. Yang Ji had attacked him out of nowhere, but he managed to dodge in time. The sword wielder blocked Yang Zi's strike, thinking bitterly, "So heavy. This is the heaven-opening realm, specifically the divine fire stage." Yang Ji was startled that the sword wielder had injured his hand. Looking at the spiritual energy fluctuation, he should only be at the unification realm. A mere, puny unification realm cultivator, yet he blocked my attack and even wounded me. Yang Ji laughed and asked, "Kid, who are you?" The sword wielder pretended to be calm, but inside, he was screaming. He sighed, thinking, "What do I do now?" On the other side, Jun Xiao Yao was still leisurely on his way. The sword wielder glared, let out a scoff, and retorted, "Wrong. I should be the one asking who you are, hiding in the shadows like a coward." Yang Zi frowned, let out an annoyed huff, and suddenly thrust his sword toward the sword wielder, shouting, "Arrogant. A mere brat in the unification realm? How dare you speak to me like that?" The sword wielder frowned and swung his sword to block Yang Ji's strike, then smiled and said, "So that's how it is." Yang Ji was stunned. He thought, "This kid blocked my move again. How is this possible? He's clearly only at the unification realm. Could he have stumbled upon some special fortuitous encounter?" The sword wielder asked, "Yang Ji, are you from the Pan Wu Divine Dynasty?" Yang Ji didn't answer, asking instead, "Kid, who on earth are you?" The sword wielder scoffed, "You don't even know who you've offended? The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is under the protection of my young master Jun Xiao Yao, daring to attack at will. Are you trying to become an enemy of the Jun family?" Yang Zi was startled, thinking, "A member of the Jun family? This is bad. I can't let this brat leave here alive." No sooner had he finished the thought than he was behind the sword wielder. Thwack! The sword pierced the sword wielder's chest. He spat blood, his eyes wide with shock. As the sword wielder fell, he muttered. Yang Zi pondered, Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him. "No one will find out anymore. Jun sword wielder, you were supposed to be dead, yet you can still speak. Do you really think you can kill me?" The body of the sword wielder vanished. It was just a clone. Yang Zi panicked. A clone. Damn it, this is big trouble. He immediately fled, needing to report to the young master. The area was left completely empty. A short while later, the real Jun sword wielder dropped down from the ceiling. He wondered, the Pan Wu Divine Dynasty is acting so secretive. What are they really up to? I created 7 clones to cause chaos in the Imperial City. You guys can take your time catching them. From the moment he entered the barrier, 2 incredibly powerful auras shot into the sky. It really felt like he was deliberately releasing his aura to lure someone over. Let's go over there and check it out. A hand reached out, and an image of Bai Yuer fighting appeared. That hand suddenly clenched tight, and 2 bursts of energy materialized from nowhere, crushing down on Bai Yuer. The force violently lifted her into the air. She shivered, struggling against it. Bai Yuer realized it was the Azure Dragon's sovereign. She unleashed a burst of flames to counter the pressure, and her flames managed to overpower his energy. He chuckled mockingly. Not bad at all. If my young master didn't want to take you back as a concubine, I'd have killed you right on the spot. The soldiers were furious and charged forward. You scoundrel! Don't you dare insult Her Highness, the Imperial Princess. Even though he was surrounded, the Azure Dragon Sovereign remained completely calm. He narrowed his eyes, and a wave of energy swept out, instantly knocking all the soldiers down. The Azure Dragon Sovereign smirked and asked, "How about that?" Bai Yuer frowned, not answering. Amidst the pile of fallen soldiers, he continued, "Can you make them get back up this time?" Cornered, Bai Yuer quickly racked her brain. "What do I do? No. I can't give up. Think. Suddenly, a powerful presence was closing in on them. Both the Azure Dragon Sovereign and Bai Yuer felt the anomaly. From the Southern Red Emperor's palace, the Vermilion Bird descended, turning energy into fire, forming an immortal avian spirit. A phoenix appeared, its form gradually fading away until a man emerged. It was the vermilion bird's sovereign. Flames roared into the sky. He growled, "Who dares to trespass in my vermilion bird ancient kingdom?" As night fell, a shadow flickered past the door. The space went silent. Footsteps landed on the ground. Those two powerful auras were coming from nearby. Jun Xiaoyao scanned his surroundings, thinking to himself that there might be a hidden space underneath. To test it out, he placed his hand down, and ripples of light pulsed outward in glowing circles. Layers of energy intertwined, creating a mystical force. He closed his eyes, sensing everything around him. The light paths flickered incessantly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, startled by what he found. "Found you." He drew his sharp long sword, his expression cold and solemn. He muttered to himself, "Keep it quiet for now." With each strike of his sword, the surrounding rocks shattered into pieces. Fragments of stone flew everywhere. He unleashed a powerful, high-energy punch. A figure appeared nearby. The man looked injured, and the sheer force of falling debris made it impossible for anyone to get close. Fine dust created a shroud of smoke around him, giving him an imposing aura. Jun Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes, his face tense. He was shocked by what he saw, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. Looming in the distance was someone tied to a pillar, appearing to have been trapped there for a long time. With wild white hair and bulging muscles, the man roared, his eyes burning with rage, teeth gritted. "Who are you?" The powerful voice of the saint, Jun Xiaoyao, echoed. He looked at the old man. "Put away your killing intent. This kid isn't from the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom, nor from the divine dynasty." From afar, he pondered. There was still one more person in his mind, the two saints. He quickly introduced himself as the junior, Jun Xiaoyao. "May I ask, who are you two seniors?" he asked, his voice wavering from the pain of his own injuries. "The surname Quan. Are you related to the divine son, Jun Xiao Yao, of the desolate ancient Quan family?" His companion, the old man called Lao Bak, calmed down. "We're saints. It's embarrassing enough as it is." Lao Bak replied, "We're already hanging here like pieces of dried meat. Do you think we still care about being embarrassed?" "Young master, we are the sovereigns of the Black Tortoise and White Tiger kingdoms. Our skills were inferior, so we ended up locked in this place, and our kingdoms have fallen into others' hands. Since you said your name is Quan, the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is under the protection of the Quan family's divine son. May I ask if the divine son intends to intervene in this?" He answered loudly, "That's right. I am a follower of young master Jun Xiao Yao. The young master is kind-hearted. He will definitely not stand by and watch." Joy filled the air. "That's great. We're finally going to be saved. Right, kid? You must quickly get this news out." Jun Xiaoyao looked pale and stunned. He realized the Panwu divine dynasty had mobilized just to conquer the four symbols' ancient kingdoms. In another scene, a fierce battle was raging. He blocked a powerful blow with his chest, his palm parrying a heavy strike. He gnashed his teeth and scowled at the tall man, surrounded by a woman cloaked in roaring flames. "Old Vermilion Bird, so you're still alive. A blessing in disguise, breaking through to the Saint Realm, I see." The old man smirked. "Just broke through. I bet your foundation isn't stable yet, right?" He raised his eyes. "Don't worry, even with an unstable foundation, I'm still stronger than a lapdog like you." The Azure Dragon's sovereign threw a punch and roared, "Die." An explosion rocked the battlefield. Surrounded by their armies, the two men unleashed their full strength. Flames surged, lighting up the entire sky. Bayua raised her voice amidst the explosive energy. "Rise, my people." The man was seen gritting his teeth, his eyes white with rage, his entire body enveloped in intense fire energy. Waves of people stood up, filled with morale, shouting in unison, "Victory will surely be ours." Molten lava flowed into a dark pit, mixing with streams of blue stone energy. The massive crowd of soldiers was filled with a burning, militant spirit. They seemed ready for an all-out war to seize the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. Suddenly, the soldiers looked back in surprise. It was the Legion of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom. The Black Tortoise Ancient Kingdom was just a decoy. He laughed haughtily, feeling the victory was already his. "Old Vermilion Bird, you should just surrender now. Old Chu, relying only on yourself isn't enough." Behind Old Chu was a figure in black, gritting his teeth in frustration. To seize the four symbols, ancient kingdoms, the Pan-Wu divine dynasty had mobilized. Four saints appeared at once, otherwise we wouldn't have been defeated so easily. The one beside him knew he had to move fast. Jun Xiaoyao was still on his way. A thunderous sound shook the heavens as the two powerful fighters clashed. The sky turned dark, and the soldiers looked back, their mouths agape. Sovereign Bai Yuer also looked back, crying out, "Father." He collapsed to the ground, appearing heavily wounded. The Vermilion Bird's sovereign was on guard, scanning everything. A black shadow lunged down from above. He reacted with lightning speed, blocking the strike. A massive explosion erupted. Face to face, both were sharp and wary, dodging each other's attacks. As the war intensified, everything around them turned to ruins, and a giant pit of searing magma opened up beneath them. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he stared in terror at the scene before him. Old Chu was wounded, blood dripping from his body. He gritted his teeth, then heard a voice. There was one more person. The masked figure in the black cloak stood bewildered in the billowing smoke, thinking to himself that they were all sage-level experts. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord let out a mocking laugh. No, no, no. The masked men hovering in the air looked in one direction. There were 4 of them. This is the help that young master sent for me. Why must you struggle so? It only makes your end that much uglier. Better to just bow down and serve the young master with me. Old Chu glared at them with utter contempt. He channeled his inner power, and flames erupted, swirling around his entire body. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord raised his voice. Still, the same annoying answer. Just like before. He glared at his subordinates, ordering them to kill him. A dark shroud appeared, filled with glowing circles of light, centering on a figure surrounded by intense energy. Old Chu let out a roar as the beam of light crashed down, tearing open the sky. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord was struck by a blast and plunged deep into the earth. In his dazed state, he felt everything slipping away and whispered to himself, "Is this it? Is heaven truly determined to destroy the Vermilion Bird Kingdom? No, I cannot die here." His hand reached out into the void as if grasping for hope. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality, clenching his hand into a tight fist. "If I fall, my wife and child will be trampled, and my people will become slaves." His inner fire flared into a blinding blaze. He stood up tall, his eyes burning with more intensity than ever before, overflowing with fierce resolve. The divine fire never dies. The vermilion bird never fades. A figure in a red cloak appeared beside him and whispered urgently. It was Yuan. Her eyes filled with newfound life as she managed to smile. "Thank goodness, Father. You've finally woken up." When the dust settled, the massive crater was empty, save for the 2 of them. He opened his eyes, regaining consciousness, and whispered softly, "Yuan." Her arm was heavily wounded, and she was completely exhausted. She slumped to the ground, losing consciousness. The Vermilion Bird Kingdom Lord looked at his own hands, realizing Yuan had protected the divine fire to heal all his wounds. She had forced herself into the great realm to protect him, which would cause the divine fire to extinguish. What would happen once the fire was gone? He looked at his daughter, his heart trembling as he refused to even consider the outcome. Power surged within him, a near explosion of strength as he clutched his daughter to his chest, agony in his heart. Watching this, the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord grew furious at his subordinates. He couldn't take it anymore. "You idiots." The young master said he wanted to take Yuan back alive to be his maid. Gritting his teeth in rage, he growled, "Forget it." A better idea struck him. Maybe I'll just bring her back as a living puppet might still be useful. His eyes lit up, but before he could process what was happening, a kick to the face caught him completely off guard. He went flying, crashing dozens of meters away. The massive figure that appeared was the White Tiger Kingdom Lord. He laughed. "Good grandson, your grandfather is back." He touched down in the middle of a massive crater. The Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord looked at the Vermilion Bird father and daughter, asking anxiously, "Vermilion Bird, are you all right?" Old Chu just clutched his daughter, overcome with grief, leaving the Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord at a loss for how to comfort him. The Black Tortoise sighed. "Damn it, we're too late." Suddenly, a voice rang out. Old Chu set his daughter down. It wasn't too late. She could still be saved. A palm opened, revealing a medicinal herb of immense value. "Hurry." He hesitated, confusion clouding his mind. Could this be the herb of immortality? A voice thundered through the space. "Stop wasting time. Just give it to her." Amidst the thick smoke and eerie silence of the night, a hand clamped down on the Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord's cheeks, making him howl. "What are you doing?" He shouted, "Why are you all here?" The White Tiger Kingdom Lord replied, "We've got our good grandson to thank for that. You brought all 4 sages to the battlefield otherwise. How would we have had the chance to slip away?" He looked off into the distance, his mind calculating. Everyone surrounded the enemy on all sides. The situation for the Azure Dragon Lord had taken a turn for the worse. "Didn't see that coming, did you?" The Lord remained unnervingly calm. "A turn for the worse? Don't make me laugh. Do you really think you can win with just 3 useless sages?" High in the sky, shadows darted through the night, keeping everyone on high alert. Stones began to float as light surged, all of them gathering their power. The sword wielder thought, "Everything is going according to plan so far. Maybe it'll be okay, right?" Everyone braced themselves. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord spoke up. "You clearly know I brought 4 sages to this battlefield." The group of masked, cloaked figures stood forward, ready to defend. He sneered, "So, standing against 4 sages. What makes you think you have any chance of winning? Spears and banners were raised high. The atmosphere on the battlefield was electric, everyone ready for blood. Under the dark night sky, both sides let out war cries. Demonstrating the might of their troops, they waited only for the order to engage. The battle exploded, soldiers rushed into the fray, swords clashing against one another. 2 blades collided, sparks flying. The White Tiger Kingdom Lord gritted his teeth, a roar of pure rage erupting from him as his power surged to a new peak. "You brats, stop this right now." He unleashed a spectacular wave of light that tore through the enemy ranks. "Who gave you permission to come to this battlefield? Can't you tell friend from foe anymore?" The soldiers screamed as the Kingdom Lord's roar echoed across the field. "Stop fighting. The Kingdom Lords are back. We can't. It's too late to stop." The armies were already hopelessly tangled together. He seethed with anger, unable to understand what his subordinates were thinking. "A bunch of damn fools, driving me crazy." The White Tiger slammed his fists into the ground with all his might, ending the immediate clash. He landed, dust billowing around him as he gasped for air. Neither side was willing to give an inch. The Azure Dragon Kingdom Lord looked at the White Tiger and laughed triumphantly. "Do you really have the heart to manage that? You've already been slaughtering each other for so long that your eyes are bloodshot. A single shout from you isn't going to stop this." The 2 locked eyes, and the Azure Dragon smirked. "As long as I keep you tied up here, all your struggling," he emphasized, "will be completely meaningless." Hearing this, the White Tiger felt a chill. Suddenly, a dark figure descended from the sky. A barrier formed, shielding him. While the Azure Dragon was blasted away, the Black Tortoise Kingdom Lord appeared, shouting, "Old Tiger, watch out. You almost lost your head back there." The dark-clad figures still surrounded them. White Tiger said, "Focus on the battle at hand for now. We can discuss everything else later." They took their battle stances against the Azure Dragon Sovereign. Face to face, each radiating intense energy. The Sovereign's expression was enigmatic and unfathomable as he prepared to strike. "I truly don't understand what you're still holding on for." He unleashed a palm strike that sent White Tiger spiraling away, surrounded by the crackling, swirling electric energy of the Azure Dragon. White Tiger managed to block it just in time. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had told Jun Xiaoyao. To take down the 4 Symbols realm, the Panwu Divine Dynasty had mobilized 4 saints. The young master had to relay this information out immediately. Jun Xiaoyao responded with a clear, resounding voice. "Understood, I'll handle it." A sudden thought flashed through his mind. "Humph." Looking down from above, he gazed at the sound-transmitting jade slip and said, "2 seniors, instead of remaining trapped here, would you like to make a wager with this junior?" The scene shifted to the vast battlefield, crowded with soldiers standing solemnly, their flags waving high in the sky. Continued. Flag waving high in the sky. Just moments ago, young Master Xiao Yao had sent word to guide the 40,000 elite guards of the Jun family, who were already on their way. If they could just hold off the 4 saints from the Panwu Divine Dynasty on the main battlefield. A handsome face with deep, piercing eyes appeared. The White Tiger Sovereign laughed heartily. "What are we holding on for? We're simply stalling for time." The Azure Dragon Sovereign heard this, completely bewildered, a giant question mark hanging over his head. In the middle of the expansive battlefield, the 2 rivals faced each other. The old man looked up with wide eyes. A miracle was unfolding. A beam of light erupted in the night sky, drawing the gaze of every soldier. The light surged downward with immense force, striking the ground. No one could stop it. The soldiers all gasped in shock. The elite guards didn't understand what was happening before their eyes. What kind of situation was this? A rift opened, creating a bottomless crater, with that blinding light at its center. A pair of hands traced a circle in the air, and White Tiger's eyes lit up with a triumphant grin. Old Man Azure Dragon kept running his mouth, saying, "I'm waiting for the Jun family's heir. What are you waiting for?" His graceful, handsome figure, every line of his face, was truly captivating. All the light centered on him. Flags were raised, and the soldiers turned their eyes toward the same point. The soldiers were still bewildered, as the entire space lit up. A river of fire poured down, wrapping the elite guards in scorching flames. The light flashed with blinding speed. The soldiers were heavily wounded. Some survived, others perished. Old Man Azure Dragon watched in terror, collapsing to the ground, looking up and stuttering. What kind of monster is this? Where did he come from?" The young man had long hair and elegant robes. Go Sheng roared. "Listen carefully. The Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom is now the stronghold of the Jun family's heir. If anyone dares to strike, there will be no mercy." The soldiers in green were panicked, while the red-clad guards erupted in joyful cheers. "It's the Jun family. The Jun family's army is here. It's the heir. He's come to help us." Old Man Azure Dragon gritted his teeth in fury, collapsing to the ground as he listened. Azure Dragon Sovereign, explain the current situation. Jun Xiao Yao spoke with a cold, detached tone. If you cannot satisfy me, the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom will vanish from the Wild Heaven Immortal Domain today. As the night turned gray, the green-haired youth in the mask raised his hand, and a path of green light appeared. He swung his arm to create a massive circle, terrifying the soldiers. Spears were raised high amidst the raging fires. Fire blazed as a figure stood in the center of the ring, holding a spear in one hand and a sword in the other. Every soldier turned pale. Around them, streams of blue electricity crackled, leaving them with no way to escape. In the dense crowd, everyone was trembling and sweating. The Feng, Lin, Huo, Shan guards of the Jun family are too powerful. We can't fight them head-on. It's useless. They're demons. They're all demons. Run. Seeing this, the Azure Dragon Sovereign felt the tide turning. He thought to himself, the quality of our armies is worlds apart. Is this the true strength of the Jun family from the ancient wilderness? There's no chance of winning, he shouted. Jun family heir, what do you want? Xiao Yao replied coldly and calmly. What do I want? How strange, truly strange. You were the one who started this war, you were the one pushing people around, and now you're asking me what I want? He continued in a firm, serious tone, I want to wipe out your 9 generations. Can you hurry up and die already? Azure Dragon roared in anger, don't you dare bully me too far. I have an expert supporting me behind the scenes. It's not your place to be so arrogant. Xiao Yao responded, I'm the one bullying you. You invaded other nations, committed countless sins, and even planned to wipe out a kingdom, and you're calling me, Jun Xiao Yao, the aggressor. Xiao Yao was truly incensed. As he spoke, electric light gathered around his hands. You have someone behind you? I'd like to see. In this wild heaven immortal domain, who can actually withstand the wrath of Jun Xiao Yao? He threw a punch, and a swirling vortex of fire and light erupted with overwhelming power. Sword of Immortal Execution. First form. The old man quickly tried to block, but the force was unstoppable. He was sent flying dozens of feet back. Internal monologue. In reality, it didn't break through his defense, but he was scared out of his wits. A saint like me, actually feeling fear? That's right. Didn't the Li Long, sovereign of the ancestral dragon nest, die to this very sword? I must retreat and regroup with the young master. Xiao Yao saw the old man trying to escape. Naturally, he wouldn't let him leave that easily. You want to run? It won't be that simple. He unleashed his second technique upon the old man, Sword of the Primal Emperor. He quickly raised his hands to block. Damn it, another one of the 5 great divine arts. Azure Dragon frowned in frustration. How many lucky opportunities has this brat obtained? His face darkened. The vermilion bird sovereign slashed toward him, and the deep-eyed old vermilion bird watched, thinking. One good turn deserves another. You, little brat, he wheezed. Then, a voice rang out. Aren't you going to kill him yet? The masked figures flew toward Old Vermilion Bird. White Tiger Sovereign and Black Tortoise Sovereign also charged in at full speed. In your dreams. Slash. Watch out, Old White. High above, a hand reached down, forming a seal toward the masked figure. Xiao Yao created an electric vortex. The masked man was stunned, and a punch connected with his face. One after another, they struck, pouring their strength into his face. The mask flew off, revealing his true face. As the iron masked man flew back, everyone stared in confusion. A puppet? Could it be that all 4 of them are puppets? The man's eyes glowed as he landed, standing between the Vermilion Bird's Sovereign and the Azure Dragon's Sovereign. Old Azure Dragon watched on, completely baffled. The iron-faced man had flown off so fast. And with the Sovereigns of Black Tortoise and White Tiger just standing there, did they really just bolt and run? No, that wasn't it. Both of them looked into the distance, where a 4-cornered light was rapidly approaching from the mountains. Something was coming. The glow grew brighter and larger, beams of light shooting out from it. The soldiers gasped in shock. It was that same light. The same one that appeared when the young master of the Jun family showed up earlier. The ring of light expanded further, and from it emerged a golden 4-cornered dragon. The Jun family young master sure knows how to make an entrance. Even his palanquin, decorated with 4 golden dragons, had arrived. Jun Xiaoyao looked on, feeling lost. He turned to his companion, gesturing toward the hovering palanquin. Brother, what exactly is that? I'm young and a bit sheltered, but has flying around on a bed become the new trend lately? His companion replied, If I'm not mistaken, that is indeed a bed, and I'm pretty sure it's not a trend. According to the intel Sword Sovereign sent back, the person behind this belongs to the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Jun Xiaoyao answered, If that's the case, then yes, the Panwu Divine Dynasty does have a real weirdo like that. Jun Xiaoyao looked into the distance and asked, So you know who this sacred person is? Sister. Well, she thought for a moment before answering. He's likely the champion Marquis of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. His name is Yang Pan. She hesitated, adding softly. In the martial arts world, he's known as the public enemy of women. Champion Marquis Yang Pan of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, there are countless rumors about him throughout the desolate heaven immortal domain. A long time ago, he was just a servant who groomed horses in a prince's mansion. His status was low, and he suffered from the cold-heartedness of others and the fickleness of human nature. But his fortunes took a sudden turn. As a lowly servant, he was treated like a toy by the wealthy young masters of the mansion and thrown into a valley filled with venomous snakes and insects. Yet, in that misfortune, he found a stroke of luck. He discovered an ancient sword. That sword turned out to be one of the 3 divine blades forged by the founding monarch of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, the Panwu Great Emperor himself, the Pan-Emperor life-giving sword. After gaining the power of that divine sword, the first thing Yang Pan did was slaughter the entire household of the prince's mansion. The old, the young, the strong, the sick, he killed them all. He even slaughtered every single horse in the stables, committing a crime so shocking it defied belief. But because he held the Pan-Emperor divine sword, he was seen as the reincarnation of the Panwu Great Emperor. Instead of being punished, he actually gained the favor of the Panwu Divine Lord. From then on, he gained all sorts of opportunities and rose in one step to become the champion Marquis of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. This man is arrogant, his moods are wildly unpredictable, he is obsessed with beauty, and he is a murderous maniac. Any woman he forcibly takes into his harem who dares to resist him is subjected to horrific torture, stripped of her skin and tendons. This guy has no bottom line, regardless of age. That's why they call him the public enemy of women in the immortal domain. She then turned to look at Jun Xiaoyao, who was sweating with his eyes closed. Young master, are you all right? The two exchanged words. No, I'm just thinking about when we'll ever be able to enforce the legal code of the immortal domain. Legal code? What's that? It's a set of rules where a noble heir wouldn't dare bully a servant, and a champion marquis would have to pay with his life for murder. Ah, I'm afraid you'll have to wait until you become the great emperor before you have a chance to establish rules like that. The scene shifted. Yang Pan was thinking, so this is the young master of the Jun family. He doesn't look like anything special. He decided to provoke him first. In the sky, the palanquin hung suspended, glowing with a golden light, its 4 corners carved with intricate dragon motifs. His voice boomed down. Sovereign of the vermilion bird, I, the Marquis, will give you one chance. It's simple. Hand over the compass, fragment, and submit, and I can guarantee peace for the vermilion bird ancient kingdom. Furthermore, I'll be generous enough to allow your daughter to enter my harem as a lover. To become a concubine of this Marquis is a massive honor. What are you dissatisfied with? To dare resist me like this? Jun Xiaoyao's figure appeared with a look of utter disdain. He prepared to gather strength in his hand, but then a hand reached out to grab his, leaving him stunned. Jun Xiaoyao pointed down at the ground. The soldiers on the city walls drew their bows, ready to fire. You vile wretch! Don't you dare insult Her Highness the Princess! Fire! Thousands of arrows rained down, aimed straight at Yang Pan's palanquin. He gritted his teeth in rage. A bunch of ants in the body-refining realm actually dared to bare their fangs at the Marquis. He raised his hand, flames surging around his arm. Yang Pan lashed out, sending waves of fire crashing down like giant, fiery palms. The vermilion bird sovereign dodged the massive force. The vermilion bird seemed to be swallowed by the inferno Yang Pan had unleashed. Then, he rose slowly from the smoke and flames. The soldiers, seeing a glimmer of hope, roared in unison. It's His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! We must not let this vile monster insult our queen. With a sharp gaze and a firm voice, he declared, the common people of my small nation do not need the love of a marquis. The words struck Yang Pan like a thunderclap, leaving him shocked. The vermilion bird continued. If the Marquis insists on oppressing us, he braced himself, ready to strike. We will fight to the bitter end. Yang Pan snapped, roaring, you dare. Stop right now. A fist had already been thrown before Yang Pan could react. Jun Xiaoyao appeared, landing a punch with immense power. He chuckled. Sorry, but when I hear a dog barking in front of me, I can't help but deal with it. He sent Yang Pan flying away. Yang Pan was furious, his brow furrowing as he growled, you, Jun family brat. The blue sky cleared up as he lowered his head, glaring down. Jun Xiaoyao thought to himself, Jun family brat, must we be so unpleasant with each other? Jun Xiaoyao laughed out loud. He said with a smile, you don't bother to pay any mind to the vermilion bird senior at the Saint Realm, but you're so polite to a lowly cultivator like me at the Unification Realm. Is it because you see the surname Jun and realize you can't afford to provoke the Jun family? You're the dignified champion Marquis of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, yet you act like a bully who only picks on the weak. Yang Pan said uncomfortably, Jun Xiaoyao, you really are. Suddenly, his eyes lit up with a murderous glint. Yang Pan pointed a finger, channeling his power toward Jun Xiaoyao. The boy stared back, thinking, Looking at his energy, he only seems to have the cultivation of the unification realm. To be at this age and only in the unification realm, what is he so arrogant about? Jun Xiaoyao. At 12 years old and in the late stage of the unification realm, he flew into the sky and pointed a finger upward. Jun Xiaoyao. He flicked his finger, and a wave of force wrapped in flames followed as he roared, "Go to hell." Jun Xiaoyao stood there, calmly receiving the blow as a terrifying shockwave erupted. He raised his hand, casting a single move. The divine spear of light condensed in the air, glowing with a sharp, blinding golden radiance. He watched the Hao Yang divine finger, the signature technique of the Panwu divine dynasty. The divine spear condensed in the air, radiating a sharp, golden light. Witnessing the Hao Yang divine finger, the signature technique of the Panwu divine dynasty, Jun Xiaoyao smirked with utter contempt, then gripped the spear of the underworld tightly and hurled it with all his might. The spear tore through the void, hurtling straight toward the descending divine finger of Emperor Yang. Yang Ban watched this, his eyes unable to hide his shock. The collision between the spear of the underworld and the divine finger was like asteroids smashing together with raw power. The ripples of their magical energy shook the very heavens. In that instant, the divine finger was pierced through by the spear of the underworld. The spear didn't stop there, it shot straight toward Yang Ban. Seeing this, Yang Ban's face turned ash-white, blood draining completely from his complexion as he desperately tried to dodge. But luck was not on his side. Jun Xiaoyao's attack was far too sudden and exceeded all his expectations. Just as the spear of the underworld closed in, Yang Ban was forced to raise both hands to block it. Unfortunately for him, the terrifying piercing power of the spear, reinforced by Jun Xiaoyao's spirit energy, was not something he could easily fend off. Both of Yang Ban's hands were severely mangled, and his body was sent flying back over 300 feet from the sheer force of the impact. Seeing him so heavily wounded, Jun Xiaoyao, along with Wang Ji and Jun Shuhuang, showed no joy at all. Instead, they wore expressions of deep, perplexing contemplation. Everyone watching the scene began to murmur, "He's so weak. Is this really all the champion Marquis of the Panwu Divine Dynasty has to offer?" After observing him closely, Wang Ji realized something wasn't quite right. He calmly finished his assessment, then turned to report to Jun Xiaoyao with a respectful bow. "Young master, this guy isn't Yang Ban, or at least, this isn't his true body." He added, "I have crossed swords with Yang Ban before. That brat's greatest reliance is his sovereign spirit sword. This person doesn't have a trace of that sword's aura on him." Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao rested his chin on his hand, thinking for a moment before replying. He gave a scornful sneer and continued, "Most likely, just a clone. What an utter fool. To think he had the nerve to lay a hand on me with nothing but a measly clone." Yang Ban, his heart boiling with rage, clutched his bleeding chest, his face twisted in pain. He suppressed his agony and snarled, "Jun Xiaoyao, if you already knew I was just a clone, then you surely must realize just how powerful my true self truly is." Yang Ban knew that with just this clone, he couldn't defeat Jun Xiaoyao, so he tried to rely on his reputation to threaten him, hoping to force Jun Xiaoyao to back down. "If you stop now, there's still a way out." Jun Xiaoyao listened calmly to Yang Ban's words, as if they were nothing more than a passing breeze. Walking slowly toward the clone, Jun Xiaoyao spoke in a tone dripping with disdain. "You poor pathetic thing, do you see the remains over there? You know exactly what their cultivation levels were, don't you? Some were merely in the body tempering or spirit repository realms. The highest among them was only at the spirit sea realm. To geniuses like us, they are nothing but ants. Yet even those ants had the courage to face a high and mighty Marquis like you when you drew your sword. Take a good look at yourself. You are the champion Marquis of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, yet you use a true self who is worlds away to threaten an enemy right in front of you. You truly are a piece of trash that doesn't even measure up to an ant." Yang Ban was furious at Jun Xiaoyao's words. He shouted in a rage, "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." He yelled, "Suppress him." As soon as he finished, 4 figures dressed in black appeared around Yang Ban. They wore masks, their oppressive aura making it difficult for others to breathe. The sovereigns of Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise quickly appeared. Their eyes showed clear caution as they shouted, "Young master, be careful." The 3 sovereigns immediately unleashed their full power, ready to face the 4 Saint Realm experts to protect Jun Xiaoyao. In contrast to the wariness of the 3 sovereigns, Jun Xiaoyao remained calm. He looked down at Yang Ban and said indifferently, "Yang Ban, do you know the biggest difference between you and me?" At the same time, an aura suddenly emerged from the air, directed straight at Jun Xiaoyao. It was none other than the Sovereign of Azure Dragon. After recovering from his wounds, he had been secretly lurking, waiting for an opportunity to assassinate Jun Xiaoyao. He grinned wickedly, launched his attack, and laughed loudly. Go to hell. Suddenly, from far away, the mysterious sound of a zither resonated from an unknown source. The melody was light, yet it transformed into sharp, piercing sword energy. The terrifying power of the music was so strong that it shattered space, creating a long, pitch-black crack. In that heartbeat, the Azure Dragon Sovereign's head was severed by that mysterious power before he could even react. Jun Xiaoyao remained unruffled, hands behind his back, as he calmly remarked, "The difference is that I can represent the Jun family, while you cannot represent the Panwu divine dynasty." The Azure Dragon Sovereign's head rolled toward Yang Ban, causing his expression to change drastically, his face turning ghostly pale. As a clone sent here, Yang Ban had no protector by his side. He surely never imagined that Jun Xiaoyao had such a mysterious and formidable protector watching over him. Someone whose power far exceeded that of a normal saint. The mere killing intent from that zither sound alone made the other saints tremble, their hearts filled with anxiety. Jun Xiaoyao turned to look at the fallen soldiers of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom and spoke in a calm but sharp tone. "I guess you thought the same thing. As long as you suppressed me without taking my life, the Jun family wouldn't do anything to you, and you could still use your power to conquer the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom and seize what you wanted." Yang Ban ground his teeth in helplessness, his eyes filled with panic as the murderous sound of the zither resonated once more. The sound targeted the 4 saints he had brought with him. A thunderous blast shook the battlefield, and the 4 saints were shredded into hundreds of pieces. After that jarring explosion, the entire battlefield suddenly became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The champion Marquis, Yang Ban, was now truly afraid. He trembled, his eyes wide with horror, unable to believe what he was seeing. He thought to himself, how is this possible? 4 saints were destroyed almost simultaneously. Could it be that a Saint King is acting as his protector? A Saint King, actually willing to serve as a protector for a brat? Jun Xiaoyao's expression remained serene as he gently held a spark of Vermilion Bird Divine Fire on his fingertip, his voice filled with mockery. "It seems you finally realized. You miscalculated. Your saint puppets couldn't suppress me. Furthermore, if I wanted to, the Jun family would declare war on the Panwu divine dynasty. There's no need for any reason at all. Only an ignorant fool like you would dare to dance in front of me." Saying this, Jun Xiaoyao activated the Vermilion Bird Divine Fire. The Vermilion Bird Divine Fire is immortal and indestructible. It's a rare opportunity, so it would be a waste not to make the most of it. That brilliant flame surged, engulfing his entire clone. This caused the divine sense within his clone to be rapidly extinguished, pulling it back to his original body. In a grand and opulent palace belonging to the Panwu Celestial Dynasty, the true form of Yang Pan stood tall in a fit of rage, staining the entire room with a menacing crimson hue. His fury was a killing intent more terrifying than a Shura demon. Spiritual energy roiled around him, exploding into freezing gusts. His voice ground out in anger. "Jun Xiaoyao." He stepped out of the room, every step powerful and heavy with lethal pressure, causing the stone beneath him to crack and snap. Yang Pan growled, "I will never share the same sky as you." His eyes flashed with lightning, showing towering resentment as he mentioned the name he swore he would destroy. Not long after, at the Vermilion Bird Imperial Palace, Xiaoyao was meticulously fitting the 4 compass pieces together. Still puzzled, he looked at the 3 nation leaders and asked, "What exactly is this compass?" To the point that Yang Pan would go as far as to destroy a nation just to get his hands on it, the Vermilion Bird leader shook his head with a sigh and replied, "Honestly, we don't know what this compass does, only that it is the precursor to our 4 ancient nations. It was an ancient dynasty that approached an eternal power, linked to the 4 symbols ancient nations. The founder of the 4 symbols ancient nations was a supreme expert named the 4 symbols Supreme, and the founders of our 4 ancient nations were all his disciples. It is said that the 4 symbols Supreme only came under attack from countless powerful experts after he obtained this bronze compass, and in the end, he was forced to split the compass into 4 and entrust them to his 4 disciples for safekeeping. Thus, these compass fragments naturally became our inherited treasures." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao furrowed his brow, muttering to himself, "The way you describe it, I feel like I've seen this compass somewhere before." Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. He immediately took a small bronze shard from his storage space to examine it, then said gravely, "It's this one." Jun Xiaoyao carefully fitted the bronze shard into the center of the compass. As soon as he finished, he blurted out, "Sure enough, this compass might actually be related to the Bronze Immortal Palace." The Bronze Immortal Palace? The 3 leaders were stunned, and the Eastern Qing leader repeated, "The Bronze Immortal Palace?" Their expressions shifted instantly, showing clear anxiety. One of them said in a panic, "No wonder it attracted the covetous eyes of so many experts. We can't possibly keep this. What do we do now?" Seeing their helplessness, Jun Xiaoyao could only remain speechless, feeling incredibly awkward. Before he could even open his mouth, all three leaders clasped their hands in a salute, bowed deeply, and said in unison, "Since you, young master, have saved us, we naturally wish to gift this item to you." Realizing he had just been dumped with a massive headache, Xiaoyao cursed under his breath. "Isn't this just dumping your trouble onto me? Are you three even capable of anything? Can you show a little ambition? No wonder you get pushed around like this." After a moment of thought, Xiaoyao finally accepted the compass. However, he quickly changed the subject. "Let's put this aside for now. Have you reached an agreement?" His question left the vermilion bird leader and the black tortoise leader hesitating to answer immediately. Meanwhile, the white tiger leader looked at the other two blankly, clearly confused about what was happening. Jun Xiaoyao frowned, his voice growing stern. "Have you agreed on who will govern the four symbols ancient nations after they are unified?" As soon as he finished, his eyes swept over the blank, rounded faces of the three leaders. Xiaoyao thought helplessly. "So, you haven't even thought about it? How did these three idiots become nation leaders in the first place?" Cut to a quiet canyon, where Jun Xiaoyao was pinching a coin between two fingers. Looking at the two opponents, Yu and Jun Linglong, he emphasized, "This is just practice, not a real duel. Don't go overboard, you two." Yu and Jun Linglong said nothing, only exchanging a knowing look. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao flicked his finger, and the coin spun in the air before hitting the ground. With a soft clink, they both instantly retreated to create distance. Yu erupted with burning divine fire, her sharp eyes assessing her opponent. "She is indeed very fast, but I can't lose either." She clenched her fist, gathering brilliant firepower into her palm, and lunged forward. But just as she approached Jun Linglong, her opponent suddenly vanished. In the blink of an eye, Jun Linglong appeared in the air, releasing a massive wave of divine fire that caused the ground to explode violently. Yu, filled with rage and bloodshot eyes, unleashed multiple volleys of divine fire toward Jun Linglong's position. The fierce blasts of power whistled through the air, causing explosions everywhere. Jun Linglong moved gracefully, flexibly dodging every attack by a hair's breadth. But then, her eyes suddenly narrowed, realizing she couldn't dodge the countless divine fire bolts raining down from all directions. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the entire canyon. Yu stood on the ground, eyeing the rising plume of dust and smoke suspiciously, wondering to herself, "Did I hit her?" But an uneasy feeling welled up in her heart. Her eyes widened as she looked up at the sky, grinding her teeth. "That's not right. She's still higher up." Sure enough, she's even higher. Jun Linglong glided gracefully above. Yuer's eyes lit up as 7 golden spirit power orbs of varying sizes appeared in front of her, interlocking and spinning around one another. The orbs began to glow intensely, and without wasting a second, they simultaneously fired 7 powerful columns of spirit energy. Those columns of energy shot down like lightning, aimed straight at Yuer. Everywhere they touched, the ground exploded, sending rocks flying and leaving behind deep craters. Yu scrambled to dodge, sweat dripping down her forehead as she tried to escape the ferocious attacks. Jun Xiaoyao stood from afar watching the scene, unable to help but admire. "Wow, this move isn't bad. I want to try it too." Just then, Xiaoyao appeared from the distance. He crossed his arms, watching them fight fiercely with a calm expression, and asked, "What's going on? Why are those two fighting?" Xiaoyao's sudden appearance startled Jun Xiaoyao. He bowed to the young master. Then, he explained to Xiaoyao seriously that the compatibility between the immortal spirit herb and the vermilion bird divine fire had exceeded expectations. Because the princess had found a blessing in disguise this time, her cultivation had increased by a level. Jun Linglong was sparring with her to see exactly what level she was at now. Hearing this, Xiaoyao smirked in satisfaction. "That's pretty good." He suddenly recalled what had happened shortly before. "I still remember how Jun Linglong once stood before Jun Xiaoyao, hesitating, and asked in a soft voice, 'Young master, may I take some time off and leave for a while?' Jun Xiaoyao raised an eyebrow, puzzled, and asked, 'What for?' Hearing his question, Jun Linglong looked straight ahead, her eyes filled with determination, though her voice carried a hint of helplessness. "This whole situation has left me feeling so powerless. Without your rescue, young master, I wouldn't have been able to do anything. I want to find a way, so that even without relying on you, I can stand on my own. As your maid, I know this sounds quite impulsive." Hearing her, Jun Xiaoyao said nothing more. He simply stood up and gave a slight nod. "Fine. If you want to go, then go." Jun Linglong looked up, her eyes wide with shock, as if she couldn't believe what she just heard. Jun Xiaoyao looked at her and sternly reminded her, "Remember to take the sound-transmitting jade pendant." Hearing Jun Xiaoyao's instructions, a wave of indescribable emotion surged in Jun Linglong's heart, but she quickly bit her lip, trying to hold back her feelings. Finally, She bowed her head to thank him, her voice low but deeply sincere. Seeing how serious and genuine she was, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but be a bit surprised. He paused for a moment, then gave an awkward laugh. Why are you thanking me for that? Isn't it only natural? Why are you acting so distant with me? Jun Linglong heard him, and a faint smile touched the corner of her lips. Yes, yes, my apologies. But her gaze suddenly drifted toward the distance. Looking up at the deep blue sky, she wondered to herself, is it really natural? Isn't this an era where not everyone is even considered a person? Where being weak is the original sin. The weak aren't worthy of being human, they are just ants. And then, power becomes a shackle around their necks. Because I don't want to be an ant. I have to pursue power by any means necessary. But then, she recalled a memory from long ago. Back when Jun Xiaoyao was just a 3-year-old child, watching her kneel before him, asking in surprise, do you often kneel before me? Jun Linglong, kneeling before him at the time, replied calmly, I am your servant, young master. Jun Xiaoyao frowned back then, a look of discomfort on his face as he asked, that may be true, but you only work for me. You aren't my slave. We never signed any servant contract, right? Jun Linglong looked at him and shook her head slightly. We didn't. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao smiled brightly, his voice full of warmth and sincerity. So, stand up. We are equals. Why do you need to kneel? Everyone is human. No one is inherently nobler than anyone else. Those words from Jun Xiaoyao had always remained deeply etched in her heart. I knew from a young age he was someone different, but sometimes I still feel that his natural way of thinking is truly inspiring. Inside the Vermilion Bird Palace, Yuer's eyes went wide, and her voice trembled as she asked, I'm to be the sovereign of the 4 symbols' ancient kingdom. Is this real? The 3 sovereigns nodded in unison and replied, That's right, it's you. Yuer scratched her head in a daze, looking troubled, but I'm just. Before she could finish, the Black Tortoise Sovereign interrupted in a serious tone, Yuer, don't refuse. Everyone knows the old Vermilion Bird Sovereign is in seclusion, and you've been supporting the entire Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom alone. The White Tiger Sovereign continued, his tone firm. It was you who decisively ordered the troops to unite with us against that bastard, the old Azure Dragon. The Vermilion Bird Sovereign added, most importantly, under your rule, when the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was on the verge of collapse, no one betrayed the country. Even the commoners refused to surrender to the enemy troops, choosing to stand with the nation until the end. Even if I had come out of seclusion earlier, I doubt I could have achieved this much. As he spoke, he wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. The 3 sovereigns bowed solemnly, in unison. We all agree that you were the only person suitable to unify the 4 symbols' ancient kingdom. Looking at their act, which seemed dignified but also a bit dramatic, Yuer stood there blankly. Suddenly, 2 warm hands were placed on her shoulders, one belonging to Jun Xiaoyao and one to Jun Linglong. Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Linglong cheered in unison. Come on, you're the last hope for this family. With these 2 joining in, Yuer's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. Finally, she sighed helplessly and nodded. All right, if you've all gone this far, then I'll give it a try. The Vermilion Bird Sovereign was overjoyed, his voice full of pride. Wonderful. You truly are my good daughter. The Vermilion Bird Sovereign laughed heartily and skillfully pulled a thick stack of documents from his sleeve. The other 2 sovereigns also simultaneously pinned Yuer in place, their expressions grave. Then thump they slammed the documents onto the table with a loud noise. The Vermilion Bird Sovereign held out his hand, smiling shamelessly. Sovereign, this is the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom, or shouldn't we call it the Vermilion Bird District now? This is the list of fallen soldiers from the Vermilion Bird District and the relief report for the future, along with the reconstruction plans for the war-torn areas. It's all handed over to you now. Their actions were so swift, leaving Yuer standing there, dazed and covered in question marks. Before she could react, the other 2 sovereigns didn't shy away and placed their own stacks on the table, their voices full of delight. Good granddaughter, this is our Black Tortoise District, and this is our White Tiger District. Yuer maintained her blank expression, but by now, she was drenched in sweat. At that moment, Jun Linglong appeared, placing another stack of documents just as thick as the others, covering the issues that needed handling for the Azure Dragon District. Hearing her, Yuer was shaking with rage and gritted out. Jun Linglong, hearing the tone of her voice, was startled. Her hair stood on end, and she gave an awkward, forced smile, looking away. Yuer asked her, do I look like a grave to you? Not daring to look Yuer in the eye, she stammered, trying to encourage her. Well, you can do it. Then, as if wanting to escape the situation, Jun Linglong stepped back without a wasted movement and exited, leaving Yuer behind, who was slowly turning into white ash. Scene changed to the Quan family's pavilion, where a group of people were gathered, laughing and chatting. "Have you heard? Isn't that Yang Pan guy going to be finished by the young master? That brat actually said some really nasty things." The sword master He continued, saying he wanted to challenge the young master to a duel at the Forbidden City on the day the eldest princess chooses a suitor. Wang Jie heard this and crossed his arms with contempt, his tone full of mockery. "What an idiot. Even I couldn't catch him, so why does he think he can take him on?" The young master stroked his chin in thought for a moment, then added, "But the Panwu Divine Dynasty is an immortal dynasty. After all, on the day the eldest princess chooses a suitor, it will definitely attract forces from all 8 directions to come and watch." Jun Xiaoyao loudly voiced his speculation. "That kid is just trying to use our young master as a stepping stone to climb higher. He's practically throwing this pearl abacus right in my face. Heh." He propped his chin up with a mocking smirk, his attitude dripping with contempt. Jun Xiaoyao, who had been listening silently on the side, suddenly spoke up. "I wonder how the young master plans to handle this." Right at that moment, a familiar voice rang out from behind them. "If this pearl abacus has already been thrown at my face, wouldn't it be a shame to the crowd of onlookers if I didn't go join in the fun?" Jun Xiaoyao turned around, saw Xiao Yao appear, and excitedly called out, "Young master." Xiao Yao grinned leisurely. "I plan to head to the Panwu Divine Dynasty myself. Do you cousins have any plans for what comes next?" Jun Zongjian's eyes went wide with confusion. "You're not taking us with you?" Jun Shuhuang replied, "Young master, I intend to head down to the lower realms. We've already discussed it within the clan, and it's perfect that I can take this opportunity to let you know." Wang Ji added seriously, "It's a rare opportunity, so I plan to go with her. That way, we can look out for one another." Jun Shuiwang nodded in agreement, but suddenly, Jun Zhongjian slammed the table and stood up, interrupting them. "Wait, are you guys being serious? The laws of the heavens and earth are inverted. The lower realms are quite hostile toward beings from the immortal domain. Beings from the immortal domain must strip away their immortal aura to be accepted by the lower realms." With a grim expression, he shouted, "That means you have to extract your immortal bones." Upon hearing this, Wang Jie didn't change his expression, responding coldly. Though that was true, the Jun family actually had the means to forcibly breach the plane barriers. Jun Shuhuang added calmly, "However, that's likely a privilege reserved for the young master if he were to descend. The Jun family wouldn't go to such lengths for us." Hearing this, Jun Zhongjian gritted his teeth and hissed, "You guys." Wang Jie and Jun Shuiwang stood up in unison, their eyes filled with determination. "That's right. We intend to purge our immortal aura, extract our immortal bones, and descend to the mortal world in our flesh and blood bodies." Seeing how resolved they were, Jun Zhangjian didn't know how else to advise them and turned to Xiao Yao for help. "Young master, tell them not to go." Xiao Yao was caught in a dilemma, deep in thought. "I see. The lower realms. It's no surprise Wang Jie wants to go, given his sister is missing down there. But why does cousin Jun Shuihuang want to go? Plus, she specifically mentioned the Jun family's ability to breach plane barriers, but she said she wants to descend using a flesh and blood body. It's as if she's telling me not to interfere." Unable to let it go, he asked straight out, "Cousin, why are you going to such lengths? Did something happen?" Jun Shuihuang broke into a cold sweat at Xiao Yao's question, thinking, "Why did he only ask me?" She extended her hand and replied calmly, "Young master, perhaps you already know that for cultivators like us, everyone has their own Tao. The Tao is the goal of cultivation and the foundation of a cultivator. If one goes against their own Tao, it leads to a shattered Tao heart, making it impossible to continue practicing." Jun Suwang sighed softly, her eyes filled with hidden worries. "It's a pity," she said with a shake of her head. She spread her hands, signaling emptiness. "Besides you, young master, everyone sitting here lacks their own Tao. Don't even mention us," she emphasized seriously. "We all come from the great immortal domain clans. Stepping onto the path of cultivation is expected. Very few stop to think why they even want to cultivate. I, on the other hand, am just trying to prove myself." Wang Ji muttered to himself, "We all live for our families who wouldn't want to find their own Tao." Jun Shuiwang continued in a somber tone, "Is it a turning point or something else? I just feel." She suddenly remembered something Wang Ji had said recently, that compared to a cultivator, he felt more like a mortal from the lower realms. It seems like the lower realms are where one can find their true path. Otherwise, even if I keep raising my cultivation level in the immortal domain, I'd just be a fool. Xiao Yao was lost in thought, feeling moved. That really is surprising. In this world, most people become slaves to their own path. I never expected someone to be willing to pull out their immortal bones just to find their true Tao. Suddenly, he called out softly, "Cousin." Jun Shuihuang was startled and looked at Jun Xiao Yao. He bowed and offered a salute. "As your younger cousin, I, Xiao Yao, feel truly honored. Jun Xiaoyao pursed her lips, thinking, I really can't figure this kid out. That day, the Jun family's geniuses each went their separate ways. Who knows what will happen in the future? Watching their backs fade into the distance, Xiao Yao felt a lingering sense of regret. Fine, let them all go. Then he turned around, saying to himself, I should be setting off as well. In another corner, Jun Zhangjian, after seeing the others off, sighed. So that's how it is. I understand everything now. But what about me? Where should I go? While you were busy sending others off, in the 3,000 Dao provinces within the Blacking province, in a desolate and lonely stone ravine, Xiao Chen was sitting cross-legged, cultivating with intense focus. Suddenly, he coughed up blood. The crimson liquid dripped onto his hand, burning like fire. Xiao Chen stared at his blood-stained palm, his eyes filled with confusion and rage. He hissed, Old Ancestor, didn't you say I was the son of national destiny of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom? Why is it that now, even the country itself is gone? Inside the space, a faint, flickering shadow emerged. The Azure Dragon Immortal appeared, his gaze seemingly calm yet stern. You were too impatient, too eager to unite the four kingdoms, too eager to wait for your own growth. Because of that impatience, you suffered a backlash. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, clenching his fists until they turned white. He snarled, Jun Xiao Yao, the blood feud of my father and the hatred of my destroyed kingdom. If I don't tear you limb from limb, I, Xiao Chen, am not a man. Black energy surged from Xiao Chen's body, enveloping him entirely and making his aura appear sinister and terrifying. The Azure Dragon Immortal saw this and panicked, shouting, Xiao Chen, calm down. You're about to fall into demonic madness. But his advice didn't sway him. Xiao Chen laughed coldly, his voice eerily calm. Fall into madness? So what if I do? I want to kill Jun Xiao Yao, no matter the price. Seeing his attitude, the Azure Dragon Immortal couldn't hold back his anger and bellowed, You fool, have you forgotten you still have two trump cards? The Supreme Dragon Blood in the Ancient Ruins and Wu Mingyue of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. The Azure Dragon Immortal's words were like a ray of light piercing the darkness in Xiao Chen's heart. He slowly regained his composure, whispering to himself, That's right, I haven't lost yet. I still have Mingyue. She will definitely help me. Xiao Chen suddenly stood up. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he lowered his voice. Master, the kid lost control. We need to set out for the ancient nest immediately. Only by obtaining the Supreme Dragon Blood can my strength undergo a true transformation. Upon hearing this, the Azure Dragon Taoist furrowed his brow, his expression turning grave. Regarding Wu Mingyu, there is something I must tell you. Xiao Chen paused, a look of worry crossing his eyes, unsure of what the master was about to say. The Azure Dragon Sage sighed, his tone heavy. Do you know who the biggest obstacle between you and her really is? It's not Jun Xiaoyao, but the champion Marquise, Yang Pan. Xiao Chen was startled at the mention of that name and repeated, Yang Pan, isn't that? The Azure Dragon Sage coldly interrupted to explain. This so-called horse selection event is just a pretext, a ruse created by the Panwu God Lord to establish Yang Pan's status. Without the Panwu God Lord backing him, how could a mere stable boy have achieved his current position? Furthermore, if you really calculate it, Yang Pan is the primary culprit behind the destruction of the ancient Azure Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Chen's eyes filled with killing intent. He furrowed his brows and gnashed his teeth, swearing to the heavens. Damn it, I won't let any of those scumbags off the hook. The Azure Dragon Sage suddenly changed his tone to offer advice. But the good news is that Yang Pan and Jun Xiaoyao are also enemies. Right now, what you need to do is rest and recuperate. Sit back and reap the rewards as the fisherman. Xiao Chen's eyes widened in realization at these words. He pondered for a moment, found the sage's logic sound, and nodded respectfully. Understood. In the secret realm of the Jiang family, within a tranquil forest, a small bird suddenly flew in, carrying a bamboo tube in its beak. At that moment, Jiang Shengyi and Jiang Luoli were relaxing under the gentle morning sun. The bird landed on Shengyi's shoulder, catching the attention of both sisters. Luoli was lying with her chin propped up on her sister's lap. She asked curiously, A message from the family? What's going on? Shengyi frowned, gently removing the bamboo tube, and replied vaguely, I don't know, let me see. She carefully opened the tube, pulled out the scroll, and read it aloud slowly. In half a month, the Panwu Divine Dynasty will hold a banquet in the forbidden city of the imperial capital. They have invited heroes from all corners of the desolate heaven Immortal Realm to attend. Following the banquet, the talented young men in attendance will be evaluated for the princess's horse selection. Hearing this, Luoli's eyes sparkled like stars, and she exclaimed with excitement, Isn't that a martial arts competition for a suitor? That sounds fun. She jumped up like a little kitten and began pestering Shengyi. My dear classmate Jiang Luoli hasn't been out in a long time. Take me. Take me. Good sister, take me with you." This playful behavior made Shengyi feel both amused and exasperated. She grabbed Luoli by the collar to pull her back, hugged her tight, and sighed helplessly. "Why would you want to go? Do you want to be the princess's choice too?" Luoli giggled and replied, "I'm just going to watch the drama. Besides, it's just attending a banquet. There's no danger in that." But when she noticed Shenji's unhappy expression, her smile gradually faded. Ever since her sister returned from the primeval supreme secret realm, she had been showing this expression often, leaving Luoli feeling deeply concerned. She placed her hand on her sister's and asked in a soft, caring tone, "If you have something on your mind, you can tell me. Even if I can't help, saying it out loud might make you feel a little better, right? We're the only two people in this secret realm. I won't tell the old geezers." Hearing this, Shenji was startled, feeling as if she had been caught doing something wrong. She mentally scolded herself for being a mess had her state truly deteriorated to the point where Luoli was worrying about her. She took a deep breath, tried to maintain her composure, and asked slowly, "Luoli, what do you think of the Jiang family as it is now?" Luoli looked confused, tilting her head blankly. "What do you mean? What do I think?" Shengi closed her eyes and said slowly, "It's not just our generation. For a very long time, the Jiang family hasn't produced a genius as outstanding as those from the Jun family or the Yi family. Yet, the Jiang family is still ranked among the 3 imperial families of the desolate heaven Immortal Realm." Luoli nodded in agreement. "That's true. Our cousin is the wife of the white-clad god king of the Jun family. We have marriage ties with the Yi family, and even you were betrothed early on." Hearing this, Shenji instinctively pulled her sister closer, hugging her tight, her voice dropping with self-reproach. "You're still so young. If I could only become stronger, could we put an end to this distorted system of the Jiang family?" Luoli pondered for a moment, a look of thought flashing in her eyes, but she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her reaction made Shengi feel even more aggrieved. She glared at her sister, pouting. "Luoli, you're so mean." Luoli bit her lip, her body trembling as she tried to stifle her laughter, apologizing while failing to stop. She quickly jumped out of Shengi's embrace, turned back with a bright smile, and asked, "Sister, how old are you, exactly?" Without waiting for an answer, Luoli said seriously, but with a teasing tone, "I'm still a child, but aren't you one too? You were only born a few years before me. Kids should just do kid things. At this age, trying to carry the burden of the Jiang family is way too soon. Even if the sky falls, there are others to hold it up." She shrugged nonchalantly and continued, "Besides, I'm living my own life. You don't need to worry about me." Luoli pointed 2 fingers at her own face and asked with a serious expression, "Do I look like an idiot to you?" Shenji didn't answer, just looked at her sister in silence, but her expression softened, her gaze filled with helplessness mixed with pampering. Luoli chirped, "Anyway, the most important thing right now is to go to the Panwu Divine Dynasty to watch the drama." That evening, in a quiet forest of the Ye family, Fubo stepped out from the woods, silently observing the young man standing in the middle of the lake, his gaze calm yet sharp. The young man didn't turn around as his indifferent voice rang out. "The invitation from the Panwu Divine Dynasty? I have no interest. Fubo, help me decline it." Fubo smiled kindly, not rushing to answer. He took a few steps forward, his voice calm but with deep hidden meaning. "This banquet is actually quite an interesting affair. Is the young master truly not going?" Xingyun raised an eyebrow, curious. "What do you mean?" Fubo responded slowly. "It is rumored that the champion Marquis Yang Pan of the Panwu Divine Dynasty wants to challenge the Jun family's divine child to a duel at the top of the Forbidden City on the day of the banquet." Hearing the familiar name, Xingyun's eyes flickered, his blue pupils contracting slightly before returning to normal. His lips curled up, a glimmer of interest shining through. "Fubo, prepare yourself. We are leaving for the Panwu Divine Dynasty." Fubo bowed slightly in acknowledgement. "Yes." Xiao Chen continued to rely on the guidance of the Azure Dragon Sage to search for the ancient cave dwelling. This cave dwelling, according to the sage's instructions, it had to be somewhere in these desolate, treacherous mountains, a place reeking of blood. Drops of dragon blood dripped down from the cave's stalactites. After only a few days of searching, Xiao Chen discovered a narrow fissure in the rock. He followed it, making his way deeper inside. Inside, he found a hidden realm, like a tiny world beneath the earth. Xiao Chen couldn't help but gasp in amazement. It was truly shocking. As he ventured deeper, he discovered the supreme blood of the ancestral dragon lineage, leaving Xiao Chen utterly stunned. The supreme blood of the ancestral dragon had actually pooled into a deep lake in this wild mountain. Just as he reached out to claim the treasure, he thought, "With this dragon blood, I can finally." A woman's voice echoed from above, dripping with mockery and coldness. "Times have changed. Do thieves now dare to steal right in front of the master? Hearing this, both Azure Dragon Elder and Xiao Chen felt a chill run down their spines. Both instinctively sensed danger behind them, making them jump. Azure Dragon Elder's face instantly paled. He hurriedly sent a telepathic warning. This is bad. The monster has awakened. Without a second's hesitation, Azure Dragon Elder shielded Xiao Chen with his own body and roared, "Xiao Chen, run." The woman's voice drifted down from the space above again, this time, not with mockery, but a hint of surprise. A decaying remnant soul. Then, a powerful blast of light appeared, seizing the primordial spirit of Azure Dragon Elder, leaving him completely powerless to resist. The Azure Dragon spoke again, her tone cold and disdainful, boring. And doesn't look like it would taste very good either. Xiao Chen, still absorbing the supreme blood, saw the Elder's spirit being drained helplessly. His anxiety skyrocketed, and sweat poured down his face like rain. He tried to channel his spiritual energy to fight back, but in this situation, he was like a bug caught in a web, unable to do anything but endure her crushing pressure. The overwhelming spiritual power slammed him face first into the ground. Xiao Chen felt as if his body were shattering. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up, but the dragon's killing intent pinned him down. He was helpless. "No, I can't move." Seeing this, the dragon gracefully clasped her hands and mocked him. "Not only are you not running, you still want to attack. You've got guts." Suddenly, the ancient dragon's gaze shifted, locking onto Xiao Chen with a look of pure shock. Xiao Chen had actually triggered the youthful dragon transformation art within his body. A ghostly image of dragon horns began to flicker above his head. Xiao Chen struggled to push himself up, arm by arm. That dragon. The youthful dragon transformation art. So that's it. You stole the technique but didn't have the corresponding inheritance. She laughed scornfully. So you came back to steal again, never thinking the master would be awake. The appearance of the ancient dragon was finally revealed, leaving Xiao Chen stunned. The massive azure dragon was actually a petite, slim woman. Her body was covered in glowing blue ancient runes. The azure dragon clan's green hair flowed down, and she possessed pure white dragon horns that radiated an intimidating aura. Xiao Chen stared at the form of the massive beast from earlier, his eyes wide with terror. "Master, this is one of those ancient monsters sealed away here." The ancient dragon seemed to read his thoughts. The woman's voice was soft, yet filled with authority. "Thief, how about a trade? You want my supreme dragon blood, don't you?" Xiao Chen, though shaken, was sharp. He retorted coldly, "A dignified primordial imperial clan member, willing to trade with a mortal like me." The ancient dragon just smiled, her tone as light and unbothered as ever. "Mortal? Since when do cultivators of the 9 heavens Immortal Realm call themselves mortals? I've been asleep for a long time, and I'm quite hungry. Thief, fetch me the blood of 99 boys and girls, and I'll grant you one wish." Xiao Chen bit his lip, his heart filled with rage and indignation. He thought to himself, "This primordial monster wants me to massacre people." He didn't hesitate, shouting firmly, "Such a heartless act. Even if you kill me, Xiao will never agree to it." The ancient dragon pondered for a moment, then mused to herself, "Strange. Why is it that when dragons want human blood, it's considered losing one's mind? Isn't your human race far worse?" The ancient monster laughed coldly, her words biting with sarcasm. "Dragon skin and dragon bones make weapons. Scales and teeth become armor and helmets. Dragon liver and marrow are supreme delicacies. Besides, have you forgotten why you came here?" Xiao Chen felt her logic was twisted, yet strangely persuasive, leaving him confused and unable to reply. He could only growl, "Is that your concept of theft and exchange?" The female dragon continued in a persuasive tone, "I really have slept for too long, even my temper has changed." She lightly brushed her green hair, looking as if she were only 18. She giggled, "A fine lady, even when pushed around by a thief, remains graceful. That is me." She flew closer, and Xiao Chen said, "I still suggest you think carefully. A little mortal blood versus the bright future of a young cultivator, which is really more important." Her words and pressure made Xiao Chen's Dao heart tremble violently. Even so, he fought to keep his spirit intact. Meanwhile, Azure Dragon Elder was still being sealed above. Seeing Xiao Chen's dire situation, his expression turned grim. Not wanting things to get any worse, the Elder decided to use all his power to break the seal, knowing it would damage his primordial spirit. He bellowed, "Xiao Chen, don't be fooled by her. This ancient monster is likely under some restriction that prevents her from attacking us directly. Otherwise, why waste her breath here?" Xiao Chen, despite the deep hatred he held for Jun Xiaoyao, was still a man of iron will. He shouted back, eyes burning with defiance, "A true man stands tall between heaven and earth. My wishes are my own to fulfill. I don't need a monster like you to grant them." The ancient dragon looked at Xiao Chen with genuine surprise, then praised him. Oh, you've got spirit. Very well, keep at it. But next time you come, the price is doubling. Every word she spoke felt like a warning. Wisps of death energy gradually seeped into Xiao Chen's body. At first, he felt an overwhelming pressure, but then, bit by bit, he couldn't feel a thing. He lifted his head and gasped, "It's gone." Qinglong Shangren stepped forward to explain, "I'm afraid she was never truly present here. What was suppressing us was merely a sliver of her divine consciousness leaking from the seal." He continued, his tone turning serious as he spoke to Xiao Chen. "She probably won't be awake for long. Take this chance to quickly absorb the dragon's blood." Xiao Chen was dazed for a moment before snapping back to reality. He nodded in agreement. Well, the scene shifts to the Forbidden City in the Panwu Divine Dynasty. The banquet was almost upon them. In the distance, among the bustling crowd, one could see the familiar figure of Xiao Yao. Xiao Yao chuckled and remarked, "It's so crowded. Yang Pan, Ye Xingyun. The northern region, prince, everyone is here. Truly worthy of an eternal dynasty." The young man stood on the mountain, looking down at the panoramic view of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. His eyes filled with seriousness and appraisal. It looked lively, indeed. In the heart of the bustling Panwu Divine Dynasty, a little girl was walking along a crowded street. Suddenly, she noticed a fat cat sitting in a corner. Seeing how chubby it was, she couldn't help but be amazed and let out a soft exclamation. Such a fat cat! Without a second of hesitation, she hurried over, eyes sparkling as she sat down in front of it and asked, "Do you want some dried fish?" Before it could even nod, she took a piece of dried fish from her pouch and held it out to its nose. The cat sniffed it a few times and then snatched it up. Eating while wagging its tail nonstop made the girl giggle with delight. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. Huh. After finishing the fish, the cat stood up and started circling the girl, acting very relaxed and happy. Seeing that, the girl couldn't help but beam, whispering to herself as she reached out a trembling hand toward the cat. "Oh my, it likes me. It wants to come home with me. I bet it would love that golden sack of mine." Just as she was lost in thought, a stern voice boomed from behind, startling both her and the cat. "Good grief, I've been looking for you all day, and here you are, hiding." Xiao Yao appeared, his face gloomy and his eyes full of reproach. He looked at the cat and said, "I told you, you really need to go on a diet." The cat, hearing him say that, looked away, not daring to meet his eyes, looking quite guilty. The girl quickly shook her head and replied with a smile, "It's all right, young master." Her gaze shifted to the cat, which was trudging ahead, and she asked curiously, "Is this your cat?" Xiao Yao nodded, let out a sigh, and calmly replied, "Yeah, this guy just slipped away the moment I took my eyes off him." The girl asked again, full of excitement, "Is the young master here for the banquet at the Panwu Divine Dynasty, too?" Xiao Yao shrugged and replied simply, "You could say that. Someone invited me here." Suddenly, the little girl's eyes turned into round O's, her mouth hanging open in amazement, her expression betraying a sudden realization. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Yao couldn't help but feel confused. Meanwhile, the girl's eyes were shining like gold coins, thinking to herself, "One look, and you can tell a big spender has arrived." Thinking that, she immediately circled around Xiao Yao, beaming with a bright smile, and started her pitch. "Young master, do you need a guide? I won't lie to you, I grew up in this royal capital. There isn't a thing about the Panwu Divine Dynasty that I don't know." Seeing Xiao Yao give a slight nod, the girl held up her fingers and started counting, looking very serious. After a few seconds of calculation, she raised 3 fingers and said excitedly, "Hire me as your guide. It's a special price right now, just 3 low-grade divine crystals. Isn't that a great deal?" Xiao Yao looked at the girl's clever demeanor, and a sense of nostalgia washed over him. He used to be a guide just like that, just trying to earn a little to survive. That feeling of familiarity made him chuckle before he nodded in agreement. "All right, I could use someone to show me around this city." With that, Xiao Yao pulled a top-grade divine crystal from his pouch shimmering with a brilliant golden light and held it up, asking, "Is this enough?" Seeing the glowing golden crystal before her, the girl was stunned. She pretended to be dazzled, but inside, she was overjoyed. She had met a big spender. She loudly replied, "Enough. Absolutely enough. What would you like to know, young master?" Xiao Yao pondered for a moment before asking, "Which major factions are attending the banquet at the Panwu Divine Dynasty this time?" The girl led the way, acting clever and well-informed as she enthusiastically replied, "Young master, you asked the right person. In this short time, I've already hosted quite a few descendants of great clans and noble families." After a moment, she rested her chin on her hand, thinking, then continued, "The ones worth paying attention to are probably the Northern Region Prince and the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain." Xiao Yao repeated the name, his voice thoughtful. "The Northern Region Prince. That sounds a bit familiar." The girl explained as they walked, her voice full of excitement. The northern region prince is located in the far north of the Yuan Tien immortal domain. They occupy over 30 provinces and are a renowned ancient family. The one who has everyone talking is the heaven's pride of their clan, the young emperor of the prince's estate, Wang Teng. Hearing that name, Xiao Yao suddenly sneezed loudly, startling the girl so much she stared at him blankly. "Young master, are you all right?" Xiao Yao quickly pretended to cough and replied, "It's nothing." "Who did you just say?" "Wang Teng." The girl nodded to confirm. "That's right. Do you know the young emperor of the prince's estate, young master?" Xiao Yao didn't answer her immediately. Instead, he suddenly declared in a loud voice, "My son Wang Teng has the aura of a great emperor." When the girl heard him say that, she was stunned, then looked at him with an expression of worship. "Amazing. Young master, how did you know that the young emperor's father often says that?" Xiao Yao just smiled silently. He couldn't help but find it funny, because with his deep understanding of this world, he knew exactly where that rumor came from. Suddenly, Xiao Yao's gaze fixed on something ahead. In the distance, two figures both strange and familiar were approaching. When he saw them clearly, he realized it was Ye Xingyun. Xiao Yao immediately stood in front of the girl, telling her in a low voice, "Little girl, step back." Then he added, "Da Huang, you protect her." Yi Xingyun walked slowly, getting closer with every step. The little girl was confused, not understanding what was happening, while Da Huang, the fat cat, immediately bristled with caution. Xingyun approached slowly, each step carrying an oppressive aura. In the blink of an eye, he stood before Xiao Yao's group. Xiao Yao didn't show a hint of fear, his cold gaze meeting Xingyun's directly. Yi Xingyun struck a cocky pose and spoke up first. "Young master Tiao Jiao, long time no see." Tao Jiao raised an eyebrow, genuinely confused, thinking to himself, who even is this guy? Seeing that, Yi Xingyun's eyes welled up with tears, and he replied with a look of pure grievance, "It's me, Diep Tin Van. We met 2 years ago, we even had a spar, and you don't even remember my name? That's just cold, man." Noticing how genuinely hurt Ye Xingyun seemed, Tao Jiao paused for a second. Suddenly, he remembered a young kid from back then, and he burst out laughing, saying, "Oh, isn't that just because you changed way too much?" Yi Xingyun pouted, looking totally annoyed. "You got no right to talk." The young guide girl, who had been holding her dog, Dai Hoang, was visibly startled. She stared at the two of them with wide, sparkling eyes, her mind racing. "Diep Tin Van? Wait a minute. The young master of the Diep family from the ancient times, one of the 3 great clans, and he just called that guy young master Tiao Jiao? Oh my god, is that Quan Tiao Jiao?" These 2 guys weren't just loaded, they were insanely powerful too. She couldn't hide her greed at the thought of the giant gold bars these 2 must have. They were like walking, talking gold mines. Once Tiao Jiao finally figured out who he was dealing with, he turned and asked, "So, young master Tin Van, what brings you here looking for me? I doubt you're here without a clear goal in mind." Yi Xingyun answered slowly, "Our last spar really caught me off guard. I've been thinking about it for 2 years now, and I've gotten a lot stronger. I've always wanted another chance to test my skills against yours, maybe find some new enlightenment and reach a new level." Tao Jiao asked with a calm expression, "A spar? Right here, right now?" The guide girl's eyes went wide as she listened. She couldn't believe how blunt they were. Yi Xingyun didn't hesitate to push back. "I heard you're planning to duel that champion from the Ban Vo Divine Dynasty, right? It wouldn't be good to waste your energy now, would it?" He pointed at himself confidently, looking like a stand-up gentleman. "I'm not in a rush. Since it's just a friendly spar, we can wait until you're done with him." Hearing that, Tiao Jiao let out a loud laugh. He looked at Yi Xingyun with a hint of disdain. "Brother Tin Van, don't worry about that. That Duong Ban guy isn't exactly a good person anyway." He paused for a moment, raised an eyebrow, and added, "Besides, you're just here to spar with me, not to fight to the death, right?" Yi Xingyun froze for a second, then chuckled. "I guess you've got a point." Then he turned to the guide girl and asked, "Little one, is there an empty plot of land nearby suitable for a technique spar?" She thought about it for a moment, then led them both to a clearing on the mountain. She gestured around and said, "This place isn't bad, right? It's a good distance from the main city, not too far, but as long as you don't cause too much of a ruckus, no one will pay us any mind." Tiao Jiao scanned the area and nodded in agreement. "This works. So, Brother Tin Van, how are we doing this?" Yi Xingyun stood opposite Tiao Jiao and made a suggestion. "I remember last time I used all sorts of divine arts, but I couldn't even touch you. Brother Tiao Jiao, how about we just spar with physical techniques this time? No spirit energy. I want to see if I can actually land a hit on you." Tiao Jiao smirked at the suggestion, his eyes lighting up. "Playing tag? Huh, that sounds fun. Both of them quickly leaped back to create some distance. Suddenly, Yi Xingyun lunged forward from afar, throwing a powerful punch straight at Tiao Jiao, but Tiao Jiao dodged it by a hair's breadth and immediately countered with a lightning-fast fist of his own. Yi Xingyun broke into a cold sweat when he saw the ferocity of that counterattack. Boom! The two fists collided violently, triggering a small shockwave that left a massive crater in the ground beneath them. Dust swirled up, sweeping through the area and forcing the guide girl to cover her face. As the dust settled, she opened her eyes in pure shock, unable to believe what she was seeing. She thought to herself, no way. Was that just pure physical force? Is this the real power of the ancient clans? She suddenly remembered the rumors. That's right. That guy named Duong was trying to challenge the Quan family's divine son on the day the Grand Princess chooses her husband. If this guy really is the legendary Quan Tao Jiao, he might actually be able to kill Duong Ban. Thinking of that, her expression darkened instantly. The resentment in her eyes was terrifying. As it turns out, the girl's name was Tan Hoyan, and she was no ordinary person. She was the daughter of Tan Thien Hao of the Ban Vo Divine Dynasty, and her mother was a famous beauty from the Quan Tuyet Divine Dynasty. Duong Ban had lusted after her mother's beauty and wanted to take her into his harem. Tan Thien Hao led his troops in a desperate fight, but he died at the hands of Duong Ban, and the entire manor was slaughtered, leading to their total ruin. Her mother, trying to avenge her father, was also killed by Duong Ban and thrown on the street to be fed to wild dogs. Even then, the Ban Vo Divine Lord, to protect Duong Ban, covered the whole thing up. The bones of the wronged were left to rot in the wilderness, while the murderer sat high in the palace, enjoying endless luxury. The dog, Dai Hoang, twitched its ears. It could feel a heavy, murderous aura radiating from Tan Huyen that made her break into a cold sweat. It lifted its head and nudged her cheek. Tan Huyen jolted back to reality, feeling that something wasn't right. She thought to herself, I lost focus. How are they doing? Suddenly, her eyes went wide as she saw Yi Xingyun, his body trembling, coughing as he looked at the now ruined clearing. She couldn't believe it. The ground that was flat before was now covered in deep pits and cracks. What kind of power does it take to destroy the ground like that? She still couldn't believe her eyes. Yi Xingyun clutched his arm, his face twisted in pain. He groaned, ouch, that actually hurts. He wiped some blood off his face, a look of confusion in his eyes. A strange feeling bubbled up inside him, and he couldn't help but ask, did you cultivate some kind of physical body technique with your right arm? Tao Jiao smiled upon hearing that, a hint of surprise on his face. You figured it out, huh? He glanced at his own trembling, injured hand and said calmly, that impact felt strange, like hitting a solid iron bar. At that moment, a strange joy welled up in Yi Xingyun's heart, though he kept his face neutral, thinking, at least I finally got to meet the real deal. Tiao Jiao opened his palm to show Yi Xingyun, explaining slowly, this is the legacy bestowed upon me by the great Nguyen Thien Chi Tan. I've never shown it to anyone before. To be honest, even I don't know just how far this legacy can push my physical limits. Jun Xiaoyao spoke, clenching his hand into a tight fist, his energy surging powerfully as he said, rare opportunity, Brother Xingyun, are you willing to try and take a full power punch from me? He looked at Xingyun seriously, his expression looking quite provocative, his eyes filled with a challenge. Hearing Jun Xiaoyao say this, Xingyun felt a flicker of surprise. He thought to himself, questioning, is this his way of acknowledging me? Xingyun slowly raised his hand, looked at Jun Xiaoyao, and responded with a confident smile, gesturing for him to make his move with a bright, self-assured grin. If Brother Jun Xiaoyao thinks so highly of me, Yi Xingyun, why should I hesitate to go all out? Jun Xiaoyao laughed excitedly upon hearing this. That's right. That's how it should be. As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward with a powerful leap. Xingyun didn't waste a second, immediately bracing himself into a defensive stance. Jun Xiaoyao gathered all his spiritual energy into his fist. Xingyun crossed his arms, creating a solid defensive position. Without hesitation, Jun Xiaoyao swung his fist, packed with raw power. He pulled his arm back with force and unleashed a full-strength strike. At that moment, Qin Xuan and the cat, Da Huang, standing nearby, stared with wide eyes, mouths agape, unable to believe what was happening. Before the eyes of Qin Xuan and Da Huang was the sight of Xingyun being sent flying, sliding far back, the force of the collision even strong enough to pierce the mountain behind him, creating a huge, deep hole. At this point, Xingyun was covered in dust, his body staggering, his breathing heavy. He managed a strange smile and said, I've learned much. Jun Xiaoyao stood opposite, flashing a toothy grin, his eyes full of admiration. This kid is truly sturdy. Inside, he couldn't help but recall their previous encounters when they had traded blows in the past. He knew Xingyun must have put in grueling work. While Jun Xiaoyao was lost in thought, Xingyun suddenly lunged forward, unleashing an attack. However, he only made it halfway before suddenly freezing and collapsing to the ground. It's no use. I can't keep up. Brother Jun Xiaoyao is truly formidable. Yi Xingyun let out a soft sigh, but a glint of confidence flickered in his eyes. He stood up, dusted the dirt and rocks off himself, and looked at Jun Xiaoyao with a calm expression, saying, "Using this energy as a foundation to execute your techniques. It's just that the little yang plate in your hands probably wouldn't even last 3 rounds." Jun Xiaoyao laughed at his remark, pulling a pill bottle from his person. He opened the cap and replied humbly, "Just good luck. I happen to obtain the inheritance of the Yuan Tien Supreme." He pulled out a jade green pill, radiating spiritual energy, and explained leisurely, "This is a nourishing source pill. After taking it, you'll recover your internal energy quickly." Xingyun didn't hesitate to swallow the pill, then replied casually, "Luck is part of one's strength. Although I'm a bit different from you, I have also obtained a few unique inheritances during this time." Jun Xiaoyao remained expressionless, not answering immediately, quietly listening to him continue. As he spoke, he channeled his spiritual energy to regulate his body, and his gaze suddenly turned serious as he asked Jun Xiaoyao, "Brother Jun Xiaoyao, do you know that some people in this world, by some coincidence, can awaken memories from their past lives?" The unexpected question sent a shock through him. His pupils contracted, and he looked stunned, his eyes searching Xingyun as if seeking an answer. Xingyun spoke slowly, his voice calm but containing something profound. "I am in such a situation. Although I don't know exactly who I was in my past life, he left me a star palace. When I dream, I can see a corner of that palace, and through it, I've obtained inheritances from my past life. It might sound hard to believe, but in the Yi family, besides me, isn't there Yi Guqin, who claims to be the reincarnation of the sword demon? His situation doesn't seem any different from mine." Jun Xiaoyao suddenly chuckled, breaking the silence. "What if I told you that I, too, have awakened memories of a past life?" Xingyun's eyes widened, shocked, and he asked in disbelief, "Really? Brother Jun Xiaoyao, what kind of powerful figure were you in your past life?" Jun Xiaoyao's expression grew sad at the question. After a long moment of silence, he replied, "Just a beggar on the side of the road." Xingyun asked suspiciously, sounding skeptical, "You're not pulling my leg, are you?" Jun Xiaoyao only smiled lightly, not answering. His silence left Xingyun full of doubt, a series of questions rising in his heart. Can he and I really have this kind of joking relationship? Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from afar, cutting off their train of thought. Wutong leaves fell from above like rain. Xingyun and Jun Xiaoyao looked up in unison, toward the direction where the leaves were falling. From the horizon, a giant bird came flying with its wings spread. Wherever it flew, Wutong leaves would fall. It was as if this bird brought the entire autumn sky with it, and on its back, the silhouette of a noble, aristocratic woman could be glimpsed. Xingyun leaned down to pick up a Wutong leaf, observed it closely, and sighed. Someone from the 10,000 Phoenix Spirit Mountain has arrived, too. Jun Xiaojiao frowned, puzzled. The 10,000 Phoenix Spirit Mountain, Yi Xingyun explained, his eyes still following the giant bird. They are an ancient phoenix clan of the same rank as the ancestral dragon nest, claiming that the phoenix flies only where the Wutong grows. That's why every time a flock of their birds travels, they scatter Wutong leaves to announce their presence. Jun Xiaoyao pondered, his eyes sharp as he looked in the direction the bird was flying, then asked, "Where are they headed?" "That doesn't seem to be the direction toward the imperial city." Qin Shuan, standing nearby, answered softly, "They are heading to the Immortal Fragrance Tower." The Immortal Fragrance Tower? Yi Xingyun looked at Qin Shuan in surprise, and the girl slowly explained. Recently, the Heaven Zither Maiden of the Immortal Feather Zither sect has been hosting a zither competition at the Immortal Fragrance Tower, saying that if anyone can defeat the Heaven Zither Maiden in the way of the zither, they can win 300 immortal sources as a reward, which has attracted many prodigies to participate. Hearing the number 300 immortal sources, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes immediately lit up as if the gleam could pierce the heavens. He looked excited and eager, nearly drooling. 300 immortal sources. Qin Shuan, standing beside him, saw this look on Jun Xiaoyao's face and found it somewhat familiar. She raised an eyebrow, seemingly having guessed his intentions. Jun Xiaoyao scratched his chin, trying to look serious, and coughed softly. "Ahem, Brother Xingyan, would you be interested in joining me for a trip to this zither competition?" Yi Xingyan was a bit stunned, replying confusedly, "Huh, I don't know how to play the zither." Jun Xiaoyao immediately gave a thumbs up and patted Xingyun's shoulder confidently to reassure him. "It's fine, my brother here is a master of the zither. You just need to come along to cheer for me." Liu Yifei felt even more confused after hearing that and asked blankly, "Why would anyone need to boost morale just by playing the zither?" Xianxin Pavilion. Jun Xiaoyao's group was strolling through the streets when rumors about the zither fairy reached Yifei's ears. He turned his head, looking toward them with curiosity. "Did you see that zither fairy? She's definitely no ordinary woman." "Of course I did. That's exactly why we're all fighting for a spot outside Xianxin Pavilion just to catch a glimpse of her." As they kept talking, their tone became increasingly sleazy. "Her aura is absolutely breathtaking." "Exactly. Not everyone has the status to command her presence." Yifei heard this and said indignantly, "These people are so disrespectful. How can they gossip about others behind their backs like that?" Jun Xiaoyao heard it too, but said dismissively, "Don't be so naive. Everyone just appreciates beauty." Qin Xuan caught up to his footsteps and added more about the zither fairy. "The young master is right. The zither fairy is so famous that even the young master of the Wanbao Merchant Guild and the third prince of the Divine Dynasty are chasing after her." After a while, the three of them finally arrived at Xianxin Pavilion. It must be said that the number of people inside the pavilion was staggering. There was barely enough room to breathe, let alone squeeze in. Jun Xiaoyao pushed through the crowd, looking curiously up at the stage. "Let me see what this zither fairy is actually like." In the distance on the stage, he could vaguely see the silhouette of a young woman with jet black hair sitting beside a zither. Jun Xiaoyao started moving closer to the stage to get a better look. Finally, he could see her face clearly, but she didn't seem very happy. Her face was dark. You could clearly see the annoyance in her eyes, as if she were a zoo animal being dragged out for everyone's amusement. Yifei looked at the cold, irritated expression on her face and thought to himself, this kind of grace isn't something just anyone can command. Beside him, Jun Xiaoyao's face lit up at the sight of the beauty. The madam of the pavilion saw that it was time, cleared her throat, and announced in a loud voice, "Today's zither duel begins now." She scanned everyone present. "Is there anyone here to challenge her?" At that moment, a hand shot up and a young woman's voice rang out. As soon as she spoke, a flash of golden light struck down. When the light faded, it revealed a long phoenix tail with silky feathers. The challenger was Feng Qingling. She stood there proudly, holding her vibrant, fire-red zither. Her lips curled slightly, and her eyes held a hint of contempt as she said, "Let me see if you truly are the top zither player among the youth of the Immortal Realm." Feng Qingling of the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain. The zither fairy remained composed in the face of her provocation and said humbly, "I wouldn't dare claim to be the best. If you wish to challenge me, miss, then please proceed." Yifei recognized Qingling and whispered to Jun Xiaoyao, "She's from Wanhuang Spirit Mountain." The zither fairy placed her slender fingers on the zither, her jade-white fingers gently plucking the strings, creating a crystal-clear sound. As she played, her aura changed instantly. A faint light seemed to envelop her. Her music rang out immediately, making people feel as if three celestial maidens were playing in midair. Yifei's face showed sheer enchantment as he listened to the music, as if hearing heavenly melodies. "This is incredible. I love it." In contrast, Jun Xiaoyao looked toward the zither fairy with a strange, puzzled expression. Yifei didn't understand why. "What's wrong? Isn't it beautiful?" Jun Xiaoyao hesitated for a moment before answering, "It is beautiful. It's just. That sounds like the rainbow garment dance melody." Yifei still didn't grasp the issue. His gaze toward the zither fairy became even more intense. "So that's what it is. This is the rainbow garment dance. I heard this was the founding song of the Immortal Feather Zither sect." Hearing the mention of the Immortal Feather Zither sect, Jun Xiaoyao's eyes darkened, a flash of coldness crossing his gaze. The Immortal Feather Zither sect isn't bad, but he looked at the stage, puzzled. Why would she play this piece in a place like this? Just as the zither fairy's melody rose, Qingling immediately spun her red zither. She sat down and placed the zither on her lap. Her fingers moved rapidly, striking out a fast-paced, powerful rhythm. As her music started, the zither fairy stopped playing and looked at her. Below the stage, Jun Xiaoyao watched her with an astonished expression. Her music seemed to carry the cry of a phoenix. Just listening to it, one could feel something stirring deep within, wanting to break free. Yifei didn't understand the hidden meaning of her song. His face was filled with admiration. "This is so ethereal. It sounds like a phoenix singing in an empty valley." Jun Xiaoyao, standing beside him, understood exactly what she was playing. He covered his mouth, his eyes glowing with excitement. Yifei noticed he wasn't saying anything and asked, "Brother Jun Xiaoyao, what's wrong with you again?" Jun Xiaoyao turned his head, his cheeks flushed like a young maiden's, and replied, "Brother Yifei, can't you hear it? The song she's playing is Phoenix Seeks Its Mate." Yifei's jaw dropped. "Huh?" Seeing his confusion, Jun Xiaoyao began to explain the meaning behind the song. "It's about a beauty you can't forget after just one meeting, a longing that drives you mad when you're apart, the phoenix flying high." It's a song of seeking a partner, and since she cannot find her match, she uses the music to express her heart. "Waiting for her to soothe my heart, hoping to find someone worthy to hold her hand if we can't be together. I might as well die. The people around them heard these suggestive lyrics and couldn't help but blush. After hearing his explanation, Yifei finally understood the meaning of the song, his face turning bright red like a bashful girl. He stammered, "Brother Jun Xiao Yao, this, you don't mean." Jun Xiao Yao's face turned serious as he confirmed, "That's right. It's a song meant for finding a soulmate." By now, the admiration in Yifei's eyes wasn't just for the music anymore, but for Qingling herself. The Taigu Imperial clan is truly unrestrained. After a long duel, a string on Qingling's red zither suddenly snapped. She stopped playing and stared at her hand. She put the zither down and slowly stood up. The moment the string broke, she knew she had lost. She turned around to concede. As expected of the top zither player among the youth of the Immortal Realm, "I have lost." The zither fairy didn't expect her to give up so quickly. "You are too kind." Seeing that she didn't take her zither, she reminded her, "Please, don't forget your zither." Two guys, who thought they had figured out Qingling's intentions, saw her concede and whispered to each other with pity, "Looks like this Phoenix lady has failed." "That's right. It's really hard to pull this off in front of so many people." Jun Xiaoyao draped his arm over his friend's shoulder. "Brother Yi Xingyun, we're up next." Yi Xingyun's voice was full of uncertainty. "Do we really have to go out there?" Jun Xiaoyao didn't answer him, letting his actions prove that he wasn't joking. Jun Xiaoyao channeled his energy, leaped high into the air, and landed gracefully on the arena floor. He turned to look at Tian Qinnu and issued his challenge. "I wish to challenge you. I wonder if you still have the energy for it." She nodded, not refusing the challenge. "It's fine. Go ahead, young master." Seeing that Tian Qinnu accepted the challenge, Jun Xiaoyao grinned excitedly and raised a plectrum high into the air. "In that case, let the music begin." The crowd watching below gasped in shock when they saw his instrument. What kind of instrument was that? Even Yi Xingyun, who had been with him for so long, stood there with his jaw dropped. Honestly, even the spectators were stunned by the instrument in Jun Xiaoyao's hands. People here played the guzheng, but the protagonist was rocking out with an electric guitar. Can you believe a period piece cultivation story featuring an electric guitar? As soon as the electric guitar appeared, Jun Xiaoyao's fingers began flying across the strings. Seeing this, Qingling looked absolutely incredulous. When Tian Qinnu saw the electric guitar, even her usually unruffled expression faltered. Jun Xiaoyao laughed wildly as he started playing. The sacred Phoenix Mountain zither had been modified into something else entirely. He was acting like a total rock star. Jun Xiaoyao, thrilled, shouted at the audience below, urging them to go wild. About half a year ago, at the Heavenly Emperor's palace in Huangzhou, the sound of his zither echoed like it came from the depths of hell, and everyone who heard it couldn't help but grimace in disgust. The music sounded destructive, echoing through the mountains. Even Yuan Tien couldn't stand the sound of his playing. His face showed pure helplessness. In the end, he couldn't take the torture of this hellish music any longer. He gathered his thoughts and quietly called out to him. Jun Xiaoyao stopped playing and tilted his head, confused. "What's wrong?" The old master advised him. "We don't have the talent for this. Stop trying to play." Jun Xian warned him, "This noise you're making will get you reported for disturbing the peace sooner or later." Hearing that, Jun Xiaoyao's face fell. He looked at him sadly. "But I'm really interested in it." Seeing that he truly wanted to learn, he made a suggestion. "If you're really that keen, why don't you find a master to apprentice under?" Hearing about finding a master, he excitedly asked, "Is there really a senior in this world who has mastered the way of the zither?" The god of war smiled smugly and said, "Your own guardian entered the Tao through the zither." Night fell, and a moon, round as a flatbread, hung in the cloudless, windless sky. In the desolate forest, the sound of a zither drifted through the air. A pair of fair, slender hands gently plucked the strings. Sitting opposite was Jun Xiaoyao, and it was clear he was focusing intently on the music. Silver hair hung down, obscuring half of the person's face, but from their physique, it was clear it was a man. While the man played, Jun Xiaoyao remained silent, just watching him. As the final note was struck, a powerful wave of energy surged outward. The man lightly brushed his hand across the strings to silence them. The man looked up and asked Jun Xiaoyao, "What is it?" Jun Xiaoyao smiled faintly and stated his intentions directly. "I want to ask how a senior can play so beautifully." The man's voice was icy as he asked, "You want to learn the zither, but do you even know what I was just playing?" Even though he couldn't play the traditional zither, Jun Xiaoyao's sense of pitch was heaven-defying. He analyzed the man's music. Sadness, drifting with the wind, inner turmoil, and internal injury. Despite the small scale, it still fell. The nuances that were hidden were captured perfectly. Seeing he understood, the man asked in surprise, "You don't know how to play the zither, yet you know what piece I played." The man slid his hand down to pluck the instrument and channeled his energy to launch the jade zither toward Jun Xiaoyao. He caught it gently. The man asked him with curiosity. Then, play a song first. Let me have a listen. Hearing his request, a flash of guilt appeared in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes. I guess I don't have a choice. And so, the hellish melody began to play again. You could say this melody was on par with the singing voice of that certain corporate overlord everyone knows. After listening to his playing, the man's face showed two words: disgust. He delivered his verdict, so that's how it is. You aren't suited to play the zither. Hearing the rejection, he said sadly, Master, is there not even a single chance? The man stood up, leaning on his hand, and replied, the zither is a tool to enter the Tao with one's heart. Playing expresses the heart. It is the Tao of the cultivator. The life of a cultivator, the intent of the zither, it cares for the high mountains and the flowing water. It is an instrument of introspection. The man walked up to Jun Xiaoyao and poked his chest with 2 fingers, pausing as if looking for the right words. The man remarked, your heart is too arrogant. His face remained expressionless, but every syllable he pointed out seemed to be screaming, look at me, look at me. With that attitude, no wonder Jun Xiaoyao chose an electric guitar as his instrument. The intense bass notes left the audience below with their jaws on the floor. Phoenix Mountain Zither Modified. Physical tuning 281 to 311. Spiritual sensitivity 342. Mixed spiritual ceiling effect. Yi Xingyun heard the powerful, wild music and wondered in disbelief. What kind of instrument is that? But is that really even a zither? Qin Xuan, holding Go Sheng, couldn't hide the shock on her face either. Down below, Qingling's eyes lit up with wonder. The sound seemed to keep echoing in her head. At this moment, Tian Qinnu felt her heart shaken by the music. She thought in confusion, such a violent, dark sound. What on earth is this piece? It's like a gale-force wind, yet like a raging fire. It's like a rebellious spirit struggling to break free from the shackles of the body. Why is there such an arrogant desire? A soul that just arrived in the mortal world, only to be imprisoned in a limited body. That soul was originally hiding so many dreams. That body was originally keeping so much desire. Sing out, scream out. The vitality is rising like a flood. That glorious, piercing sound is the very soul of you all. The arrogance in Jun Xiaoyao's music made the audience below gradually grow excited. The sound stimulated a wild frenzy within them, making everyone, including Yi Xingyun, fall into a state of wild exhilaration. After a loud roar, Yi Xingyun's face beamed with radiance. The moment before Jun Xiaoyao went on stage flashed through his mind. Brother, I am a master of the zither. You just need to come out and cheer for me. Why would you need cheerleaders just to play the zither? I get it now. I completely understand. Brother Xiaoyao, you really are incredibly impressive. In the memories of the celestial zither fairy, the sound of a rushing waterfall was deafeningly loud. Back then, she was around 10 years old, and on a rocky ledge, a graceful woman was playing a gentle melody. The celestial zither fairy just sat there quietly, listening. After finishing the song, the woman looked up and asked, do you like the zither? The celestial zither fairy replied immediately, I do, her voice filled with anticipation. Teacher, can you teach me? The woman agreed, but before she would start, she was curious about the reason why the girl wanted to learn. Why do you want to play the zither? Hearing this, the celestial zither fairy froze, confusion clouding her eyes. As she was lost deep in her memories, the voice of Xiaoyao called out repeatedly, Miss, the zither, Miss. It wasn't until the celestial zither fairy heard that she snapped out of her trance and broke free from her memories. He rested his electric guitar against the ground and said, my performance has concluded. Sweat beaded on Xiaoyao's cheeks as he looked at her with an excited grin. It's your turn, miss. The celestial zither fairy just smiled silently at him. She shook her head and said, no, I have already lost. The others looked at Xiaoyao with fervent admiration. That young man is amazing. That instrument is definitely going to become the next trend in the Immortal Realm. They cheered enthusiastically. Great job, young man. We'll be back to hear you next time. Once the winner was decided, the celestial zither fairy signaled for the madam to bring over the prize. Since the young master has won, these 300 immortal origin stones naturally belong to you. She pointed to the ring placed on a soft tray. The 300 immortal origin stones are all inside this storage ring. Please, take a look, young master. Xiaoyao quickly grabbed the ring, and after checking the contents inside, he beamed. The young lady is truly generous. I have indeed received them. At this moment, the celestial zither fairy made a request. I have a rather presumptuous request. I wonder if the young master would be willing to agree. Xiaoyao paused, looking at her with curiosity, when suddenly a clear, melodious voice rang out, accompanied by a loud thud. Wait a minute. Her voice carried a hint of gloom. That instrument of yours, she thought she was going to cause trouble for him. His eyes turned cold as he tilted his head to glance at her. But the girl was simply captivated by his electric guitar. That's so cool. Could you teach me? A silence fell between the three of them after Qingling spoke. The celestial zither fairy and Xiao Yao both looked at her like she was an idiot. Behind Xiao Yao, Qingling kept squawking like a parrot. Teach me. He listened for a while until the veins on his forehead began to bulge. Xiao Yao turned his head back and gritted out, "You." He slapped her shoulder, his expression brightening as if he had found a kindred spirit. "You have a great eye for music. Isn't it super cool?" He looked at her and said, "However, even if I wanted to teach you, you'd need an instrument just like this one." Hearing that she needed an instrument to learn, she looked blank. Xiao Yao rummaged through his things, took out a map, and handed it to her. "How about this? I'll give you a map. You go refine a handheld zither first." Qingling was overjoyed to receive such a precious paper map. She squealed with excitement. "I will cherish this for my whole life, master." At this point, the celestial zither fairy, who had been interrupted, was annoyed to see the girl acting like a sycophant. She snapped, "Hey, I was here first." Qingling retorted nonchalantly, "What does that have to do with anything?" Then, the two of them started bickering loudly. In the room above the celestial zither fairy, a heavy silence filled the space. The third prince, after hearing the results of the competition, clenched his fist and slammed it hard onto the table. He gritted his teeth and roared in anger. "Who is this brat? How dare he come here and ruin things for me?" The young master of the Chamber of Commerce sitting beside him sighed. "Third prince, we've been fighting for so long, and in the end, we've just paved the way for someone else." Hearing this, he spun around and asked, "What do you mean?" Seeing that the third prince didn't understand, he offered a hint. "We've known each other for so long. Have you ever seen the celestial zither fairy show such a wide range of emotions before?" Young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, the third prince, hearing this, couldn't suppress his rage and questioned him. "Are you saying you're content to just let that guy snatch the celestial zither fairy away like that?" The third prince of the Pan-Wu Divine Dynasty. The young master of the Chamber of Commerce had a hint of wariness in his eyes as he warned him. "I'll give you one piece of advice. It's best not to mess with that person." The third prince just grunted. He asked the young master of the Chamber of Commerce, "Do you know his identity?" He glanced at him and replied, "No, it's just an intuition." The more he said that, the more the third prince wanted to provoke him. He didn't believe he couldn't take down Xiao Yao. Can't mess with him. So what if he's a descendant of an immortal orthodoxy? I am also a prince of the Pan-Wu Divine Dynasty. I will definitely make him pay for what happened today. His voice echoed throughout the immortal zither pavilion. In a pavilion in the East Imperial City, the celestial zither fairy picked up a teapot and poured tea into a cup. After pouring, she pushed the cup towards Xiao Yao. "Please, young master." He looked at the teacup in front of him and whispered, "Thank you." By now, the celestial zither fairy had shed her glamorous attire and replaced it with a simple, rustic outfit. Her eyes held a gentleness as she looked at him. "It is an honor for this humble one that you were willing to meet me, young master." Xiao Yao picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said, "It seems you have a question you want to ask me. Since I've already taken your immortal origin stones, I naturally have to answer your doubts." He looked at her simple and rustic appearance and asked, confused, "But aren't you going to wear that red dress?" When he mentioned that red outfit, disgust was evident on the celestial zither fairy's face. That was the sect's uniform, worn only when appearing at important events. Xiao Yao looked at her face and thought to himself, "Is she about to click her tongue?" He set the teacup on the table, and the celestial zither fairy asked curiously, "How did you know I had doubts?" The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Xiao Yao asked directly about her intentions. "Naturally, your zither playing told me. Tell me, miss, why did you want to host this zither competition?" Why did the celestial zither fairy want to host the zither competition? Because she had two troublesome pursuers, the young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce and the third prince of the Pan-Wu Divine Dynasty. The immortal feather zither sect wasn't considered a particularly powerful sect, at least not comparable to two behemoths like the Pan-Wu Divine Dynasty and the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, no matter how the celestial zither fairy felt inside, at least on the surface, she couldn't afford to offend these two young masters. One day, these two young masters posed a difficult question to the celestial zither fairy. They offered 300 immortal origin stones as a gift to her. 300 immortal origin stones, even for the immortal powers, was a significant fortune. The problem was that a small, insignificant sect like the immortal feather zither sect couldn't afford to accept such a fortune. If she actually accepted these immortal essences, the heavenly zither maiden would quickly become a plaything for those wealthy young masters, so she had to find a way to get rid of those 300 immortal essences. Although Xiao Yao hadn't guessed her intentions, he saw through her with just a glance. He listened to the sound of tea being poured and said slowly, "I think perhaps you never intended to win from the start. I understood that from the moment you played the Rainbow Feather song. That's why you choked." The heavenly zither maiden did not deny it. The young master truly had a keen eye. She lowered her head slightly and continued. The rainbow feather and garment song is my sect's foundational melody, but it is a piece that requires an entire ensemble to perform properly. Her eyes dimmed, a flicker of complex emotions surfacing in their depths. It is a melody composed to capture the emotions of many, but Xiao Yao immediately understood where her doubts stemmed from, and her doubts were indeed related to this very song. The heavenly zither maiden sighed softly, tilting her head to look at the moonlight outside the pavilion. She stared intently at the moon and asked Xiao Yao, "Why do you play music, young master?" To her question, he remained silent, for he understood that she didn't truly need an answer from him. The heavenly zither maiden spoke with a touch of melancholy, her heart feeling strangely light. In her mind, she replayed Xiao Yao's wild, passionate performance from earlier that evening. After hearing that song, she felt a sense of relief she hadn't experienced in a long time. As she spoke, a heavy feeling settled in her chest. She looked at her own hands, murmuring about the demonic sound. I didn't choose the path of the zither just to chase after this kind of sound. Hearing this intimate confession, Xiao Yao furrowed his brows slightly and produced his electric guitar. Xiao Yao gently rested it on his lap. The moment the instrument appeared, his entire aura shifted instantly. The heavenly zither maiden watched, surprised and puzzled, as Xiao Yao's voice resonated. A senior once taught me that there is no need to be constrained by form or structure. He recounted the words of his mentor. The way of music is to enter a state of meditation through the heart. A cultivator doesn't play for the sake of the instrument, but to express their own spirit, the inner heart of the practitioner. Having said that, he gently plucked a string, producing a clear, resonant sound that stood in stark contrast to the chaotic, wild intensity of the evening's performance. The moment the first note rang out, the heavenly zither maiden immediately recognized the piece he was playing. She looked at Xiao Yao, stunned. The heavenly zither maiden gazed, dazed, at Xiao Yao's face as he played the rainbow feather and garment song. She was astonished by his mastery over rhythm and his profound sensitivity to the music. The tone was low and mournful, like a voice sobbing or a wanderer missing their homeland in the middle of the night. It was perfect. After finishing the piece, he softly addressed her, "My lady." Xiao Yao looked at her and said cryptically, "The greatest sound is silence itself. Why concern oneself with the song or the zither?" These words sent ripples through the sorrow-filled heart of the heavenly zither maiden. Tap, tap footsteps echoed through the dark stone path. Qin Xuan asked Go Sheng, exhausted, "Big Yellow, is the young master's residence really nearby?" Looking at the pitch-black path ahead made her skin crawl. It felt far too desolate and remote. She remembered how, before leaving to meet the heavenly zither maiden, Xiao Yao had instructed her. "The heavenly zither maiden and I have an appointment. It's not easy to refuse. You go back to the residence and rest first. Big Yellow will lead the way." Thinking of Xiao Yao, she grumbled to herself. Hearing that he would stay until the banquet ended before leaving, she had acted impulsively and offered to be his guide for the time being. She walked along, thinking warily, "I can't believe he actually agreed. Shouldn't I have been less reckless?" The thought that she had boldly decided to stay with Xiao Yao for a whole month made her regret her choice. Living with a strange man for a month, what on earth was I thinking? But, well, he had already paid the money. Lost in thought, Qin Xuan wasn't paying attention to what was ahead and crashed straight into a man's chest. She bounced back and cried out, "Huh." She rubbed her aching head, confused, and spoke up. "Wait, didn't they say there was no one else here?" But the moment she saw the face of the person in front of her, her expression changed instantly. Standing before Qin Xuan were three masked men, watching her with icy, sharp eyes. The steady footsteps of Xiao Yao echoed in the quiet space. He bowed to the heavenly zither maiden, and she returned the gesture, her voice full of gratitude. "Thank you, young master, for clearing up my doubts tonight." He smiled and replied, "No need for formalities. I hope you recover from the toxic miasma soon." The heavenly zither maiden asked with a hint of regret, "Are you really not going to stay at the estate and rest for a while?" Xiao Yao looked at her and refused. "No need. Since I've obtained the immortal essence, I must begin my cultivation quickly." Knowing he wouldn't stay, she didn't insist. "In that case, I won't hold you back. It's late, and there are many dangers in the dark. I fear there may be snakes and insects causing trouble." Her eyes held a deep, meaningful warning as she said, "Young master, take care." Xiao Yao immediately understood the hidden meaning in her words and replied confidently, "It's fine. I know my own limits. Snakes and insects are nothing to be afraid of." Under the moonlight, the two finished their conversation and bid each other farewell. "Then, until we meet again." Until next time, after leaving the heavenly zither maiden's courtyard, Xiao Yao immediately headed back to his own quarters. The sound of his thick-soled boots hitting the stone stairs echoed in the stillness. Although he sensed danger, the corner of his mouth did not stop its slight upward curl. As he passed the bushes, a faint, rustling sound, hard to detect, occurred. Immediately after, a black shadow appeared from behind a tree. It was one of the masked men Qin Xuan had encountered. He drew his sword from thin air. Right at that moment, he lunged forward, using his top speed to slash his blade at Xiao Yao's neck. But the sword that should have severed his head struck the ground instead, the tip burying deep into the stone steps. Xiao Yao had dodged the strike. One of his feet stepped onto the spine of the sword, while the other kicked the throat of the masked man. With just one move, he guessed where his attacker was from. His eyes held a look of suspicion as he stared at him. The blood-slaying sword art of the Nether Heaven assassins. The assassin was bewildered to see his attack evaded. Seeing the aura of this kid was only at the return to one realm. He couldn't believe he had dared to get close to him, a practitioner of the Merging Path realm. Without further thought, he unleashed a technique, his fingernails lengthening as his hands turned into claws, eager to tear Xiao Yao apart. Go to hell. But his attack only hit an afterimage of Xiao Yao. Realizing he hadn't landed a hit, his eyes grew bloodshot, and beneath his mask, his face showed pure disbelief. Xiao Yao gripped his wrist tightly, feigning a tone of careful alarm, though his face remained calm as he looked at him. At this very moment, he still had the composure to tease him. Your fingernails are way too long. Aren't they prone to snapping? The man in black, whose wrist was gripped so tightly he couldn't move a muscle, could only stare at him with wide, terrified eyes. Jun Xiaoyao's expression darkened, a glint of danger flashing in his eyes. But then again, you've brought quite a few accomplices along, haven't you? No sooner had he finished speaking than a group of assassins emerged from the shadows, their eyes burning with a killing intent that vowed they wouldn't stop until he was dead. Jun Xiaoyao was now surrounded by over 20 assassins. Crash! A loud noise erupted from a nearby courtyard. Qin Xuan was thrown violently to the ground. She suppressed the pain racking her body and opened her eyes to glare at her kidnapper. The third prince looked down at Qin Xuan, thinking, I knew she looked familiar. He stared coldly at the disheveled girl. You're Qin Xuan? So, the only daughter of that unlucky Qin Tien Hao is still alive. Huh. Qin Xuan gritted her teeth, sizing up the man before her. Who are you? Once she saw his face clearly, she instantly recognized him as the bastard prince who claimed to be brothers with Yang Pan and even helped him cover up his crimes. The third prince demanded in a commanding tone. You were working with that guy in white, right? Tell me, who is he? Qin Xuan naturally wasn't about to tell him. She feigned fear and replied, I don't know his name. I was just the one showing him the way. The third prince obviously didn't believe her. He curled his lips into a wicked smirk. Not willing to talk, are we? His attendant standing nearby caught the hint and stepped forward. Seeing this, Qin Xuan flinched as the man lifted his foot and stomped hard toward her head. She gritted her teeth, bracing for the agony about to come, but the pain didn't hit as she expected. Instead, a golden light erupted. The third prince's pupils constricted in sheer disbelief at the sight before him. His attendant was now pinned to the wall, a gaping hole right through the center of his chest. The look of utter shock was frozen on the attendant's face. Qin Xuan stared in stunned silence, her mouth agape. Gu Sheng raised his furry paw and, speaking with a rough, gangster-like bravado, barked, What are you looking at? Never seen a cat beat someone up before? Qin Xuan was completely frozen. She had never seen a talking cat that could throw hands like that. The third prince and his men were struck dumb by Gu Sheng, who then said excitedly, But you guys showed up at just the right time. The aura around Gu Sheng began to shift, his vertical pupils glowing with bloodlust. I've been holding back all day. His body suddenly expanded, transforming into a massive, 3-meter-tall lion beast. Gao Sheng looked down at the third prince from above, baring his razor-sharp fangs. I was just worried I wouldn't have anywhere to vent my anger. The third prince had completely shut down, staring blankly, unable to comprehend how a chubby cat had just turned into such a massive lion. Back at Jun Xiaoyao's location, the assassin who had been floored by him looked up in disbelief. What on earth is happening? He watched his comrades fall one by one, screaming internally. Everyone's cultivation level was clearly higher than his own. Why? He looked at Jun Xiaoyao's upright figure, wondering why he was being so thoroughly crushed. Seeing the light in Jun Xiaoyao's eyes, he trembled, thinking, what kind of divine being is he? Feeling the fear rising in his heart, he couldn't stop himself from gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. What kind of monster is this? Sensing the look of fear and hatred, Jun Xiaoyao finally noticed there was one person still alive. He walked over slowly. He hadn't expected anyone to survive his attack. I guess you're the only one left. Quite resilient, aren't you? Are you their leader? Seeing the survivor, he asked with a mocking smile. So, who sent you lot here? The assassin, of course, wouldn't say a word, just staring at him in tense silence. Jun Xiaoyao clapped his hands together, acting as if he understood. I get it. Professional ethics, right? Hard to talk. My apologies for the intrusion. He then raised his hand, gathering spiritual energy in his palm. In that case, excuse me. He placed his hand on the man's head, his aura shifting into something truly sinister. I haven't used this technique on you yet. A blood-curdling scream echoed out. It was finally time to explain this. Even though he used it often, few realized this great divine ability of Jun Xiaoyao's. It was a blessing from the heavenly Tao, obtained when he shattered the ancient Taiyue tablet at age 3 and created the eternal extreme realm. It was a powerful soul-tempering cultivation method called the Chaos God-Demon Visualization. The assassin's eyes rolled back in his head. He shrieked in agony, feeling something invading his mind. He wailed in terror. Something just got into my head. Stop it, please. Help me. This technique could drag a person's soul into the chaos, subjecting it to endless torment. Almost no one could resist the temptations and horrors of the chaos. And the assassin was now in that exact state, his soul pulled into the void. His eyes had gone completely vacant. Anyone who fell victim to this move was destined to be assimilated by the chaos. Seeing that the man was fully assimilated, Jun Xiao Yao performed a balletic leg extension and asked, "How does it feel to be assimilated?" The assassin immediately mimicked Jun Xiao Yao's pose, shouting excitedly, "It's super amazing. I'm so happy I can't even control myself." Jun Xiao Yao began to wiggle like a worm. "So, who sent you here?" The assassin, mirroring him, wiggled too, twisting his body into an impossible shape as he replied, "The third prince of the Panwu divine dynasty. He wanted to buy your life." Seizing the opportunity, Jun Xiaoyao asked again, "Was the young master of the Wanbao trading house involved?" The assassin struck an absurd pose and replied, "No. Our benefactor was only the third prince. After getting the information he wanted, he let him go." "Got it. Go back now, and make sure to take your brothers with you." Still wiggling like a worm, the man replied quickly, Yes. I'm done anyway. I'll take my brothers and be on our way." Jun Xiaoyao sighed softly, thinking with irritation, this third prince and the Panwu divine dynasty. They really don't value human life at all from top to bottom. Thinking of the rules of this world, his eyes dimmed. "No, it's not just the Panwu divine dynasty. I've known this for a long time," he told himself. "This world has neither justice nor reason, so there's no point in getting angry." After calming himself down, he clapped his hands together and shouted, "Right, it's decided." To keep himself from feeling annoyed, he made a decision. "After this is all over, I'm going to drag that third prince here, hang him up on the city wall, and put him right next to Yang Pan." After that, he walked over to where Qin Xuan was being held. Hearing footsteps, Go Sheng and Qin Xuan both looked up at him. Seeing him approach, the guy let out an "Oh," saying, "Boss, that guy is back." Jun Xiaoyao stared at the chaos in front of him, stunned. Before he could even finish asking, Qin Xuan interrupted him. "Is it the third prince of the Panwu divine dynasty? Did he come to cause trouble for you?" Ignoring the dark look on his face, Gao Sheng continued loudly. "His guardian is quite formidable, so he took him away. Otherwise, I would have given him a couple of strikes myself." Looking at his ruined courtyard, a crack appeared on Jun Xiaoyao's calm expression. His eyes turned sharp as bullets, and he thought angrily that he should probably just go and hang him on the city walls right now. As time passed, the day of the banquet arrived at the capital of the Panwu divine dynasty. The Jun family flag fluttered in the wind as a ridiculously large carriage, pulled by 2 giant rhinoceroses, rolled by. The soldiers guarding the city gates saw the flag and shouted orders. "It's the Jun family army. Clear the way, let them through." They respectfully invited the Jun family procession to enter, welcoming the nobles of the Jun family with great reverence. As soon as the Jun family's group entered, the city residents immediately gathered on both sides to watch. They whispered excitedly. Seeing the massive carriage pulled by the giant beasts, everyone looked on with admiration. "Wow, as expected of the ancient Jun family, they are truly majestic." Xiao Chen, wearing a hood to hide his face, stood among the crowd listening to their chatter. "If only I had been reincarnated into the Jun family," he thought. "But why don't I see the Jun family's divine child?" Just then, the gate guard noticed him and grew suspicious. He barked in order to stop him. "Hey, you! Why are you all covered up like that? Take off your hat and let us inspect you." Xiao Chen was furious at being stopped. Why didn't they stop the Jun family army? But they wanted to stop him. He couldn't just say what he was thinking, so he made up an excuse, saying he was just standing in line for inspection. A soldier behind the guard heard his questioning tone and snorted, laughing mockingly. That was the ancient Jun family's army. He thought to himself that Xiao Chen really didn't know his place. This little brat actually dared to compare himself to the Jun family. Hearing this, Xiao Chen tilted his head in silence, then pulled his hood down, his eyes cold and filled with rage. "Is this good enough for you?" The powerful aura radiating from Xiao Chen made them freeze. The gatekeeper's eyes showed caution, Such a strong aura meant he was likely a prodigy from some reclusive, immortal force out to join the fun. Realizing he wasn't someone to mess with, he didn't want any trouble and let him pass. All right, go ahead, sir. We were just doing our jobs, hope you don't mind. Xiao Chen let out a cold huff, and as he blended into the crowd, the thought of the humiliation he just suffered made him unable to control his anger. Damn it, he gritted his teeth, feeling completely unreconciled. Damn it, damn it. Thinking of that mocking tone, veins bulged on his forehead. Just a lowly gatekeeper, and he dares to look down on me. Xiao Chen tried to suppress the hatred in his heart and told himself, it's okay, it won't be long. That day will be over soon. In his eyes, a mix of determination and towering ambition flickered. I will become the champion of the Pan-Wu divine dynasty. Whether it's Yang Pan or Jun Xiao Yao, they will all be trampled under my feet. In the Pan-Wu divine dynasty, the drums beat with powerful intensity. As the drumming ceased, the bugle call signaling the start of the selection rang out. Once the signal ended, the person in charge of the drums immediately struck the drumhead hard twice with the mallets. At this moment, the participants began moving toward their designated seats. It was safe to say this selection was on a grand scale. The spectators started debating who would be chosen as the champion. Brother Zhao, do you have your eye on any junior this time? Naturally, it's the Jun family's divine child. But the divine dynasty's own champion Marcus is not bad either. It's hard to say. I heard someone from the Eight of Princes also came. If it were that young emperor, inside the Mingyu Palace, only 2 lamps were lit in the dressing room, casting a dim light. The shadows of the 2 figures made the room feel quite gloomy. The tassels on her jewelry jingled as she moved. The maid looked at her beautiful reflection in the bronze mirror and reminded her, Your Highness, today is the day you choose your champion. Perhaps you should try to be a little happier. But the corners of Ming Yue's mouth refused to curl up. Her eyes filled with disgust and helplessness. How could she possibly be happy? The maid didn't know what to do, so she offered some words of comfort. Your Highness, don't be too disappointed. Among these young people, maybe there is someone who is worthy of the princess. Hearing this, she gave a cold, mocking laugh. Young and talented, who? Yang Pan. Ah, a trace of coldness flickered in her eyes. I know this so-called martial arts competition to choose a husband is just a path my father has paved for Yang Pan. Her voice dripped with sarcasm as she continued, Father wants to use me to completely bind Yang Pan to the faction of the Pan-Wu divine dynasty's royal family, all because he obtained that Pan-Emperor life sword. Outside, where the selection was starting, a flash of doubt crossed Xiao Chen's eyes. The Pan-Emperor life sword, the soul of Master Qinglong replied, That's right. That is the very reason the Pan-Wu Divine Emperor is going all out to help Yang Pan. He explained further. This Pan-Divine Sword was originally the Tao-proving Emperor weapon of the Pan-Wu Great Emperor. Once an Emperor weapon stirs, it can crack the heavens and destroy star systems in every direction. In other words, Emperor weapons are the foundation of immortal traditions. Mentioning this, his eyes showed disdain. But the descendants of the Pan-Wu Great Emperor are a bunch of worthless losers. Not only did they split the Pan-Emperor's sword into 3 during internal fighting, they even threw all 3 fragments away. It wasn't until Yang Pan obtained the life fragment that they finally found a clue to the Emperor weapon. Hearing this, Xiao Chen immediately understood the scheme the Pan-Wu Divine Emperor had hatched. The Emperor didn't actually favor Yang Pan. He just wanted to use Yang Pan to find the clues to the lost Emperor weapon for himself. Seeing that he understood, the Master's eyes showed satisfaction. Exactly. So, as long as we can also find clues to the Pan-Emperor's sword. Xiao Chen sat among the crowd, head lowered, thoughtfully listening to Master Qinglong's strategy. No, as long as you can snatch the Pan-Emperor's sword fragment from Yang Pan's hands, you can also become the champion Marquis of the Pan-Wu Divine Dynasty. This statement was like a spark for Xiao Chen. His expression gradually turned terrifyingly ferocious. His hand tightened slightly. Mingjue, wait for me a little longer. I will definitely rescue you from this cage. People from all directions began to gather in one place. After following the map from Jun Xiao Yao, Than Lin managed to craft herself an electric guitar. She clumsily plucked a string, but the sound was like something straight out of hell, exactly like Jun Xiao Yao's zither playing. Little Haiyan, sitting right next to her, began to roll his eyes back in his head. This was a classic case of music poisoning. She grew incredibly frustrated, unable to play a single note that didn't sound like a curse. Damn it, this thing is way harder than I imagined. Little Hoyan, sitting beside her and listening to her complain, snapped, You've been messing with that thing for over 2 weeks now, and it still sounds worse than your original instrument. Than Lin reached over to pat his head, trying to comfort him. You're just too dense. You don't get it. You have no idea what kind of vibration I'm aiming for. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth in annoyance. Yeah, right. I don't get it. All I know is that your playing every single day makes it impossible for me to get any sleep. If I ever catch the guy who gave you that thing, I'm gonna give him a piece of my mind." Seeing him start to get worked up, she wrapped her arm around his shoulder and teased, "Oh, are you jealous? Is our little Hoyan feeling jealous?" He immediately lost his temper. He grabbed her and threw his weight backward, knocking Fan Lin down as she let out a cry of pain. Not far away, Jun Xiaoyao, who was being badmouthed, couldn't help but open his mouth wide and let out a huge sneeze. Gao Sheng heard him sneeze and asked with concern, "What's wrong, boss?" Jun Xiaoyao cleared his throat and replied, "Nothing, just feels like someone's talking about me." Looking up at the sky, he tilted his head and asked, "Anyway, what time is it now?" Qin Haiyan checked the time and answered, "It's exactly the right time." Looking into the distance, he muttered, "Perfect timing. I should head to the meeting spot." Qin Huyan looked at him, confused. "Meeting?" Gao Sheng, seeing the young girl, didn't understand, explained, "The Forbidden Peak, the boss has an appointment." He glanced at her and offered, "Want to tag along? You don't want to miss seeing Yang Pan pay for his actions, do you?" Her eyes lit up at the thought of seeing Yang Pan get what was coming to him. Nearby, the drummer kept pounding away. Everyone gathered for the selection trials started buzzing at the sound of the drums. All the handsome men and beautiful women were present today. Jiang Luoli looked at the crowd, cheering happily. There are so many people. Accompanied by Jiang Shengji, she was thrilled by the lively atmosphere. The last time the Quan family threw a banquet, it wasn't even this lively. Fearing the girl would run off in her excitement, Jiang Shengji warned, "Jiang Luoli, don't go running around." She flashed a bright thumbs up. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Before 5 seconds had even passed, she slammed right into someone. Jiang Luoli bounced back and let out a squeak. The person she bumped into saw her land on the ground and reached out to help her up. "Hey, little miss, you shouldn't run around like that." It turned out to be Jun Xiaoyao. He wore a goofy grin, sounding just like those classic kidnapper tropes in stories who are about to get into trouble. Facing his sleazy face, Jiang Luoli stared at Jun Xiaoyao with dead fish eyes, saying nothing. Then, she swiped her claws across his face to vent her frustration. Seeing her scratch someone, Jiang Shengyi rushed over to stop her. "Jiang Luoli, don't be reckless." Jiang Luoli angrily explained, "He started it." When she got a clear look at his face, Jiang Shengyi immediately recognized him. "Wait, you're young master Jun Xiaoyao of the Quan family, aren't you?" He lifted his face, showing the 4 scratch marks, and forced a smile to greet her. "Lady Jiang Shengyi, long time no see." Upon hearing he was from the Quan family, Jiang Luoli gave him another kick. "What the? You're with the Quan family again. Is it fun to mess with me?" Jun Xiaoyao yelped in pain after being kicked. I'm sorry. Lady Jiang Luoli, please take it easy. The young master isn't traveling with us, so I don't know where he is right now." Afraid Jiang Shengyi would be disappointed that Jun Xiao Yao wasn't there, he quickly added. But knowing the young master's personality, he won't break his promise. Hearing that Jun Xiao Yao was coming, Jiang Luoli's face darkened. That kid is actually planning to join the trials. He's got some nerve, he's supposed to be engaged to me. Jun Xiangjian broke into a cold sweat on Jun Xiao Yao's behalf at her sharp tone. There was no way to defend against that one. Jiang Shengji couldn't help but burst out laughing. Just then, a pair of feet walked up. Anyone could tell who it was from behind. It could only be Tin Van. And sure enough, seeing Jiang Luoli from afar, he walked over to greet her. Lady Jiang Luoli, long time no see. The weather is beautiful today, isn't it?" But Jiang Luoli, who suffered from face blindness, didn't recognize him at all. "Who are you?" This really hurt Tin Van. He was smiling on the outside, but dying on the inside. That familiar reaction. Is my presence really that insignificant? "I'm Diep Tin Van. We've met before." Jiang Luoli looked at him and asked, "So, what do you want?" Tin Van stammered, Well, I learned a new piece of music not long ago. Could I play it for you?" The girl looked annoyed and wanted to refuse. So troublesome. While they were talking, suddenly, an unpleasant and all too familiar aura hit them, causing all 4 to turn their heads. The heavy footsteps of a man echoed against the ground with a dull thud. Everyone present fell silent as soon as they saw him. The long hem of his cloak fluttered, giving off an incredibly arrogant vibe. The person who arrived was Yang Pan. Only then did the crowd recover, screaming, "It's the champion Marquis. The champion Marquis of the Divine Dynasty is here." Hearing that they recognized him, the corner of his mouth curled into an arrogant smirk. Others felt the immense pressure radiating from him and were filled with shock. Is this really the champion Marquis of the Divine Dynasty? His aura is truly powerful. The whispers of the crowd reached his ears, making him glance over irritably as people discussed his fame. That's right, seeing is believing. Even though the champion Marquis doesn't have the best reputation, His strength is legit. Every word they said made him frown deeper. The dark circles under his eyes made his gaze look even more vicious and terrifying, as if he were scanning the area to see if Jun Xiao Yao had shown up yet. Everyone's gaze began to drift toward Yang Pan's attire. He's wearing the Heaven Mang divine armor that's a godly artifact. I heard he also has the divine spear, Spear Mang. Seeing that Jun Xiao Yao was nowhere to be found, he smirked triumphantly. He really hasn't shown up. He viewed Jun Xiao Yao as a coward and thought to himself with contempt, "Seems like I overestimated you, Jun Xiao Yao." Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching his attention. He looks just like a giant beetle. Hearing himself compared to a beetle made the veins on his forehead bulge with rage. What? Turns out the one who said that was Jiang Luoli. Ye Xingyun, standing nearby, heard this and tried to hold back a laugh, saying, "You phrasing it like that, it's actually kind of spot on." Yang Pan's face darkened as he glared at Jiang Luoli, the source of the mockery. His gaze locked onto her face, and even though she wasn't fully matured yet, one could tell at a glance that she would grow up to be a stunning, breathtaking beauty. In his eyes, Jiang Luoli's smile seemed to be filtered through a shimmering, sparkling lens. He licked his lips greedily, then stared at Jiang Luoli with a look of filthy desire. The pearl of the Jiang family truly possesses a beauty beyond compare. With her cat-like senses, she could feel his disgusting gaze, and every hair on her body stood on end. Jiang Luoli glared and shouted, "Take back that sickening look of yours, or do you want to fight?" Before she could finish, Yi Xingyun stepped in to stop her. He raised his hand to protect her. Yi Xingyun shouted a warning at him. "Don't you dare be disrespectful to Miss Jiang Luoli." Seeing him trying to shield her, Jiang Luoli snapped angrily. "What is your problem? Do you think I can't handle myself? Step aside. Are we even that close?" Yi Xingyun felt awkward after being snapped at and explained, "My apologies." Subconsciously, Yang Pan felt annoyed seeing this display. "What is this? Is he trying to show off in front of yours truly?" He raised his hand, and an orb condensed in his palm. Then, he launched a strike toward the two of them and roared, "Go to hell." Seeing the orb firing at them, Yi Xingyun's pupils constricted. Right before Yang Pan's attack was about to hit them, Yi Xingyun quickly pushed Jiang Luoli out of the way. Yi Xingyun gritted his teeth, watching the attack closing in right before his eyes. Before it arrived, he agilely leaned to the side to dodge, but he was still a split second too slow. The attack grazed his neck, causing fresh blood to spray from the wound. That move of his was truly intended to kill. Just looking at the giant hole it punched through the city wall was enough to tell. If Yi Xingyun hadn't dodged in time, he probably looked just like that wall right now. Yi Xingyun planted his feet to steady himself, blue sparks flashing in his eyes. Yang Pan's attack had truly angered him. Seeing Yi Xingyun's resistance, Yang Pan just scoffed dismissively. "Not only did you not run away, but you're actually targeting me." He gave a contemptuous smile at Yi Xingyun. "But is it really a good idea to target me like this?" Realizing the hidden meaning behind his smile, he immediately looked up. The attack Yang Pan had just launched was now spiraling back toward Yi Xingyun's blind spot. The onlookers, seeing this, kindly shouted out, "It's the divine spear of destruction. Be careful." Seeing Yi Xingyun distracted, Yang Pan seized the opportunity to rush forward. "Kid, you're done for." But just as Yang Pan's divine spear was about to pierce Yi Xingyun, a streak of golden spirit energy appeared. It struck down, blocking the spear's attack. Sensing a familiar aura, Yi Xingyun was stunned. Right before Yang Pan could land his sneak attack, a chain made of spirit energy appeared, circling Yi Xingyun. Then, under control, it wrapped tightly around him and pulled him away from Yang Pan's attack trajectory. The sudden disappearance of his prey left Yang Pan confused. A golden vortex appeared above his head. Everyone present looked up at the sky in unison. "Quick, look up." Hearing this, Yang Pan looked up too. A hand formed from spirit energy slammed down toward him. The pressure from that spiritual hand was so great that he was almost unable to move. The hand slammed down with a deafening, ear-splitting crash. The onlookers, after steadying themselves, looked at the sky in disbelief and cried out, "Such terrifying power! Which great master is making a move?" Jun Xiaoyao, the person Yang Pan hated to the bone, had finally appeared. He landed gracefully. Yi Xingyun and Jiang Luoli were both so shocked to see him appear in such a cool fashion that their jaws dropped. Jun Xiaoyao looked at him, his voice gentle and concerned. "Brother Yi Xingyun, are you all right?" Seeing it was him, he happily shouted, "It really is Brother Jun Xiaoyao. He spent 1 second looking cool, and now this guy is back to acting all wiggly like a worm." He greeted Yi Xingyun with his signature vibe. "Yo, Brother Yi Xingyun, it's only been a few days. Why have you changed so much? You almost got caught by someone in 2 moves. Hearing this, Yi Xingyun felt so embarrassed he wanted to cry. He grumbled pitifully. "That guy has no martial honor. He attacked out of nowhere. I was just caught off guard for a second. Jiang Luoli listened to their conversation, feeling confused. She felt that this wiggly like a worm posture was extremely familiar, and she felt that face was somewhat familiar too. It feels like I've seen him somewhere before. Where? Finally, she remembered who this worm was. Her eyes filled with obvious disgust. It's Jun Xiao Yao. All right, only he could be this weird. I'd better pretend I don't know him. Thinking this, Jiang Luoli walked over to call Yi Xingyun. But when he heard her call, he looked up and replied, Miss Jiang Luoli. A stream of spirit energy struck Yi Xingyun's neck, almost snapping his cervical vertebrae. As the energy dissipated, the wound on his neck healed instantly. Her voice carried a scolding tone. Are you stupid from being hit? You're bleeding from your neck and you don't even know how to treat it. Yi Xingyun didn't expect her to care enough to heal him. He looked at her, moved to tears. Miss Jiang Luoli, let me say a few blunt things. Jiang Luoli felt that he was weak yet acting tough. That armor-clad guy is causing trouble. I can handle it myself. There was no need for you to step in front of me. She delivered a harsh rejection. I didn't ask you to stand up for me, so I don't owe you anything. Nor am I grateful. Got it. Hearing this logic, Jun Xiaoyao recognized her immediately. This behavior is so logical, it is definitely that little brat, Jiang Luoli. Behind him, Jun Xiangjian's eyes sparkled when he saw him, but Jun Xiaoyao ignored him and muttered, I should probably just pretend I don't know him. He looked at Yi Xingyun, sitting on the ground with a pitying gaze. How would poor brother Yi Xingyun react? He stood up, supporting himself with his hands, and replied calmly, I understand. Miss Jiang Luoli. Yi Xingyun placed a hand on his chest, his eyes shining with resolute righteousness as he said, I didn't step in to gain your gratitude. I did it because I felt I had to. If I hadn't stepped in, my Dao heart would have been shaken. He wasn't saddened by her words. Yi Xingyun smiled, his eyes crinkling as he explained, So, I acted for my own sake. It has nothing to do with you, Miss Jiang Luoli. You don't need to worry about it. After hearing Yi Xingyun's philosophy, Jiang Luoli's face darkened. She was so annoyed she wanted to punch him. Isn't this just going to make people pay even more attention to us? This is so frustrating. Can I just hit him already? Standing next to them, Jun Xiaoyao covered his mouth, shaking with laughter. Jun Xiaoyao, who had once been a victim of Yi Xingyun's antics, wiped away a tear from laughing too hard and thought to himself with deep understanding, I get it. Sincerity really is the ultimate killing move. Back when I asked him if he wanted to be the punching bag for one of my hits, I felt the exact same way. Feeling a twinge of conscience and sensing a murderous aura, Jun Xiaoyao's expression shifted instantly. Yang Pan, whom he had just slammed into the ground with a spiritual palm, was crawling back out. Yang Pan released his spiritual energy, blowing away the dirt and rocks burying him. Hearing the noise, Jun Xiaoyao turned around, and as soon as his hand touched the ground, Yang Pan started screaming furiously. Jun Xiaoyao, you shameless, despicable brat. His face was twisted with rage. Use a sneak attack, do you have no shame at all? Hearing this, Jiang Luoli and Yi Xingyun stared in silence at the guy who had just tried to sneak attack them, now complaining about others doing the same. What a textbook hypocrite. She pointed at him and turned to ask Yi Xingyun. So, he really did try to ambush the two of us earlier, right? Yi Xingyun nodded in confirmation. Hearing that, Jiang Luoli burst out laughing and called Yang Pan a shameless scoundrel. Seeing a sudden attack coming, Yi Xingyun didn't even think. He shoved Jiang Luoli out of the way. But as he felt that overwhelming power closing in, he gritted his teeth in fear. A second later, the energy slash landed right on Yi Xingyun. But as his body fell, the energy didn't disperse. Instead, it transformed into a hovering orb of power. That unusual sight forced Yi Xingyun to brace himself, pushing his heavy exhaustion aside to start channeling energy for recovery. He summoned his power to turn the tide of the battle. That resilient display didn't earn Yang Pan's respect, it just triggered his big, messy mouth. Not only did you not run, but you're actually rushing toward me? But charging headfirst at me like that, is that really a smart move? That comment made Yi Xingyun freeze in the middle of the brutal battlefield. The spear, shrouded in that crimson energy, suddenly broke free from the orb's seal and flew fast behind his back. The critical situation made the onlookers shudder in fear. That's the Soul Eater spear. Watch out. In a flash, Yang Pan swung his hand toward Yi Xingyun excitedly. Kid, you're done for. But unfortunately, before he could finish his move, a brilliant golden light appeared from nowhere. A pillar of energy suddenly shattered Yang Pan's spear-based sneak attack with just a gentle strike. The scene left Yi Xingyun so stunned he didn't even realize something strange was happening around him. It was Chi, who had rushed over to pull him away while he was still bewildered. Confusion washed over Yang Pan's face as his prey was snatched away right before his eyes. Before he could even ask what happened, he had to cover his eyes as an unfamiliar, overwhelming power began to show its might. The audience's gasps erupted across the vast space. Up in the sky, look up there. The intense spiritual energy was merging to form a powerful orb of energy. That surprise attack quickly slammed into him, causing the whole space to tremble violently. The sight made Yang Pan's breath hitch. His stiff body refused to move, even as that orb transformed into a hand slamming down on him. Yang Pan's face was filled with despair, as if he had seen his miserable future in an instant. The shockwave left the chatterbox audience stunned and terrified. What terrifying power! I wonder which great master did that. They didn't have to wait long. After pulling back his power, the hero quickly descended to greet everyone. Yi Xingyun and Jiang Luoli were so shocked they forgot to breathe. Jun Xiaoyao spoke up arrogantly, as if he didn't notice the heavy atmosphere. "Brother Yi Xingyun, are you okay?" The words broke the tension, and Yi Xingyun shouted excitedly, as expected of brother Jun Xiaoyao. "We haven't seen each other in a few days. Why are you slacking off?" "Yi Xingyun, I was almost knocked out in 2 moves." Yi Xingyun cried out, pained and teary-eyed. "That guy has no martial arts ethics. He struck out of nowhere. I was just caught off guard." Watching the 2 idiots start their own comedy act, Jiang Luoli was so exhausted she had to scratch her head. She frantically searched her memory for anything related to that laid-back immortal. This face, why does it look so familiar, like I've seen him somewhere before? Where could it be? Is it Jun Xiaoyao? Yeah, that sounds about right. The only person who could act this shameless and twisted is probably him. I'll just pretend I don't know him. Compared to Jun Xiaoyao, her aimless thoughts drifted away, making her sigh out loud. "Hey, you." Seeing the other person walking toward them, Yi Xingyun felt a bit flustered. Before Jiang Luoli could even voice her confusion, she used a technique and pressed her hand against his neck, leaving him dazed. But thanks to that, the open wound caused by Yang Pan healed in the blink of an eye. While Yi Xingyun was still stunned by the sudden action, Jiang Luoli started snapping at him incessantly. "Were you hit so hard you've gone stupid? Your neck is bleeding like crazy and you don't even know how to stop the bleeding?" His face flushed red at her surprisingly cool behavior. "Miss Jiang Luoli." But before he could say anything else, Jiang Luoli cut him off. "Let me say the hard stuff first. That shameless jerk couldn't do anything to me even if I dealt with him alone. I didn't need you to stand in front of me to shield me. I didn't ask for your help, so I owe you nothing, and I'm definitely not grateful. Get it?" The cold words left Jun Xiaoyao speechless. Oh my god, this logic. It's so ridiculously suffocating. "That's our little brat, Jiang Luoli for you. I'll just pretend not to know her." That stifled sentiment even blocked out the noisy shouting from the guy holding the sword right next to him. "Young master." Looking at Yi Xingyun still sitting stunned on the ground, he sighed inwardly. How is our poor brother Yi Xingyun going to react to this? As if hearing his thoughts, Yi Xingyun slowly brushed the dust off his clothes and stood up. "I know, Miss Jiang Luoli. I didn't step in to get your gratitude, but because I felt it was the right thing to do. If I hadn't stepped up, my heart would have been unsettled. So I only acted for my own sake. It has nothing to do with you. Miss Jiang Luoli, you don't need to overthink it," he said, making her blush so hard it was almost unbearable. "It's impossible to stay mad at Jun Xiaoyao's annoying chuckle. It just makes people pay more attention to him so irritating. Can I just punch him once?" Catching his breath, he pursed his lips and nodded, silently agreeing with Jiang Luoli's frustration. "I get it. Sincerity really is the deadliest weapon, isn't it? When I asked him if he'd be a sandbag for me to punch, I felt the exact same way. That pang of conscience, you know?" But a tiny sound caught Jun Xiaoyao's ear, making him glance over. The floor, which had been deeply cratered by his earlier attack, suddenly erupted with power, sending debris flying everywhere. Yang Pan's grating voice suddenly boomed out. "Jun Xiaoyao, you shameless little rat. You actually dared to ambush me. Have you completely lost your pride? You look even worse than a sewer rat." Yi Xingyun and Jiang Luoli stared, stunned into silence. After a moment, the girl asked hesitantly, "Wait, wasn't he the one who attacked us first just now?" Then, she got a prompt answer from him. "Exactly, a total coward." Furious at the calm indifference of the group in front of him, Yang Pan started screaming, "Jun Xiaoyao, you shameless little rat, to think you'd resort to a sneak attack. Have you no shame left?" Such crude language only left Jiang Luoli even more confused. "I'm pretty sure he was the one who ambushed us." Yi Xingyun, frowning at their opponent, couldn't help but nod in silent agreement. "Yeah, no doubt about it." As the air grew heavy with silence, Jun Xiaoyao finally let out a slow, mocking laugh. "Shameless rat." The scene on the arena stage had already drawn many onlookers. "Look, that's Jun Xiaoyao from the Jun family. He really showed up. Did he actually just slam that champion down into the dirt?" What's his cultivation level? Why can't I tell? He must be at the quasi-saint stage. For the Dao integration stage, you need to find a suitable Dao lord to merge with, and no genius would just break through recklessly. Yet, even at the same great unity stage, his aura feels worlds apart from the others. So, when he didn't respond to the champion's challenge earlier, it was because he simply didn't care. That makes sense. With an aura difference like that, anyone with eyes can see it. For Yang Pan, this lighthearted atmosphere only made him feel more humiliated than ever. Furious, he hoisted his heavy spear. Jun Xiaoyao, you're a dead man. However, that menacing display didn't scare Jun Xiaoyao in the slightest. Can you guys come up with some more creative threats? He even gently blew on his fingertips, a calm show of indifference toward his opponent. Under the brilliant sun, Jun Xiaoyao smiled arrogantly. I'm standing right here. Do you actually have the guts to kill me? That display of nonchalance made Yang Pan so mad he was grinding his teeth, channeling his energy. But before he could act, an imposing voice drowned him out. Everyone, stop at once. As soon as the command was given, the solemn beat of war drums echoed repeatedly. The deep, resonating sound of the horns that followed sent a wave of nervousness through everyone at the scene. A group of people in noble robes walked toward the competition platform under the curious gazes of thousands. The martial god lord, leading the way, exuded an indescribable, majestic aura that made the crowd tremble before they even saw the people behind him. The steel in his tone made the hearts of the commoners skip a beat. The tournament hasn't even begun. Have you no decency? The host had spoken directly to them. Yang Pan could only lower his weapon, seething with frustration, while Jun Xiaoyao calmly glanced at the new arrivals and nodded in confusion. Unlike his relaxed attitude, the spectators on the sidelines gasped in unison. It's the martial god lord. A squad of cloaked guards, who had been stationed near the royalty, suddenly leaped down, as if it had been prearranged, landing neatly in the crowded stands. Ignoring the panicked stares of the onlookers, they calmly turned toward the stage. Upon receiving a silent signal from their leader, they all bowed and pressed their hands to the ground to channel their energy. The silent space was suddenly filled with anxiety. What's happening? The ground is shifting. Heavy stone pillars began to rise from beneath the earth. The plaster-covered arena floor underwent a transformation that could only be described as divine. Staircases on both sides began to take shape during this final construction phase. A minute later, the crowd snapped out of their trance and started to gasp in awe. It's a fighting ring. They're building a ring out of thin air. The impressive display immediately excited Jun Xiaoyao. This technique is neat. It's perfect for construction work. But before he could enjoy it for long, he was called back by Jun Zhangjian. Young master. He hurriedly pulled Jun Xiaoyao's arm to look toward the sharp gazes of the acquaintances nearby and whispered, Do you want to go over and greet the young lady from the Jiang family? The elders from both houses are over there too. He panicked so hard his heart skipped a beat. Damn it. Each time it was an old man with a different style, and he couldn't even recognize if they were his own elders. Under the scrutinizing eyes of everyone, Jun Xiaoyao hurriedly ran over and bowed politely. Greetings to all the elders. And it's been a while. How have you been? His warm voice made her eyes crinkle into a smile of delight. It has been a while. Our Jun Xiaoyao's cultivation has leveled up again. Jiang Luoli, why don't you go over and greet him? Called out in the middle of the crowd, the girl sighed miserably. So unlucky. I was clearly trying to keep my presence to a minimum. Sensing that trouble was coming, Jun Xiaoyao, who had been feeling excited, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. With a bad feeling, he suppressed all his annoyance. Jiang Luoli stomped her foot on the ground to push herself forward, then spoke in a whiny, saccharine voice, more exaggerated than a gold digger asking for a handbag. Brother Xiaoyao, I missed you so much. Just as he had anticipated, he could only look away and swallow his urge to vomit. You really shouldn't have. But the scene, when seen by the holy maiden, looked like a model of tender, heartwarming affection. Their relationship is truly great, Yi Xingyan and Jun Zhangjian thought, sharing the same sentiment, completely serious. A while later, as the sun began to heat up to its peak, the drums signaled that it was time to take their seats. As soon as the martial god lord sat down, he let out a long, comfortable breath, but his sharp eyes caught something that made his brow furrow. He made no effort to hide it, turning immediately to ask the eldest prince, Where is the third son? This is such a significant occasion. Why is he nowhere to be seen? Caught off guard by his father's question, he stumbled over his words, as if frantically searching his mind for a script. Well, the third brother mentioned that recently. He hasn't been feeling well, so he went to the villa to recover beforehand. Hearing this, the Banvo Divine Lord's anger was plain to see a completely useless waste of space. At that exact moment, the eunuch beside him stepped forward to announce, Your Majesty, the arena is ready, forcing him to swallow his rage and reply, I see. The Banvo Divine Lord looked gently at Wu Mingyue and calmly gave the command he had been holding back for a long time. Go. It's your turn to step out. Upon hearing this, she quickly bowed. As you command, Your Majesty. Those with the keen eye in the spectator stands suddenly spoke up. Someone's taking the stage, causing the others to crane their necks in curiosity. Who is it? The sound of Wu Mingyue's shoes clicking against the stone floor brought the noisy crowd to a dead silence. Her dazzling golden hair flowed behind her, gently tousled by the breeze, making her look absolutely ethereal. However, the sight left Tiuthan stunned, to the point of near total clinical paralysis. A facade of artificial positivity slowly washed over Wu Mingyue's eyes, and she began to speak, her voice even more melodic than a Western harp. I am Vo Wu Mingyue, first princess of the Banvo Divine Dynasty. From the bottom of my heart, I thank all you esteemed guests for attending this banquet. The effect was truly historical, leaving everyone present speechless and breathless. After a long moment, the crowd erupted into a chorus of exuberant praise for Wu Mingyue. Oh my god, is that really the first princess of the Banvo Divine Dynasty? She's a true beauty of this world. Everyone finally understood why so many geniuses came here to fight for the title of son-in-law. Not only would they reach the clouds in a single step, but they'd also win such a breathtaking beauty. To Tiuthan, these words felt like sharp needles piercing his heart. His face twisted in agony, looking even more terrifying than that old wretch, the Banvo Divine Lord. This wasn't a competition to choose a groom anymore. This was simply treating his own daughter like a pile of cabbage at the market, tossed onto a stall for auction. But before Tiuthan could craft another narrative in his head, the Banvo Divine Lord's authoritative voice boomed out. Today is the day my daughter, Wu Mingyue, chooses a husband. Only the most outstanding genius can become the son-in-law of our Banvo Divine Dynasty. The banquet begins now. You talented young men, why not step onto the arena to compete and prove your worth? The Banvo Divine Lord waved his hand decisively, emphasizing his demand. Only a genius of true talent deserved to be a son-in-law of the Banvo Divine Dynasty. His announcement was powerful and stirring. The banquet begins now. You young heroes, why not take the stage and contend for the title? As if waiting for this moment for ages, Vokai flew onto the stage in a flash. His feet landed cleanly, every movement exuding absolute perfection, and his aura began to erupt. Standing with the posture of a seasoned commander waiting for a decisive battle, Vokai announced loudly, I am Jiang Vokai, a direct disciple of the Thien Nam Sword sect, and I shall be the first to start. Without hesitation, he poured his heart out right there on the arena. I have harbored deep feelings for Princess Wu Mingyue for a long time. Hearing this, Duong Ban let out a faint laugh, a fleeting grin filled with unconcealable contempt. He arrogantly threatened, small fry like you shouldn't be showing off here. Vo Kai gritted his teeth, struggling with all his might to suppress the rage roiling inside him. He calmly replied to the insult. If one has managed to reach this stage, it should be based on skill to determine the victor. Even if you are a champion of the divine, you don't have the right to boss people around here, do you? Seeing the firm attitude of the man before him, Duong Ban couldn't help but laugh involuntarily. His hand raised slowly, summoning an item hidden in the hazy void. Without a second of hesitation, he launched the sharp weapon straight at his opponent, as if wanting to nip the trouble in the bud. Vokai's eyes flickered with a hint of hesitation, a flash of caution appearing in their depths. He quickly took a defensive stance, his body tensed and brimming with the will to fight to the end. Instantly, Duong Ban let out a violent roar and unleashed a fatal strike. But Vokai was no ordinary person. His eyes blazed with resentment, and he leaped up to retaliate. The clash happened in mere seconds. He barely managed to block the ferocious attack coming from his opponent. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed through the air. His sword had shattered into pieces. At the same time, his eyes flashed a burning red, like the light of death. It all happened too fast. Duong Ban's sword had pierced straight through Vokai in a split second. Witnessing the horrific scene, the elder of the Thien Nam Sword sect couldn't help but scream in panic. Jiang seemed unable to recover from the sudden ambush, his whole body stiffening. A stream of hot blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, silently dripping onto his chin. The moment he collapsed, the Thien Nam Sword sect elder rushed to check on him. Jiang. His face turned deathly pale when he saw the extent of the wounds. His bones were shattered, and even if he survived, he would never be able to cultivate again. Duong Ban laughed maniacally, his inhumane laughter echoing with such arrogance that he dismissed the presence of everyone else. He repeatedly warned, I already said, small temples have wild spirits. If you don't have the skills, don't dream big. With a casual flick of his hand, his weapon flew back to his side. Duong Ban sneered, carry him off. Hurry up, don't lose face here anymore. The face of the Thien Nam Sword sect elder darkened, every line of his expression revealing his fury toward the man. He retorted sarcastically, So this is the hospitality of the Banvo Divine Dynasty. The Thi Nam Sword sect will be sure to return the favor. The Banvo Divine Lord fell into deep thought after watching the fight. Duong Ban, losing patience, urged him, "Stop with the nonsense. Get out of here." The crowd around them could no longer hold back and began to scream and rebuke him. What does he mean by that? There's a limit to how much you can look down on others, right? What a bastard. Is this how the Banvo Divine Dynasty acts? A sudden loud crash echoed as Duong Ban slammed his weapon down, causing the stage floor to crack. He arrogantly challenged them. "This position of son-in-law is already mine. Any other blind fools want to compete? Come on up and fight." Jiang Luoli stood nearby, cursing furiously. After just getting slammed headfirst into the ground a moment ago, he's already back to being all pompous and arrogant. What kind of person is he? Suddenly, her eyes widened as if she'd seen something terrifying. Xingyun's sturdy back was moving toward the arena. He was getting straight to the point. "I have zero interest in this ranking," he declared, "but I really want to teach you a lesson." Hearing that, the crowd immediately started cheering. "Young Master Yi Xingyun, bearer of the royal spirit of the ancient Yi clan." They kept chanting, trying to boost his morale. "Go get him, young Master Yi. Beat that bastard to a pulp." Xingyun didn't get angry. Instead, he smirked and retorted, "What's wrong? Can't win now that you can't sneak attack me." Ignoring the opponent's rising irritation, he calmly activated his ability. Fine then. A powerful wave of energy suddenly erupted, sweeping across the arena like a violent electrical surge. Yang Pan clicked his tongue in mockery. "Still yapping, you pathetic loser." But the next second, a massive wave of energy surged from Xingyun, slamming straight toward him. A flicker of fear crossed Yang Pan's face. "What the hell is that?" Xingyun teased playfully, tilting his head with an excited grin. "I'll let you go first, you thick-skinned brat." Feeling completely belittled, Yang Pan froze at his opponent's attitude. Huh. Finally, the beast within Yang Pan began to awaken. Fine. With a powerful stomp that cracked the arena floor, he flew into a rage, eyes locked on his prey, charging in for a cheap shot. Just as he was about to land a hit on his target's weak point, he lost his cool and roared, "Die." In stark contrast to the intense situation, Xingyun simply raised his hand. Before Yang Pan could even process it, a flash of light streaked past his face. A deafening explosion shook the ground, and a violent shockwave rippled out from Xingyun's heaven-shattering block. Without even glancing at his opponent for a second, he had stopped the attack with just a slight movement. He then unleashed a lethal counterattack, showing no mercy to someone who dared to stand in his way. The impact left the entire audience stunned into silence. The arena floor cracked and began to crumble under that terrifying force. Blood sprayed out suddenly, painting the floor red like a wild, raging waterfall. Yang Pan could only brace himself, struggling to keep his massive frame from collapsing completely. Xingyun couldn't help but laugh mockingly at the sight. "Look at that," he said, bored as he spotted the wounds on Yang Pan's face. "Without your sneak attacks, that's really all you're worth." The helmet on Yang Pan's head fell off with a thud, shattered to pieces without a hint of mercy. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the rage rising within him. "Kid, I admit you've got talent, but that's as far as you go." Xingyun didn't hesitate to fire back. "Save the big talk for after you've actually beaten me." Yang Pan let out a cold sneer, his murky eyes scanning the person in front of him. He slammed his spear into the floor and declared, "Then let me open your eyes to the real world." As he finished, a fierce aura engulfed the space, as if it were about to swallow everyone's life force. Xingyun was slightly startled, thinking to himself, "Bloodlust." Suddenly, his eyes went wide as he saw a horrifying sight. He stood frozen amidst the chaotic formation the opponent had set up. In just a split second, there are already this many spear glints. Doubt swirled in Xingyun's mind. He's clearly standing still, not moving an inch. He quickly regained his focus and instantly unleashed his signature technique. The ring on his hand lit up once more, signaling that a fiery battle was about to begin. His eyes were more determined than ever. He wouldn't show mercy to anyone. Fast as lightning, Xingyun used his masterful skills to parry every deadly strike, yet Yang Pan didn't show a hint of fear. His massive body leaped into the air, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. He wore a sinister smile, aiming the tip of his spear straight at his target. Instantly, a deafening explosion ripped through the air, shaking the entire space. Yang Pan gritted his teeth, observing the situation, trying to find his opponent's weak spot. Suddenly, Yang Pan noticed something strange. The ring on his opponent's hand was gone. Just then, swirling vortexes of wind rose up as if to wipe out every living soul. Before he could even recover, he was hit by a brutal strike, forcing a painful roar out of his massive frame. Seeing his chance, Xingyun pressed the attack. His small, agile hands summoned a high-tier weapon. Without hesitation, he pulled out the god-slaying spear to finish it. His terrifying speed shattered the opponent's technique in a flash. The tension in the air became suffocating. Everyone was radiating such heavy bloodlust, it felt like they were crushing each other. Unexpectedly, Xingyun's face hardened, looking completely tireless. Yang Pan panicked as he realized something was wrong. Without a second's delay, Xingyun dealt him a crushing blow that sent him flying backward. Yang Pan's face turned deathly pale in an instant, blood spewing from his mouth. Xingyun reminded himself to strike while the iron was hot. His eyes flashed with a cold, sharp light as he unleashed his technique. Spin. A blinding, intense light erupted, violent enough to tear the very fabric of space. Yang Pan used every ounce of his strength to hold back the storm-like attack, but he couldn't hold on for long. Xingyun's overwhelming power shattered everything. Yang Pan's body was flung into the air, hovering for a moment, and within a few short seconds, his massive body crashed onto the floor, causing a significant tremor. Xingyun panted, struggling to catch his breath, trying to steady his pounding heart. Amidst the scattered debris of the battlefield, Yang Pan lay motionless, as if all signs of life had left him. Xingyun let out a sigh of relief. I won. He clenched his fist in excitement. I won. The crowd around them erupted into cheers. He won. Young Master Ye won. That was an amazing fight. Barely paying attention to the cheering crowd, he quickly turned his head, searching for a familiar face. Xingyun shouted excitedly, Lady Jiang Luoli, I won. She just stood there, frozen in shock, muttering to herself, what does that have to do with me? Why are you even telling me that? Just then, Jiang Luoli noticed something strange. She screamed out a warning, you idiot, don't let your guard down. That booming voice really went all out. Even after that hit, he was still standing. A violent surge of raw power slammed into Tin Van as if it were trying to crush his frail body to dust. Caught completely off guard, he immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Everyone watching the battlefield froze, their jaws dropping in pure shock. Seeing such brutality, Jun Xiaoyao's face darkened in an instant. Yang Pan let out a smug, mocking laugh. The ancient Yi clan, they're nothing but ants. He gloated, collecting the items dropped by the fallen, stroking the sword in his hand as if it were a priceless treasure. You should feel honored. The Banvo god lord's expression turned instantly intrigued. As for the Ban Hoang sword, Tin Van's body was now so weak he couldn't even stand steady. He felt himself slipping, ready to collapse onto the floor. I'm so done with this. Suddenly, a hand gently rested on his shoulder, offering comfort. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes turned cold, ice-cold, locking onto the one who had caused all this, fueled by a desire for vengeance. Before anyone noticed, Fuqba had appeared on the stage to back him up. He gently helped Tin Van away, needing to purge the sword energy from the wound before even attempting to stop the bleeding. The subordinates nearby let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no tendons or bones were shattered. At that moment, their eyes locked, and Yang Pan wore an incredibly sinister grin. He started taunting him. Jun Xiaoyao, so you finally decided to show your face. Then, he threw down the gauntlet. Today, I'm going to let you taste the true power of this Ban Hoang sword. The cultivators from the Banvo side began channeling their techniques, and after gathering enough energy, they swung their hands outward. The very space began to ripple. Debris flew everywhere, and even the heavy stone tiles were ripped up and rearranged by the sheer force of the technique. Before long, a perfectly squared combat arena had materialized right before everyone's eyes. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up as he watched. Oh wow, this move is actually perfect for infrastructure projects. Being ignored, Yang Pan growled in the shadows. Jun Xiaoyao, I'm going to make you kneel and beg for mercy. He sneered provocatively. Jun Xiaoyao just shrugged, completely unbothered, and retorted, take a look at yourself before you start talking. In that state, even if I beat you, people would just say I won without any honor. Being body-shamed like that, Yang Pan instantly lost his mind. You damn son of a Jun Xiaoyao didn't even let him finish before raising a hand to stop him. Besides, my time is precious. Dancing around on this stage with someone who's all muscle and no brain is just a waste of time. So, how about all of you sitting down there just come at me all at once? Anyone who wants to challenge me, Jun Xiaoyao, just step onto this stage. Whether it's 10, 100, 1,000, or even 10,000, I, Jun Xiaoyao, can take you all on at the same time. Yang Pan was so enraged he was shaking, roaring, shut your mouth. Are you trying to humiliate me? Jun Xiaoyao smirked, switching straight into toxic mode. See, I told you you were an idiot. If you want me to shut up, just blow me away like you did to young Master Jiang from the Thi Nam Sword sect. Can you even do that? If not, shut your trap and go find some clothes to put on. Understand? He gritted his teeth, forced to swallow his bitter humiliation. The Banvo god lord lost face, and seeing his own side, he gripped his forehead and ordered, get a new set of clothes for him. The servants in the back hurriedly bowed and shouted, "Yes, sir." Just then, Vuong Quang, who loved chaos, jumped onto the stage to join the fun. The Jun clan's divine child certainly has spirit. "I am Vuong Quang of the Northern Vuong clan. I'd like to exchange a few pointers." Jun Xiaoyao's eyes widened. "The Northern Vuong clan? If I may ask, what is your relationship to the young emperor of the Vuong clan?" Vuong Quang answered honestly, "He is my older brother." Toothin stepped out just in time, creating a three-way standoff. This was the perfect chance to test the northern technique. Wu Mingyue heard that familiar voice and froze, while the air between the three below felt stiflingly awkward. Jun Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes, trying to dig for more info. "So, you are." Toothin pulled his hood lower, dodging the question vaguely. "Just a nobody. Not worth mentioning." But deep down, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't shake the suspicion. "He looks a bit familiar." Whatever. If I can't remember him, he's probably not an important character anyway." Unlike him, Wu Mingyue was covering her mouth to keep from crying out. "It's him. It's definitely him. Did he really come here?" The Banvo god Lord turned to her, confused. "What's wrong, Wu Mingyue? Do you know him?" She immediately denied it, flustered. "Oh, no. His face darkened, and he warned coldly. "It's good that you don't. Remember your place." Wu Mingyue bowed her head, obediently answering, "Yes." Jun Xiaoyao took a deep breath, inhaling the tense atmosphere, then poured his inner energy into a deafening shout. "Anyone else want to come up? I'm only doing this once. If anyone tries that childish throne challenge stuff again, I, Jun Xiaoyao, won't even bother responding." Even after such a bold invitation, the onlookers just awkwardly shoved each other, all of them breaking into a cold sweat. Jun Xiaoyao let out a sigh and drew his conclusion. "Looks like that's everyone." He then picked a prime spot to observe the remaining three. Opposite him stood the energetic Vuong Quang. To his left was the mysterious cloaked Tu Fan, and to his right was the seething, furious Yang Pan. Jun Xiaoyao slowly raised his hands and clapped them together. Vuong Quang caught the signal, unleashed his firepower, and shouted, "Let's get started. I've been waiting for you to say that, Jun Clan Divine Child. Taste the ultimate technique of my Vuong Clan." Jun Xiaoyao calmly braced for the incoming wave of energy. He waved his hand gently, a faint smile still playing on his lips, and before long, the two sides clashed to see who was the strongest. The crowd erupted. "It's the Vajra Buddha hand, the great divine technique the Vuong clan acquired from Little West Heaven. When practiced to its peak, a single palm strike can shake the mountains and shatter the earth. Nothing can withstand it." Hearing that, Vuong Quang cursed under his breath. "Nothing can withstand it, my foot." Before he could show off more, Jun Xiaoyao spoke up. "So this is the Vuong clan's Vajra Buddha hand. Pretty decent power, I'll give you that." Even though he was smiling on the outside, Vuong Quang was panicking on the inside. He didn't even use any divine techniques, yet he easily blocked my full-force palm. He hasn't even shifted his feet an inch. Impressive. He couldn't help but blurt out his question. "Jun Clan Divine Child, what kind of body-refining technique are you using?" Jun Xiaoyao responded with a subtle smile before suddenly curling his fingers. Without a word, he launched a sudden counterattack. Wine Gang was both anxious and excited, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Suddenly, the Panwu Divine Lord on the high platform jumped up, muttering, "It can't be. That aura is the Daluo Undying Immortal Body. The Daluo Undying Immortal Body is an indestructible immortal physique. It's the pinnacle of the path of body refinement." The Panwu Divine Lord stared intently at Jun Xiaoyao, silently analyzing. Technically, the cultivation method for the Daluo Immortal Body should only be recorded within the 9 Great Heavenly Books. Wait a minute. Could the inheritance of the Yuan Tien Supreme be one of the 9 Great Heavenly Books? He was so terrified by this thought that his eyes rolled back. The saintess sitting not far away was equally shocked. She never expected the inheritance Jun Xiaoyao had obtained to be one of the 9 Great Heavenly Books. Jiang Luoli asked curiously, "The 9 Great Heavenly Books? That sounds like some kind of legendary treasure, doesn't it?" She immediately turned to explain it to him enthusiastically. "Jiang Luoli, you're still young, so you haven't heard of it, have you? The so-called 9 Great Heavenly Books are 9 mysterious tomes that have existed since the dawn of the Immortal Realm. Their origins are untraceable. Some say they were written by immortals, while others claim they were formed by the Heavenly Tao itself. In general, each heavenly book represents the pinnacle of a specific path. Legend has it that if someone manages to collect all 9 of the 9 Great Heavenly Books, they can merge them into one. The path to ascension that Jun Xiaoyao has obtained is likely the body book from the 9 Great Heavenly Books, which records various cultivation techniques like the Daluo Undying Immortal Body. For instance, Upon saying this, even the Saintess couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. It was no wonder that even with only a remnant soul, the Tianyuan Supreme could still dominate with such immense power. Xiao Chen stood to the side, observing and quietly repeating the name to himself, Daluo, Undying Immortal Body. Meanwhile, Yang Pan spoke up, his tone dripping with jealousy. This bastard's luck is truly insane. After separating, Wang Gang cheered excitedly. Amazing. To think I'd have the honor of fighting against the legendary Daluo Undying Immortal Body. In his mind, Jun Xiaoyao found it interesting. This young master Wang seemed like a martial arts fanatic. I don't hate this type of person, but I still have to be polite on the surface. What immortal body? My aptitude is just mediocre. After spending so much time in immortal essence, I've only managed to refine a mere 2 pieces of Daluo immortal bone. Wang Gang didn't buy it and immediately retorted loudly. For a cultivator at the Unity Realm, that's more than enough. No sooner had he finished speaking than he charged in, intending to settle the score once more. Jun Xiaoyao waited for his opponent, silently acknowledging the sentiment. Not bad at all. A young hero should have such spirit. The two clashed, sounds of their battle echoing through the air, while Xiao Chen and Yang Wu watched from the sidelines. Xiao Chen curiously asked his opponent on the other side of the battlefield, "Aren't you going to join in?" Yang Wu asked back with a frown. "What are you talking about?" He understood the implication and shot back a sarcastic remark. "Are you really that stunned? As expected, you're just a piece of trash. I honestly don't understand how someone like you, vile, debauched, and utterly heartless, could ever qualify to be a prince of the Panwu Divine Dynasty." Yang Pan was so enraged he lost his composure. He screamed, "Shut your mouth. Don't think I won't do anything just because I haven't said much." But as soon as he spoke, he paused. Yang Pan looked at the energy surrounding Xiao Chen, his heart filled with suspicion. This brat is also a peak Unity Realm cultivator. Xiao Chen couldn't be bothered with him and locked onto a different target. Jun Xiaoyao. Today you will pay for your sins with blood. With that thought, he immediately swiped his Azure Dragon Claw toward Jun Xiaoyao. He had been on guard all along, so he was excited to receive this sneak attack. Good timing. Inside, Jun Xiaoyao already had a rough idea of Xiao Chen's background, the martial arts of the Azure Dragon tribe from the Ancestral Dragon lair. But it doesn't seem quite right. Who exactly is this guy? Meanwhile, Xiao Chen was still busy showing off his skills. The next move he unleashed was the razor-sharp Azure Dragon Devour. Wang Gang's eyes sparkled like Columbus discovering America. This guy is actually pretty strong. This trip is definitely worth it. Divine Son of the Jun family, take another punch from me. The three of them quickly dove into the fray, leaving Yang Pan outside the main battle. The spectators watched and gossiped enthusiastically. The Wang family from the north is truly as famous as they say. His aura is clearly at the peak of the Unity Realm. And that guy in the cloak isn't half bad either. The technique he's using looks like it's from the Ancestral Dragon lair. Could he be a descendant of the Ancestral Dragon lair? They have quite the feud with the Jun family. The Jun family's Divine Son is fighting 2 people at once, and yet, not only is he not at a disadvantage, but he looks completely at ease. Every move he makes even seems to carry a bit of that transcendent, otherworldly grace. Yang Pan, having processed all that information, immediately had an outburst. "Everyone shut your mouths. This is clearly a stage set for me. Fine, if you all are in such a rush to die, I'll let you witness something." His actions made Xiao Chen shoot him a suspicious look. Even Wang Gang, who was usually carefree, tried to keep an eye on him. Jun Xiaoyao seemed to have a sharper sense for danger, and his expression grew serious. Indeed, this time Yang Pan had unleashed his ultimate trump card, the Pan Emperor Living Spirit Sword. He gripped the green divine artifact tightly in his hand, then swung it with a scream. "Die, all of you." Outside the Forbidden City, in some tavern, gossip was in the air. "The banquet in the city must have started by now, right? I really want to go in and join the fun. I heard the Jun family's Divine Son is there too." "Forget it. Without an invitation, you think you're getting in?" The joyful atmosphere was suddenly broken by a loud roar. "Everyone, look over there. Something big is happening." The crowd stared in amazement, seeing the space filled with a blinding green light. The terrifying power from Yang Pan made the barrier tremble violently. Even the cultivators guarding the defensive layer found it incredibly difficult to hold on. The barrier was gradually stretched to its limit, and the entire arena was compressed by a massive surge of energy waiting to burst forth. The cultivators looked down at their hands in panic. The sword intent is too scary. We almost couldn't hold the barrier. Even though it was only 1/3 of his power, it was already this strong. The air gradually stabilized, and the dust cleared. Thanks to his immovable Azure Dragon armor, Xiao Chen was still standing, though there was one small mishap. His identity was completely exposed to everyone's eyes. In his heart, he couldn't help but marvel. So this is the true power of the Pan Emperor Sword. The power was immense, but the air gradually stabilized as the dust and smoke cleared. Thanks to his immovable azure dragon armor, Xiao Chen managed to remain standing. The only minor issue was that his true appearance was now fully exposed to everyone. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly. So this is the true power of the Pan-Emperor sword. The crowd of women watching the fight burst into an uproar. He used the dragon transformation. That guy really is a dragon descendant from the ancestral dragon cave. The lackluster attack left Yang Pan fuming with rage. How was one of them still alive? But he didn't realize that Jun Xiaoyao was completely unscathed. He brushed off his robe, a smirk appearing on his face as he offered some praise. Not a bad move, honestly. But it's a shame. Facing this attitude, Yang Pan broke into a cold sweat. How was this possible? The kid took a direct hit from the Pan-Emperor life-severing sword, and he didn't even get a scratch. It was as if Xiao Yao could read his thoughts, so he decided to give him a lesson right there. A sword is just a weapon. A weapon needs a worthy master to unleash its true power. His words carried such weight that even the Pangu God Lord pricked up his ears to listen. Ignoring the reactions, Xiao Yao continued his critique. And you dare to borrow the power of that sword? It's truly pathetic. You aren't fit to be the master of that blade at all. His ugly inner nature exposed, Yang Pan roared, "Shut your mouth." But the momentum he just built up was immediately punctured by Wang Gang's cough. Xiao Yao didn't expect him to make it through that ultimate move unscathed either, and even Yang Pan, the one who dealt the blow, was left speechless. Xiao Chen, who seemed more worldly, sighed discreetly. Wang Gang, covered in lacerations, exhaled without hesitation. Ignoring the pain in his back, he shot a death glare forward. The Pan-Emperor's sword, huh? I'd like to see what you've got. The Pan-Emperor's sword was legendary throughout the world, but if the swordsman holding it was just a coward who only knew how to strike from behind, it would probably cry itself to sleep. Stung by the blunt truth, Yang Pan could only grit his teeth to stop himself from cursing. Wang Gang ignored him and turned to talk to Xiao Yao. Please forgive me, divine son of the Jun family. I can't keep fighting today. Another day, if you happen to visit the Northern Territory, my Wang family will do our best to show you proper hospitality. I hope to challenge you again then. Xiao Yao understood and didn't force him to stay. You should go rest first. Leave the rest to me. I'll make sure to show off a few more new moves. Wang Gang laughed heartily, his eyes crinkling. I'll look forward to it. With that, he followed two guards and left the arena. At this point, the audience was getting disgusted. What is the Pan-Wu Imperial Dynasty doing? How could they entrust a national guardian weapon to such a petty, low life? Yeah, it's honestly embarrassing. His character is trash, and his cultivation isn't even top tier. And to think, a person like that is actually known as the top talent of the Pan-Wu Dynasty. Aside from him, any other young prodigy here is like a dragon among men. The Pan-Wu Dynasty is clearly going downhill. Xiao Yao let the crowd finish their criticism of the Pan-Wu God Lord before clearing his throat to make an announcement. All right, out of respect for young Master Wang, I've decided to get a little more serious. You two should be careful. Deep down, Yang Pan was just looking for someone to blame for his frustration. Damn that guy who loves acting all mysterious. This is all his fault. I have to kill him right here in this arena. But before he could act on his plan, Xiao Yao had already lunged at him. Once he closed the distance, he raised his leg for a friendly kick. A surge of anxiety rose in Yang Pan's chest. Too fast. As soon as Xiao Yao pulled back, Xiao Chen sneaked in from behind to ambush him. Xiao Yao didn't flinch, his hands moving in a blur, both defending and attacking. Yang Pan was kicked to the sidelines again, seething with resentment. Damn you, take this. Pan-Emperor Sword Art Life-Severing Strike. Xiao Chen noticed Xiao Yao was distracted and seized the chance to kick him while he was down. This is my chance. He decided to ambush him with his ultimate technique, the Azure Dragon Subduing Demon. The arena exploded, shaking the very space around them, but it wasn't enough to take down Xiao Yao. His right hand fended off Xiao Chen, while his left hand blocked Yang Pan's sword cleanly. In that moment, Xiao Yao was like the meat in a sandwich, surrounded on all sides, top and bottom. He took a deep, steadying breath to prepare. Suddenly, Xiao Yao's aura shifted, making the air feel thick and heavy. The Pangu God Lord felt a sudden spark of interest. Over in the resting area, Wang Gang shouted in confusion, "What kind of cultivation technique is this?" A golden phantom of a divine beast suddenly appeared in the air. Xiao Yao's answer was to unleash the god-suppressing, prison-breaking might to his left and right. Yang Pan took the direct hit, and his heart sank. What the hell is this monstrous thing? The crowd, seeing the aura exploding, was in a frenzy. Oh my god, it's huge. Is this a manifestation? A Xuan stared blankly, his lips moving unconsciously. God-suppressing, prison-breaking might. A god. He ignored his sister, calling his name. A Xuan kept repeating the name of Xiaoyao's technique, God-suppressing, prison-breaking might. The battle had become incredibly tense and brutal. Yang Pan gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. What the hell kind of demonic technique is this? Xiao Chen was feeling just as miserable, his bones feeling like they were about to shatter. The power is terrifying. If this keeps up, we're definitely going to be suppressed by him. Just then, Xiao Yao suddenly dropped down and braced himself on the ground. The moment he looked up, a sight caught his eyes, making Xiao Yao pause for a split second. But very quickly, he managed to raise his hand and block the enemy's attack. A blinding light erupted instantly, accompanied by a sonic boom that tore through space. Xiao Chen crouched, digging his feet into the ground to hold his position. Yang Pan stabbed his sword into the ground to keep from being knocked back. A thick cloud of dust and debris quickly filled the air. Both of them watched the front, tense and alert. By now, the stone floor beneath Xiao Yao had cracked into pieces. He reached up and successfully blocked a blow from A Xuan. The people outside were stunned, shouting, "That's a swan from the 10,000 Emperor Spirit Mountain. He's one of the top-ranked geniuses of this generation." The guy next to him looked confused. Wait, why is he jumping into the fight now? Qingling turned her head, and seeing A Xuan was gone, looked bewildered. At that moment, Jun Xiaoyao kept his head down, staying silent. He frowned and challenged him. "Why didn't you step up when you were challenged earlier, and now you're here on the stage?" As he finished speaking, A Xuan leaped from above to the side. He hesitated, unable to find the words. Then his eyes suddenly flared like flickering flames as he replied, "You're too arrogant. Seeing you just makes my eyes itch. Is it really that weird that I want to give you a beating?" Before everyone's eyes, Xiao Yao spoke in a deep, calm voice. As he did, a purple flash flickered across the ground like a lightning strike. A Xuan clenched his fists in a rage and charged straight at him. However, at that moment, Xiao Yao's aura exploded, as if he were about to tear the very sky apart. You stood frozen in the middle of a sea of flames, hair whipping wildly in the wind. This oppressive power immediately made A Xuan slam on the brakes. Jun Xiaoyao tensed up, fists clenched amidst the inferno, his entire body radiating surging, scorching energy. Conversely, up ahead, A Xuan was looking a bit unstable, his whole body suddenly shaking violently. Jun Xiaoyao's eyes lit up instantly. He parted his lips and coolly declared, "All right then, let's see you give me everything you've got." That statement made A Xuan freeze for a long moment, and then he stared wide-eyed at the beam of light rushing straight at him. The pillar of fire engulfing Jun Xiaoyao shot upward, flickering with lethal techniques. The crowd around them were either gawking with mouths agape or squeezing their eyes shut, silently screaming in terror. The protective barrier around them quickly began to crack, revealing a wide gap. Everyone thought the same thing. The defensive barrier was shattered. Just then, A Xuan suddenly began coughing violently and spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. He was pinned hard against the wall by blades of energy before slumping to the ground, his whole body writhing in pain. Qingling screamed in panic, "A Xuan." At that moment, the blade stuck in A Xuan's shoulder suddenly glowed with a purple light, and strange smoke began rising from his body, carrying an eerie, demonic aura. In that split second, his entire body erupted into a massive flame as if it wanted to incinerate everything. A Xuan slowly stood up, step by step, and without a word, he lunged toward Jun Xiaoyao like a flaming arrow tearing through space. Jun Xiaoyao pursed his lips, tense, thinking to himself, "Something's seriously wrong here. Can he feel any pain?" Just then, Yang Pan and Xiao Chen caught each other's eyes and gave a slight nod. They both lunged forward simultaneously, leaping up to pin Jun Xiaoyao in the middle, raising their hands to deliver a fatal blow. However, in that exact moment, Jun Xiaoyao managed to deflect them backward just in time. He cursed under his breath. What a pain. But right then, A Xuan seized the chance and threw a punch straight into his body. Jun Xiaoyao puffed out his cheeks and forcefully swung his arm backward, then leaped into the air, simultaneously slamming A Xuan down into the ground. He lay sprawled on the floor, teeth gritted, struggling to breathe. Seeing this behavior, Jun Xiaoyao couldn't help but think, this is definitely wrong. It's like his mind is being controlled by something. In other words, someone inside this hall is using a borrowed knife to kill to get rid of me. Right at that moment, A Xuan lay amidst the blazing, roaring fire. Qingling shouted urgently to stop him. Wait, that technique is. A Xuan clutched the flames in his hands, muttering to himself, and the fire began to burn even more fiercely. Phoenix Heavenly Fire. The crowd behind them couldn't stop whispering in panic. Phoenix Heavenly Fire. Isn't that the forbidden technique of the 10,000 Phoenix Spirit Mountain? Jun Xiaoyao heard their gasps and let out a sigh, continuing his thoughts. Legend says this fire can burn everything in the world to ash, including the caster themselves. He pursed his lips and muttered, There's no way I can block this move and come out unscathed. I'll just have to let him taste some trouble. At that instant, A Huan's eyes ignited with fiery determination as he roared, Jun Xiaoyao. He swung his hand, releasing a surging torrent of fire, the flames roaring like a crimson dragon as they lunged straight toward his opponent. Die. At this point, Jun Xiaoyao didn't delay any longer, starting to summon his Hallow, the supreme bone. But the scene before him made him freeze. Qingling screamed frantically, "You little brat." She lunged forward and delivered a swift kick straight to A Huan's chin. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" A Huan was sent flipping backward by the blow, and Qingling didn't let up, grabbing him by the collar. She slapped A Huan repeatedly. "Phoenix, heavenly fire, huh? Trying to act all cool and edgy, huh? Oh, wow, aren't you just the best?" Jun Xiaoyao watched in stunned silence, while Qingling kept firing off blows like a machine gun. "Think you're looking all cool and handsome, do you? If I don't break your legs today, I'll change my name for you. You little punk, you think you can keep pulling this stunt? Are you gonna do it again?" A few minutes later, Qingling wiped the sweat from her brow and sighed. "Oh boy, beating him up sure feels refreshing." She dragged A Huan away, not forgetting to add playfully, "Sorry for the disturbance, you guys go ahead, don't mind us." Jun Xiaoyao stood there, stunned and speechless. Oh, right at that moment, Qingling squeezed her eyes shut and pleaded, "He's just a kid who doesn't know any better. I'll discipline him strictly. Please, master, spare him." Jun Xiaoyao pointed forward, flustered. "I was just trying to say, he's about to pass out from you choking him." A Huan felt like his spirit was drifting out into space, his eyes squeezed shut, his cheeks still swollen from being punched. A moment later, A Huan slowly opened his eyes. It hurts so much. As soon as he opened his eyes, he felt Qingling twisting him around again, and he screamed in pain. "It hurts like hell." A Huan turned to look at her, tears streaming down his face. "It hurts like I'm gonna see my ancestors." "Qingling, you monster. What are you doing?" Qingling finally stopped. "Oh, so you're awake, huh?" The moment he was released, A Huan shouted loud enough for the whole capital to hear. "Awake? What are you talking about? Awake? Let go of me. You're killing me here. My face is killing me." The two sat on a large bed while A Huan felt his whole body. "It hurts so much. Where is this place?" Qingling sat cross-legged opposite him. "A rest chamber prepared by the Panwu Divine Dynasty. All the injured are resting here." He looked at his body, covered in bandages, and tears of frustration welled up. "Why are there so many wounds on me? Did I mess with heaven's law or something?" He had forgotten everything that had happened. "You don't remember?" She explained that most of the injuries were self-inflicted. "A moment ago, you were acting like a rabid dog, trying to kill Jun Xiaoyao." A Huan heard this, and, thinking his sister was joking, laughed along. "Me, fighting Jun Xiaoyao? Is that for real? You sure I didn't mess with heaven's law? This isn't a funny joke, you know." Qingling realized her junior brother had forgotten everything, her face showing pure exasperation, but she continued. "But you really did rush in to ambush him." He was furious. He froze for a few seconds, his brain seemingly working at full capacity to digest what he'd just heard. Two streams of tears started falling like a flood. "Qing, am I about to be reunited with my ancestors?" Seeing her brother cry, Qingling hurriedly waved her hands to coax him. It's okay, don't cry." She pulled A Huan into her arms, gently comforting him. "Don't worry, I've already worked out a deal with him. I just had to sell my dignity a little, and he promised to spare you." Hearing this, A Huan pushed her away and hurried to climb off the bed. Qingling looked a bit disappointed. "Don't want a hug anymore." He silently smoothed out the blanket. A moment later, A Haiyan stormed out of the room, ready for battle. He was clearly itching for another round with Jun Xiaoyao. Qingling rushed to stop him. "Wait, hold on. Why are you crying one second and picking fights the next?" Seriously, she ran over and pulled her junior brother into a tight hug. "How about we figure out what happened to you first?" A Haiyan wouldn't let it go, struggling angrily. "What do you mean, what happened?" The two of them were acting like there was no one else around, completely ignoring the feelings of the person lying in the bed right next to them. Yi Xingyun, in the next room, thought, "I am not jealous at all." He buried himself deeper under the covers, hugging his own arms tight. After finally calming her younger brother down, Qingling began to reason with him. "I'm talking about why you suddenly launched a sneak attack on Jun Xiaoyao. Don't tell me your brain actually turned to mush and you're just craving a beating." A Haiyan sat on the bed, stammering an explanation. "Even though you say that," his eyes suddenly widened as if he'd realized something. "I remember now. Before that, didn't Jun Xiaoyao summon a massive elephant Dharma idol? At that exact moment, I felt like that giant elephant was staring straight at me. After that, my head went totally haywire. I can't remember anything else. He turned to ask his senior sister. That's right, Jun Xiaoyao. Qing Ling didn't answer immediately. She just pointed outside. On the arena, a fierce battle was still raging. Two blasts of energy, one gold, one green, collided head-on. A moment later, a flash of green light streaked past, sending debris flying everywhere in the air. Xiao Yao and Yang Pan were locked in combat, throwing themselves at each other without hesitation. Xiao Yao's eyes suddenly glinted with deep golden light. He soared into the sky, commanding a massive surge of power and striking straight at Yang Pan. Immortal Execution Sword Strategy. Yang Pan was hit by the ultimate move and couldn't dodge it, forced to take the impact head-on. His face was filled with terror as he spat out mouthfuls of bright red blood. He knelt on the ground, still unwilling to accept defeat. Damn it. Yang Pan struggled to stand back up, despite being covered in wounds. No one is allowed to look down on me. Nobody. Just behind Yang Pan, Xiao Chen also continued to charge at Jun Xiao Yao. A sudden burst of green light erupted, catching both of their attention. Yang Pan stood up, ignoring the agonizing pain from his open wounds. He channeled every ounce of his power into his sword. Emperor Pan's life creation sword. He commanded the massive wave of energy to blast straight toward Jun Xiaoyao. Die. He's pouring every bit of his spiritual energy into that blade. He's actually desperate enough to risk it all, Xiaoyao thought. He raised both hands, immediately summoning a defensive barrier to protect himself. As soon as that green light hit, it was blocked, scattering into nothingness as its cohesion shattered. Yang Pan couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? Jun Xiaoyao let out a cold snort, his expression smug. Well, if you could actually fully unleash the power of the Emperor Pan's life creation sword, maybe you'd pose a threat to me. But honestly, with a heart so filled with killing intent, how can you even lay claim to the words life creation? Instantly, Xiaoyao harnessed that same power and sent it flying straight back at its owner. Yang Pan was struck by his own attack again, howling in agony. The force of the blast sent him flying high into the air, and a second later, he slammed into the ground in excruciating pain. The two holy swords spun away, rattling on the ground. Yang Pan still hadn't given up. He crawled forward toward the blades. My swords! Suddenly, someone's foot stomped hard onto his reaching hand. He looked up to see Xiao Chen standing there with an emotionless expression. Both Wu Mingyue and the Panwu God Sovereign were shocked by the move. The Sovereign couldn't help but shout, "What is he trying to do?" Xiao Chen held one hand out, his expression calm, but his voice was chillingly cold. Son of the Jun family, you got one thing wrong. You said a sword is just a tool, and that tools are made to kill. Whether it's living beings or the Nirvana realm, they're all just instruments for slaughter. On the surface, Jun Xiaoyao looked unimpressed, but he secretly agreed with Xiao Chen. If that's how you see it, then sure. Yang Pan struggled, using his other hand to try and pry Xiao Chen's foot off his arm. Helpless, he begged. Give it back. Give my sword back. It's mine. Xiao Chen finally glanced at him, then kicked Yang Pan, sending him flying miles away. He landed right in front of the Panwu God Sovereign. The impact shattered the wooden table Yang Pan landed on right before the Sovereign's eyes, and Yang Pan lay there, motionless. The Panwu God Sovereign was furious, his teeth grinding audibly. The sword was still in Xiao Chen's hand. He pointed it straight at Jun Xiaoyao and challenged him. Come on, son of the Jun family. This is the final act. Jun Xiaoyao didn't rush, standing still to observe his opponent. He watched Xiao Chen, who was now fully prepared for the fight. Who on earth are you? A voice beside Xiao Chen whispered a reminder. Remember, just fight half-heartedly. Let Jun Xiaoyao and the others exhaust each other first. Your only true goal is to seize the Emperor Pan's sword from Yang Pan. Now, in the heat of battle, he remembered every word perfectly before committing to a proper, head-on fight with Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Xiaoyao was stunned. Who are you, really? The fight grew increasingly intense and fierce. Xiao Chen lunged forward with a mocking laugh. So, you really don't remember who I am? He attacked, thinking confidently. Right. With a high and mighty prodigy like you, how could you ever remember someone as insignificant as me? He glared directly at Xiaoyao. I am Xiao Chen of the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom, the devil crawling out of hell to claim your life. Xiaoyao heard the detailed introduction and replied dismissively. Oh, it's you? Below, the crowd was restless and anxious about the match. Wait, isn't the Azure Dragon Ancient Kingdom related to the Ancestral Dragon Nest? What power is that? Why haven't I heard of it? Isn't that the place that was wiped out by the Jun family's son not long ago? Oh boy, looks like there's a blood feud here. The spectators below buzzed with excitement. This is getting interesting. Just then, Xiaoyao made a slip and took a clean hit from a sword. He looked at his bleeding wound with a completely calm expression. Without needing any recovery, he focused on his sword intent and unleashed a crisp, clean strike. You're definitely stronger than Yang Pan was. Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback by Xiao Yao's comment, but he still seemed rigid. Could it be because that sword hasn't truly recognized him as its master yet? Jun Xiaoyao countered effortlessly, sending him flying backward. You're not going to get your revenge like that. Jun Xiaoyao smoothly parried Chen's attack, which only fueled Chen's growing frustration and irritation. Chen charged at Jun Xiaoyao once more with an overwhelming strike. A thin trail of blood trickled from the corner of Chen's mouth. Chen gritted his teeth in fury. You're as arrogant as you've always been. Jun Xiaoyao lunged forward, his spirit burning with fierce intensity, while Chen continued his incessant chatter. Did you really think I'd come here for revenge without being prepared? He caught Jun Xiaoyao off guard, landing a solid, heavy blow directly on him. Chen poured every ounce of his internal energy into that strike. Stunned by the sneak attack, Jun Xiaoyao felt the overwhelming force. He was sent flying back, a mouthful of bright red blood spraying from his lips. At that same moment, glistening fish-like scales materialized across Chen's body. He marched toward Jun Xiaoyao and growled, "Today is the day you die." Jun Xiaoyao spat the blood onto the floor and charged straight back at Chen. Jun Xiaoyao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Interesting. I don't know where you learned this true dragon technique, but you actually managed to hurt me. Then, he summoned his full strength with a show of respect. I'll show you something truly impressive right now. Jun Xiaoyao solemnly invoked heavenly ancestral dragon armor. Chen's teeth gnashed in pure hatred at the sight. Faced with Chen's obvious hostility, Jun Xiaoyao exhaled calmly. Chen glared at him with seething resentment. As I thought, the dragon bone from the Origin Heaven's supreme secret realm has fallen into your hands. Jun Xiaoyao lunged with his newfound power and bluntly countered, "Don't talk nonsense. The dragon lady gave it to me willingly out of friendship." The battle intensified as he unleashed the true dragon grand divine ability. Severing dragon hand clashed against the opponent's true dragon grand divine ability. Soaring dragon in the sky. It felt as if the sky itself had been sliced in two. Chen was clearly showing signs of losing ground in this exchange. My magical power isn't a match for his. Realizing this, Chen gripped his sword tightly and charged forward frantically with the panic spirit sword. He poured all his might into that blade and lunged to finish Jun Xiaoyao off. Arg! A moment later, the technique concluded just as Chen hoped, but that measly bit of power didn't even faze Jun Xiaoyao. He looked up at Chen with an arrogant, triumphant expression. "You're the one who forced me to use this move." As he spoke, he gestured to summon his power, the nether dragon supreme of the ancestral dragon lair. He channeled that energy with all his might. "I hope you can handle this." The second technique of the supreme bone, that surge of energy pierced through the dark clouds above, coalescing into a massive hand known as the Hand of the Heavens. Everyone watching from the sidelines was stunned. Oh my god. This technique! The massive hand slowly descended into the center of the arena. Saintess Yi and Jiang Luoli stood by, feeling a shiver of fear. To put it simply, it was divine retribution. Chen watched the scene, deeply anxious. This is bad. That's a supreme tier technique. Just then, a man appeared to stop him. "Chen, get out of the way. Even with the panic sword, you can't block a move like this." Seeing Chen's reckless behavior, the man looked terrified. "What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Chen gritted his teeth and growled stubbornly. "It's either victory or..." Before he could finish his sentence, he unleashed a lethal strike toward Jun Xiaoyao. Watching the two forces collide, Chen remained resolute, or death. Wu Mingyue, watching from outside, felt a surge of astonishment. The two powers continued to clash, locked in a stalemate. Saintess Yi and Jiang Luoli were blown back by the shockwave. The girl hugged the person in front of her, trembling in fear. Wu Mingyue was also caught in the aftermath of that terrifying power. As things finally settled down, she searched for Chen, her worry rising uncontrollably. The giant hand was quickly incinerated. Jun Xiaoyao stepped out, looking unfazed. He had survived the devastating collision completely unscathed. The air in front of Jun Xiaoyao was thick with white dust and debris. Gradually, the dust began to clear. A figure of Chen was still visible, flickering within the haze. He lunged forward with his rage reaching its peak. Jun Xiaoyao. Chen gripped his sword with every bit of strength he had left. At that critical moment, Jun Xiaoyao stood perfectly still. The tip of the sword stopped just inches from his eyes. Wu Mingyue observed from afar, unable to shake her worry for his safety. "Chen, how is he still moving after taking a lethal blow like that?" Saintess Yi was also visibly anxious. "This isn't good." Seeing Jun Xiaoyao standing completely motionless despite Chen holding the sword, Chen felt a flicker of unease. "Why didn't you dodge?" Chen's eyes burned with fury, but deep inside, he suddenly felt his entire body bound by chains. Origin Emperor Dao's sword. The chains wrapped around Chen, making it difficult for him to even stand, while Jun Xiaoyao casually raised a finger. I have to hand it to you. That was impressive. Then, he flicked Chen hard on the forehead. Well done. The force was so immense that Chen was sent flying quite a distance. He slammed into the ground, triggering a massive explosion. The onlookers stared in disbelief. Wu Mingwei said nothing, silently observing. One of them spoke up. He's completely knocked out. The Banwu god lord reached out, his hand surrounded by a blue aura. The sword rose into the air and flew straight into his grip. The Banwu god lord looked down with an icy gaze, and Jun Xiaoyao met his stare from below. Then, the Banwu god lord began to announce loudly, the young master of the Jun family truly lives up to his reputation, a dragon among men, with unmatched spirit. It seems the most suitable candidate has finally been found. Down below, Jiang Luoli looked dissatisfied. That old man is calculating. At first, he tried to pave the way for that rotten brat, Yang Ban. But if any prodigy beats him, he'll immediately try to pull that person under his wing. No matter the outcome, he's the one who benefits. Conversely, a sly smile appeared on her face as she thought, it's a pity his plans are about to fall apart. That guy isn't someone you can just push around that easily. Saint Yu's voice suddenly chimed in, sweet as honey. You seem to trust Jun Xiaoyao quite a bit, Jiang Luoli. Jiang Luoli's expression remained indifferent. I'm just speaking from my own experience, aren't I? Meanwhile, Jun Xiaoyao lifted his hand to his mouth, closed his eyes, and cleared his throat. He took a step forward. As he walked, he said, why would the Banwo Divine Lord think that a princess, who is practically a discarded pawn, could be used to trade for a chance to form an alliance with me? Then he stopped in front of the Banwo Divine Lord. Your sincerity doesn't seem quite enough. Seeing this, the Lord immediately offered an additional condition. If he could become the consort of the Banwo Divine Dynasty, it would be equivalent to winning the chance to enter the Banwo Mausoleum. Xiao Yao pondered for a moment. The Banwo Mausoleum? Huh? I'm actually quite curious. Fearing a rejection, the Banwo Divine Lord loudly declared on the spot, if that's the case, there's no time like the present. Why not hold the wedding ceremony today? He didn't stop showering them with praise. The prodigy of the Jun family and the grand princess of our divine dynasty are truly a perfect match. Jun Xiangjian bit his lip, rolling his eyes as he tried to hold back a laugh. A perfect match? My foot? He's really thick-skinned, like a fortress wall. Saint Yi looked a bit sad hearing this. The crowd below whispered incessantly. Isn't this basically forcing the Jun family's prodigy to admit he's the consort of the Banwo Divine Dynasty in front of everyone? No. Xiao Yao's gaze turned icy cold, and he pointed his finger to challenge him. Banwo Divine Lord, why the rush? The martial tournament doesn't seem to be over yet, does it? That remark made the Banwo Divine Lord curious. What do you mean by that? Do you think anyone else would dare to challenge you? Xiao Yao put his hands on his hips and retorted. Who knows? Maybe someone will, maybe they won't. Suddenly, someone approached so fast that their feet were impossible to see. Xiao Yao kept on talking. Who knows? Someone might appear in the next second. The feet became clear, and with every step, sparks flew. The person who appeared was Qing Ling. All anyone saw was a brilliant explosion between them, making it impossible to see anything. Her fist was easily blocked by him with just one hand. Xiao Yao said excitedly, Look, didn't someone just show up? The Banwo Divine Lord was struck speechless, while Qing Ling took a deep breath to gather her strength. Then she screamed with all her might, Prodigy of the Jun family, you dared to injure my Xuan, I will settle this debt with you today. He didn't hold back either, shouting, If you want a piece of me, let's go. I'm ready anytime. Qing Ling didn't give up. She leaped up and unleashed the Wanhong Ling Mountain's secret technique, Anya Shen Feige. She recited the incantation continuously, while Xiao Yao mocked her by chanting along, and then she created a circle right where he was standing and jumped elsewhere. The Banwo Divine Lord's face went blank, his eyes rolling back, and another bystander looked confused, not knowing what was going on. Finally, Qing Ling landed in a cool pose to end the fight. Xiao Yao collapsed, spitting out fake blood, closing his eyes to try and look dashing. I've lost. Truly, it's not for nothing that it's called the secret technique of Wanhuang Ling Mountain. Qing Ling stood up and breathed a sigh of relief. It was quite a spectacular duel. She took a deep breath, pointed to the sky, and declared clearly, the consort of the Banwo Divine Dynasty can only be me. After winning the match, Qing Ling looked incredibly excited. I am the consort. I am the one who is the consort. This unexpected result left the onlookers whispering in disbelief. Wait, what just happened? How could the Jun family's prodigy lose like that? You fool, still can't see what's going on. A young man suddenly smirked triumphantly. The Jun family's prodigy never wanted to be a consort in the first place. Earlier, Huang Xuanyi participated in the fight on her own accord, offending him. To protect Huang Xuanyi from any retaliation later, Feng Qingling had to agree to help the Jun family's prodigy create this situation, letting a woman win the final spot. This banquet has caused the Banvo Divine dynasty to lose both face and reputation. Let's see how the Banvo Divine Lord handles this. From above, the Banvo Divine Lord stood stunned, speechless. He sternly reminded them, "Nephew Xiao Yao, one shouldn't joke around too much." Xiao Yao, sitting slumped on the ground, asked himself, "Who is your nephew, exactly?" The Banvo Divine Lord closed his eyes, speaking with clear reluctance. "Since when has it been acceptable for a woman to be a consort? Are you both mocking my Banvo Divine dynasty?" Qingling stood with her hands on her hips, not hesitating to object. "That doesn't sound right to my ears, Your Majesty. Why can't a woman be a consort? This is quite common in the Taigu Imperial clan, though not necessarily at Wanhuangling Mountain." A Xuan covered her face, looking shy and embarrassed. 90% of birds are monogamous. It's perfectly normal." The Banvo Divine Lord scowled and shouted, "Insolent! Is the territory of the human race a place for you barbarians to run wild?" Qingling glared back with equal fury, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "So, the Banvo Divine dynasty is looking down on my Wanhongling Mountain?" Xiao Yao suddenly placed a hand on her shoulder and smiled to stop her. "Enough, enough, don't get angry over this. It's not worth it. Banvo Divine Lord, as for Jun Xiao Yao becoming the consort of the Banvo Divine dynasty, that is absolutely impossible. Everyone here is trying to save face for one another. Don't be so blunt that you lose your wits. Otherwise, the one who loses face here certainly wouldn't be Jun Xiao Yao. Do you agree? But then again, I have no interest in this consort position, but I really do want to visit the Banvo mausoleum once." The Banvo Divine Lord gritted his teeth, shouting furiously, "Do you have any idea what you're saying?" Xiao Yao replied with a firm expression, "Of course I do. I am not some thick-skinned, shameless person." Having said that, he immediately snapped his fingers as if signaling something about to happen. A beam of light suddenly descended from the sky at a speed far beyond what the naked eye could follow. The light beam struck hard, causing a violent explosion. The Banvo Divine Lord frowned in shock. "This is..." The Tian King girl's eyes widened in astonishment. Both Ming Yue and the first prince were left panicked and horrified. How did it turn out like this? That strike left the third prince lying on the ground with his body covered in scratches. The wounds on his face made everyone around scream in terror. The third prince. Third prince. The Banvo Divine Lord's eyes flashed, his fury seemingly spiraling out of control. "Jun Xiao Yao, how dare you lay a hand on the royalty of my Banvo Divine dynasty?" Xiao Yao raised his hand, conjuring a jade orb, and calmly replied, "Oh, why be so hasty? Why doesn't the Divine Lord ask a question to see exactly what your good son has been up to?" Finished speaking, he immediately gripped the jade in his hand without a hint of fear. Xiao Yao swung the jade, creating a display of light that appeared before them. The jade itself was suddenly covered in a turquoise light. It floated in mid-air, gradually hovered above the Panwu Divine Lord and his crowd. Suddenly, that pearl erupted with a blinding light that enveloped everything in every direction. From within that stream of light, the conversation Jun Xiaoyao had previously was suddenly projected. "Who sent you?" The Netherworld assassin then truthfully confessed, "It was the third prince of the Panwu Divine dynasty who wanted to buy your life." This revelation caused the surrounding crowd to murmur and gossip incessantly. What on earth is happening? Isn't that the Netherworld's blood-robed assassin? The Panwu Divine dynasty actually hired the Netherworld to assassinate the Jun family's divine child? An heir being assassinated? For any immortal power, this is the ultimate taboo. Are you kidding me? Has the Panwu Divine dynasty become so arrogant that they think they can defy the heavens? The Panwu Divine dynasty must give us a satisfactory explanation today. That's right, a proper explanation. Say something. Don't just stand there pretending to be mute. The Panwu Divine Lord gritted his teeth, his heart filled with unease as he thought to himself, "Damn it, I thought the third prince was just getting close to Yang Pan. I never imagined this brat would have the guts to go and assassinate Jun Xiaoyao." The third prince whimpered and pleaded, his face swollen and purple. "Father, save me." The Panwu Divine Lord calculated quickly in his mind. "All right, first things first, I need to find a way to cover this up." He declared in a booming voice, "Divine child of the Jun family, this is just your side of the story. There is no concrete evidence pointing to the fact that my third son hired any assassins." Just then, the heavenly Zither maiden unexpectedly raised her hand. "I think I can provide proof for that." The crowd continued to whisper and speculate. "That's the heavenly Zither maiden from the Immortal Martial Zither sect. I heard the third prince has been chasing her around all the time." The heavenly Zither maiden then proceeded to clearly explain everything. "After the Zither competition, young Master Xiaoyao left the Immortal Qiong Pavilion with me. At that time, we were already being followed by someone. I suspect that was the Netherworld assassin. Back then, I even reminded young Master Xiaoyao to be careful on his way home. And at that moment, among all the guests at the Immortal Qiang Pavilion, only the third prince had the means to contact the Netherworld. The third prince's frustrated roar suddenly erupted from below. "You wench! You've already received so many favors from me, and now you want to turn around and betray me." The heavenly zither maiden froze, looking deeply displeased. The favors you gave were all handed over to Jun Xiao Yao during that zither competition, weren't they? Qingling chuckled, turning to Xiaoyao. "Hey, does this count as a confession before even being interrogated?" In that tense situation, the Panwu Divine Lord gripped the wall in front of him, furious at being forced into such a disadvantageous position. He felt anxious deep down. "My Panwu Divine Dynasty, to think we are being cornered like this by a mere kid who still smells like mother's milk. If the Panwu Emperor's sword were still here." Suddenly, a cross-shaped beam of light appeared in the sky above. The third prince's entire body stiffened, unable to move. As if under immense pressure, the beam of light quickly descended and pierced straight through his body. The Panwu Divine Lord started in horror and screamed, "Third son!" The third prince's eyes welled up with tears as he called out, "Father." The Panwu Divine Lord flew into a rage, looking up at the sky and roaring violently. "How dare you? Who is it that dares to kill my son? Get out here." However, the magical energy he unleashed was immediately reflected back. The red light beam instantly rebounded, crashing straight into the ground. Its power erupted, creating an explosion of terrifying force. As the light began to fade, a single ray of light pierced through the center. The power was so intense that it whipped up a massive gust of wind, causing Qingling to stumble and quickly grab onto Xiaoyao's robe. Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes, observing the phenomenon in the sky, and thought to himself, the sound of the zither. Could it be this senior's temperament, compared to her appearance? Xiaoyao mused to himself as he saw Ajiu's silhouette gradually emerging from the misty wind, is much more fiery. Ajiu suddenly glared, her voice filled with ferocity. "I killed him. Any objections?" Seeing Ajiu speak up, the Panwu Divine Lord broke into a cold sweat and stammered, "You, who are you?" The heavenly zither maiden observed her, silently noting every detail about her. White hair, heavy pupils, and she's holding a zither. The heavy pupil zither maiden, one of the 8 departments of the Divine King who followed the white-clothed Divine King, Jun Wuhui. The heavy pupil zither maiden, Ajiu. The Panwu Divine Lord quickly realized the terrifying strength he was facing. The white-clothed Divine King. Zun Jing, who had been waiting for news, clicked his tongue and announced, "Lady Jiu has made her move. I guess us old men can't just sit around and watch anymore. It's time to get to work, isn't it?" The Panwu Divine Lord is quite hot-headed, isn't he? Qingling's attention was caught as Zun Jing spoke, walking calmly forward with his hands behind his back. "Those who dare to collude with the Netherworld to harm the divine child of our Jun family, their death is not worth pitying at all. Don't you think so?" The Panwu Divine Lord was sweating with anxiety, an old monster at the Supreme Realm. But the Jun family's divine child wasn't even hurt. "You haven't suffered any significant losses, have you?" Ajiu descended gently from the sky and spoke in a measured, accusing tone. "The young master is fine only because the young master's strength far surpasses that of other geniuses at his stage. If it were a genius from another family who encountered this, would they even have a chance to seek justice?" The crowd of onlookers instantly erupted into an uproar. That's right. Spending money to hire an assassin to harm a family heir is no different than directly declaring war on the family. People like this deserve to die. Serves him right. Don't keep being stubborn, just honestly apologize to them. The Panwu Divine Lord was so angry he had to clench his fists. After composing himself, he finally admitted, "This incident was indeed my wicked son's fault. Let this be the punishment he deserves." Xiaoyao interrupted without haste, "But punishment alone might not be enough. Don't you agree? This action by the Panwu Divine Dynasty has touched the reverse scale of all immortal powers. If you don't express your stance solemnly, I'm afraid it will be hard to appease the public's outrage, wouldn't it?" Hearing this, the Panwu Divine Lord was livid. "Jun Xiaoyao, you better not go too far. He's already dead, what more do you want to do?" Xiaoyao took a light step forward. "Why are you so hot-headed? As it happens, I've been holding a lot of anger in my heart as well. When Yang Pan was provoking me at will, trying to step on me to climb higher, when you were coddling your youngest son as he colluded with the Netherworld to do as he pleased, why didn't you think there would come a day like this?" He looked serious, emphasizing every word. "To be honest, I really want to declare war on the Panwu Divine Dynasty right now. But once war breaks out, it's not you arrogant fools who lose the most, but the billions of commoners who form the very foundation of your empire." No sooner had he finished speaking, Jun Xiaoyao pointed decisively at the Panwu Divine Dynasty delegation, unflinching as he shouted out with a defiant challenge. So you better remember this. Your very lives were saved by the same people you look down on as mere insects. The first prince retorted, clearly indignant and rising to the challenge. Jun Clan's scion, what exactly do you want? If you have something to say, just spit it out. Quit dancing around with these insulting, roundabout remarks. Jun Xiaoyao glared at him with utter contempt. Who are you? By what right do you stand there representing the Panwu Divine Dynasty to speak with me? The first prince, incensed, roared back, Don't I have that right? I am the first prince of the Panwu Divine Dynasty. Jun Xiaoyao narrowed his eyes, sneering at him. Oh, so you're just a brat hiding behind his father's coattails for protection, huh? Hearing this, the first prince lost his nerve and stammered. You. Jun Xiaoyao immediately cut him off with 3 conditions. As long as you agree to these 3 things, I'll consider today's incident as if it never happened. Doesn't that sound like a steal? Before he could finish, the first prince shrieked, interrupting him. Ignoring the protests, Jun Xiaoyao firmly and clearly declared, First, investigate the crimes Yang Pan has committed and provide justice for the victims. Second, investigate the third prince's crimes and compensate those he harmed. As for the third, the Panwu Divine Lord was so furious he couldn't even speak. Jun Xiaoyao announced with a commanding presence, the arrogant and incompetent Panwu royalty must bow their heads and admit defeat. Bow down and apologize to those victims. That is what you owe them. People in the Immortal Realm have had rigid class divisions since birth. Hearing these demands, Sun Jing was stunned into silence, watching closely. Wang Gang was nervous, anxiously waiting to see what would happen next. Forcing the high and mighty royals from birth to bow and apologize to the lowly commoners, such an absurd, unheard-of thing had never happened in history. Saint Yi and Jiang Luoli were silent, shocked by the conditions. Qin Xuan began to sob in sheer terror. How could anyone have such crazy, upside-down ideas? But, when I was being bullied and pushed around for no reason, how I wish someone had stood up and demanded fair justice like this. The atmosphere grew deathly silent. The Panwu Divine Lord gave a blank, bitter smile. He was completely at a loss for what to do in this impossible situation. Suddenly, he turned around as a powerful gust of wind blew in from afar. It swept toward the capital, closing in on the Panwu Divine Lord. The source of that wind was from somewhere very, very far away. The wind whispered into his ear, Just do as the Jun clan scion says. The Panwu Divine Lord looked up, trying to find where the voice was coming from. The old Imperial Lord. The voice boomed with authority. Furthermore, to show our sincerity in apologizing, we will grant the Jun clan scion special permission to enter the Panwu mausoleum. Upon hearing this, the Panwu Divine Lord's jaw dropped, and he shouted in disbelief. What? The old Imperial Lord of the Panwu Divine Dynasty was a legendary, supreme being. He was the true ruler behind the scenes of the Panwu Divine Dynasty, but at this very moment, he was being surrounded by 2 extremely dangerous old men. Who would have thought you'd actually let our Jun clan's Jun Xiao Yao into the Panwu mausoleum? Thank you. Thank you so much. Shiba couldn't help but be overly polite because of this windfall. The old Imperial Lord is as magnanimous as the ocean. He truly lives up to his name as a supreme being. Shi Lu confidently chimed in. Shiba, I told you. The old Imperial Lord would never stoop to holding a grudge against a junior for a bit of disrespect. On the surface, he acted warm and friendly. No, you two are too kind. But internally, he was on high alert. Damn it. Having Jun Shiba here is one thing. But why is this old monster Shi Liu here too? Shi Liu seemed to read his thoughts and bluntly replied, Oh, it's nothing special. I just got bored of being buried in the dirt for so long and wanted to come up for a breath of fresh, clean air. Shi Liu shot a dagger-like glare at the old Imperial Lord. Wouldn't you agree? The old Imperial Lord instantly went pale, sweating profusely. Recovering his composure, he chuckled. Shiba, hurry up and bring out that precious jade orchid wine you've been hiding. Since the old Imperial Lord is being so generous, we should toast him, shouldn't we? Shiba nodded in agreement. True. Old Imperial Lord, don't stand on ceremony with 2 decrepit old men like us. At that same moment, as the lights were lit, the Panwu Divine Lord announced that they had arrived at the entrance to the Panwu Mausoleum. Remember, you only have one chance at this. Once you come out, there's no going back in. Jun Xiaoyao took a moment to stretch his limbs, looking confident. I understand, Divine Lord. No need to worry yourself. With that, he turned and walked straight in. I'm going in. You don't need to see me off. He said nothing, just silently watching the figure as it faded into the distance. The sound of Jun Xiaoyao's footsteps grew fainter and fainter until his figure disappeared into the night. The Panwu Divine Lord was still skeptical, completely unable to fathom what the old Ancestor was thinking. letting this wet behind the ears brat into the Panwu mausoleum. A short while later, once Jun Xiaoyao was inside, a formation was suddenly triggered beneath his feet, causing the entire space to shake violently. A sense of unease instinctively welled up inside Jun Xiaoyao. It didn't stop there. Suspicious glowing dots appeared on the ceiling. He immediately raised his guard and activated his power. Sure enough, as a barrage of arrows rained down on him, he managed to throw up a shield just in time. Jun Xiaoyao recognized the dark energy coming from them instantly. Poison-tipped arrows? This is a classic trap, isn't it? He didn't hesitate and pressed deeper inside. Let's see what else you've got. No sooner had he entered than a clay soldier was waiting for him. As soon as it spotted the intruder, it woke up and swung its staff, intending to kill. Fortunately, Jun Xiaoyao dodged in time. I knew it. He stepped back, keeping a safe distance. All that was enough to make Jun Xiaoyao laugh sarcastically. Moving stone statues? Such a classic, dated trick, he shouted, feeling the excitement build up. Getting pretty fired up now. Jun Xiaoyao swiped his hand behind him, unleashing his magic, adding the soldier-slaying art and the divine elephant overpowering force. In the blink of an eye, the group of clay soldiers was smashed to bits. They crumbled into pieces without mercy, and the entire room was suddenly turned into a terracotta graveyard, with thick dust everywhere, adding to its eerie atmosphere. Jun Xiaoyao suddenly stood frozen in place, finally realizing with a jolt, "Oh crap, I had too much fun and accidentally smashed everything to pieces." He then turned tail and ran, leaving someone else to deal with the mess. The Panwu Divine Lord is a generous man. He won't hold it against me, right? After a while, Jun Xiaoyao set foot into an empty corridor. Jun Xiaoyao walked and pondered. Honestly, the number of mausoleums inside the Banwu tomb was truly excessive. They must have buried countless treasures here when it was built. Yet, there was still something that bothered Jun Xiaoyao. But everything had been completely looted by those useless, disgraceful descendants. What was left? Isn't this a bit too exaggerated? At least in Yuan Tien Jizun's secret stash, there were still a bunch of jars and bottles left. If I were the Banwu Emperor, I'd probably be so pissed off by these worthless descendants that I'd pop the coffin lid and come back to life. Could there be a clue here to awaken the Saint Body's phenomenon? Suddenly, at the end of the corridor, a strange sound erupted, followed by a gust of wind that seemed to want to suck everything toward it. A gleaming chain appeared in the thick darkness. Little A Lang sniffed the air a few times. He was incredibly surprised he found the scent of a living person. Jun Xiaoyao stepped cautiously toward the vault. Suddenly, his eyes widened as he realized the entire scene before him was hauntingly empty. Is this the exit already? No, it seems it's still way too early. Did the Banwu Emperor build an entire imperial city underground? Jun Xiaoyao mocked of himself while exploring. He really thought he was Qin Shi Huang, didn't he? A moment later, he reached a side hall. Jun Xiaoyao immediately kicked the door open and boldly marched inside. His face showed pure wariness. No matter how powerful someone is, they can't handle a bunch of descendants acting like parasitic pests. While he was deep in thought, a talisman flew past. Jun Xiaoyao snatched it instantly. He couldn't help but wonder. A talisman? While he was still confused, a rustling sound echoed from somewhere, grabbing Jun Xiaoyao's attention. Suddenly, a powerful vortex surged as if it wanted to swallow everything around it. He frowned slightly to assess the situation. No matter how you look at it, it's extremely suspicious. With his immense main character aura, Jun Xiaoyao wasn't afraid of anyone. If he didn't go in and investigate, how could he be satisfied? Action followed thought. He immediately stepped forward to open the door. A ghostly white mist rushed out, surrounding Jun Xiaoyao. Sorry to disturb, is anyone home? The air inside was dead silent, and everywhere he looked, talismans were hanging. His heart flickered. It was pitch black in here, like the darkest night. A spine-chilling thought crossed his mind, and on top of that, he could smell a rotting stench from somewhere. Suddenly, the sound of chains clashing rang out loudly, shattering the silence. A second later, a heaven-shattering explosion struck right where Jun Xiaoyao was standing. Luckily, he managed to dodge it in time. In the chaos, a flare was shot from somewhere, aimed straight at the ceiling. It exploded right in midair, creating a burst of light that illuminated the entire room. Only then did Jun Xiaoyao clearly see what he was facing. The person was none other than little A Lang. He kept sniffing the air, his eyes glowing blood red from a thirst for slaughter. Feeling that overwhelming killing intent, Jun Xiaoyao instinctively entered combat mode, but little A Lang didn't even glance at him. Instead, he rushed toward the light source and looked fascinated. Shiny, sparkly, he muttered. Jun Xiaoyao was stunned by the sight. What's wrong with him? He didn't know. During that time, he finally had a chance to look closely at the other person. Come to think of it, what were those black nails sticking out of his back? Jun Xiaoyao couldn't suppress his curiosity and asked, excuse me, senior. Little A Lang, annoyed by the interruption, clearly wasn't happy. He instantly lunged past Jun Xiaoyao, leaving him shocked. Little A Lang growled in a threatening tone. Pesky living human, just die. Then, he lashed out with his chains to hurt his opponent. Just die already. Jun Xiaoyao gritted his teeth, struggling to resist that immense power. Such great strength. He quickly realized that this guy was just like him, a desolate ancient saint body. Meanwhile, Little A Lang was losing control more and more, causing the ground all around them to shatter to pieces. Jun Xiaoyao found a hiding spot, waiting for the storm to pass. Why is the golden blood of the desolate ancient saint body dyed dark red like that? Little A Lang was still looking around, trying to track down Jun Xiaoyao's whereabouts. After observing for a while, he could conclude that the guy's own consciousness wasn't very strong. He was likely acting mostly on instinct. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao's brows furrowed, his eyes filled with concern. Furthermore, he had broken the shackles of the fourth stage saint body. His cultivation had reached the saint realm. If it weren't for those black nails sealing his cultivation earlier, I probably would have been in serious trouble before the fight even really started. I have to find a way to control his movements. He must be hiding some secret on his body. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Xiao Yao unleashed his spiritual energy throughout the room. His holy light sword hit the chains perfectly, pinning them tightly to the ground. Little A Lang was instinctively immobilized. Jun Xiaoyao immediately switched positions to avoid being detected. In the blink of an eye, Jun Xiaoyao moved like lightning. He appeared right behind him. Jun Xiaoyao grabbed that cylindrical object tightly. Let me take a look. Then, he used all his strength to rip it out. What on earth have you been through? The guy suddenly went still, his eyes wide but lifeless. A picturesque mountain scene appeared before his eyes. Two travelers had just arrived at the inn and greeted him warmly. Little A Lang, we're back. This place is just the same as always. Get us some snacks and wine. The young boy spoke politely. Yes, sir. Please wait a moment. In the beginning, that teenager was just a tiny, insignificant grain of sand in the vast land of the Banwu God dynasty. He only heard a person's voice say, Hey, little A Lang. Are you planning to be a lowly waiter here your whole life? The boy replied bashfully. I feel that as long as I have a job to support myself, I'm very content. The other person smiled slightly at the boy's reaction. Don't say that. A true man should travel to the four corners of the world. Don't you want to see how vast the world outside is? I have a way, related to the imperial family. Are you interested? The boy's eyes sparkled as he excitedly replied. Then I'll have to trouble you, sir. Scene change, the image of that child appeared, hanging bound in midair. The people around saw it and immediately confirmed. That's right. It really is a desolate, ancient saint body. The person next to him turned and suggested, Isn't this just perfect? Let's just experiment on him directly. As long as we can recreate another Banwu emperor, that's all that matters. For the first 2 years, the teenager only knew how to groan and beg. In the 2 years after that, he learned to resist. But it was like trying to empty the ocean with a cup. Over time, his body started becoming calloused and hardened from those endless, repetitive experiments day after day. The only thing left was the flame of hatred in his heart, burning hotter and brighter with every passing moment. The young man's bitter resentment summoned some unknown, dark omen. So many people lost their lives because of it, forcing the experiments to recreate the Banwu Great Emperor to a complete halt. As for that young man, he was imprisoned deep within this dark, subterranean palace, never to see the light of day again. After countless lonely years dragging on in solitude, the image of a man with a wild, shaggy beard suddenly appeared, his eyes wide as he gnashed his teeth and let out a hiss. Disregarding the heavy chains on his limbs, he suddenly exploded with raw, furious power. The man's eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed the chains and swung them backward with brute force. Seeing this, Xiao Yao panicked, breaking into a cold sweat as he whispered to himself, Oh no, I'm dead. Without a second's hesitation, the man yanked the chains, dragging Xiao Yao along with them. His gaze was filled with nothing but pure, unadulterated hatred. Then, with a mighty heave, he threw the boy, slamming him hard against a nearby wall. The impact was so violent that the pillars immediately began to crumble. Pinned under the debris, Xiao Yao was helpless, unable to move, while that terrifying surge of energy continued to radiate from the man. Stalking toward him, the man gnashed his teeth, cursing, You wretched living thing, die. Just die already. He raised his hand, ready to unleash a lethal strike. At that very moment, Xiao Yao somehow broke free and stepped forward. He effortlessly lifted a massive boulder with one hand, his face and eyes cold and stoic as he looked up. Xiao Yao thought to himself, The desolate ancient sacred body is supposed to be a righteous, solar-aligned energy, used to ward off evil. How could it be twisted by such malice into this terrifying, bloodthirsty aura? His soul must have vanished long ago. What remains is nothing but a hollow shell, driven only by hatred. Since we share the same sacred body, it is my duty to help you find peace. He reached out and unleashed his sacred body manifestation. 10,000 saints bow in worship. A powerful shockwave blasted out, leaving the man stunned and frozen in place. Before his eyes, the image of a figure appeared, bowing slightly with a smile, surrounded by others who held their hands together in deep, respectful prayer. The man looked up, staring at the brilliant, radiant light. Countless beams of energy shot straight toward him. Seeing this, he immediately reached out his hand, as if he were trying to catch the light. As he reached toward Xiao Yao, he muttered softly, "Is that the sun? It's been so long since I've seen it." Fragments of golden light danced throughout the space. Xiao Yao suddenly stomped his foot, landing firmly on the ground. He glanced back, a faint smile on his lips as he asked, "Hey, do you want to come with me?" The man remained silent, saying nothing. Xiao Yao reached out toward A Lang again, smiling gently. "I'll take you to see the real sun." The man slowly turned his head to look, and then he cracked a wide, genuinely happy smile. The image of his own innocent childhood face flashed before his eyes, but he couldn't hold on any longer. He slumped to the side, looking completely at peace. A Lang collapsed heavily to the ground. Xiao Yao stood there, clenching his hand tightly before speaking softly. "Rest in peace now." The space became strangely, eerily quiet. The man lay still on the cold floor, having finally shed all his grievances. Xiao Yao stepped forward and gently took his massive hand. A brilliant, radiant light began to emanate from the man's body. At the same time, the loud clatter of handcuffs hitting the floor echoed through the chamber. Looking at his own hand, Xiao Yao muttered to himself, "I can't store a living person in a spatial ring. Once that hatred fades, it just turns into a hollow puppet." Xiao Yao suddenly looked up. Directly in front of him stood a massive stone statue. Xiao Yao pulled himself up. He thought, "It's about time I paid my respects to the Banwu Great Emperor." Countless ancient scrolls fell to the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Xiao Yao pinched his nose, annoyed, and grumbled, "So much dust. How long has it been since anyone stepped foot in here?" He picked up a scroll from the floor and unrolled it. Xiao Yao started to read, but his eyes suddenly widened, startled as if he had just read something unbelievable. He asked himself in shock, "Are these all records of experiments? These damned experiments started hundreds of years ago? Just how many geniuses with the desolate ancient sacred body did they kill to create that puppet?" Xiao Yao patiently flipped through the pages. Then, he threw the scroll to the ground in a rage, shouting, "A bunch of pathetic scum. There's no way they'd ever achieve true immortality. A pack of heretical demons." Suddenly, his eyes caught something that made him freeze. Curious, Xiao Yao wondered, is that table propped up by something underneath? Given the trashy, good-for-nothing nature of the later generations of the Banwu Divine Dynasty, maybe this is the real treasure. He quickly bent down to grab the document. He finally pulled it out and started reading it immediately. After seeing the contents, Xiao Yao broke into a cold sweat, hesitating. "Could this be?" he exclaimed in pure astonishment. "This is really the enlightenment on the desolate ancient sacred body left behind by the Banwu Great Emperor himself. Are they out of their minds? How could they use something this precious just to prop up a table? It's damaged so badly. It's heartbreaking. Those brainless, brawny descendants are truly..." Just then, the stone statue shed a single, emotional tear. Xiao Yao folded the paper carefully, looked up, and said in a low, somber voice, "With descendants as unfilial as this, I wonder how you must feel, sir." Xiao Yao's eyes remained locked on the motionless statue. And then, while dusting off a cushion with his hand, he added, "Though I am not your descendant, I understand the value of your teachings." Xiao Yao then knelt gently on the cushion and bowed before the stone statue with the utmost respect. The face of the statue still bore the heroic, fearless expression of a legend. Xiao Yao continued to pay his respects to his predecessor. Once more, you bowed low, kowtowing before the statue. As you knelt, Jun Xiaoyao felt something shift and pause for a second. At that very moment, the statue spoke, "Emperor Panwu has accepted your bow and has decided to entrust this legacy to you. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the sign-in." Shocked and breaking into a cold sweat, you jerked your head up to look. The stone on the statue began to crack open right before your eyes. A voice resonated, granting you a 7-star reward as beams of light erupted from within the cracks. Suddenly, the entire stone statue began to glow with a brilliant, blinding radiance. Simultaneously, a voice boomed, "Panhuang times sword." Jun Xiaoyao stared at what lay before him, his gaze intensely focused. His eyes were locked on the sword appearing before him. Jun Xiaoyao reached out and gripped the hilt. In his hand was a long blade, and it was radiating an overwhelming power. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao frowned, startled as if he had noticed something strange. Dark streaks were emerging from the weapon, coiling tightly around him. Cold sweat broke out on his skin as he gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, time. This is the power of time. The decay hidden within this sword's intent is eroding my body. If I don't find a way out, this sword will drain every second of time from my life. Daluo Immortal Bone. A surge of powerful energy erupted from his arm. Seeing this, Jun Xiaoyao felt a wave of relief as he thought, that's right, the Immortal Bone is indestructible and eternal. It's perfect for resisting the erosion of time. If I hadn't obtained the Heavenly Book earlier, I'd probably be dried up by this sword by now. The power of an imperial weapon really shouldn't be underestimated. Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao frowned, looking visibly uncomfortable. He clutched his chest, wondering in confusion. My chest feels so tight. It's the Supreme Bone. Is the Supreme Bone resonating with the Panhuang Time Sword? But why? Could the next ability of the Supreme Bone be related to the power of time? Well, come to think of it, if the Panhuang Time Sword has been sealed here all this time, it just goes to show that for thousands of years, not a single descendant has ever bowed before this ancestor statue. Correction. The last sentence was a continuation of the previous thought. The scene shifts to the clear blue sky with the sun shining down on the golden-tiled courtyards. At a lavish dining table, the boys were busy digging in, murmuring to each other. I heard the Panwu Divine Dynasty has completely lost face this time. Yeah, they're going to be the laughing stock of the immortal domain for a long time to come. And you have to wonder, what were they even thinking? All that sound and fury, acting so aggressive, yet they ended up with absolutely nothing to show for it. It's hilarious. They kept kissing up to that guy Yang Pan. A man who lacks the virtue to hold such a high position, he was bound to end up like this eventually. Suddenly, one of the boys stopped eating, his eyes darting outward as if he had sensed something. The bald friend saw him, rushed to the window and leaned out, wondering what was going on. Immediately, the boy's face lit up, and he shouted in delight, "It's the divine child of the Jun family." Down below, a group of people was walking forward, leaving everyone around them in shocked disbelief. The Jun family's divine child? Wait, didn't he go into the Panwu mausoleum? Why is he outside already? It hasn't even been 2 hours. People swarmed toward the scene, all eager to catch a glimpse. Don't push, let me see. Amidst the crowd's confusion, Jun Xiaoyao didn't stop walking. Could it be that the Jun family's divine child failed the Panwu mausoleum trial? He must have been kicked out. That's impossible. I saw him unleash his power at the banquet with my own eyes. He was so impressive. Someone laughed loudly. Maybe the Panwu mausoleum's trial was just too simple, and he cleared it that quickly. Jun Zhangjian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Young master, what exactly did you get from the Panwu mausoleum? He remembered the look of pure rage on that guy's face and felt a sense of schadenfreude. I saw that old Panwu god lord looking like he was about to pop a blood vessel, but Jun Xiaoyao refused to reveal a thing. It's a secret. Jun Zhangjian was stunned and dying of curiosity. Another secret? You said that last time, too. You keep everything so locked up, isn't it more fun to have a few hidden trump cards? Unable to get anything out of Jun Xiaoyao, he changed the subject. By the way, how much longer are we staying in the Panwu Divine Dynasty? Jun Xiaoyao's gaze was steady, as if he had foreseen everything. At least long enough to see the Panwu Divine Dynasty start acting to fulfill the 3 conditions they agreed to. Don't worry, we won't have to wait much longer. Sure enough, just as Jun Xiaoyao had predicted, in less than half a month, the 3 strange conditions set by the Jun family's divine child and the news of the Panwu Divine Dynasty's grand banquet had spread to every corner of the Huangqian immortal domain. At Jialu's sacred mountain, 2 figures stood on the edge of the cliff, facing the sun as it peeked out from behind the mountains. The person in front scoffed, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The Panwu Divine Dynasty really has no shame left. His tone was filled with contempt. They should have handed over that seat of power ages ago. Meanwhile, at Little West Heaven, light mist drifted over the mountain peaks, surrounding the temples and shrines. Inside, the sound of wooden gongs and chanting filled the air. A young Buddhist practitioner sat quietly before a tall, majestic Buddha statue. An older monk stood nearby, watching him. He spoke softly, "Fahai, your mind is too restless." Watching the young disciple focused on his chanting and gong, the old monk gently advised, "If you keep worrying about external things, how can you ever achieve the perfect golden body of the Zhongliu?" Fahai didn't bother to argue, his mood heavy and unable to let go. Jun Xiaoyao is truly a monster. Elsewhere, at the Wanbao Trading Pavilion, the harsh sun beat down on the massive complex. A hand slowly lifted a teacup, followed by a sigh of admiration. Poor third prince. A man in red robes stood alone on the veranda, looking out and talking to himself. I clearly warned you not to provoke him. But who would have guessed he was actually the infamous Jun Xiaoyao? Just thinking about it, Qian Duo rubbed his chin, planning his next move. I have to find a way to get close to him. Meanwhile, in Huangzhou, at the Jun family's divine island, floating peaks hung in the air like islands. At the entrance to the Jun family's mountain gates, under the massive gate glowing with a wondrous light, countless experts had gathered in a dense crowd. People greeted each other happily. You're here too? I came to welcome the young master back and see if I could catch a bit of that good luck. Some people were pacing back and forth, looking up at the sky in anticipation. Why aren't they back yet? Easy now, don't be so impatient. Just then, someone pointed and shouted, Look, they're here. Immediately after, a beast's foot emerged from the ethereal mist. Ling Kang landed, riding his single-horned spirit beast. Seeing this, everyone was thrilled. It's really Lord Ling Kang. He's actually back. I heard he's been obsessed with training in the ancient forbidden lands all this time. His cultivation must have improved so much. My goodness, is that mount of his a Keelan? Look at its feet, those are claws, not hooves. It's likely a divine beast with Keelan bloodline, but that's impressive enough as it is. The spirit beast brought him right in front of them. Before the clouds beneath him could dissipate, Ling Kang stepped onto the ground and bowed respectfully to the person in front of him. Elder. Ling Kang spoke softly and politely. Ling Kang has returned. The elder steward stepped forward, beaming with joy. Good, very good, my child. You're finally back. After the pleasantries, Ling Kang got straight to the point. While on his way back, he had heard two rumors. I heard our Jun family has another interesting cousin. Is that true? The elder didn't hide anything and confirmed it directly. Yes, there is indeed a fascinating little one. Actually, he's your cousin, but now doesn't seem like the best time to talk. He suggested meeting Ling Kang somewhere else. Let's head back to the mountain first, and I'll tell you all about it. The sky had turned dark with thick, gloomy clouds, as if a storm were brewing. A ragged figure sat submerged in the shadows. Memories of his father's love flooded back. As expected of my son, with you here, what else does the Azure Dragon ancient kingdom have to fear? The man's eyes were now dull and exhausted, with dark circles clearly visible. Back then, everyone couldn't stop showering him with praise. Divine Palace Realm at 16, truly worthy of being the first prince. Xiao Chen himself had once thought the same. That's right. That was supposed to be the life I deserved. But somehow, everything changed. Xiao Chen's eyes filled with bottomless despair. In his mind, he pictured Jun Xiaoyao as a giant looking down at him like a pathetic creature easily crushed in his palm. Everything he had was destroyed. His face and that smirk haunted Xiao Chen relentlessly. Suddenly, rain began to pour, pulling him back to reality. Xiao Chen was now nothing more than a homeless wanderer on the streets, slumped in a corner, looking utterly pathetic. People around him began to scurry, hurriedly packing up their stalls to head home. It's raining. How unlucky. Hurry home and bring the laundry in. Two young children quickly looked for shelter. Wait for me, big brother. It's raining. Let's run. The boy suddenly stopped and looked at Xiao Chen from a distance. The little girl noticed her brother had stopped and called out softly, Big brother? The two children walked up to him and reached out, asking with concern, Are you okay? Are you hurt? Do you need any help? We're very close to Dr. Liu's place. Suddenly, the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled into a twisted grin. Past words suddenly flooded his mind. Little thief, find me the blood of 99 boys and girls, and I will grant you one wish. In the cold, pouring rain, he let out a soft laugh, his body slowly rising to his feet, leaving the two children bewildered. Thanks. A flicker of cruelty flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. I really do need your help. Tufts of hair fell onto the cushion as Jun Xiao Yao casually trimmed Xiao Alang's hair, leaving his sword hanging precariously on a tree branch nearby. Not far away, a Jiu sat with her back to the bright moon, plucking a melody that wove through the heavens and earth. The sword, hearing the music, couldn't help but exclaim as if heavy cavalry were charging. The sound of blades clashing. Who knew a zither could sound this sharp? Jun Xiaoyao finished his signature, messy bowl cut, brushed his hands off, and replied, Cousin, just stay calm and meditate. The sword intent of 10,000 men drawing their blades at once is hidden in this melody. It will definitely help your sword path, but the sword couldn't grasp the chaotic mess of melodies at all. Is that so? Why do I only feel like a metal storm is exploding inside my head? Jun Xiaoyao had to laugh at the absurdity of it. A while later, in the bamboo forest on the mountain, Jun Xiaoyao went to see Ajiu about something, but she interrupted him the moment he started. Just call me by my name. Calling me senior makes me sound like some old granny. Jun Xiaoyao found that reasonable and complied. All right, Miss Jiu. Jun Xiaoyao got straight to the point. What kind of person is my father? The hands moving across the strings suddenly stopped, leaving Jun Xiaoyao puzzled. Ajiu went completely silent, as if her brain had short-circuited. Her eyes went blank for a moment before she finally blurted out a blunt remark. He's really good at fighting. Jun Xiaoyao felt helpless. What kind of evaluation was that? But Ajiu wasn't done. Her eyes sparkled. And he's extremely arrogant, too. That only made Jun Xiaoyao more anxious. Sweat dripping down his face, why did it sound like there was nothing positive about him? Putting that aside, Jun Xiaoyao returned to the main point. So, what's my old man's situation right now? But Ajiu flatly refused. The person closest to you hasn't told you yet, so naturally, I can't tell you either. When the time is right, you'll know sooner or later. However, the phrase she used stirred a nameless, vague emotion in Jun Xiaoyao's heart. The person closest to me, huh? Meanwhile, beneath the towering city walls, a massive fire erupted. Jun Xiaoyao looked up and recited a few lines of a poem. No moon tonight, a strong wind blows. He sat dangling his legs on the roof, looking down at Jun Shiba and asking for the next line. Without a second thought, the other man replied, a perfect night for murder and arson. This answer surprisingly matched Jun Xiaoyao's taste. The blazing light from a head shone on his face, highlighting his cunning smile. That's right. The light came from a massive fire engulfing the entire estate, slowly swallowing it whole. The Nether Heaven, an assassin organization that always hid in the shadows, had once been targeted by an immortal power that tried to destroy them, only for the organization to retaliate so bloodily that the power almost lost its lineage. Yet today, this massive assassin organization of the Wilderness Immortal Domain had been completely uprooted by the Jun family. Every single member was killed, not a soul was left behind. A fairy named Hat Hai came running, shouting, Princess, Princess. As soon as she reached Wu Mingyue, she gasped out, have you heard? The underworld heaven has been wiped out by the Jun family. In truth, she already knew, and her heart felt heavy with unease. This was a warning from the Jun family, sent to the Panwu Divine Empire as a reminder of the consequences of crossing them. Wu Mingyue looked down at the city streets from high above, melancholy and lost in thought. Even so, what could she possibly do now? Suddenly, Qingling poked her head in through the window. Yo, Princess, how's it going? Wu Mingyue froze, her heart skipping a beat. Qingling, however, just smiled innocently at her surprise entrance. But her grin didn't last long, as one side of her face was left swollen from a fierce slap delivered by Wu Mingyue. That's uncalled for. I'm practically your designated fiancé, aren't I? Wu Mingyue frowned, annoyed. Watch your mouth. The Panwu Divine Empire does not recognize that status. Seeing Wu Mingjue's distaste, Qingling held up both hands in surrender. All right, fine. I didn't come here to argue about that. Suddenly, her tone turned serious, interrogating her. That guy named Xiao Chen, you know him, right? Hearing that name, Wu Mingyue started and turned around sharply. Qingling was determined to get to the truth, so she recounted everything. This is what we found on our way back to the Wanhuang Spirit Mountain. Heading southwest, about 700 miles out, there's a small valley with a remote village. She still couldn't shake the scene she had witnessed. An entire village with dozens of families, now nothing but ruins with deep cracks running through the earth. The villagers were all dead, and blood was splattered everywhere. Qingling and A Xuan had jumped down to investigate. They looked around and were horrified to realize there wasn't a single soul left alive. Could it be a demonic cultivator? No, they wouldn't waste that much life force. A Xuan was worried but didn't want to get involved. This is a matter for the Panwu Divine Empire. It has nothing to do with us. Let's go. At first, Qingling pouted and agreed. Yeah, I guess you're right. But suddenly, a face flashed into her mind. Unexpectedly, Qingling changed her mind. No, we should investigate a little. At the very least, we need to report this to the Panwu Divine Empire. A Xuan didn't object. Fine. As they searched, he suddenly spotted something. 3 slashes on a nearby wall had caught his attention. He walked over slowly to get a better look. The marks brought a familiar scene to A Xuan's mind. It was the technique of that guy. Wu Mingyue shouted in protest the moment she heard that. Impossible! Xiao Chen would never do something like that. Qingling covered her ears, glaring at her, and retorted, believe what you want, but why not go see for yourself? Then you'll know for sure. Why are you yelling? After saying her piece, Qingling climbed back out the window. I'm only telling you because I know you're familiar with that guy. Whether you deal with it is up to you. It's not like the dead villagers belong to my Wanhuang Spirit Mountain. Just then, Wu Mingyue grabbed Qingling's wrist and pulled her back. Wait, she clearly couldn't bear the thought of him being wrongly accused. Xiao Chen has never slaughtered the innocent unless they were truly guilty. Take me there. I want to see it with my own eyes. The scene before them was suddenly veiled in gloom, with corpses lying everywhere, and a thick mist making the air feel even more eerie. Xiao Chen held a flask of blood wine in his hand, shaking it intentionally to watch it splash. He looked at the limited amount of wine and grew angry. Not enough. Still not enough. Another 100 are missing. Still, Xiao Chen was lost in a delusional fantasy. As long as I collect enough essence, I can release that ancient monster. And then I'll command her to kill Jun Xiaoyao. While he was gloating, Shangren Qinglong stood silently behind him, watching everything. He looked at the scene, terrified by what Xiao Chen had become. Xiao Chen, you. He didn't know he was being watched, so he continued to vent. With the power of that ancient monster, I will definitely kill Jun Xiaoyao. I want to see him die right in front of me. Xiao Chen's next words made Shangren Qinglong feel nothing but disgust. I want to tear him into 8 pieces, strip his skin, and pull out his tendons. Having no choice, he had to play along with the situation. I'll go along with your plan. At the same time, Wu Mingyue's group arrived at the village, the atmosphere chillingly bleak. Qingling looked at her with confidence. So, do you still think I'm lying to you? Wu Mingyue looked at the scene before her in shock. How did it end up like this? How could this happen? She began to reproach her. I don't know where you get your trust in that guy, but I suggest you hurry up and report this to your protector. Of course, you can choose to look the other way. After all, the victims are just commoners of no consequence. Wu Mingyue was still reeling from the shock, muttering to herself, this can't be real. Why? Why? She grew irritated. Stop losing your mind and just do something. As soon as she finished, Wu Mingyue bolted, leaving the other stunned. She threw herself off the high cliff without a second thought. Qingling stood there, dumbfounded. Wait, no, that's not the kind of action I meant. At the same time, Xiao Chen was walking slowly. Before long, the two came face to face in a canyon. His expression darkened, and murderous intent surged from his entire body. But Wu Mingyue remained as silent as a stone, their eyes locking, neither speaking first, as if testing who would break first. A moment later, Xiao Chen smiled meaningfully. He speculated to himself, what? Is the princess here to mock me, too? Wu Mingyue gritted her teeth and demanded, why did you do this? Xiao Chen replied coldly, every word dripping with malice. I have nothing left. My father, my country, even my hope, nothing is left. Wu Mingyue, do you have any idea what that means? She remained silent, waiting for an answer. His mind was now completely consumed by hatred. As long as I can get revenge on Jun Xiao Yao, I don't care about anything else. Wu Mingyue couldn't fathom that logic at all. What does your vendetta against Jun Xiao Yao have to do with the innocent people of my Panwu Divine Empire? Go find the Jun family if you have to. What exactly do you call this? Slaughtering innocent, defenseless people here? Xiao Chen couldn't help but sneer, seeing her now acting like some high and mighty princess. Since when did you start caring about the lives of these people? He spat out the words, driven by pure jealousy. Yang Pan has killed way more than I have, and yet, weren't you just there, enjoying the flowers and the moonlight with him? Wu Mingyue immediately retorted, I did not. Before she could say another word, Xiao Chen cut her off. Xiao Chen leaned in close, his voice cold. If you want to talk about blame, Wu Mingyue, this is all on you. If you had just obediently married me and used the full power of the Panwu Divine Dynasty to help me take my revenge, then these people wouldn't have had to die. She reacted sharply, shoving him away. Wu Mingyue poured cold water on his delusions. Xiao Chen, you've completely lost your mind. He chuckled, a dark, hollow sound. Lost my mind? Yeah, maybe. Suddenly, his eyes filled with a searing, bitter resentment. The moment Jun Xiao Yao wiped out my entire clan, I lost my mind long ago. Wu Mingyue frowned, sensing the danger, and kept telling herself over and over, I have to stop him. She didn't just think it, she acted. Wu Mingyue decisively summoned her divine sword, pointing the blade at Xiao Chen in a direct challenge. Wu Mingyue steeled herself, knowing she had to end this. It's my fault. I invited him here. Xiao Chen was instantly triggered. Oh, you want to fight now? Good. Very good. He lunged forward recklessly. Let me refine you into pure essence blood. Bright red streams of blood suddenly splattered across the parched earth. Even though she was sustaining injuries, Wu Mingyue gritted her teeth and kept fighting. Meanwhile, the nauseating stench rising from the ground only seemed to make Xiao Chen more bloodthirsty and excited than ever. They were evenly matched, neither giving an inch, turning the gloomy atmosphere into a frenzy. As she left an opening, Xiao Chen roared and swung his fist forward. Compared to Jun Xiaoyao and Yang Pan, your sword is absolutely painless and pathetic. The surprise attack was quickly blocked by Wu Mingyue, causing the ground around them to shatter. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed in his face, catching him off guard. A sturdy, glowing shield stood tall between them. It blocked Xiao Chen's terrifying punch, leaving him clearly frustrated. The sarcasm he had been harboring finally spilled out. I really admire people like you, born as successors to these immortal forces. You're always equipped with endless protective artifacts. That sneer made Wu Mingyue flinch, leaving her speechless. A few seconds later, she used her momentum to leap high into the air, catching him by surprise. Sensing a chance to turn the tide, Wu Mingyue silently raised her sword, Pan Wu's sword art. A flurry of sword energy rained down on the spot where Xiao Chen had just been standing. As the space shook and the rocks turned to dust, Wu Mingyue exhaled a weary sigh. But her relief didn't last long before she heard Xiao Chen's arrogant voice. "Didn't I tell you already?" Her vacant eyes flickered with a hint of fear as she saw his figure looming through the smoke. The moment he flashed a deranged grin, his transformation became clear to his opponent. Her sword really was ineffective. A single punch from Xiao Chen came out so fast that no one could even track it, catching Wu Mingyue off guard and sending her flying. Her slender body slammed into the hardened earth, sliding a long distance away. The pain radiating through her body forced Wu Mingyue to tremble as she sat up, her breath coming in ragged, pathetic gasps. But Xiao Chen had no intention of letting her catch her breath. He lunged right toward her. He sprinted excitedly toward Wu Mingyue, laughing like a madman. Terrified by the horrifying sight, her body instinctively scrambled backward. The collision left a whole section of the forest shrouded in a thick white haze. After the shockwaves settled, Qingling watched the fight in silence from the cliff above. The sight left A Xuan confused and questioning. "Aren't you going to go down and help her?" But the reply she got was cold and clear. "Why should I go down there to save her?" Realizing she had shocked the other, Qingling frowned and spoke slowly. "Everyone has to pay a price for their own choices. This is the karma she brought upon herself." Watching Wu Mingyue struggle, she let out a weary sigh. "I'm not arrogant enough to interfere with someone else's karma." Meanwhile, she looked up in exhaustion as her despair drew closer. A thought flickered through Wu Mingyue's mind, just as she felt Xiao Chen's killing intent bearing down on her. Why did I even like this guy? Old memories flooded back like a waterfall. No, she couldn't even remember his sharp features anymore. Did I ever really love him? Everything crashed down like a bolt of lightning, causing Ming Yue to drop her defenses and take a direct strike from Xiao Chen. Even so, her mind swirled with hazy thoughts. Honestly, I just wanted someone who could help me escape Yang Pan, escape the suffocating control of my father. Who that person was didn't really matter. The heavy air made Wu Mingyue's eyes narrow, unable to clearly see the face of the enemy before her. And by doing that, I gave him a false hope of revenge. The powerful aura erupting from Xiao Chen made her body tremble with instinctive fear, the same fear that had dragged him deeper into this madness, eventually turning him into what he is now. Wu Mingyue suddenly let out a faint, satisfied smile. Unfortunately, that look only made Xiao Chen more eager to finish her off, and he swung his claws out. What a tragedy. He channeled all his strength into his hand and slashed directly at her. There was no longer a desperate need to dodge. Wu Mingyue decided to face it head-on. "I'm sorry, Xiao Chen." A splatter of blood hit his confused face. Xiao Chen's muscular arm was buried deep in Wu Mingyue's chest. As blood gushed from the corners of her mouth, she spoke her final words haltingly. "I was the one who failed you." He hurriedly pulled his hand back, his throat dry, his mind racing with chaotic thoughts. "Why? What happened to that treasure? Why didn't you dodge?" Wu Mingyue's body slumped like a withered branch, but the legs of a warrior, trained for years, refused to let her collapse entirely. Wu Mingyue struggled to hold herself up, her breathing shallow and exhausted. In her final moment, she fumbled to raise her hand. "Xiao Chen." She pressed her hand against his cheek, Wu Mingyue whispering her final, sincere advice. "Just let it go." The Quan family is an absolute monstrosity. Even if we threw everything we had at them, we wouldn't stand a chance. Every word that escaped her lips felt like a heavy stone, crushing her until she collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. "You have to keep living. You have to live well. Don't go near the Quan family again." Watching the carnage she had caused, Xiao Chen suddenly broke down in regretful sobs. "No, why did it turn out like this?" Her cry tore through the dark, gloomy sky. Somewhere, far away, the tablet engraved with the name Wu Mingyue, which had been glowing with such promise, suddenly cracked and turned black. The sight made the elder in charge of the shrine jump in pure terror. What is this? Why is the great princess's soul tablet shattered? Panic surged through him, his voice trembling with a deep, encroaching fear. "It's over. Great princess, something terrible has happened." Xiao Chen's chapped lips moved as he kept repeating the same question. Why did it end up like this? Why did it turn out this way? Wu Mingyu. Why did everything fall apart like this? Wu Mingyu, please, open your eyes. I know I messed up, stop ignoring me. Please, don't be like this. The old ancestor beside Xiao Chen watched the scene and let out a silent, weary sigh. I can only hope this finally knocks some sense into him. But just then, A disturbance in the air made him jump. A powerful force was heading their way at blinding speed. The newcomer didn't say a word and sent him flying back several feet with a single strike. A dangerous thought flashed through the old ancestor's mind. Oh no, it's Wu Mingjue's guardian. The guardian immediately demanded an answer. Who? Who dares to lay a hand on the great princess within the territory of the divine dynasty? The old ancestor gritted his teeth, thinking, this is bad. I have to leave now. The guardian instantly raised a hand to block his path. Trying to run? It won't be that easy. Die. Trapped by the waves of energy, the old ancestor could only brace himself to survive. He lunged toward the grieving Xiao Chen and roared. Xiao Chen furrowed his brows, completely shell-shocked. With his final breath, the old ancestor choked out his dying wish. As long as you are alive, the Qinglong ancient kingdom still has hope for restoration. You must survive, no matter what. Even though it tore his heart apart, Xiao Chen had to force himself to run. The scene shifts to the Quan family estate, where Dao Lin sits at a stone table, pouting. Cousin, tell me, isn't this infuriating? I was planning to claim 10 immortal origin stones, but the clan elders said all the resources have to be reserved for the godchild. Isn't that just too unfair? Hearing this, Ji Yu immediately chimed in. Exactly. The clan is so biased toward the godchild. They even moved the resources that were supposed to go to cousin Ling Kang over to him instead. Exactly. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Dao Lin kept stoking the fire. Cousin Ling Kang, we've waited forever for you to come back. You absolutely have to confront the godchild. Tell him to stop being so favored by the clan. Ling Kang heard every word, but he just lifted his teacup, refusing to take the bait. He patiently finished his tea before even considering his next move. Then, Ling Kang asked calmly, did you two come here just to complain? The troublemaking pair caught onto his mood and started grinning nervously. Ji Yu rolled his eyes, pretending to deny it. What? No, that's not it at all. Dao Lin carefully made up a flimsy excuse, just trying to chat. Ling Kang poured more tea, then slowly began to lecture them. All right, listen. You need to understand that the clan granted us our titles, not so we could bicker and fight among ourselves. Brothers fighting will only make us a laughingstock to outsiders. If you're unhappy with the clan's favoritism, then go fight to earn your place back. I heard that at the martial banquet, he defeated 4 geniuses of the same rank. So, why don't you go do the same? If the clan sees your strength, do you really think they'd be stingy with resources for you? Ji Yu listened to the whole speech and had to wave the white flag. Cousin, you're absolutely right. But, cousin, there's actually one more thing. I'm not sure if I should say it. Ling Kang snapped back, impatient. If you have something to say, just say it. Stop beating around the bush. She put on a serious face and dropped a name. Cousin, did you know that the 9th lady has become the guardian for the godchild? Predictably, the news left Ling Kang frozen in place. The scene shifts to the desolate mountains where the fierce battle just took place. Everything has returned to normal, even the stream flowing peacefully across the grass. But there, the familiar figure of Wu Mingyue appeared. Qingling stood nearby, examining a weapon in her hand, before unhesitatingly drawing blood from herself. The hot blood dripped directly onto Wu Mingyue's chest. Ah, Xuan saw the blood pouring out and tearfully complained. Hey, that's enough. Stop it, sister. Do you have any idea how precious your blood is? Qingling remained unmoved, responding coldly. What's the big deal? Losing a little blood won't kill me. He exploded with frustration. You're too reckless. How could you dare to take advantage of those 2 monsters fighting to steal her away? Tell me, why are you saving her? She's not worth you going to all this trouble. Qingling lowered her eyes and explained patiently. Whatever happens, I was the one who brought her there. If I just left her to die like that, I'd have a knot in my heart I could never untie. Besides, the great princess of the Panwu divine dynasty is already dead. She who was reborn from Nirvana is now nothing more than an ordinary human cultivator. Without the halo of being a great princess, whether this is a blessing or a curse for her, it has nothing to do with me. The scene shifts to a cold, gloomy stone cave. The silence was suddenly broken by the sound of shuffling footsteps. After escaping her protector, Xiao Chen took refuge here. He knew his way around and took steady steps, but having gone through such a fierce battle, he finally collapsed once he had traveled far enough. He didn't lose consciousness right away, but struggled to crawl forward. In his mind, he was haunted by the final image of Wu Mingyue. Let it go, don't go near the Quan family again, you have to keep living. He clung to those words to stay awake, even remembering the old ancestor's dying wish. As long as you are alive, the Qinglong ancient kingdom still has hope. You must survive, no matter what. He slumped against the stone wall, gasping for air. He bowed his head and murmured to himself, Old ancestor, what am I supposed to do now? Just then, the sound of bubbling water echoed through the cave. Long Ji slowly poked her dragon head out of a pool of blood to see who had invaded her territory. She slithered over to Xiao Chen and quipped, "Oh my, look who we have here." Without waiting for him to react, Long Ji snatched the jar right from his side. A thick, revolting stench of blood wafted out from within. Long Ji smirked, rarely offering a word of praise. "You actually managed to collect twice the amount of essence blood I needed. Come to think of it, where's that lingering soul that was with you?" Stung where it hurt, Xiao Chen immediately exploded. "Cut the crap. I've already brought you what you asked for. Now it's your turn to keep your end of the bargain." Long Ji chuckled mockingly. "Why so grumpy? They say humans love to shout to hide their own insecurity. Looks like it's true. So, that lingering soul finally dissipated, didn't it? Let me guess it vanished trying to protect you, right?" Xiao Chen couldn't take it anymore and frantically shouted, "Shut your mouth." Over and over. Long Ji shook her head dismissively, putting on an act. "I don't like that tone. Honestly, all that bad karma you're carrying, it's quite heavy, isn't it? How many people have you killed to get this?" Xiao Chen retorted bitterly. "Isn't this the essence blood of young boys and girls you wanted? Don't tell me you're playing the hypocrite now." Hearing this, Long Ji covered her mouth with a dragon claw, giggling. She locked eyes with him, emphasizing, "That's right, what I want is essence blood. As far as I know, essence blood is the root of primordial life. Even if you drain just a little, a person can still live for several more decades. If properly cared for, they can even recover to their former self. Yet, you chose the simplest, most brutal path of slaughter." Realizing he'd been called out, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth, his eyes darting around as he tried to come up with an excuse. Those low-life peasants at the bottom of the food chain, where would they find the elixirs to recover? Rather than letting them continue to suffer and endure, it's better to give them a quick, painless death. This rationalization made Long Ji burst into laughter. The more she processed his words, the more she writhed in amusement at how absurdly ironic they were. Long Ji clutched her head, adding fuel to the fire. "Someone so devoid of humanity. Even if you killed me, I wouldn't agree with that logic. Sure enough, when it comes to bullying your own kind, no one compares to you humans. But I always keep my word. Tell me, what is your wish?" As she finished, the space suddenly buckled from a massive explosion, sending dirt and dust scattering everywhere. It fell like a waterfall across the entire forest. The surrounding villagers, drawn by the commotion, began whispering in a frenzy. "Hey, everyone look over there." The mountain collapsed. What's happening? No one knew. Meanwhile, the turbulence in the air didn't cease. In a heartbeat, a magnificent mansion appeared before everyone's eyes, a stunning, ethereal palace with a rainbow stretching across the sky above it. The crowd could only stare, jaws dropped. "Oh my god, this is a miracle. It's the Immortals. The Immortals have manifested, the gods are blessing us." Without a word, everyone fell to their knees, chanting, "Bless us, O Immortals." From a large structure not far away, a voice cried out in shock. "Good heavens, are you seeing this? That's the Dragon Palace. The ancient Dragon Palace. Go back and report this to the elders immediately." The clear, shouted response echoed through the heated air. The magnificent Dragon Palace revealed itself to everyone. Xiao Chen sat on the ground, panting, his face a mask of shock. He stayed in that position for so long that even when the dust settled, he hadn't regained his senses. The architecture was overwhelmingly massive. Compared to it, Xiao Chen was so insignificant he wasn't worth mentioning. It took a long time for him to find his voice. "You, exactly what are you?" Long Ji flew up to the roof of the pavilion, looking down at everyone. She opened her dragon mouth wide and roared, "Where are the little ones? It's time to wake up." Xiao Chen stared blankly, a dozen question marks appearing over his head, but what he saw next made him freeze. The surrounding space twisted violently. Dragons of all colors and shapes began to emerge from the mist. The first to charge out was the fiery red dragon general. He dragged his black, blue, and white brothers with him as they streaked into the sky. The black dragon general was the first to regain his senses. The white dragon general moved his dragon head toward their master. Seeing his brothers become serious, the white dragon general obediently followed suit. All four dragons dove simultaneously toward the great hall below. Each transformed into human form, each possessing their own unique aura tied to their dragon nature. In no time, four beautiful, jade-like men appeared before the crowd. The black dragon general took the lead, bowing respectfully and without needing to be told. All four shouted in unison. The white dragon general, red dragon general, black dragon general, and white dragon general. We pay our respects to Princess Long Ji. Xiao Chen's mind fell into a panic. Wait a minute, this can't be. That's the aura of the Saint Realm. And there are four of them. Furthermore, they aren't just ordinary saints. They are Saint Lords, two minor realms higher than a Saint King. They are just one small step away from reaching the Supreme Realm. To think they would bow and call her princess. Just what is this evil dragon's background? Long Ji stomped her dragon claw onto the tiles, and in a blink, her slender legs appeared. Long Ji spoke in a gentle, negotiating tone, "Kill the current divine son of the Jun family." "Jun Xiaoyao, is that your wish?" Xiao Chen was frozen by Long Ji's sudden change in appearance, but when he came to, he screamed, "Yes. As long as you can kill him, I am willing to pay any price." The Red Dragon General's group locked their death gaze onto Xiao Chen. He hissed with burning rage, questioning him. "What kind of vermin are you to dare plot against His Highness?" Xiao Chen swallowed hard, gulping. Long Ji propped her chin up, playing the mediator. "All right, this is something he and I agreed on from the start. Little thief, the price you've paid me is high enough. I keep my word. There's no need for a bug like you to keep trying so hard. Come in, I allow you to seek an audience." The Dragon Clan cultivator quickly bowed in standard fashion. "A descendant of the Dragon Clan pays respects to your highness." Long Ji curiously confirmed, "Are you the guardian cultivator of this ancestral dragon lair?" He answered without hesitation, "Yes." She waved her legs, sighing softly. "It's been thousands of years, hasn't it? I wonder what has changed in this world. Young man, do you recognize me?" The cultivator immediately collapsed to his knees. He was sweating, cold sweat, but still seriously explained, "I am but a lowly servant and do not know your identity." "Your highness, but I can feel the aura of the ancient emperor belonging to. It's the ancient dragon lineage flowing through his highness's veins. I've already sent someone ahead to report the news." Hearing this, Long Ji's eyes widened in shock, while Xiao Chen's heart was racing like a drum. The ancient dragon emperor. Isn't that the equivalent of a human great emperor? This earth dragon is actually a descendant of a great emperor. Before he could even finish that thought, the air suddenly surged with immense power. Xiao Chen jumped in surprise and blurted out, "Wait, what's happening? What's that sound?" The cultivators calmly looked up, anticipating the moment. "They're here." Countless dragon shadows converged on the dragon lair, which looked like a fairyland. Undeterred, the cultivators lowered their heads and began channeling their techniques. After that, he transformed right before Xiao Chen's stunned eyes. With a satisfied smile, Long Ji concluded, "All right," and leaped down toward where her dragon generals were standing. Long Ji casually revealed her bold plan. "We should go and greet the dragons of this era, don't you think?" No sooner had she finished speaking than the whole group shot up into the clouds. The sky was filled with dragon shadows of every shape and color. This scene quickly became the talk of the town at every tavern. Dragons soaring in the heavens, 10,000 dragons roaring together. This must mean a direct descendant of the ancient emperor has appeared. "Hey, do you remember that prophecy that spread throughout the ancestral dragon lair since the beginning of time? You mean the one about the twin dragons emerging and the ancestral dragon rising to power again?" "Exactly. At first, we thought it was just a joke, but look, it's actually coming true. You guys really don't know anything, do you? The descendant of the ancient emperor in the ancestral dragon lair has declared that the Jun family's divine child must obediently surrender and face punishment before her. Is she really that arrogant? Will the Jun family just take that lying down? And as for the Jun family's divine child, this isn't his first time dealing with something like this, is it? Just think back to that champion Marquis who provoked him before. He didn't even bother to look at him, but this is a challenge coming from the ancient emperor's direct line. And if he brushes it aside like he did with the champion Marquis, wouldn't that be crossing the line? Why do you even care? It has nothing to do with us ants anyway. Inside the Jun Xiaoyao residence at the Heavenly Emperor Palace, the atmosphere today felt a bit different. Ling Kang set his teacup down, steam rising into the air, and took the initiative to probe. "I wonder why brother Jun Xiaoyao hasn't responded to the ancestral dragon lair's challenge yet." The hot tea fragrance filled the small room, but Ling Kang's voice was as cold as ice. "Sword wielder brother, I wonder why brother Xiaoyao." He was startled, silently grumbling to himself, "Hey, why are you asking me?" But out loud, the sword wielder replied politely, "Brother Ling Kang, it's like this. The young master is currently in seclusion, meditating on the legacy of the ancient sacred body left behind by the great Emperor Panwu. He doesn't have any free time to worry about those matters right now." Ling Kang lifted his teacup, sighing indifferently. "Is that so? I heard the clan set aside a massive amount of immortal essence to help brother Xiaoyao improve his cultivation. It seems that out of the entire Jun family, only brother Xiaoyao is qualified to use the clan's resources." The sword wielder looked like he had indigestion, his inner self screaming in protest. "I can't even respond to this." Sensing the prolonged silence, Ling Kang continued, "I'm not trying to criticize anything. After all, brother Xiaoyao is still young. I just wanted to pass on a message. Since he has received such favor regarding the family's resources, he shouldn't embarrass the Jun family. After all, people's gossip is the most terrifying thing. In this nine heavens immortal domain, The moment you show even a hint of weakness, those wolves and tigers will target you. Those cold-blooded beasts have no respect. The moment they find a single opening, they could drown the entire Jun family with their spittle. With that, Ling Kang stood up. Before leaving, he made sure to drop a few more poignant words. I will handle the ancestral dragon lair for now. When he comes out of seclusion, make sure you pass these words on to him. The sword wielder watched his back and promised dryly, yes, sir. Once he was out of sight, he wiped his sweat and cursed under his breath. If he were one of those hot-headed kids who wears his heart on his sleeve, like Jun Daolin or Jun Xiaoyao, I could handle him. But when it comes to dealing with someone like Brother Ling Kang, I'm just out of my depth. And why haven't those two unlucky ones, Jun Wanjie and Jun Xiaoyao, returned yet? Meanwhile, on the potential dragon continent in the lower realm, the atmosphere was suffocating. Xue Huang wore a stern expression as she dealt with everything, and even Wanjie, who was usually hot-tempered, adjusted his attitude to match hers. In another vast area, the two sides were locked in a bloody struggle. A mysterious woman wearing a mask observed the scene and muttered her calculations. At the end of the day, this outsider from the upper realm is still no match for us. Wanjie, busy as he was, still found time to bark orders, I'll clear a path. You try to break through. Shuang hesitated, asking, then how will you escape? He looked at the army surrounding him and declared nonchalantly, I'm not going to die that easily. Someone has to bring the news back, no matter what. Out of the 5 powers in the lower realms that followed the Jun family back in the day, 2 have already betrayed us. Over at Hong Tian Mountain in Hong Prefecture, the tension was just as high. The 4 Huang ghosts laughed mockingly. Isn't this the great expert from Yuntai at Mount Zhang? Yu wasn't one to back down either, shooting back. Oh, if it isn't the 4 Huang ghosts, you dare to come here and join the fun? There are plenty of great clans and sects from the Heavenly Mystery Gate and Luo Yue sect here. He chuckled, trying to justify it. Well, this is the duel between the Jun family and the ancestral dragon lair. It would be a pity to miss it. Outside, things were boiling over, but inside the dragon lair, it was perfectly peaceful. Longji yawned and complained, how boring. It's been several eras, and yet this world hasn't changed at all. Why is there nothing new or interesting? Tell me, what kind of person is this Jun Xiao Yao? She was met with a long silence and the stiff faces of the descendants. Elder Qing Longji couldn't help but kick Bichi in the butt as a signal. She stabilized herself and began her performance. Yes, Your Highness, you are asking about. Longji suddenly burst out laughing. You dare to look so dazed in my presence? You really are the most interesting child of this generation. I heard Jun Xiaoyao once saved your life? Bichi admitted honestly. Yes, that is true. Hearing this, Longji put on an incredibly troubled expression. What should I do now? To keep my promise, I have to kill Jun Xiaoyao. You truly are the most interesting kid of this generation, the sovereign remarked. I heard Jun Xiaoyao once saved your life. Bai Qi honestly admitted it. Yes, that's right. Upon hearing this, Longji wore an incredibly conflicted expression. What should I do now? Because of my promise, I have to kill Jun Xiaoyao. But since Jun Xiaoyao has saved the lives of our Azure Dragon clan members time and time again, I suppose credit must be given where credit is due. Suddenly, she shifted her gaze towards Xiao Chen, who was kneeling below. Long Ji shot a lethal glare at him and hissed, You, the one who slaughtered the descendants of my Azure Dragon clan. Before you're the one, aren't you? Xiao Chen hung his head low, not daring to utter a single sound. Just then, a noisy commotion erupted outside. They're here. The people from the Jun family are here. The familiar claws of a Keelan gradually emerged through the clouds. Jun Linkang stepped down from his mount with the air of an elegant young master and walked straight ahead. He kept his signature cold expression, ignoring the noise and the eyes fixed upon him. This demeanor made Longji burst into a loud laugh, though a hint of disappointment leaked through as she called him out. It seems the person who arrived isn't Jun Xiaoyao. Jun Linkang was the picture of solemnity as he appeared before the public. Following behind him were numerous Jun family disciples, all dressed in precise, uniform attire. They stood in long, silent, and disciplined rows. Even though this formation was visually stunning, it sent the crowd into a frenzy of speculation. It doesn't look like Jun Xiaoyao is the one who came. But this is still no small display. Standing in the ranks, Ji Yu pouted and whispered. It really wasn't necessary for Big Brother Ling Kang to show up to help Jun Xiaoyao. Dao Lin was scared out of his wits and quickly whispered back. Keep it down. Don't let the senior brother scold us when we get back. They kept their eyes glued to the majestic Longzhe. She looked at Jun Linkang's back in front of her and sighed softly. Why do I get the feeling we're doing a thankless job that won't win anyone over? Longji had been waiting all day and finally had the chance to show off her ancestor-level aura. She channeled her immense power and projected her voice toward the group. Linkang, who exactly are you? He remained unfazed and responded politely. From the first lineage of the Jun family, Jun Linkang. Long Ji questioned him with dissatisfaction. If you aren't Jun Xiaoyao, then why have you come here? Jun Linkang replied with incredible tact and grace. I am Xiaoyao's elder brother. An elder brother is like a father. It is only natural for me to stand in his place. Long Ji pondered for a long while before realizing the truth. That makes sense. Meanwhile, the crowd gathered at the foot of the mountain was growing impatient. Why did it go quiet? Are they going to fight or not? No sooner had they spoken than a massive explosion erupted from the peak. People scrambled to brace themselves while trying to get a better look. Holy cow, what's happening up there? Did anyone see how they struck? At the center of the battlefield, Jun Linkang was struggling to hold his ground. He persisted in finishing the formation arrays before reminding the disciples behind him. All of you, stay here. Do not leave this spot. Observing a battle between higher-level cultivators up close will be of great benefit to you. Ji Yu and Dao Lin replied in unison, yes. With that, Jun Linkang lunged forward. Since his opponent had made a move, Long Ji stepped up to meet him. She slowly drifted from her initial position toward the railing. Long Ji suddenly flashed a mysterious smile, then beckoned with her finger, unleashing a powerful technique centered around her. Tens of thousands of water spheres shot out in all directions at high speed. As they closed in on Jun Linkang, they converged into a massive, razor-sharp arrow. He didn't flinch, choosing to meet it head-on. Jun Linkang leaped into the air to dodge the damage while closing the gap. In a flash, he stood face-to-face with Long Ji. Neither side held back, both unleashing direct attacks. The entire mansion shook violently with every movement they made. The spectators couldn't help but marvel. Oh my god, this is exactly like a battle between sages. I wonder what realm their cultivation has reached. By the way, that guy named Jun Linkang. Is he using the Killin's great divine ability? That can't be right. The Killin is an ancient imperial clan. How could they impart their divine techniques to a human? You can't say that for sure. That's just because you didn't attend the Panwu banquet. Jun Xiaoyao can also use the true dragon's divine ability. It all depends on one's own destiny. Maybe Jun Linkang received the inheritance of an ancient Killin in some secret realm. While the crowd argued, the battle intensified. They unleashed every ultimate technique they had, filling the space with blue and purple hues. But eventually, one person moved to exit the circle first. Jun Linkang, covered in tatters, struggled to stand straight in mid-air before slowly moving to observe his opponent. Long Ji wasn't doing much better, but she tried to tidy herself up to maintain her image. She stared straight at Jun Linkang and smirked, voicing her suspicion. Those eyes of yours. Those are double pupils, right? Why didn't you use them? Jun Linkang retorted in kind. It's the same on your end. Why didn't you give it your all? As they sparred with words, Long Ji suddenly covered her mouth and yawned, then waved her hand to create an energy orb while speaking mockingly. I'm bored. Seeing this, Jun Linkang immediately raised his guard. She amplified the orb in her hand and loudly proclaimed, this is the final move. With that, Long Ji threw it toward Jun Linkang. She smiled broadly and instructed her opponent, you have to catch it. That's the only way we can call this a draw. The audience below was frozen stiff by the overwhelming pressure. They stood there, dumbfounded, waiting for the blast from this ultimate move. The orb grew larger as it rolled, blocking out the sunlight and plunging everything into darkness. Jun Linkang had bit off more than he could chew this time and gritted his teeth to block it, but before long, he was knocked back by the massive sphere. With his remaining strength, Jun Linkang shouted to the crowd below, why aren't you running yet? This sudden turn of events made everyone's jaws drop. Once they regained their senses, they scattered like bees from a broken hive. Meanwhile, Jun Linkang had to seize every second he could, despite being completely exhausted. A few days later, two Dragon Clan disciples stood observing the battlefield inside, terrifying. Truly, a whole massive mountain, just like that, leveled to the ground. You can't argue with that, but I feel like Her Highness didn't really go all out either, right? And that guy, Jun Linkang, didn't even use his double pupils. So, who do you think is stronger? I wouldn't dare say. Both of them are peerless geniuses, not the kind of people small fries like us can casually gossip about. And so, they cut their curiosity short under the blazing sun. Jun Xiao Yao had escaped the trouble, but was now eating like a starved beast. He cleared the entire table of food and remarked indifferently, so that's what happened. Huh. So, this much has happened while I was in secluded cultivation? Xiao Yao calmly wiped his mouth and hands, sighing. Who knew I had a brother who was this incredibly cool? I've really got to find a time to visit him properly. Jun Zongjian, finally having eaten his fill, hesitated before asking, young master, what are you planning to do about Princess Longji? Xiao Yao looked at him, completely clueless, and replied, do about what? Didn't. Our big brother, already go and express his stance. Jun Xiaoyao was speechless, but pushed on anyway. So you're just going to leave it be? Xiao Yao leaned back in his chair and asked dryly. Why on earth should I care about that? This world is crawling with ignorant fools who think they can step on others to get ahead. If I had to worry about every single one of them, wouldn't I just wear myself out? Jun Xiaoyao sighed and comforted himself. Fair enough. If the young master doesn't want to bother with it, then fine, let it slide. It's no big deal anyway. Just then, a thought popped into Xiao Yao's head. Oh, that's right. Brother Jun Xiaoyao. While I was in cultivation, someone sent me a message. Want to guess who it was? Jun Xiaoyao took the bait immediately. Was it the sisters from the Jun Xiaoyao clan? Xiao Yao chuckled and shook his head. They're still in the lower realms. How could they send a message here? Jun Xiaoyao tried again, then was it Jun Linglong? Xiao Yao waved the device in his hand, laughing his head off. You really don't know when to quit, do you? Sure, she usually sends me messages sharing all the things she sees and hears on her travels. But it wasn't her this time. There's no way you'll guess who it is. With that, Xiao Yao read the content aloud. I, Ke Xuan, respectfully present this letter to the divine son of the Jun family. The Saint Spirit Library is about to open the Heavenly Dao Pavilion. Would you be interested in coming over for a hike, Brother Jun? Jun Xiaoyao turned into his true form, leaping onto the table and roaring. Why is it that deadbeat name again? Since when did that son of a bitch become friends with the young master? Xiao Yao honestly poured oil on the fire. Ever since we left the Yuan Tien Supreme's secret realm, the Heavenly Dao Pavilion is actually a top-tier spot, filled with countless opportunities. I hear the Saint Spirit Library sends invitations to talented geniuses all over the desolate heaven Immortal Realm every year. We basically got an invite through this little saint, which is a good thing. Jun Xiaoyao still looked unconvinced. Yeah, sure, whatever. But who knows what kind of shady schemes that bastard Ke Xuan is hiding in his heart. Xiao Yao suddenly patted his shoulder comfortingly. The kid is definitely a bit calculating, but he's not the type to do anything underhanded. You don't need to be so defensive about him. However, Jun Xiaoyao's mind was on something else. Wait, young master, you've gotten taller, haven't you? His thoughts were cut off by a voice from outside. Reporting to the Divine Son, Lord Ling Kang is here to visit and is waiting for you in the front courtyard. Both Xiao Yao and Jun Xiaoyao were stunned. Once he snapped out of it, Xiao Yao smiled knowingly. Our big brother. I hadn't even gone to find him yet, and he's already come to me. Xiao Yao wobbled over to the meeting spot, still a bit tipsy, and found Ling Kang waiting in the hallway. He grinned and trotted up to him, then put on his best polite face. Brother Ling Kang, this must be our first time actually meeting, right? Ling Kang smiled and confirmed, You're Xiao Yao, aren't you? Xiao Yao stood tall, confirming it was him. Almost immediately, Ling Kang lunged at Xiao Yao, prodding and poking him from head to toe. Xiao Yao's inner monologue went wild. Wait, what is happening right now? Ling Kang finished his inspection and nodded in approval. Not bad. No, actually, excellent. Spirited and valiant, as expected of the divine son of our Jun family. Xiao Yao, terrified, immediately struck a defensive pose. What are you doing? Keep your hands to yourself. Ling Kang tried to hold back his smile and moved to a serious topic. Brother Xiao Yao, I came here today because I have something to tell you. The cultivation level of that Princess Longji is likely even higher than the Nirvana realm. The person they were discussing was sitting cross-legged, circulating her energy. Bai Ji couldn't help but be curious. What is Her Highness doing? Her aura doesn't look like she's just cultivating. Elder Qinglong analyzed it gravely. She is converting her spiritual energy. Her Highness comes from the primordial era. The spiritual energy within her isn't compatible with the energy of this world. She has to convert her internal energy to match the external environment before she can unleash her full power. See how she only has one horn left on her head? That's the result of her spiritual energy being suppressed. Once the conversion process is complete, she will surely undergo some changes. The mortal body realm is the first step on the path of cultivation, including tempering tendons, cleansing marrow, changing blood, opening meridians, and gathering spirit. The divine storehouse realm involves gathering that spirit to temper the 5 internal organs, including the heart fire, liver wood, spleen earth, lung metal, and kidney water. The spirit sea realm is the 3rd stage, beginning the excavation of the spirit sea within the body. The divine palace realm is the 4th, building a divine palace in the brain to forge one's consciousness. The true spirit realm is the 5th, refining a true spirit of one's own. The divine bridge realm is the 6th, building a bridge between the spirit sea and the divine palace, to achieve harmony between spirit and energy. That is called Dao Union. After the union is complete, the next step is finding the fire seed or using the flames to cleanse the palace in the brain. where the spirit energy transforms into the primordial spirit, that is the Nirvana realm. Xiao Yao rubbed his chin, deep in thought. 2 whole major realms above me. Huh. Doesn't sound too impressive, really. In short, I've met plenty of Supremes before. Only Yuan Tien's Supreme actually put any pressure on me. Ling Kang warned him sternly. Longji is completely different from the average Supremes you've met before. She is both an ancient prodigy and a descendant of the ancient emperor. It's just that her primordial energy hasn't harmonized with this world yet, so she might not look that strong, but you absolutely cannot underestimate her. Xiao Yao quickly clasped his hands and teased. Got it, got it. Thanks for the tip, brother. Ling Kang sighed. I came here just to tell you to be careful. No need to be so dismissive about it. That reaction left Xiao Yao stunned inside. Holy cow, this brother of mine. He actually resisted my mental charm attack? Xiao Yao quickly cupped his hands in a mocking gesture. Got it, got it. Thank you for your guidance, elder brother. He sighed wearily and warned. I only came here to tell you to be a bit more careful. You don't have to be so dismissive about it. This reaction made his inner self feel like he'd seen a ghost. Oh my god, how could this elder brother of mine resist a mental attack like that? Ling Kang kept rambling on, his mind clearly somewhere else. There's more. The Heavenly Dao Tower at the Holy Spirit Library is about to open up too. Have you received an invite yet? Jun Xiao Yao regained his composure, carefully replying, I'm acquainted with a young sage from the Holy Spirit Library, so I already got one from him. You're always looking at a bright future, huh? Even better. I've received an invite to the Heavenly Dao Tower as well. If we join forces this time, we'll definitely sweep across the heavens and claim the top spot on the Heavenly Dao ranking. Jun Xiao Yao chimed in, though he was barely interested. Yeah, sure. Inside, he was feeling a bit frazzled. Wait, where did those flower petals just come from? Right then, Ling Kang started acting all hesitant again. Right, there's one more thing I wanted to ask you. Well, it's about. Is Jiu doing okay? After that question, Jun Xiao Yao's ability to process language just fried, and he stood there, looking completely blank. The scene shifts to the Holy Spirit City in the Heavenly Spirit Province. The streets are packed with people, and everyone is staring up at a flying ship hovering in the air. The place is incredibly rowdy. Amidst the noisy chatter, a man inside the Grand Hall speaks up excitedly. I heard this Holy Spirit Library was founded by a Holy Spirit from a long, long time ago. The Heavenly Dao Tower is essentially the burial ground for that Holy Spirit's belongings and relics, and it's a stroke of fate left behind for his descendants. The guy with the top knot looks confused. What kind of background does this Holy Spirit have? The Huangqian Immortal Domain has never heard of such a powerhouse. Juzi laughs and replies, How should I know? I just said it's what I heard, didn't I? Suddenly, Ye Xingyun slams his teacup onto the table, laughing mockingly. People these days don't even know what a Holy Spirit is, yet they have the nerve to dream about getting a stroke of luck inside the Heavenly Dao Tower. His words cause the entire area to fall silent. Juzi glares at him, annoyed. Hey kid, who are you? When our brothers are talking, is it your place to cut in? Yi Xingyun replies, completely unfazed. You fool. If you don't recognize me, then you aren't even worth knowing my name. These words make him furious. He immediately stands up to curse. How could that be? Today, your master here is going to teach you a lesson on behalf of your father. Before he could finish, a counterattack struck. Yi Xingyun calmly brings the teacup to his lips for a sip. Everything happened so fast that Juzi couldn't even react. His comrades rush over, calling out, Second brother, are you okay? He quickly scrambles up, brushing the dust off his clothes. Recalling what just happened, Juzi points a finger at Ye Xingyan and yells, You little brat, what kind of dirty trick did you use on me? Just as they were arguing, the little Peng King suddenly appeared, showing uncharacteristic restraint. Why bother keeping a fool like this around? Just kill him. His tone was bone-chilling, catching Juzi off guard. And who are you? Before he could introduce himself, Yi Xingyun cuts him off. I don't want to be like some uncivilized beast, choosing people to eat all day long, making my whole body reek of blood. Upon hearing this, the little Peng King's expression shifts instantly. The peerless Yi Xingyun of the Huangguye family certainly has a sharper tongue than he does skill. Yi Xingyun, of course, refuses to back down and fires right back. I didn't expect the little Peng King of the Jialo Holy Mountain to be skulking around among the crowd so quietly. As soon as he finished speaking, the air grew heavy, as if something were crushing down on them. Juzi was so terrified that even the sword in his hand began to tremble. He thought to himself, Is it too late to run now? A Holy Spirit is different from the human race and the ancient royal tribes. They are a type of existence that attains the Tao. Various divine stones in the world endure through long, endless years. Soaking in spiritual energy, they slowly gain consciousness. even developing a body of flesh and blood, eventually transforming into a Holy Spirit. And a great success, Holy Spirit is powerful enough to rival an ancient emperor. Rumor has it that the 50th floor of the Heavenly Tao Tower houses the remains of a reincarnation Holy Spirit, and the core of that reincarnation Holy Spirit is the reincarnation Tao Gold. Hearing this story, Dao Lin is quite surprised. Is there really a rumor like that? Junling, standing right next to him, explains it so he understands. Isn't it said that the number of the Great Expansion is 49? So, isn't the Heavenly Tao Tower limited to 49 floors? Therefore, the existence of a 50th floor is just a rumor. Since ancient times, very few geniuses have managed to reach the 44th floor, so naturally, no one has been able to verify this. Zhuang Jian, hearing this, turns his head happily to chat, saying, maybe we'll have a chance to verify it this time. Young master, don't you think? Xiao Yao glances at him and replies, don't count on me, you should try it yourself. Zhuang Jian replies, feeling flustered, I know my own limits. I'm just curious. Jiyu asks, Brother Ling Kang, why don't you try it too? Junling responds, doing my best is all that matters. Xiao Yao laughs and reminds everyone, look over there, everyone is looking in the same direction. Junling happily announces, we've arrived at Holy Spirit City. Suddenly, a loud explosion rings out before anyone can react. The little Peng King seems very fired up for this fight. Yi Xingyun's expression turns even more sour toward the person who suddenly started trouble. Both of them leap into the air, preparing for the next round. Not wanting to waste time, the little Peng King challenges him. Good kid, let's see you try that again if you have the guts. Naturally, Yi Xingyun isn't afraid and prepares to fight back. Seeing a familiar face, Xiao Yao is startled. Isn't that brother Yi Xingyun? Dao Lin leans in and asks, do you know him? He nods. We have a bit of history. Brother Ling Kang, excuse me for a moment. Xiao Yao asks in surprise, you want to stop them? Xiao Yao explains, this kid, Yi Xingyun, is impulsive by nature, but he's not a bad guy. Since we're on the grounds of the Holy Spirit Library, I'll go keep an eye on him to make sure he doesn't get tricked by someone else. Junling nods in agreement. All right, I'll take the others to the inn first. Come meet back up with us once you're done. Just as the two were about to throw themselves into the fight, Xiao Yao immediately dashes in to block them. He gently places his hands on their heads and calls out, Brother Yu Xingyun, even the little Peng King is held firmly by his head. The very next second, he slams both of their heads into the ground. He flashes an innocent smile. Look who it is again. Aren't you too happy to see me? Seeing a stranger suddenly appear and interrupt the fight, the little Peng King is completely baffled. Yi Xingyun doesn't know what to say after his actions. I thank you. Jun Xiaoyao's voice rings out. Sorry, shopkeeper. The kids just don't know any better. Yi Xingyun was speechless at his actions. I thank you. Jun Xiaoyao's voice echoed. Apologies, boss. The kid doesn't know any better. The manager flashed a sheepish smile. He ushered Yi Xingyun and the little Rock King to kneel before him, announcing any damage caused will be compensated at original value. And as for those who were injured or affected, we will find a way to handle it. Unable to take it anymore, the little Rock King stood up and barked, Who are you? Trying to act all high and mighty and meddle in my business? No sooner had he finished speaking than Jun Xiaoyao landed another punch on him. He lectured sternly, I am your strict father. Standing right beside them, Yi Xingyun chuckled and reminded him, You better behave yourself. This is brother Jun Xiaoyao of the Jun family. Upon hearing that familiar name, the little Rock King was taken aback. Jun Xiaoyao, the divine child of the Jun family and the legendary primordial saint body. Xiaoyao glanced at him. Who else could it be? Is there a second Jun Xiaoyao in the desolate heaven immortal region? Suddenly, he jumped to his feet and cursed, So what if you are? What gives you the right to lecture me? You've destroyed plenty of places fighting yourself. Why don't you worry about your own business? Xiaoyao shot a cold glare at the little Rock King and retorted, You can eat anything, but you shouldn't just spout nonsense. The places I tear down are all Jun family property. I tear them down. I pay to build them back. Besides, when I fight, I never harm innocent bystanders. In reality, innocent bystanders were always quickly snatched away by a certain lady at high speed. Feeling quite proud, Xiaoyao placed a hand over his heart. He flatly declared to everyone present that Jun Xiaoyao was a kind-hearted, warm, and rare soul in the immortal region. The little Rock King found it incredibly hard to believe could that really be true. Suddenly, a man stepped forward from behind to chat, radiating integrity, truly worthy of being the Jun family's divine child. Xiaoyao turned his head, looking at the man in confusion. Unexpectedly, the man immediately clasped his hands, bowed, and introduced himself. I am the young master of the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, Qian Duo. It is an honor to meet the Jun family's divine child. He offered a friendly smile. Remembering something, Qian Duo continued. The destroyed tavern is property of my Wanbao Chamber of Commerce. Being able to get to know you gentlemen is a stroke of luck for our chamber. It's just a tiny bit of rubble. Consider it my gift to you all. Once he finished speaking, the three of them went silent and just stared at him. After a moment, Yi Xingyun suggested, "Let's just drop it. How much for the tavern?" Seeing them being so stubborn, Qian Duo laughed delightedly and happily stepped closer to chat with them. The young master's frankness is something I admire. Having said that, he turned and ordered his subordinates. "Bring the items here." An attendant came forward carrying 3 crimson invitation letters. "Yes, young master." Xiaoyao still didn't understand Qian Duo's intentions, so he blurted out, "These are—" He nodded in confirmation and continued. "Thanks to the upcoming opening of the Heavenly Dao Tower, this Saint Spirit City has been incredibly lively lately. Taking advantage of this popularity, our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce plans to host a fighting tournament. I wonder if you gentlemen would be interested in participating." The Little Rock King stood straight, eyeing him coldly. He asked in surprise, "A fighting tournament? You want us to set up a ring and compete?" Qian Duo shook his head, explaining further. "No, the Heavenly Dao Tower is about to open. If I ruin the state of you gentlemen, that would be a grave sin. This tournament of ours is for slaves to fight to the death. You gentlemen only need to place your bets. The slaves our Wanbao Chamber of Commerce has collected are not just cultivators from other immortal regions, but even include those from the 3 tribes of the Outer Realms." Hearing this, the Little Rock King quickly became interested, thinking, "This actually sounds pretty fun." At the crucial moment, Qian Duo added, "However, take note." "But what?" He gestured toward everyone and softly announced, "This fighting arena of ours requires immortal essence to place bets." Suddenly, Jun Xiao Yao became unusually intrigued. He chuckled. Time shifted to the evening. In a desolate mountain range, a monk walked deep into a mysterious cave to investigate. Just then, hazy figures suddenly appeared. There were so many of them that it seemed something terrible was about to happen. Sensing something was wrong, the monk stopped in his tracks as a hoarse voice rang out. "Little monk, what have you come here for?" He bowed his head and spoke. "Amitabha, it is rumored that you benefactors snatched young boys and girls from peaceful village outside the mountain. Could you please return them to me?" The great demon laughed in response. "We need these human flesh to strengthen our cultivation. It just so happens you are a descendant of the Buddhist sect. If we could trade your flesh and blood for them, that wouldn't be too bad." The monk seemed unable to sit by any longer. "In that case, I must offend you." On the other side, a group of people rushed forward. A man asked anxiously, "Are we really going to risk our lives fighting those monsters?" The crowd around him immediately reminded him, "What else can we do? Those high and mighty immortals won't care about us. We can only rely on ourselves." Realizing something was off, the man was startled. "Wait a minute, look over there. It's the kids, it's the children the monsters snatched. Quickly, carry them back." "Water? Did someone bring water? Great Bodhisattva, how did they escape?" The villagers carried the children back while chanting prayers. "It's the Bodhisattva. The Bodhisattva has come." The children's eyes looked dazed, as if they had lost their souls. Elsewhere, the corpses of the monsters lay scattered across the ground. The monk used his own power to directly eradicate the evil creatures. His body was covered in blood, and he flashed a terrifying smile. "Flesh and blood, Bodhisattva." The scene before them left the Little Rock King in awe. He laughed with interest and praised it. "This Wanbao Tower doesn't look like much from the outside, but inside, it's a hidden paradise." Everyone had moved into the spacious and well-equipped Wanbao Pavilion. The more he looked, the more fascinated the Little Rock King became. "I can even see the sky. How did they do that?" Yi Xingyun, standing nearby, guessed. "It must be an array that folds space. The Wanbao Chamber of Commerce is truly wealthy." Qian Duo laughed, leading everyone into the room ahead. "Not at all, just a few special tricks. Gentlemen, this is the room that belongs to you," he announced to everyone. The well-equipped room left everyone very satisfied. The Little Rock King ran around, thinking, "Not bad at all." But something caught Xiaoyao's attention. He wondered to himself, "Wait, could this be glass?" The Little Rock King was excited, pointing outside. "Look, it's a transparent wall." Placing his hand on the wall, he realized with surprise, "No, it's much sturdier than glass. What kind of material is this, anyway?" Xiaoyao was very curious about this transparent wall. Meanwhile, Xingyun had also noticed something unusual. He stared at the group of people sitting across from them, then leaned in to whisper, "Brother Xiao, look over there." Xiao Fan turned his head, surprised. "What is it?" He added, "Oh, it's the Holy Sons from the Holy Spirit Academy. The two leading them, one is the Yin-Yang Holy Son from the Yin-Yang sect. Since he holds status in both the Yin-Yang sect and the Holy Spirit Academy, he's actually quite capable. The other is Prince Xia Lan from the Great Xia dynasty. While the Yin-Yang sect and the Great Xia dynasty aren't exactly immortal powers, their influence has been growing rapidly in recent years. This only piques Xiao Fan's interest. Unless they're heirs to an immortal force, why would you go out of your way to point them out, Brother Xingyun? Is there something special about these two? Xingyun shook his head with a smile. Both of them used to be admirers of the eldest princess of the Panwu divine dynasty. You've humiliated the woman they loved so thoroughly before. Who knows? They might decide to make things difficult for you. Hearing this, the little Peng King burst out laughing, finding it absolutely ridiculous. Those two suck-ups chasing after the Panwu divine dynasty? What right do they have to make things difficult for the Jun family? No sooner had he finished speaking than the entire private room fell silent. Seeing that neither of them reacted, the little Peng King quickly asked, "What, did I say something wrong?" After a moment of thought, Xingyun warned him seriously. "Don't say that. I actually find Brother Xiao Fan quite mysterious. Even though he's the divine son of the Jun family with such legendary combat feats, I don't know why, but just being around him makes me feel like I could actually beat him. It's a strange sensation that even seems to suppress the awe I should feel toward the Jun family." Hearing this, the little Peng King looked stunned. "Now that you mention it, I think I have that feeling too. Brother Xiao Fan, do you have some kind of technique that messes with people's perceptions?" Hearing them both, Xiao Fan looked bewildered. He answered that he didn't, but deep down, he was panicking. Could this be a side effect of the Chaos God and Demon visualization technique? On the arena stage, the referee's voice boomed, "Welcome, everyone, to the fighting tournament hosted by the Wanbao trading firm. I hope you all have a profitable time and win big. I'm sure you've all been waiting impatiently, right? Now, it is my great honor to introduce the red side. With 16 consecutive wins and 14 kills, the barbarian clan's one-eyed giant, Yi Se." Seeing this, Xingyun was stunned. "This is my first time seeing a real member of the barbarian clan." Hearing this, the little Peng King beside him just huffed, explaining smugly, "High-level barbarians can channel the power of heaven and earth through the totems on their bodies. This guy doesn't even have a single totem on him. He's just a scrub." Xingyun glanced at the little Peng King and noted, "You certainly know a lot." The atmosphere in the stands was getting rowdy, and the referee continued to stir up the crowd. And next, for the blue side, with 7 consecutive wins and 3 kills, the Wind Shadow Clan's hunter, Wan. A man with sickly green skin appeared before them. Seeing this, Xingyun remarked in surprise. "The Wind Shadow Clan is a race of hunters known for their blinding speed, right? The barbarians are tough and thick-skinned, but if the Wind Shadow Clan is as agile as they say, it's hard to tell who has the advantage." After observing the hunter's face, Xingyun called out, "Brother Xiao Fan, who do you think will win?" Xiao Fan curled his lips into a slight smile and calmly declared, 10 immortal origin stones on the Wind Shadow Clan." The referee raised his hand, signaling the start. The moment the match began, the one-eyed giant charged forward. He unleashed his raw power at the hunter, but the hunter deflected it with ease. The fight was intense from the start, thrilling the crowd. Even the little Peng King looked surprised. That barbarian's strength isn't to be underestimated. Xingyun was deeply curious. Can that puny frame of the Wind Shadow clansman really hold up? On the stage, the two clashed endlessly. Neither the barbarian is definitely going to win. The Wind Shadow guy is just running away. To take down his opponent, the one-eyed giant tried various tactics, but the hunter dodged them all easily. His clumsy movements even created openings for the hunter to strike back. Time seemed to freeze as the hunter raised his weapon high, unleashing a devastating strike. The hunter's move was incredibly vicious. In the stands, Xingyun exclaimed in surprise, "One strike, instant kill." The hunter was the winner of the arena. Remembering what Xiao Fan had said earlier, Xingyun turned to praise him. "Brother Xiao Fan, you really called it." The little Peng King was baffled. How on earth did you see that coming? To their questions, Xiao Fan just sighed. He started sharing his perspective. If the competition is only at this level, this tournament is going to be incredibly boring. Something dangerous is about to enter the ring later. The little Peng King laughed loudly, looking at the mountain of winnings in his hands. "For the first time in my life, I'm actually rich." The referee announced the red team's victory, and the stands erupted. Xiao Fan seemed completely unimpressed with the whole affair. Even though he won 40 Immortal Origin Stones as time passed, he continued to correctly predict that the blue team would win, and Xiao Fan walked away with 80 more. Seeing him act so strangely, the little Peng King was confused. "What's up with him?" Xingyun shook his head. "Maybe he's just bored." The next match ended. The blue team won again, netting him another 110 Immortal Origin Stones, which made him quite happy. But the little Peng King was puzzled. Why is he jumping up? Xingyun shook his head, complaining. "It honestly feels more interesting than the fighting down there." Xiao Fan kept raking in the resources. The red team won that match. The little Peng King tried to follow his lead but found it tricky. Xingyun laughed. This is actually fun. They had won another 160 Immortal Origin stones. While everyone else was getting bored, the referee announced in a loud voice, "This next match will be the final fight of the day, and it is the grand finale of our tournament." Xingyun complained that he was getting tired. Xiao Fan, however, suddenly noticed something. The entire audience was stunned. They stared in confusion at the iron cage being wheeled out. What? Why are they bringing a cage out here? What could possibly be inside? The red cloth covering the cage was pulled away, and the man's power exploded outward. Everyone felt it, and they all began to look terrified and confused. What is that? The moment the fabric was pulled away, the heavenly demon shrieked in a frenzy. The expressions of everyone in the stands shifted instantly. A heavenly demon from the foreign realm? What? Why is a creature from the foreign realm here? The foreign realm's invasion once brought misery and suffering to the 9 heavens immortal realm. Countless immortal factions have been wiped out because of them. Are these disgusting pests trying to infiltrate us again? What on earth is going on? Voices of protest erupted all around. Just then, the referee urged everyone to settle down. Please, everyone, quiet down. The foreign realm hasn't made any major moves. It's just that occasionally, some of their creatures accidentally wander into the immortal realm. This heavenly demon was captured just like that. Hearing this, the crowd immediately relaxed, though they didn't forget to curse. Are they out of their minds? The Wanbao trading house actually captured a heavenly demon alive. Kill it, everyone shouted in unison. Only Xiao Yao remained silent, lost in thought. The foreign heavenly demon, Prime Heavenly Supreme, fell to his end precisely because he was guarding the foreign realm. Even the warriors who followed him were infected and turned into corpse puppets. He chuckled with an expectant gaze. The Wanbao trading house had really gone and found a genuine monster. However, his voice suddenly trailed off when he saw who appeared in the arena. A solitary figure quietly and slowly walked out before everyone's eyes. Everyone looked on in confusion. Perhaps they were a bit surprised by the heavenly demon's opponent this time. On the stage, Yi Yu stood there looking quite pathetic. Xiao Yao's lips curled into a faint smirk. He thought to himself, that's right, it's this guy. This is the massive power I felt. The crowd in the stands immediately began to gossip. Is that really all there is? Is this heavenly demon here just to deliver a meal? How could this scrub have any chance of winning against a heavenly demon? What's the point of this match? Hearing the crowd, the referee quickly reminded them, everyone, don't underestimate him. This person comes from the Yuan Tien Immortal Realm, and is very likely a descendant of a top-tier faction, separated from us by the infinite Star Sea. With his cultivation level, it doesn't look like he could cross the Star Sea on his own. I'm afraid some great power must have brought him here. An elder also shared his take. The heavenly demon's aura is on par with the Nirvana realm. A human cultivator of the same level fighting him is as good as dead. After all, this kid from the Yuan Tien Immortal Realm is clearly only at the Dao Harmonization realm. This is truly pointless. Suddenly, the Yin-Yang Saint Sun reached his hand forward, smiling as he announced, the 4 Saint Sons bet 60 immortal essences that the foreign heavenly demon will win. Xiaolan, right beside him, replied, I'll also bet 50 immortal essences on the heavenly demon winning. As soon as they finished, the atmosphere grew silent. Immediately, everyone joined the betting pool. I'm betting on the heavenly demon too. I'll put down 2 virtuous immortal essences. I'm betting 5 immortal essences. The little rock king turned around to chat. Shall we bet 2? I'd followed the young master from the Jun family before and won quite a few immortal essences. Yi Xingyun looked at Xiao Yao and asked, Brother Xiao Yao, who are we betting on? He chuckled, looking at the arena. Isn't it obvious? Hearing this, the little rock king suggested, it's the final match. Let's go all in. He pulled the immortal essences from his pocket and asked again. Got it. Betting on the heavenly demon, right? Xiao Yao loudly declared, 400 immortal essences. I bet the cultivator from the Yuan Tien Immortal Realm will win. His words made both of them freeze, and even the surrounding crowd was stunned. Damn. 400? Who is this rich kid? If you have money to burn, give it to me, don't waste it like that. Suddenly, Yi Yu lifted his head to look at Xiao Yao. His gaze seemed to carry some indescribable emotion. He didn't care and continued to watch the match. Not wanting to waste time, the iron barrier was opened, and the gate crashed down to the ground. The heavenly demon stepped out. The force of his stride shattered the ground. He marched toward Yi Yu with a crazed look in his eyes. The referee hurriedly announced, the final duel begins. As soon as the words left his lips, the heavenly demon lunged forward. Yi Yu, however, remained much calmer. In the arena, the heavenly demon raised his hand, ready to strike. Yi Yu just calmly manipulated the energy flow in his hands. Suddenly, the heavenly demon's entire body was being controlled. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't resist. Simultaneously, Yi Yu flicked his hand, and the heavenly demon was sent flying backwards so fast that no one could even see it happen. In just a few seconds, the heavenly demon slammed into the ground, sending debris flying everywhere. People in the stands scrambled to stand up and back away, fighting all the way to the spectator seats. This is too dangerous, isn't it? He was clearly an entire major realm lower than the heavenly demon, yet he managed to suppress him. Even though it's normal for geniuses of immortal factions to fight above their level, that's a heavenly demon we're talking about. The heavenly demon stood up, furious at what he had just endured. The energy within his body began to surge. The heavenly demon's intent was clear. He planned to use this energy to blow Yi Yu to pieces. Seeing the perfect moment, he spewed fire from his mouth like a circus act. But to Yi Yu, this was nothing more than child's play. He slowly reached out to forge a lightning bolt, then gripped it tightly. As if it were a weapon, Yi Yu's body was soon shrouded in lightning arrows. He slowly reached up and grabbed one of them. Before everyone's eyes, he prepared to fire. The crowd around him was completely baffled by this action. A bow and arrow. But without the bow, Yi Yu remained calm, though his gaze was terrifyingly cold. Not wanting to waste any more time, he released the arrow directly. Everything happened so fast that the heavenly demon couldn't react. An energy blast shattered the Wanbao pavilion. Yi Yu's power was simply too terrifying to withstand. The heavenly demon began to lose his mind. His entire body had been completely pierced by the arrow. Even the onlookers were stunned. Living for decades, this was the first time seeing such a sight. Under the force of that attack, the sky began to crack. People around panicked and screamed, "The sky is breaking." "You idiots, it's not the real sky, just the spatial formation set up by the Wanbao trading house." Finding the whole thing amusing, Xiao Yao laughed. He nodded in approval of Yi Yu's move. One arrow to shatter the fake sky, how magnificent. The Sun Shooter. The name is well-deserved. His expression suddenly turned serious, and feeling curious, Yi Xingyun asked in surprise, "The Sun Shooter?" He recounted the legend he had heard. Ho Yi shot down 9 sons and was eventually crowned emperor. This kid is a legitimate descendant of a great emperor, just a lowly celestial demon tribe member, not even worth comparing to him. His words caught him completely off guard. He's that formidable? Even the Xiao Yao tribe knows about the Yuan Tien immortal domain. Xiao Yao shook his head and looked outside, explaining, "I don't know the Yuan Tien immortal domain. I only know the man who shot down the sun." Little Peng King was messing around on the side and accidentally pressed a spot on the transparent wall. Seeing it crack, he laughed excitedly. "So this shield can be opened. The shattered sky looks like it's made of the same stuff as this shield. I like it. Wonder if the Wanbao Chamber of Commerce sells this." Witnessing the incredible match, the Yin-Yang Saint's son laughed and praised, "Very good. I want this guy. I'm bidding 100 Immortal Origin crystals for him." Audio produced by VN. His actions only made Little Peng King despise him even more. "You disgusting yin-yang scumbag, you were just leading the bets against the celestial demon tribe, making me lose tens of thousands of Immortal Origin crystals. I can't wait anymore." He leaped down from above into the arena, and while everyone was still confused, he announced, "I want this guy too. I'll bid 200 Immortal Origin crystals." Seeing his familiar face, the Yin-Yang Saint Sun's expression changed instantly. "The golden-winged Little Peng King of the Jia Lu Sacred Mountain is here too?" Seeing the two sides arguing, Yi Wu still had no reaction, but the earlier events had made him too furious, suddenly snapping. The primordial imperial tribe sensed something was wrong, which startled Little Peng King. He looked blankly at his opponent and asked, "What's the situation? You want to fight?" The scene made the Yin-Yang Saint Sun laugh out loud. He smugly mocked, "Little Peng King, looks like he doesn't like you." But he didn't seem to care, retorting, "Isn't that just perfect? Don't dogs wag their tails when they see people? If you're an expert, you should have some temper. In a situation like this, a fight is all it takes." Simultaneously, Yi Wu lunged into battle, muttering, "The primordial imperial tribe must die." He leaped into the air, launching a direct attack. Seeing Yi Wu in such a rush surprised Little Peng King, but he wasn't about to back down and instantly entered a combat stance. Just then, a controlling voice rang out, "Stop." It felt like a current surged through Yi Wu's body. He couldn't control himself anymore and crashed hard to the ground. Little Peng King was still stunned, not understanding what happened. Even though he was frustrated, there was nothing he could do. The referee stepped forward, bowed his head, and said, "Apologies. I've inconvenienced the Little Peng King." His sudden interference infuriated Yi Wu. He turned back and scolded, "Who told you to stop him? How dare you insult him? How could you dare to insult him so early?" Just as Little Peng King was about to make a scene, Ye Xingyun stepped out to stop him. He gripped his wrist, making everyone around extremely curious. While Little Peng King was still dazed, Yi Xingyun shook his head to signal him. Jun Xiaoyao's voice rang out from above, freezing everyone in place. 300 immortal origin crystals. I want to take him away. Does the young master have the authority to decide? He turned his head to look back. Hearing that, Qian Duo seemed to understand. He nodded happily and replied, "Sure thing." As soon as he finished, the whole crowd began to buzz with surprise. Isn't that the guy who spent 400 immortal origin crystals betting on the Yuan Tien immortal domain cultivator to win? Everyone laughed at him for being an idiot back then. Turns out he's the real master. I wonder which family this senior belongs to. The voice sounds quite young. Maybe it's not a senior after all. Seeing someone interfere, the yin-yang saint's son could only sigh. Unable to hide his frustration, he asked, "May I ask which Taoist friend you are? Could you leave your name?" That unexpected remark baffled Xiao Yao. He didn't show anyone any respect and shot back directly. "If you can't even recognize me, it just proves you aren't worthy of knowing my name." That statement was a complete challenge to Xia Lan. He angrily crushed the armrest, stood up, and started ranting arrogantly. Tianlingdao province is the territory of our Saint Spirit Academy. Seeing his reaction, Xiao Yao sighed softly, saying with a tone full of disdain, "Funny. How come I didn't know someone here could represent the Saint Spirit Academy?" A few words were enough to drive him mad with rage. Just as Xia Lan was preparing to stir up trouble, the yin-yang saint's son stepped in to stop him. Even though he was furious, he had to give a signal to back down. With no other choice, Xia Lan snorted loudly. After the match ended, two of Wan Bao's henchmen brought Yi Wu back. The man with the bun hairstyle laughed and praised, "Kid, you're actually quite lucky to have been noticed by that great lord. That is the most prestigious prodigy with the highest status, and his power is top tier in our Huang Tian immortal domain." Over here, Qian Duo happily stared at the pile of immortal origin crystals in front of him. Excluding the 300 crystals used to ransom him, these are all earnings from the arena. The divine child really investigated this well. A sound from behind made him turn around curiously. Xiao Yao's expression was calm, as if he had already foreseen this. The medicine provider brought Yi Wu over and bowed respectfully. "Young master, I've brought him to you." Looking at the people in front of him, Yi Wu showed nothing but contempt. Seeing his reaction, the man reminded him, "You blockhead. You won't even pay respects when you see a noble person." Xiao Yao sighed and stood up, saying, "All right, don't play those games in front of me." After speaking, he walked toward Yi Wu. The latter still didn't react, but in a short moment, Xiao Yao realized something. From the moment he arrived, he hadn't looked up once. He curiously asked this strange man, "It seems like you're really desperate to die." Yi Wu didn't move, nor did he answer. After a long wait, he said gloomily, "I'd rather die than be a slave to someone else." Xiao Yao was quite surprised by this. "When did I ever say I wanted you to be my slave?" Little Pen King on the side was still crying over the pile of immortal origin crystals. "Why aren't they mine?" Remembering something, he suggested, "Young Master Qian, please remove the restraint artifact on him." Hearing this, Qian Duo looked at him worriedly. "Divine child, this person is very dangerous." He laughed and nodded, appearing completely unfazed. "It's fine. Could he possibly be more dangerous than me?" he continued to order. "Get him cleaned up and put some new clothes on him." Qian Duo bowed in understanding. "Understood." Suddenly, Xiao Yao said something cryptic. "I'm very interested in the descendant of the Sun Shooter. I have a lot of things I want to ask him." Hearing this, Yi Wu was startled. The man looked up, bewildered, and asked, "Wait a second. Do you know my background?" He didn't answer right away, just gave a mysterious smile. Who knows, right? Half a day later, at the Quan family residence, seeing the pile of heaven origin stones before him, Jun Xiaoyao was absolutely thrilled. "Oh my god, my young master, where on earth did you find this many immortal origins?" Jun Xiaoyao laughed and explained, "Someone gifted them to me." He pouted a bit, complaining, "Why does no one ever gift me anything?" Just then, Kanda brought Ngevu over and bowed, reporting, "Young master, I've brought who you asked for." After cleaning up, Ngevu looked even more imposing. Jun Xiaoyao was incredibly touched and bowed to thank young Master Kan. He quickly shook his head and waved his hands. "Don't mention it. Since I've delivered him, I won't intrude any further. I'll take my leave." As he turned away, Kenda's eyes lit up. He thought joyfully, "This counts as building a connection with the young master of the Quan family. Perfect." Remembering something, Jun Xiaoyao turned his head back and called out, "Brother." Jun Xiangjian quickly stood up. "All right, it's ready." He pulled out a jade-green ring from his robes. Before Nivu could even understand what was happening, he held it out in front of him. "Brother, take this." This sudden move left him completely bewildered. Right beside them, Jun Xiaoyao smiled and explained, "Just some common cultivation resources and some medicinal pills to help you recover." Engavu's expression shifted instantly. He couldn't believe his ears. Why would you? Before he could finish, the corner of his lips curled up slightly as a gentle breeze blew by. Jun Xiaoyao spoke his thoughts. True heroes are always treated with respect. Let's talk about a place called the Yuan Tien Immortal Realm, a world where beastly instincts overwhelm human nature. At the center of the Immortal Realm stands the Tai Duong God Mountain. Inside the mountain are 10 golden crow supremes, known as the 10 Sons of the God Mountain. The 10 sons brought endless drought and death to the Yuan Tien Immortal Realm. It was then that a youth, armed with a long bow and calling himself Nge, bravely stepped forward. He used his own body to prove the Tao and used his long bow to shoot down 9 of the golden crows. It was a terrifying sight witnessed by all. Tens of thousands of living beings in the Yuan Tien Immortal Realm were saved because of it. The Tai Duong God Mountain was awakened by this event, and it opened its third eye. However, the Ng clan became sworn enemies of the Tai Duong God Mountain because of this. Looking at their mortal enemy, they coldly declared their disappearance. In the late ancient era, the Yingge clan's inheritance had no heirs. Even the god bow their ancestors used to shoot the sun was lost. The Tai Duong God Mountain seized the opportunity to retaliate. The two sides fought an immortal, massive war, leading to a crushing defeat for the Yingge clan and countless casualties. Engavu looked silently at the scene before him, with only a few descendants left as seeds. The great elder turned back to remind him, "Go, now." Though feeling utterly helpless, he could only nod in agreement. Yes. Protected by the elders as they fled, Naivu was one of them. After hearing this story, Jun Xiaoyao finally understood. So that's what happened. But why did you become a slave for the trading company? Remembering those days, Naivu was filled with rage. He bowed his head helplessly and replied, "Because I wasn't strong enough. That's all there is to it." Jun Xiaoyao's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly asked, "Not strong enough? You don't just possess the bloodline of the archer god. You also have a pair of extraordinary eyes. If I'm not mistaken, you even have an immortal seed in your body. How can you say you aren't strong enough?" He looked up at him with stunned eyes. You can even see that? My eyes are the truth-breaking golden pupils. Combined with my archery, I can spot any enemy's weakness. The immortal seed in my body is the solar true seed from our clan's inheritance, but even with all that, I was still captured by them. Seeing him lost in thought, Jun Xiaoyao curiously asked, "So, what are your plans for the future?" He was silent, focusing on his future. Finally, Ngavu voiced his decision to focus on his cultivation and return to the Yuan Tien Immortal Realm to take revenge on Tai Duong God Mountain. His shifting resolve surprised him. What about cultivation resources? Supporting a prodigy of your level isn't cheap. The bit I gave you earlier isn't enough. His eyes turned sad and he lowered his head to the ground. I hadn't thought about that yet. If I can find them, I'll help you get them. If not, I'll help you arrange some resources. Consider it a favor between us. Feeling confused, he suddenly asked, "If I may be so bold, I've always wondered we are strangers with no ties. Why would you treat me like this, young master?" Facing this question, Jun Xiaoyao just sighed softly, then smiled in response to Engavu, who didn't look up to a great hero when they were young. Faced with his kindness, Ingvu didn't know what to do. Making up his mind, he squeezed his eyes shut, clasped his hands together, and bowed to Jun Xiaoyao. Engavu lowered his head respectfully and said, "If the young master doesn't mind, Engavu is willing to follow and serve you." He looked at him, quite surprised. "You don't even know who I am, yet you dare to pledge your loyalty to me," he answered without a moment's hesitation. "Being able to see through my abilities proves your cultivation is above mine. Being able to see through my background proves your family status is above mine. My clan has fallen, and I have no other skills, yet you are still willing to treat me well. How could I ever betray someone like that?" Jun Xiaoyao nodded, satisfied. He didn't forget to warn him, "You must think carefully. If you want to follow me, you can't always put yourself first. Even if you become a saint or a master one day, there will always be someone above you. You won't be truly free." Hearing this, Nivu didn't hesitate at all. A gentleman is willing to sacrifice his life for someone who values him. He gently placed his hand on the man's arm and said, "After all that's been said, how could I possibly refuse? From now on, you are my brother." He smiled and placed a hand on his chest. Nivu asked, then, "May I now know the young master's name?" His next words caught his full attention. "My surname is Quan. Of the desolate ancient Quan family, I am Jun Xiaoyao." As soon as the name was spoken, Mei Vu froze. Time slipped back to the past when he had cried out, "Elder, is there no one who can stand against these damn ancient imperial clans?" His voice was filled with despair. The elder had turned to look at him and nodded. "There is. If anyone in the Immortal Realm can destroy the entire ancient imperial clan, it is only the desolate ancient Quan family." Having said that, The old man's face became filled with grief. Back then, Nivu had fought to hold back his tears, and now he returned to the present. He bowed his head in gratitude, swearing he would never forget young Master Yi's kindness. On the 9th day at St. Spirit City, a sound echoed throughout the entire city. Every corner could hear the resounding chime of the bell. The sound seemed to signal that something was about to happen. The gates opened, and everyone rushed outside. Everyone turned their heads toward the source of the sound. Looking up into the distance, the man realized it was the morning bell of the St. Spirit Academy. That meant the Heavenly Dao Tower was about to open. From high above, the tower radiated an overwhelming spiritual aura. In the sky, the figure of a young man soared past everyone's eyes. Little Rock King was excited, dashing forward at high speed. This time, I'll definitely be the first one there. But many others were thinking the exact same thing. The sky was bustling with people flying about, all of them sharing the same destination, the Heavenly Dao Tower ahead. Inside the area, everyone was equally excited. The first group is probably arriving soon. Quickly, head to the mountain gate and see who gets there first. Falling flower petals caught the disciples' attention. Beneath the water's surface, pure white lotus flowers had bloomed perfectly in a row. Qingyi stepped lightly onto the lotus flowers as she arrived. She appeared on the scene. It just so happened that Ji Xuan was also there. He immediately bowed his head in greeting. "Welcome, Lady Qingyi." She turned her head to look at him. As the saintess of the human immortal sect, she smiled and chatted. "Don't be so formal. Why pretend to be strangers?" Qingyi gently patted Ji Xuan's head, making him chuckle. This scene was observed by the crowd in the distance. Tai Xing laughed while talking to his two seniors. That is the most outstanding genius of the desolate ancient Ji family, and Qingyi the immortal fairy. Hearing this, Xia Lan laughed and replied, "I heard she's still the saintess of the human immortal sect." This caught her completely off guard. The human immortal sect? Isn't that an immortal great sect? After saying this, Tai Jing hurriedly covered her mouth with her hand. Seeing their strange expressions, the yin-yang saint child glanced at them in surprise. "Why are you looking at me like that? We're all fellow students. Just speak freely." But where they couldn't see, the yin-yang saint child was trembling with rage. Xiaolan quickly coughed a few times to warn him, "Let's not talk about that anymore." Every time Tai Xing got nervous, flowers would sprout from her head. Right now, her head was covered in a bunch of them. Seeing the participants here, he was extremely curious. "I wonder how many people can pass the 3 trials this year." The first person had appeared. Little Rock King dashed forward at lightning speed, jumping straight down, causing the surrounding ground to shatter instantly. Little Rock King didn't care at all and laughed loudly with excitement. "I'm the first one." Seeing that Qingyi had also appeared here left him incredibly confused. She didn't understand why he was acting like that. Frustrated, Little Rock King sat on the spot and cried, "Why did I lose again?" Qingyi was puzzled. "What's going on with this person?" Ji Xuan, standing right next to her, shook his head and replied, "I have no idea." After doing the math, he felt even more heartbroken. 3 times. This is the 3rd time I've lost since coming out. If I keep losing like this, it's just too embarrassing. While he was still complaining, a powerful strike came from behind. Yi Xingyun curiously asked, "What are you doing sitting here?" Little Rock King started, turning his head to look at him. "Yi Xingyun, why are you here too?" He smiled and explained, "The Heavenly Dao Tower, did you think you were the only one who came for it? Look around and see how many people have come." These words caught Little Rock King's attention, his expression turning gloomy as he saw the large crowd. Little Rock King immediately complained, "Are there really so many stray dogs and cats who think the fortuitous encounter of the Heavenly Dao Tower is easy to get?" Everyone looked up at the Heavenly Dao Tower high above. Suddenly, a light flashed there, catching everyone's attention. With faces full of anticipation, they shouted, "It's here." A strange force surged from within the Heavenly Dao Tower, and stairs began to appear one by one. It was as if someone was guiding everyone to step forward together. Within a few short minutes, a path was paved right in front of the participants. Yi Xingyun laughed. He seemed to be looking forward to it. The heavenly stairs are here. As soon as they stepped onto the stairs, everyone felt something was wrong. What's going on? To enter the main gate of the St. Spirit Academy, one must pass through 3 trials. This is the first trial, charging up the heavenly stairs. Whispers broke out. "Just fly straight up." "You can't? Don't you see the runes carved into the stairs? This is the only path into the academy, and it's impossible to fly over it. It's so heavy. I can't even lift my feet. It feels like a mountain is pressing down on my shoulders. There's no way to climb this. How can this be? Damn it, my lucky break." Looking at the path opening before him, Little Rock King laughed defiantly. "Want to compete?" Yi Xingyun didn't refuse. On the contrary, he let out a cold snort. Not wanting to waste any more time, he started tapping into his power. In a flash, he zoomed right past all the pedestrians. Seeing Yi Xingyun get such a head start, the golden-winged little rock king cursed in frustration. "Hey kid, are you trying to sneak ahead?" Refusing to lose, he immediately gave chase. Everyone around them was left completely stunned by the scene. But the little rock king didn't care. He was determined to catch up. And just like that, the two began racing each other from one end to the other. Only after they were long gone did the crowd finally react. Wait, what just happened? Wasn't that Yi Xingyun of the Yi family and the golden-winged little rock king from the Jialo Holy Mountain? They already wrecked it in last time. I bet they're going to start another fight. Their speed was so incredible that it made everyone green with envy. They're so fast. Do they not feel any pressure? They've already cleared over half the levels. This sky ladder has 99 floors in total. Reaching even the halfway point is considered elite. Reaching the 80th floor is exceptional. The 90th is legendary, and the 99th. Only heroes from the ancient era in their prime could reach that. Xingyun kept sprinting forward, as if nothing could stop him. 60, 70. Right beside him, the little rock king refused to be outdone. 80. The onlookers were completely blindsided by the spectacle. Listen, they actually have a shot at clearing the 99th floor. But before the words could leave their mouths, both of them fell, shocking everyone present. Why did they fall? Xingyun panted, exhausted, but still managed to announce smugly, 90. I'm one level ahead of you. The defeated little rock king could only grumble in annoyance. Damn it. As the two slowly faded from view, the crowd was left in a daze. Where did they go? Did they clear the ladder and get teleported to the second gate? Maybe there's a mirror projecting their progress. A moment later, they could see the space around them suddenly shift, leaving the two feeling quite disoriented. A gentle breeze blew, causing her white hair to sway. Before they knew it, Qing Yi had appeared. She stood alone in the vast space. Seeing others arrive, she turned around, looking puzzled. Little Peng King felt like he was about to explode. He couldn't accept this. It's you again. Why are you always popping up in front of us? Even though she didn't know what was going on, Qing Yi answered politely. Maybe it's because I'm quite diligent. The second trial to enter the Holy Spirit Academy. This trial could dissipate magic power and the vibrations caused by force, making it very difficult to ring the bell. Looking at the massive bell, Yi Xingyun understood the situation. Legend has it that this bell can be rung at least 18 times, a record set by an ancient master. Seeing Qing Yi standing still, little Peng King shouted, "Hey, are you going to ring the bell or not? If you won't, let us go." She turned her head to look at him. Is your hostility toward me a bit strange? Forget it. With that, she turned to leave. Yi Xingyun reminded little Peng King to calm down a bit. Just then, she gently placed her hand on the huge bell. Little Peng King and Yi Xingyun watched in silence, waiting to see what would happen next. Time seemed to stand still, then a bell sound suddenly echoed across the entire area. The Taoist looked up at the sky and began to gossip. It rang. She didn't even strike it. She used her internal power to make the bell vibrate and ring. Which family's prodigy is she? She's amazing. She's the fairy from the human immortal sect, Qing Yi, from the Ji family. Was the Ji family one of the three great families? They've just been in decline lately, but a thin camel is still bigger than a horse. Hearing the bell ring, Xialan laughed with interest. 17? That's impressive, just behind the ancient record. Tai Ting covered her mouth, praising her. It seems she's a descendant of brother Ji Xuan. She's got some real talent. After observing everything, the yin-yang saint's son thought to himself, damn it. 93 steps up the heaven staircase, and the bell rang 17 times. That's much stronger than how I passed the trial back then. No wonder she holds the resources of two immortal factions. If I had those same resources, I would definitely be even more outstanding than her. The three of them were teleported to another place. After observing the area, Qing Yi was surprised. It seems this must be the third trial. Little Peng King was still sulking nearby because he had only rung the bell 15 times. Yi Xingyun tried to console him, though he had only managed 14 times himself. Qing Yi ignored them both and spoke up. That over there is the final trial to enter the Holy Spirit Academy, the Dragon Gate Waterfall. A giant waterfall appeared before them, and the treacherous terrain took them all by surprise. Soon, little Peng King finally reacted. This is finally my home turf, finally my turn to show off, right? I'll go first. With that, he soared into the air, and the water below began to churn. Strange creatures started emerging from beneath the surface. As little Peng King noticed, a swarm of mutant fish began attacking him from behind. Naturally, he wasn't afraid at all. On the contrary, he felt a bit excited. Little Peng King stomped his feet hard on the heads of the monsters, fighting the fish as if he had transformed into a flaming phoenix. Qing Yi, standing nearby, remarked, legend has it that in ancient times, the golden-winged Peng bird fed on dragons. It seems that reputation is well-deserved. Witnessing the scene, Xialan forced a smile. This golden-winged Peng King, is certainly no ordinary fellow. He was actually able to suppress a horned golden flood dragon from the lake here. Tai Ting, on the other hand, was fond of strong men. Back when I was at the Dragon Gate, I got hurt quite a bit. As they were talking, something appeared before them that startled him. It turned out Little Peng King had flown into the sky and brought back a black dragon. Before anyone could react, he threw it hard onto the ground. Feeling very powerful, Little Peng King laughed loudly. I'm definitely taking first place this time. Qing Yi and Yi Xingyun watched from the side. Seeing the others appear, Tai Ting nodded. The Great Elder is here. Xiaolan chimed in. This is crazy. He actually caught a horned golden flood dragon. Hearing everyone's praise, he became even more excited. This is fantastic, finally getting a thrill. Remembering something, Little Peng King jumped down to the ground. He said, Next, we have to see what kind of performance that kid from the Jun family can pull off. He asked blankly, why bother asking? Besides him, who else could represent the Jun family? Tai Ting's eyes lit up immediately. May I ask, what kind of person is the divine son of the Jun family? Little Peng King became incredibly smug. That kid is a monster. With one move, he pinned both me and Yi Xingyun to the ground, unable to stand up. Who knows, he might even break your third trial record. Golden light suddenly appeared in the sky, and the familiar figure of Go Shang appeared before them. Seeing him arrive, Little Peng King wore an expectant smile and said, Xiao Yao is finally here. Go Shang landed firmly, his paws hitting the ground. Atop his head, Xiao Yao stood imposingly. He was very curious about the scene before him. What's going on? Why are all these people gathered at the foot of the mountain? Zhun Ling, standing nearby, explained. To enter the academy, you have to pass 3 trials. It's a long-standing tradition of the Holy Spirit Academy. It's a way to gauge the strength of the prodigies. He glanced at her, looking a bit bored. If the invitations have already been sent out widely, why set up these hurdles just to disappoint so many people? Hearing him say that, Zhun Ling laughed and turned to ask, if you don't like it, why don't you just breeze through this challenge? Seeing Xiao Yao's power, Ye Xingyun grew even more admiring. He's worthy of being Brother Xiao Yao. He makes a grand entrance the moment he arrives. Little Peng King's face soured as someone else stole his spotlight. Realizing something was wrong, he rubbed his eyes and looked again, his expression changing instantly. Little Peng King shouted angrily, Damn it, 9-headed lion. Is that really you? Why have you become someone's mount? Go Shang looked up at him, puzzled. To maintain his image, the golden-winged Peng bird transformed immediately, leaving Xiao Yao bewildered. Once he realized what was happening, Go Shang grabbed him and headed forward. He happily said to Little Peng King, Old Man Jun provides food and cultivation resources. You get whatever you want. Do you want to come along? Standing to the side, he urged, Put me down. Seeing the guy being so shameless only made Little Peng King boil with rage. Can you have at least a shred of dignity? Xiao Yao, looking even more annoyed, reminded him again to put him down. But Gu Shang ignored him completely and only replied to Little Peng King, Dignity can't be turned into resources, can it? The scene before them left the monk stunned. So that was how it was. Can an ancient primordial emperor lineage member really be treated as a mount? Xiao Yao angrily tapped his head a few times. I told you to put me down. Realizing something was off, Little Peng King's expression shifted. Seeing him take a few steps back, Ye Xingyun asked with a confused look, What's wrong with you? He replied, trembling with fear, but Little Peng King seemed to have a bad premonition. In his eyes, the monk was terrifying, like he had been marked by something sticky and repulsive. Right in front of everyone, Xiao Yao landed perfectly. Looking around the area, he became thoughtful. Let me take a look. After observing the situation, he seemed to understand. So that's how it is. 3 layers of barriers stacked together. I suppose this is the 3-gate entrance trial, though passing these barriers to enter the Holy Spirit Library directly shouldn't be too hard. Xiao Yao continued to observe, finding the various obstacles quite easy to handle. He quietly recalled, No wonder my clan brother said I could clear the trials directly. Thinking of this, Xiao Yao turned to chat. Clan brother, let's head straight into the Holy Spirit Library. Zhun Ling nodded with a smile. Sure. Besides, this entrance trial doesn't really offer much of a challenge anyway. Their words infuriated Xiaolan. How can you say that? The 3-gate entrance trial of the Holy Spirit Library was a famous training ground in the desolate Heaven territory. Even legendary figures from the ancient past had left their marks here. The arrogance of the Jun family really is deeply ingrained in their bones. Seeing his reaction, the yin-yang prince quickly stepped in. Brother Xiaolan, why be so angry? Calm down a little. He turned back, confused and questioning, Why are you helping them talk? He looked at Xiao Yao's group with disdain. After all, the records left on the 3-gate trial were there for everyone to see. If the performance isn't good, wouldn't that just embarrass the clan? Go Sheng chimed in cheerfully. You've worked hard. Daolin laughed in response. You too. Xiaolan's earlier words had made Jun Xiaoyao unable to sit still anymore. What did this guy just say? Xiaoyao immediately held out a hand to stop him, glancing at Junling on the side. Clan brother, someone is challenging us. What should we do? He laughed and replied, naturally. We must show them the consequences of provoking the Jun family. Xiaoyao immediately stepped forward, preparing to teach this group a lesson, but Yiwu was faster. He appeared with his bow in hand. Young master, please allow me to teach them. Though surprised, he nodded in agreement. Fine, let the holy sons in this ivory tower see for themselves. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yiwu pulled back an arrow, aiming straight ahead. Sensing the moment was right, he released the string, and the arrow flew. Realizing something was wrong, the yin-yang prince's expression changed instantly. He hurriedly activated his abilities to prepare a defense. Is this aimed at me? Fortunately, he managed to hold off the powerful arrow just in time, but the sheer force behind Yiwu's strike forced him to stumble back in surprise. Seeing the situation was looking grim, Xiaolan rushed forward, using his own strength to help him. The two encouraged each other, come on, and tried to push back against Yiwu's power, but it seemed to be in vain. The yin-yang prince's entire body was knocked backward, and Xiaolan didn't escape the same miserable fate. He spat out a mouthful of blood in agony, leaving everyone frozen in shock. They rushed over to check on the two. Remembering something, little Peng King asked curiously, where do these two idiots get the nerve to provoke the Jun family? Yi Xingyun, standing right next to him, replied, their brains aren't working right, they can't control their own emotions, or perhaps they've been too successful for too long, thinking the world should revolve around them. After sitting up, Xiaolan realized angrily, are you that slave from the profound heaven territory? Yiwu responded calmly, you can't even handle a single move from a mere follower like me. Don't harbor illusions about provoking the young master anymore. A sudden burst of pressure made Yiwu realize something was wrong. Everyone around them looked up, shouting, what's happening? Can't you feel it? It's the pressure of the Saint Realm. A flow of energy surged through Xiaolan's head, leaving him surprised. His and the yin-yang prince's power were gradually being restored. Someone behind the scenes was backing them up. Moments later, the familiar figure of the Grand Elder of the Holy Spirit Library appeared. He glared at the group angrily and demanded, who dares to cause trouble in my Holy Spirit Library? Seeing him appear, everyone's expression changed. The Grand Elder. Junling smiled and turned to explain. The Grand Elder of the Holy Spirit Library, a senior at the Saint Lord Realm. Xiaoyao turned back to ask him. The final stage of the 9th rank of Saint Piercing. Noticing someone had been causing trouble, the Grand Elder cast an unpleasant glance at Yiwu. It was him the pressure intensified, and despite Yiwu's efforts to resist, he struggled immensely. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He raised a hand toward Yiwu and ordered, kneel for me. A force like an explosion bore down, and Yiwu tried to resist with his arrow. Suddenly, Xiaoyao stepped forward and gently stopped Yiwu's action. He calmly raised his hand into the air before the eyes of everyone. Sensing the time was right, he suddenly clenched his palm. All the pressure seemed to explode outward. Nothing could trouble Xiaoyao. While the Grand Elder of the Holy Spirit Library was still in a daze, he reminded him, Grand Elder, I respect you as a senior, so I don't want to make things difficult. Before casting blame, you should really watch the mouths of these holy sons of the Holy Spirit Library. Not everyone has the good nature of my little brother here. That was just a light punishment. If they had met another genius, they might have lost their lives already. Realizing something was wrong, the Grand Elder's expression shifted instantly. You are the godly son of the Jun family. Time seemed to stand still, and things in the area began to return to normal. Recalling something, the Grand Elder turned to question them. What exactly happened? You, Hua, Tai, Xing, Ji, Xuan, one of you, tell me. With no other choice, Tai Xing stepped forward to recount the entire story. Reporting to the Grand Elder, it is true that brothers Jia Lan and brother Yin Yang provoked them first. The follower of the Jun family's godly son only struck back then. Hearing her, he shouted back in a rage, ready to lash out. Before they could even finish their sentence, the Grand Elder snapped angrily. Shut your mouth. That is the Jun family, the most invincible power in the Huang Qian immortal domain. Who gave you the guts to provoke them? Hearing his reprimand, Xiaolan felt incredibly awkward and hurried to explain, Elder, perhaps we were just feeling too helpless. The Grand Elder sighed and warned, fine, go to the reflection hall and accept your punishment later. What a mess this is. Recalling his own earlier actions, he suddenly felt a bit uneasy himself. Looking towards Xiaoyao, he bowed his head in apology. So it is the Divine Son who visits. It was our lack of manners. I will discipline those two little brats, he said firmly. I hope the Divine Son will not hold this against us. The Grand Elder looked at Xiaoyao with expectant eyes. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yao chuckled and replied, "Forget it. Those two weren't exactly wrong. After all, these are the rules of the Holy Spirit Academy. I didn't actually do anything. Consider this just a stroll through your academy's 3 entrance trials. I'll be off now." Xiao Yao walked forward slowly. Everyone watched in silence as he climbed the steps with complete ease. The crowd around him looked on in amazement. Just like that, he began to climb. Soon after, Xiao Yao's pace accelerated. In just a few short seconds, he ascended the stairs at a dizzying speed. The expressions on everyone's faces turned to disbelief. That's fast. Is he already at the 70th step? Gravity doubles after the 70th step, theoretically feeling like carrying a mountain on your back. Yet, he walked as if it were nothing. People couldn't help but be shocked by Xiao Yao's demeanor. He kept moving forward, and the pressure only intensified. The little rock king watched this scene and burst into an astonished laugh. By the 90th step, I knew this guy could make it. Yi Xingyun also watched with eyes full of anticipation. The issue is that after the 90th step, the pressure on each step increases tenfold. Brother Xiao Yao, how far can you go? The crowd watched his every step intently. As his feet touched each stair, the ground beneath them shattered instantly. But it seemed to have no impact on him. He kept pushing forward. The onlookers held their breath, counting each step. 97, 98. Smiles of anticipation appeared on everyone's faces as the count grew higher. Even the Jun family was caught off guard by Xiao Yao's strength. 99. Even the Grand Elder watching from the side couldn't hide his disbelief. Just as Xiao Yao set foot on the final step, a golden light flooded the entire space. Perhaps because it was too blinding, everyone hurriedly stepped back, shielding their eyes. The Little Rock King and Yi Xingyun grinned with excitement as they saw their good brother conquer the summit. Surely, the Grand Elder of the Holy Spirit Academy would have to change his perspective on Xiao Yao now. The crowd around them cheered with delight. This madman actually reached the top. He's the first one to reach the summit since the Holy Spirit Academy was founded. He even outright shattered the testing barrier of the heavenly ladder. The divine power of the Jun family's divine son was truly that immense. The space around them began to shift. Xiao Yao stepped lightly onto the ground. Seeing him pass the trial, the crowd cheered. He's at the second gate. He slowly walked toward the bell. A smug smile appeared on Xiao Yao's face. The surrounding Taoists began whispering, "How many times do you think he can make it ring?" "I bet 20. Under everyone's gaze, he lightly touched the bell with his hand. A deafening sound exploded through the area. Even the Taoists standing far away were affected by the sheer force of the ring. It was like 80 years of living. And for the first time, a man had witnessed this just a light touch, and it produced a sound like that. The Jun family's divine son. Indeed. They all stared at Xiao Yao with looks of awe. The space shattered, and everyone was stunned. Why did he leave after just one ring? That shouldn't be right, should it? The Grand Elder's expression shifted, and he was startled. This isn't right. A massive explosion echoed the great bell, couldn't withstand the pressure, and blew apart. It seemed Xiao Yao had anticipated this. He slowly took another step forward. The next gate. Seeing the situation spiraling, the Grand Elder hurried to intercept him. The next gate. No, wait a moment. But it was too late. He had already reached the final trial. The water dragons were all gathered there, ready for the next intruder. The moment they saw him, they rushed forward, roaring. They all viewed him as a delicious, succulent piece of prey, but they were likely all about to be wiped out. The Grand Elder of the Holy Spirit Academy hurriedly intervened. Stop. Those words didn't reach Xiao Yao. He only wanted to complete the next challenge. Before the eyes of the crowd, he lifted his foot and stomped hard onto the surface of the water. Columns of water erupted into the air, and the water dragons were blasted away. The result of his efforts from hundreds of years of cultivation were destroyed in a second, leaving him in total despair. My golden-horned flood dragon. The crowd rushed to comfort him. Grand Elder, calm down. Grand Elder, don't get so worked up. Seeing him acting like a lost soul, Xiao Yao suggested awkwardly, how about I get you a new batch later? The water turned red, and the corpses of the golden-horned flood dragons floated to the surface. After that strike, no beast could have survived. Heartbroken, the Grand Elder of the Holy Spirit Academy sobbed, my golden-horned flood dragon. Seeing him so miserable, Xiao Yao scratched his head and walked over. Grand Elder, endure your grief. But surely, when you choose to use the little pets you raise as an entrance trial, you should have known a day like this would come eventually, right? The Grand Elder was too furious to retort. You know you were in the wrong first. He sighed softly. All 3 trials had been passed by Xiao Yao with such ease that the very space began to crumble. Looking at the scene before him, the Grand Elder suddenly spoke. The Jun family's divine son is truly majestic. We are blessed by your presence. The surrounding Taoists stepped back, asking in surprise, the Jun family's divine son has dismantled all 3 entrance trials. Does this mean we don't need to pass the trials anymore? Damn, the divine son is the goat. I want to be your adopted son. Guessing something, Xiao Yao suddenly asked. I'm afraid it isn't that simple. Is it? The Grand Elder looked at Jun Xiaoyao and huffed. Letting people without enough strength near the heavenly Dao Tower is not exactly a good thing for them. Having said that, he decisively reached his hand forward. A loud explosion echoed here, leaving everyone confused. Seeing the space begin to distort, Dao Lin's expression became dazed. You guessed something, she thought to herself. It's a formation. It seems the Grand Elder set up a formation the moment we arrived. We've been teleported to different locations. Our actual positions were just a distraction. Looking at the scene before them, a man screamed in terror, "Hey, look over there." In front of us, that's the Heaven Dao Tower. A spatial portal opened, and a brilliant white light shone down on the massive structure. Everyone was frozen in awe. It seemed the Grand Elder had anticipated this. He spoke up. As you can all see, the entrance to the Heaven Dao Tower is now open. Who among you is confident enough to step inside and claim their destiny? Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Deep down, they were all desperate to explore this place and seize their fortunes. Instinctively, they began to step forward. The next second, an overwhelming pressure crashed down, forcing everyone to their knees. A smug smile played on the Grand Elder's face. He explained, naturally, "You must possess enough strength to earn the recognition of the Heaven Dao Tower." No sooner had he finished speaking than those cultivators who couldn't handle the pressure started clutching their chests and screaming. A forced surge of energy was flooding their bodies, making them feel like they were about to explode. Looking ahead, Yi Xingyun noticed something unusual. The towering visage of a god had manifested right there. Everyone was stunned, and more than anything, terrified. Yi Xingyun realized it was the lingering spirit of a saint. Sensing the situation was getting out of hand, Ji Xuan stepped forward to call out to her. Aixing nodded, as if she understood. Got it. I just came to watch the show, you know. With no other choice, she made her move. Her eyes lit up as she signaled everyone. Anyone who doesn't want to die, come here. The Saint Spirit Library is not obligated to be responsible for your lives. She channeled her energy, conjuring a wave of warm spiritual aura. Peach blossom trees began to sprout from the ground. Within minutes, petals were raining down, filling the sky. Under Tai Xing's energy, the once hostile land bloomed with vibrant colors. At the same time, Ji Xuan turned back to warn the others. Anyone who can't withstand the Saint's pressure, get inside the barrier for safety. Even if you die out there, the Saint Spirit Library won't be collecting your bodies. Let's move those who can't move into Aixing's 100-flower barrier. He glanced behind him. Witnessing all this, little Peng King was extremely intrigued. These two are actually reliable. The Saint Spirit Library still has some decent people. The Grand Elder looked smug again. Being the Saint son of the Saint Spirit Library, he glared annoyedly at the older man. Hey, old man, what are you so smug about? With spiritual energy swirling around him, little Peng King looked back, curious. The number of people here was dwindling. He was surprised. Are there really only a few of us left? Observing his surroundings, little Peng King thought to himself, everyone is just watching. I'm worried this Heaven Dao Tower has some kind of trap. How annoying. We're already here. What is there to be afraid of? He felt quite cocky. Let this young master lead the vanguard. Even though the power surging into his body was overbearing, if I can refine it, wouldn't that just be another form of good fortune? The next scene left everyone frozen and even excited. Confused, little Peng King looked back. What's wrong? Why is this crowd yelling? But very quickly, his expression changed. Above little Peng King's head, the silhouette of a flaming phoenix appeared, while he himself remained oblivious. Staring at the spirit beast above him, little Peng King wondered. A golden-winged great Peng. Everyone was stunned by the sight. What is that behind his back? The saintly aura radiating from the Heaven Dao Tower had condensed into a Dharma form behind him. Faced with this reaction, the Grand Elder of the Saint Spirit Library just gave a faint smile. The expressions of the other cultivators shifted. It wasn't just him. He was very pleased with the results today. The Dao manifestation has appeared. The fortunes granted by the Heaven Dao Tower are starting to show. Everyone's power seemed to erupt. Cultivators lifted their heads, acknowledging their own spiritual energy. Weapons manifested in the air. Everyone's representative armament had appeared. Needless to say, Yi Wu's face turned into a mask of bewilderment. He looked at him with a bright smile. 2 types of weapons? Doesn't that just mean we're the young master's right-hand men? He glanced at the sword cultivator and thought to himself, you're his older brother, could you show a little more ambition? We are also clan brothers. Looking at the person on the other side, Junling's energy was also about to burst. An eye suddenly appeared, which made Ye Wu even more curious. But what is that? Energy began to swirl around him. He suddenly realized that the eye was actually Junling's weapon. On the other side, cultivators hurriedly warned, hey, Look over there. Is something wrong? That Dharma form looks like it has a physical body. The energy flowing around the monk became extremely strange. He looked at his own Dharma form with confusion, while the monk's Dharma form smirked back as if challenging him. The sight startled Ji Xuan. This Buddhist from Little Western Heaven has a heavy killing intent. His Dharma form is made of flesh and blood. Tai Sing, standing nearby, replied, "They say the Buddha does not enter hell. Who goes to hell then? Haven't their Buddhas had a fate with hell since ancient times? Compared to him, I think that kid over there is even stranger." It seemed that Ye Xingyun's body was undergoing a change. He frowned, struggling to control the Dharma form within him. What's happening? My body feels heavier. Am I the only one? Why did he seem to be writhing in pain? Tai Sing sighed and complained. This is really uncomfortable to watch. Everyone else's Dharma form is power flowing in, but his is actually draining his own strength. What kind of situation is this? It seemed the Ye family's Spirit King body had secrets no one else knew about. Remembering something, Tai Sing asked curiously, "But where is the divine son of the Jun family?" Ji Xuan shook his head. "I don't know. I haven't seen him since the start." Over here, Xiaoyao slowly walked forward. After observing the situation, he understood. So that's how it is. A limit of 200 meters. As long as you don't step into the Heaven Dao Tower's domain, you won't be affected too much. While lost in thought, he suddenly ran into Qing Yi. Before he could react, she suddenly spoke. "The divine son of the Jun family isn't planning on approaching the Heaven Dao Tower?" Xiaoyao smiled back in a friendly manner. "Isn't the Sanctus also holding back?" She seemed quite surprised by this. "You know me?" Jun Xiao Yao chuckled and explained. "Rumor has it the human immortal sect is the lineage founded by an immortal. They possess relics of fallen immortals, which is why the sect's disciples naturally carry the aura of immortality, and you, of all people, possess the most of it." Qing Yi laughed at this, glancing at him. "The divine son is quite well informed, isn't he?" Jun Xiaoyao replied politely. "Well, I happen to have a friend who respects you very much." The implications in his words left Qing Yi baffled. She turned to look at Ji Xuan, thinking to herself, "I'll have to teach this child not to spill secrets about who's at home." Ji Xuan was still chatting away happily. "The Jun family's divine son is currently with my clan's elder sister. It's quite a remarkable encounter." Qing Yi sighed softly, turned, and addressed Jun Xiaoyao more seriously. "In any case, regarding the Origin Heavenly Supreme's secret realm, thank you, divine son, for saving my clan's younger brother. If you ever need anything in the future, my side will not refuse. Divine son, I shall take my leave." Qing Yi turned and walked away. Jun Xiaoyao smiled in response. As she drifted further, he began to calculate. 300 meters. Her footsteps stopped abruptly, as if she realized something was off. Qing Yi's Dharma avatar began to manifest at that spot. Seeing everything go exactly according to his plan, Jun Xiaoyao chuckled to himself. My deduction was correct, exactly 300 meters. But in the next second, his expression changed completely. He was awestruck by Qing Yi's power. This was the largest formation seen yet. White beams of light swirled like a hurricane, sweeping everything away. Watching from the sidelines, Tai Xing laughed excitedly. "Ji Xiaoxuan, your clan sister is truly incredible." Ji Xuan replied smugly, "Of course. She is the pride of our Ji clan, after all." Under everyone's expectant gaze, Qing Yi's Dharma avatar appeared. It was a shimmering deity, surrounded by lotus flowers with every step. Suddenly, the little Peng King's Dharma avatar bowed its head. The neighboring Dharma avatars were no exception. They all showed a certain respect to Qing Yi's avatar, enough to show she was truly a force to be reckoned with. The scene was incredibly epic. All the avatars bowed to Qing Yi. Everyone was stunned by the sight. Whispers spread. The other avatars were still bowing in reverence to that one. There was a clear gap in their standing. The Ji family saintess's avatar was blinding to look at. Only a true immortal could make mortals fear looking directly at them. Jun Xiaoyao silently observed Qing Yi's avatar, wondering, is this another true immortal? The cultivator suddenly realized that not all the avatars seemed to be bowing to her. Who is that? I can't even keep my eyes open anymore. Even in the face of Qing Yi's imposing avatar, Junling remained calm. Their avatars even stood in opposition to one another. The crowd gasped. It was the Jun family's top prodigy. Qing Yi's avatar showed no emotion, while Junling's avatar stared her down directly. This excited the surrounding cultivators. Were these two immortals about to fight? There was going to be a good show to watch. But when they saw both sides bow politely to each other, the crowd felt disappointed. It turned out to be just a greeting. These avatars opened Jun Xiaoyao's eyes to a new world. He sighed. So that's what an immortal is. How to put it? Compared to divine beings, they felt more like sources of danger. He realized he shouldn't provoke these two big shots. Driven by curiosity, Jun Xiaoyao slowly stepped toward the threshold. Then what will appear behind me? The moment he stepped inside, the heavenly Dao Tower suddenly flared with light. The space became distorted, and everyone was confused. He looked up, waiting to see which avatar would appear. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze suddenly locked onto his own avatar. He only managed to catch a glimpse of a deity with its back turned, but the pressure it emitted was second to none, leaving him frozen in place. The nearby cultivators were baffled and asked, "A back view?" "Mine is also showing a back view." Not being able to see Jun Xiaoyao's avatar made the little Peng King surprised. He immediately complained, "What's going on? Ours is just a back view too." Sweat rolled down Ye Xingyun's face as he asked, "Could it be that Jun Xiaoyao's avatar looks like a back view from every angle?" Even the Great Elder was surprised by this unprecedented situation. While everyone was still bewildered, Qingyi's avatar suddenly opened its eyes and began to show hostility by concentrating its energy. The cultivators were confused, wondering what was happening. The next second, Qingyi's avatar launched a direct attack at Jun Xiaoyao, but it was all in vain. That mysterious avatar blocked it with ease. At the same time, it nodded as if performing some sort of action. Perhaps out of frustration, Qingyi's avatar gnashed its teeth in anger as her entire body gradually dissolved into the void. The moment it vanished, Qingyi's actual body suffered serious damage. Seeing the situation turn sour, the little Peng King ran over, worried. "Are you okay?" As an observer of it all, Junling was also caught off guard. What just happened? Without either of us intending it, the avatars attacked each other. Wait a second. This time, Junling's own avatar turned to attack Jun Xiaoyao's avatar. Even though he didn't want it to happen, the mysterious avatar only smirked slightly. As expected, Junling's avatar vanished into thin air, and he vomited a mouthful of bright red blood in pain. Everyone rushed over in a panic to check on him. The clan brother, Jun Xiaojian, was confused. What's going on? Why would the young master attack the human race for no reason? Yiwu pointed ahead. It's not the young master. Look over there. Jun Xiaoyao's avatar slowly turned its head to look at everyone. Its gaze seemed as if it wanted to devour everything in sight. At the same time, the demon within the monk began to undergo a transformation. The monk clutched his head in agony as the other avatars were struck down. No one could escape the deathly gaze of Jun Xiaoyao's avatar. In just a few short minutes, all the avatars had been completely defeated. Seeing everyone collapse, Jun Xiaoyao was still dazed, not understanding what was happening. Uncomfortable, he looked up at his own avatar and, unable to take it anymore, questioned, "Who are you?" What Jun Xiaoyao wanted to know even more was the true identity of this being. As the avatar turned around, it spoke words that were hard to comprehend. Its face revealed a twisted smile. "I am you." Everything happened so fast that Jun Xiaoyao didn't even have time to react. The Dharma image had begun to merge into his body, to the point where he was even knocked outward. Before everyone's eyes, Jun Xiaoyao was dragged by the image into another dimension. Everyone called out in concern. As he opened his eyes once more, Jun Xiaoyao realized he had fallen into a dark void. Clutching his head in pain, he tried to recall everything that had happened. Back then, Ye Xingyun had looked at him and remarked how truly extraordinary Brother Xiaoyao was. Despite being a prodigy of the Jun family and possessing such brilliant battle achievements, for some reason, he still made people feel as though they could actually defeat him. This feeling was strong enough to even overshadow the taboos surrounding the Jun family. Then, there was another conversation. Qingling questioned, "There is something we must clarify first. Why did you suddenly ambush Jun Xiaoyao?" The young man replied blankly, "I don't know. Doesn't Jun Xiaoyao have a colossal elephant Dharma image? I felt like that image was watching me." After reflecting, Xiaoyao suddenly muttered, "The prison-suppressing elephant force. It's a skill I obtained from this system." His expression shifted completely. It was a strange feeling. He let out a soft sigh as dim lights illuminated his path. He slowly stepped forward into the first level of the Heaven Dao Tower. Glancing at those blocking his way, he sighed. Why haven't I ever thought about where this system actually came from? Xiaoyao began clearing the level. The monsters lunged at him, but unfortunately for them, they were no match for him. He dealt with them with ease. In just a few seconds, the corpses of the beasts lay scattered across the ground. With a cold gaze, he looked back and warned, "I'm not in a very good mood right now, so I don't have time to play with you lot." With that, he continued forward. And just like that, Xiaoyao cleared the first level easily as notifications popped up incessantly. Jun Xiaoyao, level 1 cleared. Jun Xiaoyao, level 2. The crowd around him was stunned. The Jun family prodigy has already reached the second level so quickly. No, wait. It didn't stop there. The notifications flashed so rapidly that everyone couldn't even keep up. The next number made everyone freeze in shock. They scrambled to react. Level 30. He actually climbed to level 30 inches one go. Is he even human? He's the Jun family prodigy for a reason. He's clearly the top talent of the younger generation. Placing a hand on his chest, little Peng King exclaimed in surprise, "Is this Heaven Dao Tower really that easy to climb? And this fast?" Yi Xingyun, standing right next to him, replied, "It's only easy for brother Xiao Yao. I'm afraid none of us have that kind of speed." Seeing Junling still standing there, Dao Lin stepped forward and suggested, "Cousin, let's head in as well." He smiled and nodded in agreement. "Let's go." Seeing this, his companion asked worriedly, "Are you all right? Your complexion doesn't look too good." Recalling the scene from earlier, Junling grew even more curious. What exactly was that Dharma image? It seemed like a vision from a powerful master, though it was hard to see the details clearly. "Forget it, I'll find Xiao Yao and ask him once we're out of the Heaven Dao Tower." Inside the tower, notifications continued to appear. Xiao Yao was still tearing through the levels. A notification appeared, "Jun Xiaoyao, level 45. The crowd was puzzled, as it seemed the Jun family prodigy had stopped at level 45 to rest for a bit. Has he encountered a difficult hurdle? An old man heard this and laughed, explaining, "The number 49 represents the great evolution. He's almost at the peak, so it's natural to hit a wall." The Grand Elder of the Holy Spirit Academy nodded in agreement. Exactly. From level 45 to 49, the challenges appearing on this fourth level are all a sliver of the divine soul left behind by the young great emperor, the primordial ancient emperor. As the words faded, everyone's expressions changed. What? The young great emperor, the primordial ancient emperor. Is that an opponent one can actually defeat? Since the near ancient era, the laws of heaven and earth have changed. Let alone entering the realm of the immortals, even achieving the Tao to become an emperor is incredibly difficult. I finally understand why no one in this generation has been able to step onto level 49. Xiao Yao laughed, reaching up to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. This is quite interesting. I didn't expect there to be a soul imprint of a true dragon inside this Heaven Dao Tower. She gestured towards Xiao Yao, challenging him. "Attack now. No need to waste time, let's fight head-on." Time seemed to stand still as the two confronted each other, their power exploding simultaneously, neither willing to yield. Noticing something off, Xiao Yao's expression went blank. A look of excitement appeared on his face as he realized, she looks so small, but it turns out she's a body cultivator. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, the primordial ancient emperor lunged to attack. She struck a punch as powerful as divine light straight into Xiao Yao's stomach. That blow made him nod in thought. Quite a lot of strength. In that case, let's see who can hold out longer. Thinking this, he began to change his tactics. The primordial ancient emperor was still confused by his intent, but seizing the moment, he decisively charged forward. She didn't hold back and rushed to retaliate. A long time passed, and Xiao Yao had taken quite a beating from the primordial ancient emperor, but he didn't give up. She fought with such decisiveness that he barely had time to react. However, at the same time, Xiao Yao managed to land a punch right on her face. After the long battle, both were exhausted and struggled to stand. She slumped onto one knee, appearing to be trying to regain her strength after the fight. Looking towards Xiao Yao, the primordial ancient emperor nodded in praise. "Young one, you're not bad." Once she said this, a green light enveloped her body. Xiao Yao didn't understand what she intended to do next. When he looked again, she had vanished, leaving him all alone. A system notification appeared, Jun Xiaoyao, level 46. The crowd cheered in delight. He succeeded. The Jun family prodigy cleared level 45. Whether he defeated the young great emperor or the primordial ancient emperor, who cares? Being that powerful is a feat in itself. Forget 45, 100 years ago, even level 40 was rarely reached. Notifications kept appearing. Jun Xiaoyao, level 45. Junling, level 41. Yi Xingyun, level 40. The crowd shouted, "The Sanctus of the Human Immortal Sect has also passed level 40. The Jun family's dual pupil holder and the Yi family's Saint King body, they've all reached level 40. Are all these monsters having a gathering this year?" Gazing at his next opponent, Xiao Yao laughed in surprise. He felt expectant for the next match. "I knew it. If a true dragon imprint appeared, it's only logical that a great emperor's imprint would appear as well." The great emperor's projection smiled and asked the young man, "Are you ready?" The projection narrowed its eyes and began unleashing its power. The boy channeled his energy into a weapon. Immediately after, he gripped the sword in his hand tight. The great emperor's projection curled its lips slightly, as if it was already prepared for the next exchange. Facing this, Xiao Yao was caught off guard. "A sword, huh?" With that, he raised his hand, and a second later, a rare, precious blade appeared in his grasp. He pointed it toward the great emperor's projection. Xiao Yao smiled and proposed, "Please, show me your skills." Without wasting time, the boy lunged forward to attack. Luckily, Xiao Yao dodged just in time. He retreated to maintain a safe distance, thinking to himself, he's fast. Suddenly, the boy raised his sword again. This time, it was a rain of sword strikes. The Great Emperor's projection fought relentlessly, forcing Xiao Yao to meet it head-on. Xiao Yao realized. The boy's sword was fast and sharp, yet surprisingly fluid. On top of that, the techniques were layered, making it very difficult for him to parry. A feeling of unease welled up inside him as he watched the projection. It felt like a turbulent sea. This match wasn't going to be easy for Xiao Yao. He kept a close eye on every move the boy made. He realized the most important thing. The boy always left a slight opening. That made sense. After all, this was just a trial, not a fight to the death. The moment had arrived. Xiao Yao lowered his head, preparing to strike at the weakness. His footwork was so agile that the Great Emperor's projection couldn't react in time. As the boy lunged, Xiao Yao struck with his longsword. It was a skill specifically left behind for future generations. He easily exploited the projection's weak point. As they brushed past each other, the boy's form was severely damaged. Realizing he had lost, the boy couldn't even bring himself to believe it. Before vanishing, the Great Emperor's projection turned back to praise him. Your sword edge is well honed. Xiao Yao nodded in acknowledgement. He replied, thank you for the lesson. Seeing the system notification, the people outside erupted in cheers. 46 floors cleared. My God, I heard the divine child of the Jun family could reach the 49th. They wondered, if we wait for him to come out, do you think we can ask for an autograph? But Jun Xiaoyao seems pretty cold and hard to approach. I guess we won't get an autograph then. Huh, never mind. Let's just go watch the excitement. As he fought through the floors of the heavenly pavilion, Xiao Yao felt increasingly exhilarated. He chuckled, thinking to himself, this annoying guy. One after another. After the martial arts and sword arts masters, the next one was a pure manifestation of divine power, the true phoenix projection. The powerful opponent before him didn't scare him. Instead, he felt a bit of anticipation. So, this is the real true phoenix heavenly fire. It seems she doesn't plan on using anything other than the true phoenix heavenly fire. I should probably use a comparable divine power to defeat her, but I'd rather not use the powers I got from the system for now. Elsewhere, a higgan flower petal fell into the water. Even the slightest ripple caused the surface to stir. The woman standing on the lake murmured to herself, calculating. 47 floors. Almost there. Just a little bit more. She reached down to touch the water and whispered to herself as if reminding someone, brother, I have to be a little faster. Back at the trial, Xiao Yao had just defeated the Great Emperor. Perhaps he had used too much energy as he panted and complained, this is unbelievable. When he was young, sure, but why does a full-grown Great Emperor leave a projection here? It's no wonder no one has been able to reach the top floor in thousands of years. The defeated Great Emperor lay there helplessly, thinking, aren't you the one who won? After finishing the fight with the Great Emperor, Xiao Yao caught his breath and thought, all right, theoretically, the next one is the final floor. He proceeded with caution, but it lived up to its reputation as the final floor. The environment was nothing like before, flowers were everywhere, and there wasn't a trace of architecture. He didn't know who the gatekeeper was. Noticing that Xiao Yao had ascended to a new level, everyone turned their attention to him. Their faces shifted into expressions of disbelief. Floor 49. The divine child of the Jun family reached the top floor. The first genius of the near-ancient era to enter the top floor of the heavenly Dao Tower, this would surely become a legend. Even the Grand Elder of the Holy Sons Academy was stunned. He didn't expect the Dean to reach out via telepathy, demanding his attention. The Grand Elder immediately started talking. Dean, yes, I'm still at the heavenly Dao Tower. He shouted in such a rage that he drew everyone's attention. What? Are you guys serious? There was nothing else he could do. The Grand Elder sighed deeply and looked up at the heavenly Dao Tower, thinking to himself, could that kid from the Jun family really reach the 50th floor? On the 49th floor, Xiao Yao was locked in a fierce battle with a masked woman. Sensing that this person's power was no joke, he was caught off guard. What is this girl? She's incredibly dangerous. Facing Xiao Yao, she didn't seem to show any emotion at all. Suddenly, the space around them shattered like shards of glass. Xiao Yao stood there, frozen, staring at the scene before him. Under the seven-colored heavenly flower, which blooms and falls every 1,000 years, he noticed a woman in red sitting with her back turned toward him. Sensing someone had arrived, she reached into the air and conjured a ring. Within seconds, it transformed into a bell and then a tiny incense burner. The object kept shifting its form until it became a sword, and a wave of unease surged within him. Xiao Yao felt a growing sense of danger and thought, it's like a mouse encountering a cat or meeting an irreconcilable enemy. I can feel it. This woman is incredibly dangerous to me. It's been a long time since I've felt this kind of threat. Just as Xiao Yao was lost in his thoughts, a voice echoed from behind. "Big brother, you finally arrived." Startled, he quickly spun around, panicked. When did she get behind him? As soon as he saw her face, Huang Kai's expression shifted instantly. "Wait, that's not right. Those golden eyes." She pressed closer to Xiao Yao, demanding, "You aren't my brother. Who are you?" Just as he instinctively tried to step back, Hua Bian grabbed him firmly. Left with no other choice, he lunged backward to maintain a safe distance. The space around them began to distort as Huang Kai launched her attack, leaving Xiao Yao no option but to keep his distance and prepare for a counteroffensive. He brought his hands together, weaving a golden light. Then, he summoned his divine body phenomenon. The myriad saints' worship appeared, reinforcing his power. Even with all his effort, it seemed that Huang Kai's strength was simply overwhelming. As the two clashed head-on, the scene erupted into total chaos. The water's surface was overwhelmed by the power of the two, causing splashes to fly everywhere. Xiao Yao tried to find every opening to attack this mysterious woman. Within just a short moment, the space seemed to shatter. Huang Kai silently stared at him, and Xiao Yao could only retreat, trying to think of ways to stall for time. Observing the situation, he calculated silently. The space inside the Heavenly Dao Tower had collapsed, yet he hadn't been transported outside. Suddenly, Huang Kai raised her hand, cutting off his train of thought as she formed a blade and slashed directly at him. Sensing the sword strike, flying at the speed of light, Xiao Yao felt a bit panicked. Fortunately, he reacted with extreme agility by backing away. Realizing she was relentlessly attacking him made him incredibly annoyed. It was another sword user, and he couldn't stand it anymore. "I'm not even a sword cultivator." Xiao Yao threw his hands back, manifesting hundreds of thousands of swords, and immediately threw them straight at Huang Kai. But then, nothing happened. He stood frozen, eyes wide, as Xiao Yao realized the situation was not looking good. Before he knew it, Huang Kai had appeared right before his eyes, even intending to take his life. As she struck, a heaven-shaking explosion engulfed the area. Xiao Yao gritted his teeth, holding his ground. He told himself that her blade was even heavier than the one the 2U Emperor had faced. Without bringing out a divine artifact, there was no way his physical body could block it. And just like that, his eyes lit up. He seemed determined to go all out against this woman. Huang Kai's entire body erupted with a dark energy that covered everything. Stunned by the sight, he immediately realized that when facing Huang Kai with his sword, he was absolutely no match for her. He was quickly overwhelmed. In his desperation, he realized it was the Supreme Bone. The Supreme Bone was affecting his sword. I clearly wasn't using the Supreme Bone. Xiao Yao's entire body suddenly glowed. He was trying to use his power to tip the scales of this battle. A flash of light swept across Huang Kai's face, shattering her mask. Seeing the situation turn against her, she raised both hands, preparing to counterattack. Instantly, like a storm, spider lily flowers surrounded her body. It was clear that Huang Kai was trying to absorb all the essence in this place. Witnessing everything, Xiao Yao felt helpless. She could even absorb the tribulation light from the sky. Who exactly is this girl? Never in a million years would Xiao Yao have expected the tribulation light to backfire. His entire body was pressed hard against the ground by Huang Kai's invisible force. It seemed she had no intention of holding back at all. The energy was so immense that her mask shattered, revealing her glowing red eyes beneath. Needless to say, Xiao Yao had been beaten miserably by the tribulation light. Amidst the swirling dust, he regained his composure, stood up, and gasped for air. The previous battle had drained too much of his energy, but in exchange, at the most critical moment, Xiao Yao had landed a powerful blow on Huang Kai. Though unwilling, there was nothing else she could do. Before she faded away, she shed a tear of despair and called out, "Brother." In that moment, Xiao Yao felt incredibly confused. The space tore apart once again, and he was transported to another place. This time, it was a vast desert, and the soaring temperature made him feel the heat. On the 45th floor of the Heavenly Dao Tower, the little Peng King was fighting a newborn ancient emperor. Even though he was exhausted, he was incredibly pumped. Once again, the newborn ancient emperor struck the little Peng King squarely in the face without a hint of hesitation. He spit out blood in pain. On the 46th floor of the Heavenly Dao Tower, a monk was also fighting an imprint of a great emperor. The opponent was quite formidable, making him angrily realize that his golden body had been broken. Is this the strength of a great emperor when they were young? Elsewhere, Yi Xingyun had reached the 47th floor of the Heavenly Dao Tower. Burning red meteors were being hurled at him, and Yi Xingyun had no choice but to dodge constantly. Fighting for such a long time had left him gradually depleted of energy. This formation was too dense, and he simply couldn't find an opportunity to counterattack. The first one was a physical cultivator, testing physique and close-quarters combat ability. The second was a sword cultivator, testing observation and instantaneous explosive power. The third was a magic cultivator, testing supernatural powers and sustained combat ability. Only an all-around cultivator could pass all the trials. One can only wonder what other monsters lie ahead. On the 48th floor of the Great Heavenly Dao Tower, a battle was raging. Quan Ling's powerful attacks slammed down toward the ground. Facing such a strong opponent, he struggled to raise his hands to protect his head. Quan Ling thought angrily, this guy has way too many magical artifacts on him. On the 49th floor of the Heavenly Dao Tower, Qing Yi was also struggling. She tried to attack Huang Kai, but was easily dodged. Backing away to keep a safe distance, she continued to look for ways to attack. Before Qing Yi could react, Huang Kai charged into fight, and while fighting, she shouted out a declaration. I only have a brother, I have no sister. This sudden remark left Qing Yi bewildered. As everyone entered the Heavenly Dao Tower to sweep through it, notifications appeared constantly. The Taoists outside kept debating, I heard, this is the strongest generation since the Near Ancient Era, right? It's not just the Near Ancient Era. The son of the Jun family has broken records no one had ever broken before, pioneering a path no ancients had ever created. The 50th floor. Ever since the Holy Spirit Library was built, no one has ever reached perfection. The son of the Jun family will definitely achieve the Tao and become an emperor. The scene shifted to a vast, deserted desert. Xiao Yao still couldn't find anything strange in this place. He kept walking without stopping. Finally, he discovered something unusual. His eyes suddenly locked onto a figure ahead, but it wasn't some high-level opponent, just a little kid sitting quietly in the desert. The silhouette was incredibly familiar. Xiao Yao moved closer, walking toward the boy while keeping a close watch. Suddenly, he spoke up. Who are you? Seeing someone appear, the boy turned around to look at Xiao Yao. Next, the boy introduced himself. I am Jun Xiao Yao. Who are you? Seeing something like this for the first time, he was dazed but still replied, I am Jun Xiao Yao. Hearing this, the boy stood up and announced, there is only Jun Xiao Yao here. He was quite curious about this boy. What are you doing here? The boy turned his head and announced, I am waiting for you. Let's go. Before Xiao Yao could react, the young Xiao Yao walked forward. He had many questions in his heart, but he decided to remain silent and continue watching what would happen. Sometime later, the boy kept walking. The desert here was extremely vast, and Xiao Yao followed closely behind him. When they reached another location, the young Xiao Yao suddenly stopped. Before the two of them, yet another strange figure appeared. When the young man turned around, it was none other than Xiao Yao. Leaves started sprouting from the tree beneath his feet. The boy walked over and spoke up, You're all here. No time to rest. He turned around and kept moving. We should hurry and regroup with the others, the boy reminded them. Looking at the two kids in front of him, Jun Xiao Yao thought in surprise, is the second one a 10-year-old version of Jun Xiao Yao? As they reached the next location, Jun Xiao Yao's expression turned annoyed, and his voice sounded reproachful. Too slow. Are you guys on a funeral procession or what? Seeing the clothes he wore when he arrived at the Panwu Divine Dynasty, the little Jun Xiao Yao started crying. I'm hungry. The 10-year-old Jun Xiao Yao spoke up. Walking slowly is fine, isn't it? The 15-year-old Jun Xiao Yao retorted. We need to pick up the pace. Suddenly noticing something, he looked down at the ground, but the saplings were still growing. This time, everyone's speed increased even more. Jun Xiao Yao followed his clones while thinking. Each version of Jun Xiao Yao has the same speed, which means our cultivation levels are all identical. It seems like it replicated my cultivation level when I entered this floor, regardless of physical appearance. Finally, everyone arrived at the designated spot. Seeing the familiar faces, the adult Jun Xiao Yao asked abruptly. When he arrived, he stared blankly at himself. Who are you? Which stage of my life is this? He turned to inform the other version of Jun Xiao Yao. In that case, everyone is here. The middle-aged Jun Xiao Yao nodded in understanding, and he also reminded the others that it was time to start. As the even older versions of Jun Xiao Yao stood around the tree, the eldest Jun Xiao Yao's voice boomed. I will now explain why I gathered everyone here. As you can see, this is the only small tree still alive in this entire desert. Only one Jun Xiao Yao can obtain this branch. Furthermore, there is only one true Jun Xiao Yao among us. As the purpose of the gathering was revealed, the air grew heavy, and everyone became tense. It seemed they all understood the nature of this trial. The eldest Jun Xiao Yao continued to remind them. It was all to select the one true Jun Xiao Yao among them. He then posed a question to everyone. You say we need to choose the true one, but how exactly? Any ideas? The curious Jun Xiao Yao asked. Who has the most skills? The 15-year-old Jun Xiao Yao laughed. I know how to play guitar. The 30-year-old Jun Xiao Yao announced. I can build houses. The 10-year-old version grew bewildered, thinking, that's the only way, right? The 5-year-old Jun Xiao Yao nodded in agreement. Right, that's the only way to go about this. After gathering everyone's opinions, the eldest Jun Xiaoyao suggested, "Then let's all just say them out loud." Arguments erupted instantly. Pokemon battles, Monopoly, landlord fighting, Go, sandcastle building, king of fighters. As soon as those words were out, every version of Jun Xiaoyao froze. The 15-year-old Jun Xiaoyao laughed in surprise. "Hey, isn't it impossible to reach a consensus like this?" Hearing that, the 30-year-old Jun Xiaoyao suggested they vote by raising their hands. Realizing something was wrong, his expression changed instantly. One version of Jun Xiaoyao leaped into the air and launched an attack. A loud explosion echoed. The desert landscape became even more chaotic and tragic. The 15-year-old Jun Xiaoyao quickly jumped up and asked, "Isn't this a bit too rushed?" The little boy beside him complained, "That's why I said we should have just chosen Pokemon battles." Hearing the boy, the young man laughed and warned, "Stop thinking about your Pokemon battles. We've clearly been forced into a King of Fighters-style all-out brawl. If you don't want to get killed, start fighting." All versions lunged at Jun Xiaoyao simultaneously. He stood up and slammed his hands into the ground, catching everyone off guard. His 15-year-old version appeared, and the boy taunted, "Nice move, kid. Watch this." Facing this, Jun Xiaoyao flashed a smug grin and attacked the 5-year-old version without hesitation. A loud explosion followed, and all the other versions watched in silence. The 15-year-old Jun Xiaoyao ran over excitedly, shouting, "I'm coming." But the boy looked a bit tired and started calculating. 6 clones, with identical abilities and cultivation. Does this mean I have to kill all 6 of them to break through the 50th floor? This reincarnation, Holy Spirit really doesn't want you to pass. Seeing him standing still, the 40-year-old Jun Xiaoyao charged in. "What are you just standing there for?" Right at that moment, he realized something important. "Wait, no. If it were just about defeating my 6 clones, there'd be no need to change my physical appearance." When the other version attacked, Jun Xiaoyao hurried to block, his body sent flying backward. Before it even touched the ground, he perfectly retreated and landed. It seemed he had made his choice on how to find the true Jun Xiaoyao. He silently observed each version of himself. The Taiyu Ancient Stele, the prison-suppressing godly elephant, the 10-year technique, the supreme bone, the vermilion bird ancient kingdom, the Mount Fangming, the origin heaven supreme treasure, the origin emperor sword, the Pan Wu Ling, the vast ancient sword. Jun Xiaoyao's gaze turned cold, and the one imprinted on me since the moment I was born. The ancient sacred body. He looked at the most dangerous-looking man in front of him. He had his answer. So that's how it is. There is no true Jun Xiaoyao here. Even I don't count as the true one. Thinking this, he felt a bit disappointed, but he calmly sat down on the ground. This time, he ignored the fighting and focused on his cultivation. His actions left the 2 younger versions confused. They didn't understand what was happening, but Jun Xiaoyao ignored them and focused on awakening his power. 5 glowing orbs appeared around his body, a truly bizarre sight. The 10-year-old Jun Xiaoyao was still perplexed. What is he doing? On his end, he grabbed the first orb that appeared, the prison-suppressing godly elephant. Without hesitation, he crushed the orb in his hand, and his youngest version vanished. The 10-year-old Jun Xiaoyao turned back to look at him with a confused gaze. "What are you doing?" He ignored him and continued. The second one, the supreme bone, seeing the second version disappear, left everyone else stunned. The 30-year-old Jun Xiaoyao shouted, "Stop him." As Jun Xiaoyao shattered these orbs, his own body suffered serious damage, but he didn't care and reached for the next orb. As expected, he shattered this orb too. One by one, the versions of Jun Xiaoyao gradually vanished into thin air. He touched the orbs lightly. Noticing the change in his own body, he felt a hint of surprise. As Jun Xiaoyao looked again, he realized he had turned into a younger version of himself. Wiping the blood from his nose, his gaze locked onto the other version of himself. He had been calling the other figure the ancient sacred body, yet the man just stood there, watching him silently. The atmosphere suddenly felt incredibly strange. Just then, the ancient sacred body chuckled with a hint of praise. "You're quite decisive, aren't you? So, does this mean you're ready to destroy this body yourself?" Jun Xiaoyao stared at him in silence for a long time, leaving the ancient sacred body feeling curious. "Well, do you intend to destroy this body of yours now?" Jun Xiaoyao sighed as he stood up. "This body. But you aren't really Jun Xiaoyao, are you?" The man let out a surprised laugh. "When did you figure that out?" He didn't show an ounce of fear as he voiced his thoughts. "During the chaos earlier, you were attacking the whole time, yet no one ever came after you, did they?" Hearing this, the ancient sacred body just laughed. His entire body began to shift and change. He let out a soft sigh. I suppose it was too obvious, wasn't it? As he spoke, he transformed into an entirely different person. Wearing Jun Xiaoyao's face, he introduced himself. "I am the Samsara Holy Spirit. a traveler from afar. And who might you be? He had uncovered the truth, which took Jun Xiaoyao by surprise. He hurriedly asked, "Do you know where I come from?" The spirit sighed and shook his head. "I only know that you do not belong to this world." The Samsara Holy Spirit's eyes turned somber as he added, "Accompanying your soul here was a strand of black mist from the foreign realm, a substance that makes others feel nothing but revulsion." Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao didn't deny it. He wondered to himself, could the black mist from the foreign realm be related to his connection with the system? He pushed that thought aside to continue probing. "May I ask if the black mist you mentioned is the same substance that led to the corruption of the Yuan Tien Supreme's remains?" Upon hearing this, the Samsara Holy Spirit was visibly stunned, unable to believe it. Yuan Tien. That child is already gone. That was his destiny. He sighed softly and sat down on the ground, deciding to tell the whole story. "Before I sealed myself in the Heavenly Dao Pavilion, Yuan Tien was responsible for guarding the foreign realm. If you say his remains were polluted and mutated, then the black mist within you is likely the same type of substance. Young man, though I don't know exactly where you hail from, I suspect you are a traveler from afar. Your soul is inherently rejected by this world, so you must have been facing quite a lot of hardship, right?" These words from the Samsara Holy Spirit took Jun Xiaoyao by surprise. It had been difficult. He nodded, confirming his own feelings. Those who carry the fortune of this world instinctively view an outsider like you as a threat. You've probably felt it already, haven't you? The strange hostility and the way people target you. And what's worse is that every time you or those people make a move, you give the black mist in your body a chance to steal the fortune of this world. You've gained quite a lot of fortuitous encounters from that black mist, haven't you? Jun Xiaoyao didn't refute him, simply replying, "That is exactly what I was trying to separate earlier." The spirit nodded solemnly and explained, "It plunders the fortune of this world and feeds you the scraps. If you rely on it too much, I fear that sooner or later, you will end up like Yuan Tien, becoming its puppet." Suddenly, Jun Xiaoyao looked at him with expectant eyes. "Senior Samsara, may I call you that?" He continued, "If you know I am not from this world, you must also know that even this body likely doesn't belong to me either. I wonder if you have a solution, Senior." The Samsara Holy Spirit just smiled gently and turned his head to look at the small tree behind him. "Do you see this little tree?" As soon as he mentioned it, the sapling immediately grew a bit, rapidly becoming larger right before their eyes. The influence of the small tree began to warp the space around them. Everything happened so fast that Jun Xiaoyao couldn't even react. He looked around. In just a few short seconds, the barren desert had transformed into a lush forest. He stared blankly at the towering ancient tree in front of him. He seemed to grasp a fundamental truth. Life emerges from death, an endless cycle of existence. The Samsara Holy Spirit nodded, confirming his realization. Exactly. Life born from death, existence without end, this is what samsara is. He raised both hands into the air, manifesting an incredibly strange flow of energy. A white light appeared in his left hand, representing the essence of life, while his right hand brimmed with a pitch-black substance. The Samsara Holy Spirit looked toward Jun Xiaoyao. He spoke slowly, "I cannot return this body to you, but by using the power of samsara to channel life from death, I can convert the black mist of the foreign realm within your body into the holy spiritual energy of this world. It is still possible." A brilliant white light engulfed the space, and system notifications began to flood in. "System error detected, attempting to reboot." The next second, everything gradually returned to normal, though there was a change. The surrounding trees began to shed their leaves. One by one, they fell to the ground. In just a few seconds, the trees were completely bare. Looking at the energy pulsing near his chest, Jun Xiaoyao was confused. The Samsara Holy Spirit, sitting opposite him, explained, "This is a Samsara immortal seed. I condensed it using the Samsara power of my own Dao golden essence. This immortal seed can help you convert the pollution that the entity in your body brings. You can treat it as a magical treasure, but do not use it to merge with your Dao. After all, the source is immortal. The entity within you will not disappear completely." Jun Xiaoyao listened in silence. Once he understood, his expression turned serious. "So, in other words," he said, "to completely eradicate the parasite in my body, I must go to the foreign realm and destroy the very source." The Samsara Holy Spirit laughed and praised him. "You truly are a clever child." Realizing something wasn't right, Jun Xiaoyao turned to him and asked, "Senior, what is your motive for giving me such a precious gift?" Facing this question, the Samsara Holy Spirit suddenly fell silent, watching him. The space returned to a barren desert. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Jun Xiaoyao asked again, "Senior, what is your request for bestowing such a treasure upon me?" His gaze remained fixed on the Samsara Holy Spirit, filled with anticipation. The spirit did not answer immediately, but slowly stated, The great era of strife is coming. When that time comes, the realms will fall into chaos. Even more black mist will blow in from the foreign realm. Even immortals and destructive powers will be wiped out in the blink of an eye, let alone a single library. Jun Xiaoyao looked at him with surprise. Senior, are you hoping that I will protect the Holy Spirit library during the coming chaos? The Samsara Holy Spirit said in a sorrowful tone. No, if you have the heart to, doing your best will be enough. If these descendants really aren't up to the task, don't worry about them. I'll entrust the immortal insect to you. But the boy still didn't quite grasp what the old man meant by repaying a debt. Repaying a debt. You don't remember the past, do you? Back in our era, a freak appeared in the Jun family. It was an era of dog-eat-dog, where even a great accomplishment saint body would be hunted down by the great emperors of their clan and refined into imperial weapons. At this, Xiao Yao's expression shifted instantly. A great accomplishment saint body was a being on par with an ancient emperor, and yet it was easily killed like that. The reincarnation saint spirit continued his tale. Greed is a powerful motivator. Even great emperors couldn't resist the allure of imperial weapons, murder, robbery, seizing fate. They even used the bones and blood of billions to refine soul banners. In those days, those were just minor, everyday occurrences. Only that freak from the Jun family found it all unacceptable. That great figure was dissatisfied with the laws of the world. He even rejected the heaven-sent imperial seal. He roared in fury. The heavenly Tao is unjust, so I shall forsake it. I am the path of righteousness. I will become an immortal through 10,000 calamities. From that day on, the world called him the Qi Tian Great Emperor. Hearing this, Xiao Yao suddenly recalled something. Jun Qi Tian, the Jun family records did indeed have entries about this ancestor. Rumor has it that this ancestor, after becoming an immortal, decided to abandon this world and leave, so his true name was never passed down. Even within the clan, they could only use his title, Qi Tian, to refer to his esteemed self. As he recalled everything, the reincarnation saint spirit became lost in thought. Back then, I was captured by human great emperors, nearly refined into a weapon. It was the Qi Tian Great Emperor who saved me. Now that I'm helping you, consider it a way of repaying that debt. Understanding his words, Xiao Yao mused to himself. He never expected the Jun family's Saint Spirit library to have such a connection. Suddenly, the reincarnation Saint Spirit raised his hand, and spheres identical to the ones Xiao Yao had seen earlier appeared around him. The boy was startled and reacted quickly. These, the old man continued, are things you took from your body earlier. Strange, isn't it? They should have been fused into your bones and blood, yet they were so easily extracted. Xiao Yao still didn't fully grasp the deeper meaning in his words. Suddenly, light flooded the space, taking him completely by surprise. Watching the scene unfold, his eyes widened as streams of energy surged directly into his body. Before he could even react, the reincarnation Saint Spirit spoke again. Some destinies are meant for you, only to be intercepted by thieves, turned into gifts for others. Be careful, don't let your own fate be stolen. Xiao Yao's entire body felt as if it were being torn into 100 pieces. He screamed in agony. Before returning to reality, the reincarnation Saint Spirit warned, "Young man, don't forget where you came from and why you came." He gritted his teeth, etching the words into his memory. As the space before him began to dissolve, opening his eyes, he found himself back at the Heavenly Tao Tower, lying alone in the middle of the Great Lake. He was stunned to realize he was back. As he sat up, Xiao Yao clutched his body, groaning in pain. His bones felt as if they had been shattered and put back together. He remembered everything. He had been wondering why his body hadn't returned to its peak state after the lightning tempering and the rebirth, but he could feel that his physical strength hadn't diminished at all. Well, he was only 12 or 13 years old anyway. He should just rest a bit and see how his body recovered. Xiao Yao realized the energy flowing within him was completely different now. After checking himself, he opened his eyes and looked forward. The strength hadn't weakened. Instead, it was far more potent, which caught him off guard. It felt miraculous. He had always felt a thin membrane separating him from the world, but now that barrier had vanished, and he could clearly sense the spiritual energy. Not wanting to sit still any longer, Xiao Yao stood up with a sigh, looking at his current clothes. He didn't have any proper garments with him, so he thought, forget it, I'll just make do with something. He fashioned a new outfit for himself. Suddenly, noisy sounds from outside caught his attention, and he became curious. He walked toward the noise, wondering, it's a bit loud out there. What's happening? The moment he stepped outside, a battle unfolded before his eyes. It turned out the monk was fighting the little Peng King, and the tension between them was palpable. A massive explosion erupted, creating total chaos. Seeing them going at it like that, Xiao Yao couldn't help but marvel. That's intense. He stepped forward and asked, why are those two fighting? Jun Xiaojian turned to look at him. Young master, His expression shifted immediately. "Why have you become so small?" Xiao Yao explained sheepishly. "Rejuvenation, a fortune from the heavenly Dao Tower." Only then did Yi Wu explain the cause of the battle. The level that monk from Western Heaven had climbed to was even higher than the golden-winged rocks. Since leaving the heavenly Dao Tower, he had been hunting for the golden-winged rock. The monk called out, "Benefactor," and the little Peng King turned to look at him. Without hesitation, the monk proposed, "I see you and the Buddha have a fated connection. Why not come under the banner of the little Western Heaven and become my mount? What do you say?" Hearing this, the little Peng King's face changed completely. "What?" A system notification appeared. "Heavenly Dao Tower, connection failed." Little Western Heaven was one of the oldest powers in the Wilderness Heaven immortal domain. Unlike other clans with deep foundations, they were incredibly low profile. Their disciples lived in near seclusion, spending their days in temples, chanting sutras. Their path was one of peace, emphasizing the concept of originating from nothingness, compassionate and selfless. It was the complete opposite of the path taken by the cultivators of the heaven-contending fate. Even so, no one dared to look down on them. Because they focused on cutting off evil and cultivating goodness, they were held in high regard. But none of this had anything to do with Fa Hai, that man had the body of a Buddha but the heart of a demon. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't sever his 7 emotions and 6 desires to achieve the perfect, glorious golden body. He was greedy, arrogant, and craved fame, beauties, and supreme power to suppress all living beings. First, he wanted a mount as magnificent as those of the ancient ancestors, something that could shake the entire Wilderness Heaven immortal domain. The monk was lightning fast, launching relentless attacks at the little Peng King. The ground was being completely decimated by their clash, and the scene became absolute chaos. The little Peng King retreated, thinking to himself, "This lunatic. His spiritual energy is filled with violent killing intent." Everything descended into utter mayhem. Little Peng King retreated, thinking to himself, "This mad woman, her aura is drenched in nothing but violent, murderous intent. He doesn't look like a disciple of the little Western Heaven at all." He shouted in anger, "You bald monk, if you keep pushing me, I won't be polite anymore." No sooner had he finished speaking than a hand clamped tightly over little Peng King's face. The monk used his body to pin him hard against the ground, a terrifying smile creeping across his face. The monk spoke up, "Patron, why must you suffer so? If you would just accept the enlightenment of this poor monk, you wouldn't have to endure such physical pain." He fell silent. It seemed little Peng King was on the verge of snapping, unable to hold back any longer. He began his counterattack, but before he could do anything, his entire body was sent flying backward, catching the monk by surprise. He quickly retreated to keep his footing. The scene before him made him laugh with excitement. The monk was looking forward to the next round. He said, "Not bad, really not bad at all. This time, little Peng King has truly awakened." He took to the skies on his wings, recalling the monk's words from earlier, and grew even angrier. Conversely, the monk only felt more exhilarated. Not wanting to waste any time, he lunged forward immediately. His speed was so blinding that no one could keep up. The two clashed in midair, triggering a massive explosion. Witnessing the scene, Xiao Yao looked a bit dazed as the thick dust began to clear. Both were still locked in combat, neither seeming to yield to the other. Little Peng King and the monk fought from one side to the other. Seeing that things were taking a turn, he spoke up, "Wait a minute, doesn't the Sacred Spirit Library forbid this kind of thing?" Jun Xiaoyao turned to look at him. "Forbid what?" The terrifying battle before them startled him. "Aren't they afraid these two will wreck the Void Heaven Tower?" He looked at Xiao Yao with suspicious eyes before explaining. "The Heaven Dao Tower is guarded by the remains of the reincarnation's sacred spirit. How could it be damaged by 2 Guiyi realm cultivators?" Hearing this, Xiao Yao just gave a gentle nod of agreement. "You are the image of the reincarnation's sacred spirit. This is my reincarnation power, the essence of the golden path bestowed upon you." Just then, little Peng King poured all his strength into suppressing the monk, who didn't just sit there either, immediately creating a protective barrier to resist. Gu Xuan anxiously asked, "Great Elder, shouldn't we stop them?" He also found it incredibly strange. The Heaven Dao Tower wasn't that weak, but the situation was becoming increasingly unstable. Xiao Yao flashed a strange smile. "Do you remember the look of despair on the reincarnation's sacred spirit's face when he saw me? The Sacred Spirit Library is counting on you." Meanwhile, little Peng King was gathering all his energy for a counterstrike. Go to hell. He gritted his teeth and unleashed hundreds of thousands of punches at the monk, who didn't fall behind, immediately retaliating with a smug smile. He warned, "You're not good enough. You better just go back to the little Western Heaven with me." The two of them fought so fiercely that the ground was shattered, startling and terrifying the onlookers. At the critical moment, Xiao Yao suddenly intervened, catching the monk by surprise. Little Peng King didn't understand why he had appeared either. He smiled and reminded both of them, "Stop fighting, you two. If you want to fight, Go to the training hall and do it." His appearance left everyone present dumbfounded. No one understood what was happening, and seeing someone suddenly meddle, both the monk and little Peng King were extremely annoyed. They stared at him for a long time before questioning, "Who are you?" Even though they tried to struggle, neither could escape Xiao Yao's grip. The monk realized his strength was far from ordinary. Little Peng King was furious, but having no other choice, he immediately tried to counterattack with his other hand. On the opposite side, he raised his hand high to strike at Xiao Yao. "No matter who you are or where you came from, get out of the way. This is not a battle you can interfere with." Seeing how stubborn they were, Xiao Yao sighed helplessly and shut his eyes tight. When he opened them again, the pressure seemed to change completely. Only then did little Peng King realize something was wrong, and the monk's entire body was lifted into the air. It turned out their strength was nothing compared to the powers Xiao Yao possessed. Not wasting any time, he threw them both hard against the ground. It all happened so fast that everyone froze. This time, people began whispering, "What is that boy's background? He looks so familiar, but why are his clothes so torn?" Remembering the scene just now, the monk was stunned for a moment, while little Peng King seemed to remember something, a sense of familiarity. He sighed and reminded both of them, "That's why I said, go to the training hall to fight. If you destroy people's property here, what are you going to do?" A smile appeared on little Peng King's face. He realized this strange conversation also felt very familiar. Suddenly, the monk sat up and shouted, "Little patron, are you trying to provoke this poor monk with those words? Then don't blame me for being impolite." Seeing the monk preparing to strike, the crowd was in for another surprise: the secret, forbidden body tempering method of the Little Western Heaven, the golden body of the 6 realms. If this method reaches perfection, it is indestructible. Even if the soul is destroyed, the body remains for eternity. Not wasting time, the monk charged forward to fight, and within seconds, he appeared in front of Xiao Yao, shouting, "Little patron, you have no chance to back down now." Both of them clashed immediately, and the scene descended into chaos. The surrounding crowd had to scramble back a few steps. The scale of the battle was terrifying, making them fearful. Being this cruel to a child, this wasn't the way of the Little Western Heaven. But the next sight made everyone's expressions change. Xiao Yao easily used his hand to slow down the monk's attack. Immediately, the monk's expression turned ugly as he thought, "How can this be? My golden body power? Even a Dao Harmony cultivator would struggle to block it. Who the hell is this brat?" Seeing the monk still had no reaction, Xiao Yao frowned, annoyed. With just one hand, he easily lifted the man into the air. "Still want to fight?" The next second, he slammed his body into the ground. The pressure was too immense. The monk couldn't take it and spat out a mouthful of crimson syrup. Everyone watching had their expressions instantly transformed. Little Peng King, on the other hand, was excited and laughed out loud. "Serves you right, Nebula. It's hard to understand him. Why are you back here?" Little Peng King recounted, "I couldn't beat him either. If I didn't hide, would I be here watching the show and getting beaten up with that bald monk?" He fell silent, thinking for a long time before continuing, saying that the young man looked somewhat familiar. "I feel like I've seen him somewhere before." Hearing this, he just let out a loud laugh. "You actually didn't recognize me?" Just then, the monk got back up off the ground. Remembering Jun Xiaoyao's actions just a moment ago, he grew even more furious. "I don't believe it." He turned around and began to figure out a way to strike back. Great Vajra Dragon, World Honor Dizang, Prajna Buddhas, Prajna Paramita. Flames erupted around the monk's body as the crowd watched on. Everyone was startled to realize it was the supreme technique of the Little Western Heaven, the Great Vajra Dragon Sutra. Jun Xiaoyao merely glanced at him and remarked, "You're seriously a pain in the neck." Naturally, the monk didn't care and continued his assault. Instantly, Jun Xiaoyao kicked him, sending his entire body flying backward. The monk flew off like a rocket so far that no one could even see where he would land. With just one move from Jun Xiaoyao, the monk had accidentally destroyed the massive mountain right in front of them. As the thick dust cleared, the scene was absolutely devastating. The onlookers were frozen in shock. Jun Xiaoyao realized he might have overdone it. It seemed like he caused some serious destruction. "I didn't even use my divine abilities. That was just a normal kick. Could it be because the senior who handles reincarnation adjusted my body? Well, whatever. As long as the heavenly Dao Tower is fine, that's what matters." A while later, the crowd still couldn't believe what had happened. The Grand Elder was startled, looking on in shock. After that one strike, all that remained on the ground was a scene of ruin with debris scattered everywhere. At the same time, young blades of grass began to sprout. They grew slowly before the Grand Elder's eyes, and he became overjoyed, thinking to himself, "The decay of all things, this is the power of reincarnation. This young man is Jun Xiao Yao. He has seen the reincarnation, Saint Spirit. His appearance has changed due to the power of reincarnation. He must have obtained the Saint Spirit's inheritance. No wonder the dean gave me those instructions. Thinking of this, the Grand Elder laughed heartily. He approached Jun Xiaoyao. The divine son of the Jun family truly lives up to his reputation. Under everyone's gaze, he walked toward him. The Grand Elder smiled and announced, I am extending an invitation in the name of the Saint Spirit Academy. Jun Xiaoyao remained emotionless. He waited for what he would say next. The Grand Elder suddenly reached out his hand and proposed, I wonder if you'd be interested in becoming a Saint Son of the Saint Spirit Academy. Jun Xiaoyao gave him a calm, indifferent glance. Hearing the Grand Elder's words, everyone was confused. Wait a second, what did he just say? The divine son of the Jun family? That young man is the divine son of the Jun family. How did he pull that off? Did you guys not notice? During the fight with the Buddhist from Little Western Heaven and the Golden-Winged Rock King, the Heavenly Dao Tower had already closed. The divine son of the Jun family had already come out of it long ago. The reincarnation Saint Spirit holds the power of life and death. He must have definitely obtained the inheritance. Even Qingyi felt that he had completely changed. She just felt his aura had become different. There's no longer that subtle pressure on him. The Grand Elder nodded and continued. That's right, little friend. Since you conquered the Heavenly Dao Tower and obtained the Saint Spirit's inheritance, you are qualified to become a Saint Son of the Saint Spirit Academy. This is a decision made by the Dean and several elders after much discussion. I hope you'll do us the honor. He nodded in response. That works, I suppose. But I'm a bit curious. How do others know the status of a Saint's son? Your academy must have a complete set of selection criteria, right? Seeing him ask this, the Grand Elder's expression turned awkward. Jun Xiaoyao pressed again. You do have a complete selection process, right? Faced with this question, he didn't know how to answer. Time seemed to stand still, and he realized something wasn't right. Jun Xiaoyao sighed internally. All right, I get it. He thought to himself, no wonder the Reincarnation Senior wanted me to manage the Saint Spirit Academy. He continued probing, how did you select Saint Sons in the past? The Grand Elder explained, it mostly depended on the strength of the family. Several days later, inside a dark prison, Huang Kai was gnawing on a piece of dry bread. Footsteps outside caught his attention. A conversation drifted into Huang Kai's ears. Did you hear about that? You mean the Jun family's divine son topping the Heavenly Dao Tower? He broke an ancient record once again. I even heard he's become a Saint Son of the Saint Spirit Academy. The wild ancient Jun family, the wild ancient Jiang family, and now the Saint Spirit Academy, all immortal powers have to give him some respect. The rise of the Jun family's divine son is unstoppable. Hearing this, Huang Kai crushed the bread in anger. He screamed loudly, leaving the two people outside completely confused. Jun Xiaoyao. With his strength, Huang Kai easily shattered the barrier. His screaming drew the attention of everyone nearby. Just thinking about the person who turned him into this armored shell filled him with even more hatred. Suddenly, Long Bichi appeared, annoyed, and snapped. What kind of fit are you throwing now? What are you glaring at me for? If His Highness hadn't taken you in as a slave, do you think you'd still be alive right now? His Highness's transformation is at a critical moment. I advise you not to cause any trouble right now. Inside the Pan-Martial dynasty, the champion Marcus was screaming like a madman. Jun Xiaoyao, you deserve to die. Consumed by rage, he directly killed the people around him. The servants of the champion Marquis were so terrified that they huddled away, their bodies trembling in despair. Just then, the champion Marquis sighed and reminded himself, calm down. Once I find the Pan-Emperor's Moon Sword and the Pan-Emperor's Void Sword, what will I have to fear from Jun Xiaoyao? He turned and walked forward, suddenly remembering. Right, the lower realm. I have to make a trip to the lower realm. The fun was coming to an end. Yi Xingyun spoke up, Brother Jun, we must take our leave now. Jun Tien laughed as he looked at him. It seems you gained quite a lot from the Heavenly Dao Tower, didn't you? He was surprised and replied, is it that obvious? Brother Jun Xiaoyao, do you remember I told you I saw a divine palace in my dreams? Jun Xiaoyao laughed, having guessed something. Have you found the location of that divine palace? Then, Yi Xingyu nodded without hesitation. That's right. It's in the lower realm. The location surprised him a little. The lower realm. The 10 lands of the lower realm are in chaos, with opportunities appearing and destinies manifesting. When that happens, the heirs of all the great immortal powers will descend to the lower realm. You and I will surely meet again. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao smiled and nodded. Then, next time we meet, I'll treat you to something delicious. After finishing, he reached out towards Tin Van. Seeing this, he looked a bit surprised. Soon, a smirk played on his lips. The two said their goodbyes like brothers in arms. A promise was made, but the youths didn't know then that this would be their final meeting. The scene shifts to the entrance of the Quan family estate. Upon arriving, Cao Feng immediately backed away. The sight before him left Navyu stunned. Perhaps out of exhaustion, Cao Feng quickly transformed into a small cat lying still on the ground. Sensing something was wrong, Jun Xiaoyao and Jun Xianxia grew anxious. Up ahead, Qian Thian stared at them with a murderous gaze. Jun Xiaoyao immediately ran forward and called out, "Grandfather!" He and Jun Xianxia quickly rushed over, hoping you forgive us. Suddenly, he grabbed Jun Xiaoyao's face firmly. "Don't you dare try to fool me. Why are you so late? Your cousin, Lang Thuong, returned 2 months ago," he retorted. Jun Xiaoyao hurriedly tried to explain. "I was helping the Thane Lin library clear out some internal troublemakers." Jun Xiaoyao asked in surprise, "Did something happen? You actually came all the way to the mountain gate to wait for me?" Qian Thian laughed and announced, "Follow me, and you'll find out soon enough." Puzzled by his words, Jun Xiaoyao followed him into the room where Jun Shui Huang was being treated. Her entire body was being ravaged by an illness. Seeing this, he was shocked. "Sister Jun Shui Huang, who did this?" His expression shifted instantly. Suddenly, Qian Thian, standing right beside him, asked, "You know that she and Jun Wanji went to the lower realms to train, right?" He nodded helplessly. "Yes, I know." With a sigh, he began to tell the whole story. This goes back a long, long time. Ages ago, there were 10 ancient clans that caused chaos in the Immortal Realm. The Quan family wiped out all their powerful experts and branded these 10 clans as sinful clans of the Immortal Realm. Taking advantage of the war between the Quan family and their own elites, the major clans secretly moved a portion of their people to the lower realms, conspiring to escape the Quan family's pursuit. To suppress the remnants of these sinful clans, factions loyal to the Quan family volunteered to go to the lower realms. They were the Blood Cicada sect, the Great Dynasty, and others that revealed themselves over time, such as the Ancient God clan, the Ancient Demon clan, and finally, the Ancient Devil clan. Saying this, Qian Thian sighed helplessly. But recently, these 5 major factions have all cut off contact with us. Jun Shui Huang and Jun Wanji went to the lower realm, both to train and to investigate this. Hearing this, Jun Xiaoyao realized what had happened. Have they betrayed us? Although he didn't want to confirm it, Qian Thian could only tell the truth. That's right. Of the 5 major factions, at least 2 branches have betrayed the Quan family. Jun Shui Huang and Jun Wanji were ambushed. Jun Wanji stayed behind alone to block the pursuers, giving Jun Shui Huang the chance to send back the news. After a moment of thought, Jun Xiaoyao calculated the situation and calmly proposed, "Grandfather, leave this to me." Qian Thian sighed and continued, "After much discussion, the Quan family wants to send our divine son, Jun Xiaoyao, to the lower realm to restore order. Are you willing?" He looked at him with hopeful eyes. Seeing that he had asked, Jun Xiaoyao was taken aback, but he agreed without hesitation, vowing not to fail the mission. The scene is now the lower realm, the heavenly profound continent. Suddenly, the space began to warp, and in the blink of an eye, the scenery shifted to the East Profound region, the Great VM Kingdom, and then to the peaceful Lin family estate. Inside a room, Lam Fong was training like a madman. He poured all his rage into those punches. Even though his hands were already injured, he didn't seem to care. Lam Fong struck the sandbag repeatedly. When he finally calmed down, he stood there, gasping for air. The more he thought, the more frustrated he felt. Damn it, I can't open my spirit sea, no matter how hard I try. If I can't open my spirit sea, I'll never be a cultivator. I'll be a cripple my whole life. Why me? The young man before us is Lam Fong, the son of the Lin family head. He punched the air in anger. Disgusting. Hatred flashed across Lam Fong's face. What's the point of this training other than torturing myself? Suddenly, a girl stepped up behind him and called out, "Brother Feng." It was Tu Yen, Lam Fong's childhood sweetheart. She gently reminded him, "There will be a way to solve this, don't hurt yourself." She took his injured hand, catching him by surprise. "Tu Yen, why do you care about a cripple like me?" She sighed comfortingly. "The world is about to face a great upheaval. Everyone will have a chance to rise like a dragon among men. Don't give up, Brother Feng." Hearing her say that, Lam Fong's face flushed slightly. Suddenly, a subordinate ran over to report, "Young master, finally found you. Someone from the Naplan family is here, and the master wants you to come over." As soon as he finished, both of them turned to look at him. Tu Yen immediately asked, "Is Naplan Yuan Kai of the Naplan family your fiancé, Brother Feng?" Lam Fong explained helplessly, "It was a decision made by our elders. Years ago, my father happened to save the life of the Naplan family's old master, and so this marriage contract was made." As they walked and talked, he mentioned, "The Naplan family is the supreme power in the East Profound region. They have Dao God-level experts guarding them. If I can marry into the Naplan family, it would be a huge help to me." He scoffed, "I've never even met this Naplan Yuan Kai. If it wasn't for the Naplan family's influence, I wouldn't want to marry anyone. Remembering something, he looked behind him and called out to Tu Yen. She smiled, and without hesitation, he suggested, let's run away. Leave the Great VM Kingdom, leave the East Profound region, and go to a place where neither the Lin family nor the Naplan family can find us. Tu Yen thought in silence for a long time, then smiled and nodded. All right, I'll follow whatever Brother Feng decides. Hearing that, he suddenly felt a warmth in his heart. Listening to the conversation from the side, the subordinate was speechless, thinking anxiously, young master, could you at least whisper your escape plans behind my back? Sometime later, Lam Fong quickly returned to the main hall. Inside, everyone was sitting around, deep in discussion. The man was the head of the Lin family, Lam Tran Thien. Looking at the girl before him, he thought smugly, this is Naplan Yuo Kai, the brilliant young genius of the Naplan family. They say she broke through to the 5th level of the true spirit realm at just 16 years old. A true genius indeed. My Lam family has finally struck gold. Once we form an alliance with the Nalan clan, our family will rank up in no time, becoming a powerhouse in the East Mystic domain that no one would dare mess with. This kid, Lin Feng, might be a bit useless, but he sure has luck on his side. While on the road, Lin Feng thought about running away, but he decided to go back and tell his father first. Suddenly, a shout startled everyone. What the hell is the Nalan clan doing here? Ziyan sensed something was wrong. That was Old Man Lin's voice, and he sounded furious. Lin Feng, worried that something had happened, rushed over to check it out. They both hurried into the main hall. The sight before him left Lin Feng stunned. 3 treasure chests sat right there, leaving him completely bewildered. They were filled with spiritual artifacts and spirit stones. Why would the Nalan clan suddenly bring so many gifts? At that moment, Ruoxi spoke up slowly. The Nalan clan doesn't mean to offend the Lam family. It's just that I am obsessed with the path I've chosen and truly cannot be distracted by romance. Hearing this, Yuan Tien exploded in anger. Obsessed with your path? Is it that you feel my small Lam family isn't worthy of your great Nalan clan? She sighed and continued, explaining that even with the broken engagement, the Nalan clan would still do their utmost to support the Lam clan, providing whatever resources they needed. Yuan Tien's face changed immediately upon hearing this. Resources? Isn't this just trying to turn the Lam family into a vassal of your Nalan clan? Watching the situation unfold, Lin Feng thought to himself, a broken engagement, just to turn the Lam family into a subordinate to the Nalan clan. Despite his fury, Ruoxi remained incredibly calm, though she sensed something. Wait, is this the aura of a true fire realm expert? Right then, Granny Liu stepped forward, easily dispersing the pressure around them with her own power. After things calmed down, Granny Liu reminded them, with my young lady's status, she doesn't owe you any explanation. A simple message from a servant would have been enough to dismiss you, yet she chose to come in person to apologize and even offered you significant resources. Your Lam family just refused to save face. Yuan Tien's expression shifted instantly. Empty spirit realm aura. The Nalan clan just sent a mere servant who is already a Saint Realm expert. Seeing things going south, Lin Feng was furious. He stepped inside and yelled, "Stop." Ruoxi didn't seem surprised that someone else was interfering, but his appearance shocked Yuan Tien. Lin Feng, he turned toward her and shouted, "Nalan Ruoxi, you treacherous woman, don't you dare stand there and insult the Lam clan." Ziyan was speechless, thinking. He actually stormed in there. Granny Liu was even more enraged by his tone. "You insolent brat." She unleashed her pressure, forcing Lin Feng to his knees. Yuan Tien screamed in panic, "Lin Feng." Meanwhile, she continued to scold him. A little brat with no cultivation daring to talk trash here. Truly unbelievable. Suddenly, Roxy stood up and put a hand on her shoulder, reminding her, "Granny Liu, enough. It was I who was impolite first. Young Master Lin is right to scold me." Crushed by the immense pressure on the ground, Lin Feng looked miserable, but he didn't appreciate her words one bit. "That sounds all fine and noble, doesn't it? The Lam family doesn't need your condescending pity. Stop pretending to be the good guy and get lost. Not 3 years, just give me 1 year. And I, Lin Feng, will crush the doorstep of the Nalan clan and defeat you fair and square." Hearing this challenge, Granny Liu was even more incensed. "What? Is there any point in arguing further?" Ruoxi turned to leave. "All right, Granny Liu, let's go. We aren't welcome here anymore. Make sure to send them the promised compensation later." Seeing the two of them leave, Ziyan smiled and said, "I heard an ancestor of the Nalan clan once had a fairy realm sovereign as a partner." Both women froze in their tracks. Ruoxi glared at her, annoyed. "Who are you?" Ziyan smiled. "You better pray that the Yuan Tien sovereign is still alive." Sensing something off, Ruoxi felt a bit anxious. This girl wasn't right. The first day after the engagement was broken, Lin Feng pushed himself relentlessly. He carried a heavy log while running. Only by training could he feel a sense of relief. Beyond running, he practiced various combat drills, especially boxing. Lin Feng punched the tree trunk repeatedly, fueled by the memory of what had happened. Watching from the side, Ziyan was shocked he was training like a wild beast. After observing him, she thought, that's a truly primitive way to train. I suppose that's all a family with no foundation can do. Suddenly, the crowd behind them mocked, look at that loser trying so hard, it's hilarious. If hard work actually worked, everyone would be a great emperor by now. Without talent, no matter how hard you work, you're still a nobody. You can't even open your spirit sea, right? It's all a waste of time. Why did that loser have to offend the eldest lady of the Nalan clan? If we offend the Nalan clan, how is our Lamb family supposed to survive in the East Mystic Domain? 37 days had passed since the incident, and Lin Feng was still training like a madman. Even when exhausted, he refused to quit, adding more and more stones to his load. Seeing his effort, Ziyan mused, it's been so long. He's truly persistent. By the 62nd day, as she watched Lin Feng training obsessively, Ziyan looked on coldly. So, where is your limit? Big brother Lin. Lin Feng kept pushing himself to build his strength. Days bled into each other. Too many to count. Lin Feng persisted. Sometimes, he asked himself, what on earth am I doing? Right. Nalan Ruoxi, the top genius of the East Mystic Domain, a 1-6-year-old at the 5th level of the True Spirit Realm. I have to defeat her. Lin Feng slowly collapsed. In his desperation, he heard someone calling his name. When he opened his eyes, he saw Ziyan running toward him in a panic. Lin Feng was confused by her words. What are you saying? Speak up. I can't hear you clearly. While he wasn't paying attention, a massive rock slipped down the cliffside. It was incredibly heavy, pulling him down with it. Before he could react, Lin Feng was dragged over the edge. He plunged heavily into the water. Tu Yen witnessed the whole thing, and as he sank deep into the cold depths, he suddenly snapped out of it, his eyes going blank. He wondered to himself, am I about to die? Lam Fong began to shut his eyes tight, and images suddenly started flashing before him. Colorful bubbles drifted toward his body, leaving him stunned as if something had just erupted right in front of his eyes. In his desperation, Lam Fong still held onto a sliver of consciousness. There's something here. He opened his eyes again, and an image of Earth appeared. Something was invading his entire body. Above on the bank, Tu Yen called out loudly, Hey, Big Brother Fong, can you hear me? Seeing the water remain perfectly still, she felt helpless. Could he really have drowned? So all that investment has gone to waste. Wait. She looked up, eyes filled with anticipation. The water began to ripple strangely, and a waterspout burst forth, leaving Tu Yen stunned. Lam Fong's entire body suddenly floated up, which left her completely bewildered. Lam Fong. Why is he just hovering in mid-air like that? As if he had discovered a new truth, he let out a loud laugh. She called out, confused, Big Brother Fong, you suddenly Tu Yen realized something unusual. The spiritual energy all around was flowing toward him. The spirit sea. He's opened his spirit sea. No, it's not just that. Lam Fong continuously leveled up, from the first level of the spirit sea realm to the second level. Then, the third level of the spirit sea. In such a short amount of time, he kept breaking through level after level. Divine Palace Realm, first level, second level, third level. Finally, Lam Fong broke through to the True Spirit Realm. Witnessing this scene, Tu Yen was shocked. He had actually leveled up 18 tiers in one go, stepping directly from the Spirit Sea Realm into the True Spirit Realm. He truly is the child of destiny of the Heaven Profound Continent. After finishing his breakthrough, Lam Fong stepped onto the ground, calmly announcing, Tu Yen, we don't need to run anymore. She asked in surprise, Big Brother Fong. He declared triumphantly that he would take her with him to rule over the entire Heaven Profound Continent. Just like Lam Fong, Tinko had made contact with the existence of the world's origin in the lower realm's 10 lands. Meanwhile, in the Wild Heaven Immortal Domain, Jun Xiaoyao had already finished his preparations to descend. A saint nervously reminded him, Young Master, they say one day in heaven is 1 year on earth. The flow of time between the Immortal Domain and the lower realm is different. Please be careful. He nodded, seemingly understanding. It's fine. Let's head out. Xian Thien asked curiously, This time you're going to the lower realm. How many people do you intend to bring? Jun Xiaoyao replied, The lower realm is different from the Immortal Domain. I want to keep it simple, so I only plan to take Nge Vu and the 9-headed lion with me. He nodded in understanding. Nge Vu is that the descendant of the imperial clan you brought back? That's good. Follow me. He suddenly stepped forward. His actions left Jun Xiaoyao puzzled. Realizing that the great elders had appeared before him, he was genuinely surprised. He silently observed each one. First, a small success stage saint, then a great success stage quasi-saint. The strongest one here was a great success stage saint were they elders of the clan. Why have me meet them specifically? While Jun Xiaoyao was still thinking, Yuan Tien announced that these three were all guest retainers of the clan. He turned his head, confused. Guest retainers? He nodded and continued to explain. They are all powerhouses who ascended to the immortal domain from the lower realm. With them protecting you, your trip to the lower realm might go a bit more smoothly. All three saints immediately bowed to the godly child. Seeing this, he seemed to understand. He heard that his grandfather had specifically arranged this for him. With no other choice, Jun Xiaoyao just had to go along with it. He smiled and replied to the three saints, "I'll have to trouble you all this time." His attitude was completely unexpected to the three of them. They hurriedly replied, "Not at all. Godly child, you are too kind." He nodded and reminded them, "All right, let's skip the pleasantries. Everyone go prepare. We depart in 3 days." Elsewhere, the scene shifted to the East Profound region of the Heaven Profound continent. The specific location was Baolin Peak's Immortal Ascension Terrace, the site of the decennial East Profound Martial Tournament. The East Profound region, the best stage for new talents looking to make a name for themselves. Lam Fong stepped into the arena, triumphantly holding one finger up in the air, then challenged everyone present. "Nalan Yuok Hai, get out here." Seeing his actions, everyone around was shocked. Nalan Yuok Hai, the eldest lady of the Nalan family. Does Lam Fong know her? You don't know. Rumor has it they were once engaged. It's just that later, Miss Nalan came to the Lam family to break it off in person. If she knew Lam Fong could go from a trash to a top-tier genius in just 1 year, would she regret it? These young ladies of great families are all the same. Looking down on others, it serves her right. Granny Liu was so angry her blood was boiling hearing the crowd's gossip. "You brat, don't go too far." But Lam Fong retorted arrogantly, "Too far? Is that all you've got? Today, I'll make your Nalan family feel the humiliation the Lam family once suffered." Hearing this, her expression changed instantly. "Even if I have to throw away this old life, I absolutely will not." While the two sides were still arguing, Tu Yen stepped forward and signaled for silence. The scene before her left, Granny Liu frozen, ranked first among the immortal sects, the top sect of the Wild Heaven Immortal Domain, the Purple Mansion's sacred land. In other words, Tu Yen was the saintess of the Purple Mansion's sacred land. She reminded them, "You all had better listen to Big Brother Fong. Otherwise, the Nalan family will disappear from the East Profound region today." Granny Liu still intended to rush forward to argue. Suddenly, Nuo Kai raised her hand to stop her and walked forward slowly. "Granny Liu, let me handle this." She reacted hurriedly. "No. That brat must have stumbled upon some luck, obtaining an ancient immortal seed. He's already an immortal seed Dao fusion cultivator, a master of the Dao fusion realm." A triumphant smile appeared on Lam Fong's face. Granny Liu looked at Nuo Kai with worry. "And you've only just broken through to the 9th level of the true spirit realm. You've only just built your divine bridge. You can't possibly be his match." But she didn't seem to care about these levels. So what? Just because an opponent is stronger, I should fawn over them and suck up to them. Seeing how headstrong she was, Granny Liu was so frustrated she was almost in tears. "Young miss." Listening to her words, Lam Fong laughed mockingly. "Nalan Yuo Kai, a year ago when you humiliated me, did you ever think there would be a day like today?" She heard him, looking puzzled, then replied, "I don't know what kind of answer you want from me, but..." She gripped her weapon tightly. Nuo Kai pointed her sword at Lam Fong and declared, "My heart is like a clear mirror. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions." Hearing her say that, he became even more furious. "Even now, you still dare to be so arrogant? Very well." He lowered his head, preparing to attack without wasting any more time. Lin Feng lunged rapidly toward her. He sneered, "Let's see if you can still maintain that arrogance in a moment." Immediately after, both sides clashed in a fiercely intense battle. Unable to watch this heartbreaking scene, Grandmother Liu squeezed her eyes shut. Xu Yan, standing to the side, laughed triumphantly and asked, "Why suffer like this? Even the spectators must find this painful. Isn't this going a bit too far?" After just a few strikes, Ruoxi's body was seriously injured. She looked utterly miserable, yet she still stood her ground on the arena floor. Going back in time, Nalan Ruoxi had been a different kind of child since she was young. The Nalan clan head smiled as he carried her to a painting and said, "Ruoxi, look, this is the greatest ancestor of our clan." She nodded and replied, "I know. She is the only ancestor of the Nalan clan to ever ascend to the Immortal Realm." He laughed as they chatted. "That's right. And she was also the Dao companion of the Immortal Realm Supreme. With your talent, Ruoxi, We will surely be able to find you a Supreme Tao companion in the future. Ruoxi turned back to look at the Nalan clan head with a bewildered expression. Why must it be a Supreme Tao companion? Can't I become a supreme being myself? These words only made the Nalan clan head more excited. As expected of my Ruoxi, you truly have ambition. However, the spiritual energy of the Yuan Tien continent is very thin. The cultivators here can only reach the Saint Realm at most. She looked a bit confused. Wouldn't it be fine to just go to the Immortal Realm to continue cultivating? His expression became thoughtful as he replied, the Immortal Realm. Although most people aspire to reach it, Ruoxi, even though it's named Immortal, it is a place even more cruel than the lower realms. I don't ask for you to become a supreme being in the future, living for the Nalan clan. You only need to act according to your own desires and live a peaceful life. Nalan Ruoxi fully understood her father's intentions, but at the same time, she realized the truth. Her father was perhaps just a silly, sweet, and naive person. After all, in this world, if you aren't strong enough, you will definitely be bullied. To have peace, one must possess power. Back then, the Nalan clan head had shouted in anger, "You old fool, what kind of joke are you playing?" The great elder sighed and replied, "Who's joking? I am finding a good marriage match for Ruoxi. The head of the Lin clan saved my life. He has a debt of gratitude to me. Our two families forming an alliance is both building good karma and repaying a debt. What exactly is the problem?" But the Nalan clan head still retorted angrily, "We don't even know what the characters of the Lin clan father and son are like. On what basis are you using Ruoxi to repay your personal debt?" The great elder looked at him with a blank expression and explained, "They saved me. So how bad could their characters be? Young people these days really don't understand how to be grateful." Just then, Ruoxi spoke up, "Grandfather?" The great elder was surprised. "You are here too?" She reminded him with a cold expression. "If grandfather wants to repay this debt so badly, why don't you marry into the Lin clan yourself?" As soon as the words were out, the great elder became enraged. The Nalan clan head was stunned for a few seconds. He hurriedly asked, "What did you say?" Ruoxi didn't hesitate to continue her suggestion. "I said if grandfather knows how to repay kindness with kindness, then you should be the one to marry into the Lin clan that would truly show your sincerity." Hearing this, the great elder slammed the table and scolded, "Nalan Jan, look at the child you've raised. How can you speak to your elders like that?" That name immediately stunned Nalan Jan. He hurriedly coughed a few times and warned, "Ruoxi, this is truly your fault. Even if your grandfather wanted to marry off, he is old and they wouldn't want him anyway." He shouted upon hearing that, "What?" Seeing that things were getting even messier, Ruoxi sighed. She turned to leave, but didn't forget to announce, "Father, I will go to break off the engagement myself. After all, I don't think grandfather's face is more important than my own life." Below the arena, hundreds of eyes were fixed on the fight. Lin Feng continued to attack Ruoxi without any restraint. The Divine Palace realm versus the Dao Integration realm, this was not a fair fight. Lin Feng's attacks weren't even intended to win the match. After just a few strikes, Ruoxi was unable to fight back and could only endure the pain. The more he hit her, the more excited Lin Feng became. He only wanted to make her feel the suffering. This was purely malicious, and the actions he took were extremely cruel. Finally, with one punch, Ruoxi fell backward in pain. Her vision began to blur, she realized things were bad, and she couldn't maintain her consciousness any longer. Both her knees hit the ground. The winner was all too clear. Ruoxi was no match for Lin Feng. Seeing her miserable state, he laughed. "How pathetic. Don't say Mother Lin is heartless. I'll give you two choices. 1. Become my female slave and the engagement annulment will be forgotten. 2. I kill you and wipe out the Nalan clan." Just then, Ruoxi suddenly spoke up. "I have never looked down on you. Ever since I found out you were coming for revenge, I have been training to the death every day. I even grew a shred of respect for you. But just now, I have confirmed it. Lin Feng, you really are a complete piece of trash." These words successfully challenged Lin Feng, causing him to lose his composure. He lunged to slaughter Ruoxi. "Then you can go to hell." At the critical moment, something suddenly blocked him. Grandmother Liu saw a glimmer of hope and hurriedly looked up. Xu Yan looked annoyed at whoever dared to interfere. The dust gradually settled, and the spectators were all stunned. Seeing the person who appeared, Lin Feng was extremely bewildered. Fortunately, at the vital moment, Jun Linglong had arrived in time. She glanced at him with a smile and remarked, "So impatient." Going back in time, Ruoxi had curiously asked, "Father, what is the ancestor's name?" The Nalan clan head shook his head, saying the genealogy had never recorded the ancestor's name, leaving her a bit disappointed. So, despite becoming the Dao companion of a supreme, she didn't even have the qualification to leave her name on the genealogy? Nalan Ruoxi didn't want to become a pathetic adult, but the old father of Ruoxi at home still didn't know his daughter was being beaten. He thought, My Ruoxi must be dominating the Dongshuan arena right now. I must boil a pot of delicious soup waiting for her to return. Speaking of that woman, the timeline must jump back to before Jun Xiao Yao returned to the martial god dynasty. Jun Linglong happily announced to everyone, "Goodbye, young master. Tonight, I have to travel far away." Xiao Yao waved goodbye. "Remember to come home often." "That's right. If you're heading out alone, do me a favor and find someone for me." He placed a jade pendant into Jun Linglong's hand. She looked confused and asked, "What is this?" He explained, "A token from the Primordial Supreme." Before he faded away, he asked me to look after the family of his beloved. She stared at him blankly. Where was that family? Xiao Yao sighed and shook his head, saying he didn't know, only that they were in the lower realms. Hearing this, Jun Linglong silently looked at the jade pendant. It meant she had to take a trip to the lower realms. He then tossed her a sword. "Right, this is a little trinket the 18th Ancestor gave me for self-defense. It contains 3 strikes of his sword intent." Back in reality, Jun Linglong stepped in to block the attack and protect Ruoxi. "Do whatever you want, follow your own judgment." Seeing her suddenly appear, Lin Feng was in utter disbelief. "Who are you?" She nodded and asked herself, "Yeah, who am I?" Jun Linglong put on a smug expression. "Sometimes I'm a golden rose drifting across the horizon. Sometimes I'm just someone dancing with joy. I have many identities, but you can just call me a passerby." Jun Linglong's eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Feng. Time seemed to stand still. His brain couldn't process what was happening. "What kind of nonsense was this?" he shouted angrily. "I don't care who you are. How dare you jump onto the arena and interrupt the duel? Are you looking for a death wish?" To this, Jun Linglong calmly replied, "That's why I said. I couldn't stand watching what you were doing, especially how you jumped out to block my way. You get it?" He grew even more furious and challenged her. "Blocking me? Who do you think you are?" Hearing this, Jun Linglong rummaged through her pocket. "I really am no one, but do you recognize this?" Seeing the item she pulled out, Ruoxi was deeply shocked. She held the jade pendant up for everyone to see. The Nalan family is the Primordial Supreme's in-laws. To be bold enough to target the Nalan clan, are you not afraid of the Supreme's vengeance? At these words, Lin Feng was stunned. A man behind him suddenly spoke up. "Little friend, these lies might fool people from the lower realms. But, in the desolate heaven immortal domain, everyone knows the Primordial Supreme died long ago. Even his demonized remains after death were obliterated, body and soul, by the divine heir of the Jun family. Trying to use his name to intimidate others now is just ridiculous." Hearing him say that, Jun Linglong asked innocently, leaving the man frozen in place. Her expression turned even more dismissive as she questioned him. "So, if you already know the last person to face the Primordial Supreme was the Jun family's divine heir, then you don't understand what this means?" The man was dazed, wondering what she could mean. Could it not be? His face instantly changed color. Seeing him so terrified, Jun Linglong laughed smugly. "Looks like it's finally hit you." Taking advantage of her distraction, Lin Feng attacked, but she easily spotted his cheap trick. Jun Linglong muttered, sounding thoroughly unimpressed, "You really are completely lacking in manners. Don't you see I'm talking to someone else?" He ignored her and cursed back, "Shut your mouth. I don't care if you're a divine heir or a Sing heir. In front of me, you'll all bow down." Seeing how amusing he was, she let out a surprised laugh. No time to waste. Lin Feng lunged straight at her. "Go to hell." The next second, Jun Linglong appeared right beside him, catching him off guard. "What? Damn it!" He tried to fight back, but he couldn't match Jun Linglong's power at all. The more they fought, the more amused she felt. In just a short moment, she easily countered and struck Lin Feng right in the face. By the time he collapsed, he was still dazed. What just happened? Looking at his aura, he's just in the Unity realm, and his cultivation is higher than mine. Jun Linglong looked at her hand and complained, "Gross. I shouldn't have used my hand to hit him." Not giving up, Lin Feng charged back into the fight. But why couldn't he land a single hit on her? Just as his guard was down, Jun Linglong tripped Lin Feng. Watching this battle, Ruoxi stood frozen. The gap between a cultivator pampered by treasures with almost no combat experience and a cultivator who frequently clashes with masters on the edge of life and death. Ruoxi's eyes widened as she realized the disparity was immense. She's so strong. She followed Jun Linglong's retreating figure, a deep sense of admiration blooming in her heart. Perhaps out of pure rage, Lin Feng shouted, "Damn it, all you do is dodge. It's so annoying, I'll just cover the whole arena in attacks, let's see you dodge this." He launched another flurry of attacks. Jun Linglong waited to see what he would do, a smug smile playing on her lips. As the attacks closed in, she gently waved her hand to disperse them, simultaneously conjuring hundreds of swords pointed at Lin Feng. With another wave of her hand, the rain of swords surged forward. Seeing this scene, the man turned pale with fear. The Jun family's military suppression art, it's ruined. She really is from the Jun family. Jun Linglong wore a look of utter disdain. She didn't even consider Lin Feng worthy of her attention. A blinding light flashed in the sky, dazzling everyone. Hundreds of thousands of swords pierced his body one after another in a terrifying spectacle, and even the ground couldn't withstand the impact, shattering into pieces. Witnessing this for the first time, everyone's expression changed. Granny Liu couldn't understand how this had happened. When the thick dust settled, everyone saw Lin Feng lying miserably on the ground. His expression shifted. He realized he had lost, defeated by a woman. Naturally, he couldn't accept this reality. Lin Feng even tried to console himself. No way, this is impossible. Still unwilling to accept it, he struggled to stand up and fight back. My cultivation is clearly higher. What kind of dark magic did you use? Lin Feng leaped in front of Jun Linglong. Looking at his state, she suddenly noticed the five-colored light on his chest. That was why his techniques had degraded. Could his cultivation actually have reached the Harmony Realm? If that were the case, facing the charging Lin Feng, she decided to eliminate the evil and nip it in the bud. Seeing Jun Linglong preparing to counterattack left Lin Feng stunned, but he realized it was too late. She launched her move, not wanting to waste any more time, using the Jun family mountain and sea seal. Knowing he was no match for her, his face turned deathly pale with terror. At the critical moment, Xu Yan suddenly stepped in to shield him. A massive explosion rang out, and the scene became tragic. Looking at the aftermath of the battle, Ruoxi thought to herself, with that kind of impact, is he dead? But the next scene left her speechless. It turned out Xu Yan had managed to use her own body to save Lin Feng, leaving him in shock. Xu Yan. He scrambled toward her, cradling Xu Yan's body in his arms. Lin Feng asked helplessly, "Why are you so foolish?" She didn't have much strength left, coughing up bright red blood, which only made him more anxious. Seeing the regret on his face, Ziyan whispered softly, "Brother Feng, that woman is from the Huanggu Jun family. The Jun family is the most powerful force in the Huangqian immortal domain. They hold grudges, and will definitely kill you if you stay. Please, you must run." Seeing Ziyan's actions, both great elders were extremely anxious. What is that girl doing? Is she trying to drag our Purple Mansion Holy Land into this? Suddenly, Ziyan's voice echoed in their minds, startling them. Two elders. The Nolan family is a clan the divine son of the Jun family wants to protect. We have already offended the Jun family today. You know better than I do what the consequences of offending them are, don't you? That woman came alone. She doesn't even have a guardian with her. Hearing this, the great elders suddenly realized the situation at hand. Both of them immediately ordered their subordinates, disciples of the Purple Mansion Holy Land, listen up, kill her, and then kill everyone else here. Hundreds of people lunged toward Linglong to attack. Realizing their intent, Ruoxi grew even more worried. Oh no, they want to silence everyone. Everyone, run. The scene turned chaotic, and all the bystanders scrambled to flee. What's going on? Why are they suddenly charging at us? The people of the immortal domain were unreasonable. Seeing the situation turning dire, Linglong immediately drew her sword. Even though she didn't know why things had unfolded this way, she directly unleashed the Lu Xian sword art, slashing away everyone in her path. With just a simple move, she completely blocked them. Among them, the great elder was shocked to recognize the 5 great divine arts. How does this little girl know such techniques? Just then, Ziyan suddenly stood up and shouted, "Now is our chance. Brother Feng, go." She wanted to use the chaos to create an opening for Lin Feng to escape. Seeing her sacrifice herself, he felt completely helpless. With no other choice, he turned and fled. "Ziyan, I will definitely come back to save you." A long time passed, the dust slowly settled, and everything returned to normal. Dead bodies lay scattered across the ground. Looking at the corpses, Ruoxi thought in surprise, those 2 great elders were both at the Saint Realm, yet they were killed with a single strike. The artifact in her hand must have been forged by a supreme being. Noticing something wrong, Ruoxi's attention was drawn to a strange, dried-up corpse lying before her. It was none other than the body of Ziyan. Seeing her state, she was utterly confused. How could someone who just died look like this? What was really going on? In an unnamed palace on the Qianlong continent, a blue-haired girl hurried into the grand hall. She quickly pushed open the heavy doors, and seeing that Ziyan had awakened, she said happily, "Your Highness, you've finally woken up." Ziyan lay lazily on the bed, complaining. She suddenly remarked, "Men are so heartless. It was a waste of time playing with him for so long. He really just turned and ran. Was he not afraid I'd ruin this beautiful shell?" Ziyan ran over and hugged her tight, asking, "Was it fun toying with them?" Isn't the child of heaven defiance quite interesting? She shook her head and replied, not interesting at all. That brat finally saw me as his childhood sweetheart, yet not a single person discovered that I had altered their memories. The blue-haired girl laughed excitedly. Your Highness, you're really too overpowered for the people of the lower realms. She gently reached out to pat the girl's head. Only you have a sweet tongue. By the way, how is the crown prince's side? The girl looked frustrated as she replied, how else could it be? Still the same old thing. The scene shifted to a dark tunnel. Inside a cell, two horse-faced, ox-headed guards stood watch outside. The prisoner was being tortured mercilessly by the people around him. The blue-haired girl sighed and recounted, he's just venting his anger on the Jun family's puppet to find some amusement. Targeting the Jun family like that, I think he'll be finished sooner or later. Can't we just head back directly? Ziyan replied with a headache, not for the time being. Since he is someone the little demon queen wants us to guide, we just shouldn't get involved in his affairs. Remembering something, the girl suddenly added, right, there is one more thing I need to report. The Xianxia continent is in chaos. The Yuan Tien sect has been exterminated. Everyone in the Yuan Tien sect was dead. He had to avenge those responsible for everything. Facing him, the man was severely injured, his left arm missing. He was the sect master of the Yuan Tien sect, Xianxia. A look of hatred flashed in his eyes. He had fought to the death, falling without ever retreating. Looking around the area, Xiaoyao sighed helplessly. I'm sorry, I'm late. Behind him, Yiyu stepped forward and called out to his young master, his expression filled with a hint of despair as no survivors were found. He tried to stay calm and asked, can you trace who did this? A quasi-saint realm cultivator stepped forward to report, I possess a secret art that can extract memories from this land, but it will take some time. Xiaoyao's cold voice cut in, freezing her in her tracks. Do it. I want to see. Who could it be? Who was bold enough to commit such atrocities against those following the Jun family? The space began to shift under the control of the quasi-saint. Faint memories gradually returned. That day, the entire Yuan Tien sect was swallowed by a terrifying sea of flames. The disciples had to fight continuously against monsters that appeared out of nowhere. They slaughtered wildly, causing everyone to scream in despair, and many disciples fell before they could even escape. It was a horrific sight. The place had been completely scorched. The perpetrators were three fierce-looking butchers. Even though his opponents were strong, Xianxia did not give up. His body was covered in countless wounds. Seeing this, Mo Fan laughed mockingly. You are worthy of being the sect master of the Yuan Tien sect, to be able to hold out until now. Xianxia looked at him calmly and asked, Mo Fan, as a disciple of our Yuan Tien sect, why did you betray the sect and release the sealed evil clan? He found the question ridiculous. A disciple of the Yuan Tien sect? Your good head disciple framed me for colluding with the evil clan, stripped me naked, tied me to a copper pillar, and beat me mercilessly. Did you ever think that I was a disciple of the Yuan Tien sect, too? Realizing Mo Fan's motive, Xianxia thought to himself, not long ago, disciples had reported that someone in the sect was colluding with the evil clan, but he had already dealt with it. So, it turned out he was the one. Even so, he angrily declared, Brat, no matter what grievances you had in the past, you have already killed him with your own hands. Why must you still target these innocent disciples? Mo Fan lost his composure and laughed. How should I put it? Since you framed me for stealing that jade gem back then, I'll take your entire kingdom as payback now. You lot originally framed me for colluding with the Signkin, turning me into something that wasn't human nor demon. Naturally, I had to release the Signkin, and wiping out your Yuan Tien sect is the only way to settle the score. I can't take it anymore. Xianxia immediately lunged forward to fight this karmic retribution, but he severely underestimated the power of the monster standing right next to Mo Fan. Seeing him struggling, the guy sneered, Don't be in such a rush to cause trouble, old man. We haven't even settled our account yet. He was the leader of the Golden Horn tribe among the Signkin, the great king of the Golden Horn. The Golden Horn used his massive body to suppress Xianxia's strength. With just a single punch, Xianxia's entire body was sent flying backward. Every bone in his body shattered. He could feel himself being completely crushed to pieces. Watching him try to sit up, the Golden Horn laughed mockingly. Still alive. How hardy. It's clear that Xianxia is no match for these people. Xianxia thought to himself, Damn it, with the great upheaval across the 10 lands and the absolute Yin territory sealed off, there's no way to contact the sect master, and relying on just us. There's no way we can fight two major Signkin tribes at once. Just then, Qingzi rushed over, anxiously asking, Senior brother, are you all right? Xianxia felt a spark of relief. Turning to him, he said, Xuan Qingzi, you've come at the perfect time. Take the disciples and retreat from here. You must contact the sect master. I'll cover the rear. Hearing this, Xuan Qingzi was stubborn. No, senior brother. You are one of the few saint-level powerhouses left in the Yuan Tien sect. You can't die here. Xianxia replied helplessly. If an old man can't even protect a group of children, what kind of saint is he? Anyway, that's just bullshit. Listen to me. The young disciples are the embers, the very foundation of the Yuan Tien sect. You must protect them well. It's time for us old fogies of the Saint Realm to lay our lives on the line. Just then, elders appeared from all directions, catching the golden horn off guard. The great elder of the Yuan Tien sect, first stage of the 9th grade Saint Sealing Realm. The Void God Realm practitioner appeared, followed by the 4th stage of the 9th grade Saint Sealing, the Tao God Realm powerhouse. The remaining 3 were the 3rd stage of the 9th grade Saint Sealing, the Heaven God Realm, the 2nd stage of the 9th grade Saint Sealing, the True God Realm, and the 5th stage of the 9th grade Saint Sealing, the Quasi-Saint Realm. Seeing everyone sacrificing themselves for the Yuan Tien sect, Xianxia was deeply moved. Old men like us have lost the chance to break through to the Saint Realm and pursue a higher world, but we can still protect the embers. As long as there's a spark, the flame will eventually roar back to life. Let's go. Yuan Tien sect. The elders refused to run. On the other side, Xianxia quickly signaled the disciples to hurry and retreat. Even though he felt powerless, he had no other choice. The two sides clashed, and the scene gradually faded back to normal. Finally, Xiaoyao finished watching those past memories. He closed his eyes tightly, trying his best to keep his cool. But now, the only thought in his mind was revenge. The next sequence of events unfolded before everyone's eyes. Xianxia kept urging the disciples to run, telling them not to stop. A weary disciple cried out, "Junior uncle, we've been running for 5 days straight. We really can't go on anymore." Looking back, Xianxia thought helplessly, "I know. But those sign kin are relentlessly chasing the Yuan Tien disciples, not giving anyone a moment to rest." Seeing no other way, Xianxia stopped. Damn it. He signaled all the disciples. "Everyone, don't look back. Keep running." Everyone was shocked by his actions. As for the junior uncle, only one determination filled his mind. I must stop them. It seemed the sign-kin wouldn't let him do as he pleased. The silver horn charged forward, striking his body directly. Perhaps due to his old age and weakness, Xianxia was thrown backward. A loud thud echoed, and dust billowed up. Seeing their elder struck down, the disciples cried out, "Junior uncle." The silver horn of the sign-kin jumped down in front of Xianxia to check the situation, then glanced at the disciples surrounding them. He laughed and asked, "Done running?" His power was so terrifying that even Xianxia was caught off guard. This guy was another one who stood next to the youth from earlier. He was the leader of the Silver Horn tribe among the sign-kin. The air felt like it was freezing over. Xianxia felt a bit helpless. This was a Saint Realm powerhouse. Facing such a strong opponent, the disciples were hesitant. One disciple suggested loudly, "Since we can't escape anyway, let's fight them to the death." Even though he wanted to stop them, Xianxia no longer had the strength. "No, don't." The disciples rushed forward to attack the silver horn, not forgetting to remind each other to protect their junior uncle. In that split second, he screamed in despair, "Stop! All of you, get back here." It was too late. A smug smile appeared on the silver horn's lips. Only then did his true power erupt fully. Everything happened so fast that the disciples were left paralyzed. With a single move, all the surrounding disciples were dealt with. Fueled by hatred, Xianxia decided to fight to the death. "You monster, stop right there." He gripped his sword of purity tightly, determined to kill this butcher. The silver horn smiled faintly and parried with his bare hands. In that moment, Xianxia realized, this is bad. I'm going to die. The blade slashed toward his neck, and time seemed to stand still. Suddenly, from the distance, a flash of golden light erupted. Then, that light completely blocked the silver horn's attack. Xianxia looked up, confused. What just happened? Given the situation, the silver horn was furious. Damn it, who is it? Who dares to disturb the four kings' fun? A giant whale appeared, and the familiar voice of Xiao Yao rang out. Hey, I'm asking you a question. Realizing something was wrong, the silver horn's expression changed instantly. Standing atop the whale, Xiao Yao's power exploded. He looked at the monster with a gaze that could kill. He demanded, "Who let you out? Is greater than." And that's all for this transmission. My loves, if you want to keep following this series, smash that like and subscribe button. Don't make the admin angry. Whoever doesn't smash that button hard, just wait for the admin to bring a canister of cooking oil to your house. Goodbye, and see you next time. My loves.